Let's go! Welcome everybody to the second annual. I can't believe 48 of my hours of my life has been dedicated to this subathon. Here we are, the 24-hour subathon 2024. This is nuts, y'all. This is crazy. Last year was such a big hit. Doing a 24-hour live stream. I was on here doing all the shows, Recipe for Reality, Picture This, Frame Wreck, Marvel-ous Movie Mondays, Draft Day. It was very successful, and we had a great time. We got a lot of money donations for the channel. We got a lot of things unlocked, which I'm still in the process of paying back. I know people are asking, like JD's probably wondering where his Jurassic World or Jurassic Park podcast is. Carly's wondering where her James Gunn video is. Chad asked for, I believe, either a Breaking Bad or Buffy video or something like that. So they will be coming eventually. I will also be doing what I said I was going to be doing, wearing a pink bunny suit that you all voted for on Facebook for a whole month on the channel. That will still be happening later on in the channel. The thing is, this year just flew by between personal career things that kept my time busy, personal sadnesses in my life that kept my mind elsewhere, and then just also doing stuff for the channel that was timely, like the Pickle Awards and this Oscar season being as massive as it was. I didn't have time to do all the things I said I would do for the last subathon, so those will be coming. But because this is a brand new subathon, because this is another 24-hour stream, I wanted to have other things to provide this time around. So let's get those subs going. I'm going to get the ticker down there at the bottom. We're officially underway. Starting subscriptions now. We're starting with 1110, I believe, 1110 amount of subscribers. So that's going to be our starting point. So every time we get more subscriptions, we'll kind of use that math to gauge it. Let me just make sure. Yep, 1110. This is the amount of subscribers we're starting with, and we will see how we grow as the 24 hours goes on. And I'm extending this to the week, basically, where if we get subscriptions later this week, that will count towards it. But let me tell you, everyone who didn't watch our pre-video, what you can unlock with your subscription. So if you decide to sub once, if one person subscribes, you will get a surprise video that will play at midnight. That is going to be very exciting. I am very proud of the video that I made. So that's the only pre-tape thing that I have ready to go that could be seen, could not be seen, depending on if we get one sub. 25 subs, you will get a Lord of the Rings extended edition watch along or commentary with Dylan, Matt, and Stacy. I am Dylan. With me, Matt, and Stacy at a later date. 50 subs will get you a Traitors season on the channel at a later date. So if you're a fan of the Traitors, we will be literally doing a game of the Traitors here on the channel if we hit 50 subs, which is going to be so lit. At 100 subs, I just realized I left my coffee in the other room, so I might have to bail in a sec. Wow, doing great so far. 100 subs gets a movie screenplay table read. What'll happen is Kelsey will pick a screenplay, Dylan will pick a screenplay, Matt will pick one, Chad will pick one, Zach will pick one. We'll put it on the Facebook page. You guys will vote which screenplay we do, and we'll do a table reading of it. 250 subs, because I am also a singer. I decided who's the biggest artist right now that I could cover, Taylor Swift. So I'll be doing like a 1 hour kind of coffee house vibe Taylor Swift concert if we hit 250. Again, these will all happen at a later date. I don't have that Taylor Swift concert ready to go, even though I could probably scrounge something up here. 500 subs, we did a March Madness bracket, and Billy Wilder came in second place. So if we do 500, I said, you know what? I'll do the video for the runner-up. We're already doing a David Fincher video, but I will do it for Billy Wilder if we get 500. And if we get 750, I'll do the other final four contestants, the Wachowskis and Richard Linklater. I will do all four of the final four director ranking videos if we hit 750. If we hit 1,000, Kelsey and myself are going to do it. Finally, we're going to go to California and visit Avengers campus and film a video from there. We really wanted to feel like that was earned. We're not just going to buy plane tickets to California if it's not unearned. So 1,000 subs will get us there to California. So if you want me and Kelsey to go to California, 1,000 subs. Let's say hi to some people, though. Matt's here. Let's go. Yes, I will send you a link in just a sec, Matt. We're going to get some of the hosts and some friends here to start off this first half hour just to chat. We'll get Matt in here in a sec. Let's go, Carly. Yes, everyone's saying let's go. Let's go. Let's go to Disney. Let's get to Disney. Get 1,000 subs, and we'll get to Disney. Where do we buy a podcast? Well, Carly, That's funny you asked. Hello, nerd. Commentating nerd is here. Another favorite of the channel. I don't know what I want, but I'm gonna buy it now and decide later. Okay. Well, Carly, I have good news for you because here is what you can get if you do decide to donate. Now, here's the thing: donations are totally optional. They're not even encouraged. This is strictly if you feel like, you know what, this guy's staying up 24 hours. Let's give him some money to improve the channel. This video is clearer because of your donations last year, because I was able to fine tune my equipment. I was able to kind of get better lighting and everything, but I can even go the extra mile. As you see, my set's very barren, but I can fill this wall with posters. I can also, a lot of the money goes towards actually like watching the stuff I have to watch for the channel. Every month is at least 6 films between 5 Picture This films and Frame Rec, and sometimes Frame Rec is up to 5 film sets, sometimes 10 films, sometimes Picture This, there's a 10 film slate, so that could get up to 15 films a month that I have to watch just for this channel. Chris Diaz, what's up? Let's go. Yeah, so it's very costly to run a channel, not just in terms of the equipment, but also in terms of when you're doing a movie channel, having to watch everything, and not everything's available via streaming, and even the streaming services themselves cost money. So if you feel like you want to tip in any way or donate, it is completely up to you. Bottom right corner there is where the tips would go. Venmo, Dil Randazzo, Dylrandazzo. If they ask for the last 4 digits, it's 9924. That's in the ticker down below if you forget. But here's what you can unlock if you want. If you donate $10, I'll put your name on the channel till the end of the year as a sponsor. You will be like officially a sponsor of the Dill Pickle Movie Network, which I think is pretty cool. Which we did last year, which was really cool. At $50, I will make a podcast of your choosing that I will record. So it could be really anything, and that, because it's podcast, like really go wild, go crazy, because that doesn't include any clips, so I can pretty much make whatever I want. You want $100? I will make a video of your choosing. I did up that price this year only because I still have to make videos for last year, and it's just very time consuming to make videos. But I want it to be worth it for you. So $100, I will make whatever video you want. If that is another directing ranking video, if that is any video, review your favorite movie, review your least favorite movie. If you want me to make a bad review of Singing in the Rain, I mean, I don't know why you would want to see that, but I will do whatever for $100 for a video you're choosing. If you're that kind, I will do it. And then $250, you will literally get to plan a draft day here on this channel. You will get to choose the draft day topic. You will get to be on the panel, and you will get to assemble that panel. So if you are like, yo, me and my buddies love Adam Sandler, or me and my buddies love movies about bears and humans who interact, like Paddington, Ted, Winnie the Pooh, I don't know. And you have like 3 guys that you want to bring on with you, then yeah, you can pay $250, choose that draft day topic, come to me and be like, this is who I want on the panel, this is what I want the topic to be. Obviously, I will advise, because like if we're not going to draft a topic that I feel like is maybe inappropriate for the channel, but I mean, just based on our viewer base, I don't think that would be an issue. But we have a really exciting show planned for the next 24 hours, so scrap in Cocaine Bear. Oh yes, Bears and Humans. There you go, Kelsey. Kelsey's here. I'm going to send this link out in a second. Let me do that right now. Let me send this link to the hosts to get them in here, and I'll send it to a few other folks too. Just because I don't like being here alone. I hate loneliness, and that's why I do this for 24 hours. Is because I'm filled with such joy getting to interact with all of you. That's why I do this channel. It's a network first and foremost. So hosts, you are about to get the link in just a sec. Let me drop it for you. Hosts, there's your link. And then I will also send it to a group chat with a few other people who aren't hosts, but if they want to get in here too. All right, so if you have the link, you can come on in whenever. And then if you are one of the guests of one of the segments, I will send the links as we get closer to those segments, of course. Happy May the 4th day as well to you, Chris. I mean, it is May the 4th. I actually didn't plan it well enough. Otherwise, I would have planned something Star Wars related. The thing is, we have something Star Wars related next month coming to you. So I promise we will eventually bring up something Star Wars related. Chat, I truly believe Dylan loves... What is this? SITR so much that he could shit on it. Oh, Singing in the Rain so much. Yeah, I love Singing in the Rain so much that I could acknowledge the points that aren't as successful. Had to switch so it wasn't my government name. I see that. We have someone in the wings right now. My first ever subathon guest, well, this year. JD is here. What's up, JD? We have someone in the wings right now. Oh, I hear myself coming through your audio, JD. Hold on. I'm gonna kick you for a sec and bring you back because I hear...
How's it going?
I hear an echo. Are you watching me in your room right now? JD, can you hear me? Okay, I think there's a little bit of a technical issue with JD right now. So we'll get JD back in just a sec. If JD wants to leave and come back. I was hearing a cool little echo. It was kind of fun. I was hearing myself. Carly's here though. Hey Carly, what's up?
Hi, you should check your Venmo, Del. There might be
Oh my
something
gosh,
waiting for there.
we already got a Venmo? Oh my god, y'all are spoiling me. All right, let's find out what Carly. This is the magic of the subathon, guys. You guys, okay, here we go. You'll find out eventually. Okay, thank you, Carly. Carly, thank you for the $50 donation. You will be getting a podcast, but you will be telling me that at a later date, it seems.
Yes.
So that's fun. Whoa, this is meta. Yes, Kelsey. Yeah, Kelsey, you have a link too on the Discord. Go check it. Yeah, Carly, you're the first one here to officially join us on Subathon. I guess JD also was here. He'll be back in a sec. Carly, are you excited for this 24 hours? You are actually a part of a lot of the segments today. Which
I'm
last
part
time
of like 5 hours or something like that. So I'm doing my own mini subathon.
Right, and last time I remember you were I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but you weren't necessarily sure if you even wanted to be on the camera. You're like, I'm a little camera shy. And now, having been on this subathon, you played some games with us, and then for the past year, you've been hosting Marvel-ous Movie Monday matches. You've been on Draft Day. You've been on Frame Wreck, a whole episode of Frame Wreck. So that's pretty exciting. And now you're kind of a full circle moment back on here. I think JD's ready to get back in here. So let's see. JD, are you back and working now? I think you're muted, but I do see you back here. Sorry. Hey, you're getting the kinks out now, you know?
Testing, 1, 2.
Yay! JD's here. Can you hear me, JD? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I was watching you on the TV. That may have done something.
Yes. Well, it was funny because I think I was hearing myself through your TV, but it was happening like a few seconds later. So it was like this weird meta, like tunnel echo. Yeah. But yeah, this is kind of what the subathon's going to be when we're not doing the actual segments. We're going to be just kind of chatting, having fun. We'll play some games. I don't know if we have time for games right now because our first segment starts at 12:30, which is Marvel games. And if you do want to be a part of it, you are here. Or if you want to dip and come back, because I know some of you guys are doing a lot of other things on the channel today. Let me just tell everyone what we're doing because I feel like I haven't actually shared the schedule. The first thing that's going to happen at 12:30, we're going to do Kelsey's Marvel movie games, which I really don't know much about, so I'm very excited for that. And then at 1:30, an hour later, we will be doing Recipe for Reality, Zach and I. And then at 2, we're going to be doing our Survivor Trivia Night. So that's like the first big chunk of the day. Just to let you know what else is happening today in case you want to look ahead. The schedule is posted on our Facebook page. Please join our Facebook page. Please join our Discord. That's where you're going to get a lot of information. That's where you're going to sign up for things as well for the channel. But at 4 o'clock, we're doing a director roulette draft day, which is what we did last time. We did director roulette where we pick a director. Everyone goes through, picks a director in a film, and then the next 4 rounds, we have to pick from those 5 directors, except we don't know the 5 directors going in. It's all going to be decided in that first round, which is so exciting. At 8 o'clock, Matt and I are going to be doing an episode of Frame Wreck of Nostalgia Junction, where we will be covering 3 films from my childhood nostalgia: Cat in the Hat, Shark Tale, and Click. 3 movies that I unconditionally love, but Matt did not like his first time, so I'm very excited to talk about that. At 10:30, I'm going to be giving you a Love Lies Bleeding review. I'm going to kind of pepper in some reviews throughout the night, just because there are so many movies I haven't reviewed that I want to catch up on. At the last hour of the night, we'll kind of just do a few more games and just kind of settle down. At midnight, if we hit that 1 sub, we will get that surprise video. At 1:30ish, we will do a episode of Picture This with Chad and Carrie. Carrie's going to come on and guest, and we're going to do the Best Picture nominees of 82, which is E.T., Gandhi, Missing, Tootsie, and The Verdict. So if you haven't seen some of those movies, you still have about 12 and a half hours. So that is enough to watch at least 3 of them, or 4 of them. You can't watch Gandhi in 12 and a half hours. You need about 3 days for that one. Then at night, late night, we're doing a late night with a double review around 4 a.m. Around 4:20, Blaze Up, we are going to be doing a Frame Wreck episode about The Raven with Stacy and Matt. We're doing an Immaculate review at 5:50. I'm going to be doing my earliest Oscar predictions at 6 a.m. Then I'm giving you my Dune Part 2 review. Then at 8 a.m., we're going to be doing a draft day, which JD will be on, which is TV themes, intros and all that. And then we'll wrap it up with some more games and talk. So thanks for everyone watching now. Yeah, anyone can pop on. I'm reading some of my DMs. Anyone who wants to pop on can pop on if you would like to hop in early and come hang while we wait for the first segment to start. And if Kelsey, if you're watching, you can hop in whenever. Oh, we got someone in the wings. We got someone waiting in the wings. Can I bring you on? Are you ready? Yeah, we are. Yeah, Matt is here. Host of Frame Wreck, Matt Chapman. How's it going, Matt?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm obviously not ready to be on camera yet.
I think there's might be a mic issue with you as well. It's
no.
a little choppy. It's a little choppy. I'll move you out and back in just a sec. Listen, it's we're getting the kinks out now because then for the rest of the 11 and a half hours will be so good. 11 and a half. What am I talking about? 23 and a half. Jeez, it's not just 12 hours, is it? This episode is 12 hours. And I will tell you right now, there is a part 1 and part 2 because YouTube only keeps an 11 hours and 55 minutes of a stream. So I have to split this into 2 streams, but it will be 24 hours. Matt, are you good now?
Can you hear me now?
It's kind of coming in a little like, I don't know. If you listen to it on YouTube, you'll hear what I mean. It's like almost like it's like skipping a little bit.
That is weird.
I'm not sure. You want me to kick you out and you come back again? All right, cool. But that is Matt. It just brought so much joy to my face, regardless of whether we could hear him or not. So amazing. Love Matt and what he's done for this channel, and you'll see him more later. And we have someone else waiting in the wings here, Miss Stacy. How's it going, Stacy?
It's good. How are you? Can you guys hear me okay? I am using my MacBook, which I've never used for one of these things because I don't like how FaceTime makes me look. But I just didn't feel like I'm in my living room because my kids are going to be doing noisy things, and I didn't feel like bringing the other laptop down here. And
what is your
being
outfit,
lazy.
Stacey? I'm gonna put you up there. Is that an Avengers sweatshirt? That's awesome.
Yeah, this is my Avengers. I like the arms. I just got it on my recent Orlando trip.
Nice.
And I
we'll
love
see
it. I
Stacy.
tried to live it up.
Yeah, we'll see Stacy plenty throughout the show as well. All right, let's see if Matt works again. Matt,
can you hear me better at all?
It's still doing the thing. Jake Tato says plug and unplug the mic. Maybe it's a mic.
Well, I just plugged in a new. Hold on.
It's okay. I'm gonna. Matt's muted right now. We'll keep him on the stream though whenever he's ready. We have someone joining us from the car. Chad. Hey, what's up, Chad?
Hey, what's up?
You going to bring Elliot to swim?
Yeah, he's going to swim. But I'm hoping I can play games and stuff from the car, but we'll see how that works out. It doesn't usually work out that well, but I'm very excited for the subathon.
Yay!
It's a long time in the making, and it's gonna go great.
Yeah, and we'll see Chad a bunch throughout this show as well. I mean, all these guys you'll see throughout the night. And I also have Kelsey waiting in the wings. Hey, Kels, what's up?
Hi.
How about now? Is that any better?
It's still chopping, Matt.
Oh my
God. Okay.
What if you just don't use that mic? What if you just use the computer mic?
Well, I was using the computer mic, and then I switched to this one.
Maybe restart the computer. Maybe
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Probably have to do.
Yeah, I'm wondering because the sound quality is good, but it's a little it's like chippy, choppy.
It's very choppy.
Yeah.
Dylan's being nice. It's hard to listen to. It's very choppy.
I want to try to get rid of
I'm not as nice.
this big fat border here where it says 24-hour subathon. So you all talk while what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut down this border a little bit so it's easier to see everyone's beautiful faces. And I'm going to go get my coffee. But are you guys excited? I mean, this is so exciting. Kelsey, how are you feeling? Kelsey, are you excited? You get to kick this off.
I'm excited, but I'm nervous because I am the first event. I finished my constructing all of the games last night at 2 a.m. So towards the end, the slides get really, really messy because I just was not in the mood to fix them at all because it was 2 a.m. And so I'm really hoping that the PowerPoint works. And I just hope that everyone has a good time with my games. Stacey, you said you're talking through your laptop?
Mm-hmm.
Because your sound quality is actually really good.
Really? And I never use my MacBook. Maybe I should use it all the time.
No, it's actually
really
coming in really clear. And I'm impressed by the quality of the MacBook.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Well, that is very good to know. I've never even used it for FaceTime. So I learned something new.
Because I feel like I fight all the time with how I'm going to get my audio really good. And now I'm maybe I should just use the computer.
Right?
I'll put a question out there.
It's a little Mac Air too. It's super little and lightweight and easy to take with me anywhere.
I'll put a question out there for everyone. What's everyone's most excited segment that they're looking forward to that they're either not involved with or they're not running? Like what's everyone most excited to see?
I have to look back at the schedule. Just give me 1 minute and I can answer that question.
I have mine ready if you're
Go ahead.
Yeah,
JJ,
and if anyone thinks they've cracked the code on the secret video, don't say what they think it is because
I've definitely cracked the code, but so I'm not going to say anything.
I have no clue.
I have no guesses.
Anyways, the one I'm most excited about that I'm not participating in is the Frame Wreck Raven episode because I've If it's true, because you in your tease earlier this week you said, is it a redemption or not? I'm definitely in the vein of yes, it's actually good. So I'm intrigued to see where you guys fall on it.
Interesting. I'm excited for that discussion as well with Matt and Stacy. And Stacy, it'll be your first time on Frame Rec, which is exciting. I know you've been waiting to get on. Has everyone
get
here
so much
now?
fun. I'm so excited.
I was gonna say, JD, you've
Yeah.
never been on a Frame Rec, and Kelsey, you've never been on a Frame Rec. So we
I
gotta
have-
find
yeah.
a way
Well,
to
I cameoed last year during your Twilight episodes.
That's
on
right.
the subathon.
Technically-
That's right.
I've technically been on Frame Rec, but not like a full episode.
Right.
I have a couple ideas if that ever comes to pass to guess on a frame. Like I got a couple ideas.
Could
wait.
I have an idea too for Kelsey maybe, but this might be
Okay.
controversial. Maybe you could do, because I don't know like how it's like well received in the out there in the sphere, but like
Yeah.
the Polar Express maybe.
Wait, you want me to do that on Frame Rec?
It would be a redemption for you.
Oh, I would be fighting for my life. I'd be in the trenches defending that movie for all I am worth.
Yeah.
I kind of claimed Christmas with Santa Jaws already, so
Yeah, I think
Yay! That works
that's
better.
Stacy's territory.
That's a better thing. Except the ticker now is in the way of the bottom. That's fine. I'll take the ticker away for a sec. You don't need to see that. Okay. Yep. There we go. I put the donations and tips in there. So now everyone's face will be seen better once we get Matt back and once we're all able to be on the stream. So we have about 8 minutes till Kelsey's Marvel games. I know Zach's going to come in maybe 15 minutes into that, Kels. Is that something where he needs to be here from the beginning to enjoy, or can he hop in?
I mean, he can certainly hop in. It's all for shits and gigs. It's like
Okay.
no stake, just vibes.
Okay,
So
cool. I have Santa Jaws' socks. That movie's great. Santa
It's
Jaws.
a really fun
I
movie.
didn't know anybody else even existed.
That's great. And Chris says, yeah, Frame Rec, you are reviewing the movie that continues to haunt my nightmares, Cat in the Hat. I am very excited to talk about Cat in the Hat because that is a movie I watched probably like twice a day when I was a kid. Like literally,
Wow.
I loved that movie as a kid.
So I think that go ahead, Stacy.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'm pretty neutral on that movie. I think I saw it once, but the ride is great when you just want to go in someplace cool for a little while at Universal and just it's fine.
Sorry, some exclusive news came in. Matt has, I forgot we did discuss this. Kelsey will be on Frame Rec to talk about Madam Web eventually.
Oh,
when
that'll
Madam
be a
Web's
fun
on
one.
this
streaming,
is
so.
news to me.
Yeah, Kelsey, there you go. You got a job.
Oh my god, I'm hired.
Yeah, you and my family love that movie. See, I know other people love that movie, Chris. Your family is right. You are wrong. Kidding. Love you, Chris. Chris will be on later as well soon for some Marvel games. You know what? Let me send the link to Chris too. Like, let's get Chris in here because we're gonna want to start the Marvel games soon. I'm gonna head off for just a sec to grab some coffee. Someone else take the mic and talk for a sec because coffee is gonna be important to get me through this. So go ahead. No dead air.
Okay. Well, Dill said
it's
that
on you.
his movie that he rewatched all the time when he was a kid was Cat in the Hat. Mine was personally Piglet's Big Movie. Don't know if anyone's familiar with this, but it's like when Piglet,
Is
like,
everybody
you know,
frozen?
gets
It's just no.
Is Piglet a boy or a girl, or are they neither? Let's discuss.
I believe he's a boy, but I don't want to be hold to that.
Yeah, I think he's a boy.
I think I was always confused because in my kid brain, like Piglet was pink, so that means girl, right?
How did we get here?
Like, the rules don't.
Hold on. I leave for 15 seconds, and I'm getting into gender discussion about Piglet. Oh.
Well, because you had said that your movie you rewatched all the time was Cat in the Hat, and mine was Piglet's Big Movie.
Oh,
and so I was going to then ask the group, like, what was your guys' rewatched movies?
Oh, I like that.
Okay, this is easy for me.
Do I keep freezing?
No,
I don't think so.
Because everybody keeps freezing up on me, and I'm just like, is it just me or is it? I don't know. I'm guessing it's just me.
Us. It's not you.
Really
Stacey,
quickly,
Okay.
really quickly, I'm gonna say my most rewatched, and then I'm gonna hop out for a second, hop back in.
Okay.
Probably Billy Madison, I'd say.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. One of mine. Click. We'll be talking about later. One of my Adam Sandler favorites as a kid.
Mine was
as a kid.
Mine was
You're back.
Go ahead, Carly.
mine was the Parent Trap, the Lindsay
Except
Lohan
for
Parent Trap. I watched that
Mm.
hundreds of times. My mom was just like, turn it off. She was so tired of it.
Yeah, solid. That's really solid.
I think.
JD, did you have one? You said
Yeah, I'm thinking because
Okay.
there are lots. I've said Baby's Day Out before. That was a big one.
Baby's Day Out. I love how many bits of the channel have come out of the last subathon. Like
Yeah.
JD, we did an A through Z draft day last year, and JD on letter B, the second overall pick was Baby's Day Off, and I was just like, that is just such a good like moment. Oh, now Stacy's buffered.
That draft day was honestly so unhinged. It was so fun.
And it was so long.
Every time it got to JD, we were just like, what's going to come out of his mouth? We had no idea. There were no guesses.
Yeah, it was mostly because of me, because I was like, I'm just going to go. It's A to Z, so I might as well go. There's 26 choice or 25 ended up being choices. So let me just go crazy here.
Yeah.
I just want to say this just in, guys. We have gotten 1 subscriber at least, so the surprise video is on at midnight. It will be happening.
Wait, the surprise video only took 1 subscriber?
Yes, because my whole thing was like, well, because my whole outlook is if we get 1 subscriber, we did our job, and we did. We got 1 subscriber. I'll turn this off right now, but that surprise video will be coming. So now you guys can keep theorizing what it's gonna be. I did leave hints in the announcement video, so you go find them. Stacy, you're back. Are you?
Yeah. I just connected to my 5G internet instead, so hopefully that helps. But if not, I'll just go get my other computer because, like, I couldn't participate in a conversation with what mine was doing. It was just.
Well, just let us know if it keeps it up or what you need, because we still have a few minutes till we start. And I'm hoping Matt's good for our Marvel games. I hope he gets back in here soon. We can start a little later, Kels, because I know you don't necessarily need the full. I mean, maybe you need the full hour. I don't know. But I'm just very excited for this. Like, it's kind of wild that like 23 hours from now I'll still be on this stream. Like, it doesn't process. It really is one of those things you don't process until it finishes, and you're like, I did that yesterday. Like, this conversation is gonna feel so weird tomorrow because like I don't know. It's just it's always so weird. Vapion's kid movies, the childhood favorites, either Ghostbusters or the Puppet Master, and then as Jake Tato said, Parent Trap, Mulan, Emperor's New Groove, so good. Chris Diaz also loves
New
Pickle
Groove is
movie.
fucking top.
Oh
tier,
yeah,
dude.
it is.
Chris, if you're listening, Chris, I did send you the link.
That movie is.
Yeah.
No,
my most watched was The Goonies. I don't know if everybody got to say there as well. My computer was being crazy, but anyway, mine was The Goonies as a kid.
That's a good one.
Kioi Kwan, he's back.
I've still never seen The Goonies.
I knew the entire movie by heart. Like, I could start at the first line and just keep going through the whole thing.
Yes, Vapion's movie now has become my movie is Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Another movie I think we'll cover on Framework at some point, I hope. And now he's here. Here's Chris. You've been talking to live chat. Welcome, Chris. Welcome to the subathon.
Hey, guys. Yeah, happy here to play Marvel game and here to have fun with you guys.
Yeah, we're excited. Honestly, Chris, this is probably the best video and audio quality I've heard from you as well. I mean, everyone's coming in with really good, crisp audio and crisp video. This is great.
I think the last time I think you guys, I got a new laptop with better audio and quality.
There you go.
Looney Tunes Back in Action is so good.
Yeah.
Like I pitched like a sequel for that at one point on like another show at some point for Looney Tunes Back in Action called Wile E. Coyote Strikes Back, which was basically playing on the meta take of like Back in Action. What if you played on the 2 personas of Wile E. Coyote? Because he's Roadrunner's foil, but he also for a time was also Bug Bunny's foil. It's like the Wile E. Coyote super genius, where he's like he is trying to outfox Bugs Bunny, being this like snorty know-it-all, and like Bugs Bunny is just like, you know, at every turn I'm like, what if you brought that back? It's like a conspiracy movie, like you know, he's like Winter Soldier, where it's like he has that like Acme like suppress this persona of his. that was kind of, I love that. But yeah, I love that movie, and I wanted to see a sequel for that more than I wanted to see a sequel for Fish. Yeah.
Nice.
Can I
I'm
ask-
checking. Yeah,
Oh,
go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead,
Stacey.
Jill.
No, I was just gonna
Oh,
say
we
I
just-
checked in with.
You go. It's your show.
Stacey, you are the guest. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna see for an animated, like for an actual kids movie. My favorite was The Flight of Dragons, but I'm guessing nobody's ever heard of that. Maybe JD,
No.
because
Oh, I
he
watched a
watches
lot of Dragon Tales.
weird
as a
old
kid.
Let me
animation.
look it up.
I was
Dragon
obsessed with
Tales,
Dragon
I had a
Tales.
child that I watched Dragon Tales with Dylan.
We're gonna
So-
talk. We're gonna talk about a movie later that heavily has Dragon Tales as a part of it. Click, very important part of that. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So I just texted Matt to see what his ETA is. If Matt's watching, he's probably rebooting his computer. If I had to guess. So whenever Matt's able to come in, he'll come in. But we are at 12:30. So Kelsey, is there anything before we start that you wanna? There will be like an official Marvel-ous Monday intro and everything. But anything before we get into that is important to note.
Just if you have something to write on, so you can write
Oh.
your answers and show them to the screen.
Hold on, I'll be back in a minute. How do I make it?
Well,
So you
I have
don't-
to do some. I have to do some packing, so I'll see you guys for trivia
Yes,
later.
Carly, we'll see you for trivia later. It was great.
Okay.
Thank you for stopping by and saying hi early. We will see you later very soon, Carly. And Stacy will be back in a second. Hopefully, Matt will be back in a second. I know, Chad, you might not have something to write with, right? Or do you?
I do, but I'm trying to figure out where to put my phone.
Okay. Well, we don't think you're
I'll figure it
cheating. Don't
out.
worry. And it's not really trivia, right, Kels? So it's not going to be.
No,
there's
it's not trivia. You need like a very like baseline knowledge of MCU to get through it. We'll see as we go.
yeah.
It's all
Matt.
gonna be
Moment of truth.
How does it sound?
Oh my God! It sounds so
Great.
good. That's so good.
we got
And
it.
with that,
We did it.
Okay,
And-
real quick. Number one. Oh, Stacy's gone. Flight of Dragons is a fucking great movie. It is unhinged. It's crazy. We actually could probably do it on frame rec, but it's awesome. Number two, the movie I used to watch my most watched movie. Well, I used to rewatch every movie all the time because there was a time when we didn't have cable. We just had VHS tapes. So I used to watch things all the time. But the one that I knew backward forward, I could probably still quote today if we put on Tommy Boy. And then, Tommy Boy, my 5-year-old, 4-year-old is yelling at me. And as far as cartoons, I don't know. I used to watch them all a really lot, but probably Beauty and the Beast was my most often watched. But yeah, so anyway.
All right, Stacy, you're back. All right, everyone here is playing Marvel movies.
Stacy, did you
right?
hear me? Flight of Dragons is thebomb.com. It's amazing. It could probably be done on frame rec, and if we do that, you have well, actually, my friend Mike, who was on our Dungeons and Dragons episode, also loves that movie. So I don't know, maybe it might have to have an extravaganza.
Quartet.
Yeah.
Kelsey, are you ready to get going?
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So
I
I'm
just
gonna remove everyone for a sec. We'll bring on one by one in a sec. It's just gonna be me and Kelsey here because it is gonna be the first segment. It's gonna be our show here. And while I do that, I am going to do something else that's really fun, and I'm gonna go like this.
Wait, how did you do that?
I don't know. I'm magic.
I don't know either.
So there you go. It's now Marvelous Movie Mondays time, but the subathon ticker is still at the bottom to remind you to sub to get all that stuff in as we play this intro and get into our Marvel games. Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Marvelous Movie Mondays. If you've been watching our subathon for this first half hour, thank you. Continue to like, continue to comment in the live chat, continue to subscribe, send it to your friends, annoy the crap out of them with this video. We want to hit many subscriptions. I almost said thousands, but that's kind of setting a very high bar there. Kelsey, how are you doing? You ready for some Marvel movie games?
I'm really excited, Dill. I've been wanting to do a kind of game night-esque style episode for quite some time now. I didn't know which kind of games I wanted to do, so I basically kind of themed each round off of like a board game, like a classic board game you would play.
Yeah.
Most of the rounds anyway. One of them is kind of a throwaway. I didn't
For
know what to call it, but
For context, every time Kelsey has like a birthday party or some big party or whatever, she literally invents a board game. She for your most recent birthday, you invented a Kelsey board game for your party. Like
yeah,
it
I
was
did.
nuts. It was pretty
So
cool.
I turned 25, so I did a SpongeBob themed birthday party because what's funnier than 24, 25? And I had like all these SpongeBob trivia questions, all these trivia questions about me. There were challenges. Yeah, it was really, really. I love a game. I love a game night. So
And
I've been
it's
wanting to
different
do
than our
this.
trivia nights because we do trivia here every week for Marvelous Movie Mondays or every month, and then we also do our trivia nights every month now. And it's really fun now to kind of just have it just be a game night and not necessarily about how well you know the MCU. I mean, it helps as you said, but
Yeah.
it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, because the trivia, as someone who's competed in trivia, it gets kind of stressful. I'm sweating the whole time, even when I'm not competing and I'm just the one asking the questions. I'm sweating. So I just wanted to do something like really, really like no stakes at all, just fun, just vibes. Something for everyone to just like kick back and relax and hang out. So.
Yeah. All right, cool. So let's bring on the 5 other people who will be playing, and I'm playing in this one. This is gonna be
You're
fun 'cause
playing too, Dill.
I get to play in this, and I also get to play in the trivia later. Like I'm having such a blast already. It really, honestly, gets a lot off my workload, which planning a 24-hour stream is very difficult. So Zach will be with us shortly in about 10 minutes, but he's running a little bit behind. So as soon as Zach gets in here, we'll just throw him in, and he'll just be at a point deficit. I don't even know if there are points. I don't know how this is going to go. We'll see how it goes. You're going to run it. I'm going to just sit back and listen.
Oh.
But once again, bringing back to the stage, JD, Stacy, Chris, Chad, missed Chris, sorry. Chris, Chad, and Maddie Fresh there. I'm going to get rid of the Marvelous Movie Mondays banner because people know what show this is, just so we can make some room for all of us. There we go. And then Zach will join when Zach joins. All right, Kelsey, I'm going to put you right in the middle, Kels. Right there in the middle. You're going to be the one kind of running the ship here, steering the ship. So, Kelsey, whenever you're ready, take it away with Marvelous Movie Games. You were muted, so I'll say it one more time while you unmute. Take it away, Kels, for Marvel Movie Games.
Okay. Just bear with me because this is my first time running a match myself, so I just have to write everyone's names who
Don't call it a match, then I'm gonna get anxiety.
Sorry, not a match. It's just games. It's just silly goofy games, guys.
A melee.
Don't worry.
And you guys in the chat, like, feel free to play along. Usually for trivia, it's not good for us to have any sort of answers. So wait, like, until the answers of everyone else are revealed, and then you can like share what you would have put in the comments.
Okay, I have to share my screen.
Yeah,
but I'm
I can do that
nervous
for you right now.
Oh, you can share my screen?
No, you can share it, and I can put it up there. So you would press present and then share screen, and then I'll put it up there. So just make sure there's no like spoilers or anything.
I don't. Okay.
Oh, is that your porn?
I don't want you to see my slides.
It's like Ted 2, Black Hawks. I'm like, get it off. Imagine.
What if I wanted?
You can share just like a window. When you press share screen, you'll be able to choose like a window or tab to share.
Window. Oh wow, this is great.
Yep.
Okay,
and
don't
now,
look.
Wait, can I bring it up?
Wait.
I have to share it.
Hit present, I think.
No,
wait.
I have to share it. So once it's ready, let me know.
Okay, but don't. Oh, did you do that, Dill?
No, I didn't do anything. Now I did it.
Why did it just? Wait! Don't look! Nobody look! Wait,
Kelsey.
how do I start
We should have done a test run.
Sorry.
Do you want to like make it? If you make it a slideshow right now, let me know, and then I'll bring it up when it's ready.
Okay. Let me hit present so it's just on the title card.
Matt and I did a practice trial.
Okay, Dill. I'm so sorry.
Oh, hey, we have 23 hours.
Listen, we did a practice, but this is good for when I have to use Google
All right, I think it works.
Later.
Is this what you want?
Yeah, but now I can't see anyone because I'm presenting a slideshow.
Can you like shift the window over or no?
Well, if I exit out of the presentation, it's going to go back to the slides. Do you know what I'm saying?
Pull it up on your phone. All right, we need to get going.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm trying to think of a good way to do this.
Should I wait? Should I just enter? I can enter the live stream through my phone.
And
Let me do
mute-
that.
Yeah, and then I'll mute you. That way you can just see everyone else. I guess that'll
Okay.
be the best way to do it. But I love this little
Well,
background.
she can be in the waiting room and see everything.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll put you down
Wait,
here, Kelsey.
where am I? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, this is fun. Hey, listen, the best thing about the subathon is that everyone gets to kind of see the behind the scenes of how we like prep everything and get settled in and everything. Like I remember last year, Matt and I planning the cold open for Frame Rec live was fun. And we'll have to probably we'll probably have to do that. Do we do that for Nostalgia Junction, Matt?
I didn't think we did a I hope not, because I have not written one. But
oh yeah, that's
Okay.
all I'll do.
I entered the studio on my phone, Dill. Oh wait, no, I didn't. Wait. Okay, now I did. Oh shit.
No, so now turn your volume down on your phone.
Yeah, that's smart. Okay.
Is this good for you, Kels?
Yeah.
Okay,
This
cool.
works.
And you can see all of us?
Yeah, wait 1 second.
Just so people know what it looks like, I just for amusement, I'm going to show you the Kelsey cam.
It's not letting me turn the. Stop doing that.
Stacy, never competitive, never.
Never.
Actually, by the time we get this started, Zach might be ready. So let's hope he pops in when he can. Tato, oh yes, we just saw this faction come together. Tato rooting on his faction mate Stacy there. Let's go, Stacy. That's fun. I love that picture, Tato. That is just glorious.
Wait,
I love
do
it.
you hear an echo, Dill?
No.
I don't. No.
Oh,
Nope.
okay, great. Okay, so welcome to the Marvel-ous Movie Games. Like I said, each round is going to be very loosely based off of a board game, but like not at all. So, round 1.
Wow.
ooh, that looked nice.
yeah.
Can we see that again?
Oh,
can
yeah,
you see that
sure.
again, Kels? That's beautiful. Wow.
That's nice.
Oh my God.
I
Oh,
had no
Kels,
part
I'm
in
like-
making this. I found this on the internet.
Don't
to
say
be
You
that.
clear.
curated it. You
Did you
curated
even
it.
did it come with the round 1 on it?
No, I put that there.
See, that's
Well,
all you. That's all you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that round 1,
combination is
baby.
great.
That's all me.
Aesthetically, you did your job. I'm
Thank you,
proud.
thank you. Okay, round 1 is Clue, or guess the MCU character based off of the emojis. So I'm going to give you 5
Oh.
emojis and 15 seconds, and here are your first set of emojis.
And we're not playing for points. We're just having fun, right?
Well, I'm gonna like claim there's a winner, but you don't really win anything.
So this is a movie or a character?
This is a character in the MCU.
This game is skewed against old people.
Or millennials.
I am
That's what I
notoriously
mean by
able
old
to
people.
know.
Look, we don't have any old people in the stream though. That's fine.
And I'm not, just so you know, I'm not cheating. I'm just talking to Zach. just so people know.
You know, Dill.
Well, you can look up the answer to this really anyway. Like, how would that work?
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very good. And what was everyone's answers?
Do
Oh,
we
it
wanna
was.
do this
Dill?
You
again?
just want us to.
Dill, I'm going to start with you.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I
Peggy
can't see-
Carter. Peggy-
Okay, Chad, what was your answer?
That Agent Peggy Carter.
JD,
Peggy Carter.
Stacy,
Peggy Carter. I should probably get a different pen, but it's too late now.
Matt,
I have Captain Carter. I don't know if that counts because it is the same person, just different
okay,
timeline.
Chris,
I have different characters as Spider-Man. So.
and the character was Peggy Carter.
Kelsey, can I ask, what is the salsa dancing?
Okay, so it's like their dance. Remember how
Oh,
they were
okay.
supposed to
Yeah.
go on
I
the
got you. I got
dance?
you. I was taking it too literally. I was
Okay,
like,
so
what's
everyone
Peggy
got it.
Merengue.
except for
They're
Chris.
for me.
Okay,
Yeah.
your next set of emojis. Boom.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh.
and
For which character?
Oh, true.
Hmm.
I'm gonna take the most literal approach.
5, 4, 3,
2. Zach
1.
is here also. Yay, Zach. Hey, Zach.
It's the subathon.
Everyone's favorite time of year.
Is it?
Oh, can I
fine.
guess?
Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna start
write
from
it
the
down.
bottom up. Chris, we're gonna start with you.
Wait, Kelsey, I'm writing it down. I already know the rules.
Oh, okay,
Like, 'cause I
great,
watched
Zach.
it on
What's
the
your
screen.
answer?
It's Captain Marvel.
Okay, Chris,
Captain Marvel.
Matt,
Carol Danvers.
Stacy.
Captain Marvel / Carol Danvers. Can you see this?
Ah,
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can.
JD,
I wanted to do what Stacy did, but I blanked Captain Marvel though. I had
Okay.
Captain Marvel.
Chad.
I almost wrote Goose, but instead I wrote Captain Marvel.
Okay, and Dill.
Carol Danvers.
Congratulations, you all get a point.
Woo!
Carol Danvers. And here are your next emojis.
Ooh.
Fuck. Okay.
I love the commentary.
I love what tips me off is not what should tip me off. Like Captain
Was it
Marvel
the
was
taco for you?
microphone that did it for me.
Was it the taco for you for this one?
Yes,
That's
it
what
was the
got it
taco.
for me.
Microphone,
Okay.
taco,
And
obvious.
5, 4, 3,
Wait, maybe I don't know anymore.
1. Dill.
Now that I'm seeing the playing card, it might be Jimmy Woo, but I'm gonna go Ant-Man.
Okay, Chad.
Yeah, I put Ant-Man, Scott Lang.
JD.
I got confused by taco. I went with Luis.
Okay. Stacy.
Ant-Man, Scott Lang.
Scott Lang
Matt?
does the magic before Jimmy Woo. does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
how he gets
Chris.
into it.
Yeah, to talk over the giveaway. Ant-Man Scott Lang.
And Zach.
I too thought it was Jimmy Woo, but I got Ant-Man in at the last second.
And it was Scott Lang, aka Ant-Man. So everyone got a point except for JD.
James Woo.
And your next set of emojis.
It looks like he's farting. Sorry.
Kelsey Kilpatrick.
What? What do you want from me? All right.
I don't know what this is.
I don't know. I don't think I know what this is.
Immediately, I knew.
Kelsey
Oh.
all over Shane.
This is funny.
Kelsey Kilpatrick.
Mhm.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zach.
This is Pietro. It's freaking Quicksilver.
Oh,
you jerk.
no.
Okay, Chris. What did you say?
Shane, Quicksilver.
Okay, Matt.
I didn't have it.
Stacy.
I also did not have it, which now I feel
JD?
ridiculous. For not having it.
I didn't have it because my pen keeps on failing on me.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I didn't
JD.
have it because I
Chad?
forgot he existed.
I wrote Quicksilver.
And Dill.
Yeah, the Playboy bunnies almost threw me off. I get now you mean twins. Quicksilver.
And it was Pietro Maximoff.
Kelsey.
So everyone got except
Yeah,
for
this is what I said. Older millennials.
It could have
Okay.
been
Could be thrown
Stanley
off.
as Hugh
I don't
Hefner.
know.
Okay,
I'll be
next.
honest, I just forgot that he existed altogether. So
Are you sure this
You know,
is
that's super
MCU and
fair.
not the B movie, Kels?
I didn't have a lot of emojis to go off of for Pietro because he's in one movie. I mean, I guess I could have also done something from WandaVision, but it was really hard. But I wanted something a little more challenging because I feel like these are kind of easy, but maybe I'm just
This is the
insane.
face of an old person.
Okay, 5, 4, 3,
Oh, I wasn't paying
2,
attention.
1.
Mhm.
Who wasn't paying attention?
Me. It's okay.
It's okay. Just write something down, Zach. It's low stakes. Dill, you have time, Zach, because we're gonna start with Dill.
I don't. I don't.
The star and the pizza is the only way I'm getting here. America Chavez.
Okay, Chad.
Oh.
That's good.
I get that. I just
Okay.
What'd
That
you put,
makes-
Chad?
MJ.
Okay. JD.
I fought yellow. I went because of the B. I went with Yellow Jacket.
Okay. Stacy.
I didn't have it, but America Chavez is correct.
Yeah, that
Okay,
that
Matt?
sounds better.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't have gotten it from the star or the pizza, but the B, I don't have it. But when he said
Okay.
star, the B, it's American Chavez. I was like, oh, or pizza. Oh, the B, because that's what causes her to do the thing. Like the
Chris.
Yeah, America Chavez.
Good job. And Zach.
I mean, I'm writing it down right now. It's America Chavez. Don't give me that point.
Okay. Okay, so the only two that had it were Dill and Chris, right?
Nice job.
Okay, yeah, it was America Chavez because her star and the bee and her
I totally
two
forgot about the
moms,
bee thing. Yeah, I
and
got
that's
two
just
moms.
her at the end.
fair.
I was like, which ones are lesbians? But I couldn't figure it
Which
out.
ones are lesbian?
These are your next set of emojis, everyone. Pay attention, all
Okay.
right?
I
Oh,
love this
all
one.
right. All right.
The gorilla emoji is always just such a good one.
He's
Like-
kind of
I
sexy.
feel like I just can't think of
It's
anything
kind of
else.
sexy.
Like, I
He's
love
like,
Come on now. Okay,
Yeah.
5, 4, 3,
Attention.
1.
Oh, he needs more
Zach?
time. He needs more
I
time.
am-
Chris needs more time.
Oh,
That's what
we need a
extension
time
is.
heist?
He
You
said
got
extension.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, you
I
ready?
didn't know those were allowed.
I
Me neither. Oh,
Are you ready, Chris?
I don't know how to spell a guy name.
yeah,
but-
I'm also gonna need a time
Alright.
host.
Oh,
I am-
Okay.
he needs more time.
Zach, we're going to start with you.
I am just kidding. We are vegetarians. It's Mbaku.
Chris, what'd you have?
No,
Did you get
I did it. I didn't spell it right. I said when to do it. I should have spelled it. Did it catch your name right?
Okay. Matt?
Now I see that's not Earth, that's Africa. Okay, I don't have it.
Okay, Stacy?
I don't have it either. This seems so easy at first, and now it's just
I'm telling you, it's
nothing
old
to
people.
me when you show them.
JD?
Mm-hmm.
Old people or millennials that were really on the edge. I'm telling you, I didn't have it either.
Chad?
I couldn't pull M'Baku, but I wrote down Gabe. That's who he is in Us.
Okay. Jill?
Oh,
Did you
yeah,
have him?
I thought he ate a carrot for some reason, but I said it.
The
He's a
broccoli is
hot
Is
He
that-
does-
he is
It is M'Baku. He
They
does
are
eat a
vegetarian.
carrot, but I put the broccoli because I thought that was
Yeah.
more like vegetarian-esque.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 'cause
Then
I remember
later
that scene where you're just
this
like
season
chomping the
He's
carrot.
kidding about being a vegetarian. He eats a hot dog later at a meeting.
Does
Oh,
he?
yeah, you're right.
Movie.
What is this?
These are
I-
your next set of
I know what
emojis.
this one is. I actually know
yeah.
this one.
I might know
Oh,
this
okay.
one.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. I freaking
Again.
do tonight.
The weirdest things that tip me off.
I
Yeah, that M'Baku thing threw me off
Maybe?
because I
Oh,
just
yeah,
saw
I
him
guess I
in
need 10 of
Fall
these.
Guy. the
This
other
one
day.
is one that is like more obvious, but you overthink it because the last two rounds
Five,
were very hard.
4, 3, 2, 1. Dill, starting with you.
Yeah, I don't remember where the apple comes in, but the hands, I went Doctor Strange.
I know
Okay,
what
Chad.
you're
When he first changes time, he does it to make the apple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say. I wrote Doctor Strange. I love the middle one because it's Doctor Strange 2.
JD.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm just completely lost in this game.
Okay, Stacy.
Oh, Doctor Strange. And it was the zombie that tipped me off this time.
Me
Love
too.
it. Matt.
Me
That's
too.
like the first thing I was like,
Me
zombie.
too. Doctor Strange dead? Dead Doctor Strange? I don't know if you want to be specific or not, but
Love it. Chris
In a couple of hours, they're being featured in my friend group, Doctor Strange.
and Zach.
Let me walk you through my thought process. I
Okay.
saw the coat and I thought, I'm something of a scientist myself. And then I saw the hands and he's like, who have I become? And then I saw the zombie and I was like, oh, because he's I wrote Norman Osborn. It's wrong.
Oh, okay.
That was a
But I
good guess.
had- and you know what? I thought maybe he ate an apple at some
It
point.
was unfortunately Doctor Strange.
I bet he's eating an apple.
Unfortunately, it was.
What the fuck is that fourth one, Kels? I don't even know.
that's a sweet.
A sweet potato.
That is not a sweet potato.
That is absolutely
No
a sweet
way.
potato.
Okay, but think
Okay.
of a sweet potato
It
in the
hasn't been- it
context of
hasn't been-
Marvel.
Carameled or whatever you do to mushrooms are not on top. Marshmallows are not on top of it, but it's a sweet potato.
What did you just say? All right.
That doesn't help me know what it is, but
Oh my god, there's a
That is the one emoji that I've always been
Five,
like, what food
four.
is that?
3,
It's
2,
time heist.
1. Zach.
I think
Got
it's
it.
wrong, but I wrote Bucky Barnes.
Okay, Chris.
I also see Watch Out of Winter Soldier based on the car from
Matt?
Civil War.
I didn't say anything. But I thought Bucky Barnes, but then the leg threw me off, so I don't know.
Okay, Stacy. Any
So
guesses?
I wrote War Machine Rhodey because of the leg, but I could have sworn the sweet potato was a Falcon thing. So I'm really confused.
Okay, JD.
I want Vision.
Okay, Chad.
I also wrote Bucky, but I thought it could be Vision because of the color.
Yeah.
Okay, and Dill.
Yeah, I have no idea. Bucky Barnes.
Okay, you're all wrong. It was Nebula.
Oh, my
Our
He
trivia,
eats-
our trivia
Oh!
champ Tato had it. Tato had
Okay.
it.
Damn.
Listen, the beetroot that she eats in
Yarroot. God damn
in
it.
the two, and then in Guardians 3 when she can't open the car door. That's why I put the car.
I got it confused with the
And he
thing
says,
with.
"Open the fucking door."
I got it
Okay.
confused with the thing with Bucky and Malcolm in the car.
All right,
We have
Wait,
two
is that
more-
sex?
Two more. Oh,
Yeah, that looks like sex to me.
That looks like sex.
all right.
Gold?
Trophy.
All right, so
Somebody's got
scoring.
Trophy sex.
Porn?
I'm all lost
So,
now.
we've got scoring and sex.
Yeah, I'm just.
Okay,
Sex in a
but
spaceship.
what is right before
Okay.
the sex?
Okay.
A spaceship.
Space sex.
I gave you guys a big hint there.
I got it.
Okay.
No, we
Five,
saw the
I'm very
spaceship.
confident. I'm
Four,
very confident that this is a
Oh,
hard one.
kind of nice.
1. Okay,
Very nice.
I'll give you guys 10 more seconds.
This-
Time ice.
I missed when I was the only one who
Throwing me
knew.
off.
Like M'Baku, that round was mine. It was cake. What's happened? Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Okay, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dill, what do you got?
He scored with an alien from space. I don't know. I said Nick Fury because of Secret Invasion. He bones that.
Okay,
Oh,
Chad.
I wrote Icarus and Cersei, Bow Chicka Wow Wow.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, you're right.
Icarus and
AD.
Cersei Boucher.
I went Star Wars because of the first time we saw Star Wars, but
okay, Stacy.
I also went Star Lord because you wouldn't want to put a black light in that ship.
yeah.
Matt?
There's been a lot of sex
I
going on
said
in there.
Star Lord because of the whole Captain Kirk thing with him. Is really it.
Gotcha. Chris,
I saw Kathy Lang got because of trophy.
who did you say?
Kathy Lang.
Cassie.
Okay, gotcha.
Chris.
And
There's that
Cassie
sex
Lang
Chad.
can't be
emoji.
having
I
sex
wrote
in space.
Kevin Bacon.
Okay, so
He's
this
a
was
child.
actually the Grand Master because
Oh,
of the
him.
he uses for orgies.
The stadium should have given it away. I
Chad
know
had to
it's
run. He'll be
stadium.
back later. Chad
You know
had
what I
to run. He'll be
mean?
back later.
So no one gets the point. Okay, last round of emojis, people.
Thank God.
Boom.
Oh
Right.
my god. Okay.
Oh, I got it.
I maybe
I don't.
Oh, I do.
That, though.
I got it.
there's
The
only one
umbrella.
other
The umbrella's
person.
a good one, Kelsey.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
umbrella is what did it for me.
Thank you.
We have Umbrella Academy
Thank
characters.
Oh,
Okay, ready? 5, 4, 3,
No, I got
2, 1.
Oh,
Zach,
Can I talk?
write it. Yeah, write it down quickly.
I mean, I'll just say it out loud. I'm gonna say Maria Hill, but I think it's
Okay.
wrong.
Can I go
Chris?
next?
I
Oh.
said Brett Ritter.
Okay, Matt.
Mary Poppins, y'all. Yondu.
Oh,
Okay,
God
Stacy.
damn it!
yeah, I said Black Widow, but it's not that.
Okay,
It just was like, who's
KD?
dead?
Yeah, I went Tony Stark, but yeah, that umbrella.
God
That's a good.
Damn it, Matt!
that's a good pull. Yeah,
I was
And,
trying to think of who had
Dill?
an umbrella at the
I
grave.
got you, Yondu, baby.
Alrighty, and that concludes the end of round 1. Let's see what the leaderboard looks like so far. So far, Dill is in the lead.
Oh,
I want to say
surprise.
with 8 points. Behind him, Chad with 6 points, and then I have Zach, Chris. No, sorry. Matt is then behind Chad with 5
Oh.
points. Chris and Zach are tied with 4. Oh, sorry. Stacy, Chris, and Zach are all tied with 4. And JD, you're falling behind with 2. Let's see if
It doesn't feel
round
possible
2
that I am in third place.
Let's see if
I
round
fucking need
2
emojis, so
we
that
can
that
pick
makes
it up
sense.
here.
Me too.
So round 2 is 2 truths and a lie.
Hells yeah.
So fun.
my favorite. thing.
Between these 3 MCU facts, which one did I actually just make up?
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, and our first
These
MCU.
graphics are so good.
Thank you. I worked really hard on this. The first movie we will be hearing facts from is Thor Ragnarok. Our first fact, or not, is in an interview, Taika Waititi said that 80% of the film was improvised. During the world premiere, Mark Ruffalo had forgotten to end his Instagram live, so he accidentally recorded the first 10 minutes of the film.
I love Mark.
Or Tessa Thompson designed the Valkyrie insignia tattoo noticed by Thor in the film.
Can we rate A, B, and C?
A, B, and C. It's what I was going to ask. Yeah.
Yeah, just write A, B, or C, and I'll know.
We're just saying the lie, right?
Yeah, you're just pointing out which one is that I made up.
Okay.
Out of my kooky little brain.
Kelsey, how many rounds are there total?
5.
Okay, cool.
Here's the thing. One of these could be a lie, but it could be a lie by someone, and it's true that they said the lie. So I don't know.
You're absolutely
All right, you guys have you guys are out of time. So, what do we all say? You can all just show your boards at once.
I said A.
I said A.
Okay. And wait, sorry, Dill, just go down the line really quickly. What'd you say?
A. I believe it's A because he said that about Love and Thunder, not Ragnarok.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
JD?
I believe it's A, but it could be true.
Okay, Stacy?
I said C.
Okay. Matt?
I said A for the same reason Dill did.
Okay, Chris?
I said C, bro.
And Zach?
I said A because I think it's not 80%. It's like 70 or 50.
Oh,
Okay.
it's definitely not
And
80%. But
the false fact was fact number C. Tessa Thompson designed the Valkyrie insignia. It was actually designed by Taika Waititi.
See,
So good job.
That's what I meant by Taika Waititi's
Stacy
definitely
and
wrong about 80%, but that's a lie he said, and it's true that he said.
that's why I said you're absolutely correct, because I knew that's what you were getting at.
Oh no, She-Hulk.
The next one is She-Hulk. Here are some of our facts or not facts. Alison Brie was considered for the role of Jennifer Walters. Augustus Pugliese, I don't know how to say his last name, was an original character created for the series. Or She-Hulk marked Jamila Jamil's 5th time appearing in a comic book feature.
Oh, thinking.
This is like Big Brother style challenge. This is tough.
Which one is false?
I have a clarification question, but that just might give it away. So I'm gonna wait. And if I'm wrong, I'm gonna raise hell.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone, really quickly, we're going to start with Zach and just tell me your letters. Zach?
Oh, man. A? No clue.
Chris?
C.
Matt?
I said C because She-Hulk is not a feature. It's a series.
Okay. Stacy?
I said A only because I didn't think you'd do C twice in a row.
I also thought that.
JD?
I went B, but I believe it could be A because they were looking at one point for an Alison Brie type, but I don't think she was actually seriously considered.
And Dill?
Yeah, I went with A, but Matt's theory could be a mislead as well.
Well, I remember Alison Brie being, but you're right, it's the type.
I didn't
so
know
don't
that. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had got all these facts from IMDb, and they had said 2 different times that they were looking for an Alison Brie type, but then later on they even went as far to offer her the role. So or not offer her the role, but consider her for it. And so therefore the false fact was that Augustus, the role of Pug, was a character created for the series.
God.
That's a lie. It was actually her paralegal friend, Nikki Ramos, who was the original character created for the series. So someone said B. Who was
I did.
it?
D.
Yeah, I did. JD.
It was JD?
See, this is where I needed a clarification because
The next set of facts is from Guardians of the Galaxy. Stan Lee was originally going to be featured as one of the collector's trophies and was even written to give Peter Quill the finger, but Disney executives rejected this idea. James Gunn had originally written for Drax to sacrifice himself at the end of the film, resulting in his death. Or Jim Carrey was considered for the voice of Rocket Raccoon.
Ooh.
All they would be interesting fact, and they were true.
Which one is a complete lie I just made up? You let me know in about 10 seconds.
Maybe now want to listen to director commentary.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dill, A, B, or C?
C. No way.
JD,
I also said C.
Stacy,
I also said C.
Matt,
I said C because I'm pretty sure Bradley Cooper was the first person cast in that movies.
Chris,
A sound too crazy to be true.
and Zach.
I wrote C, but I do think it's A.
So I'm so sorry, you were all wrong. It was actually fact
Damn
B.
Damn it!
Wow.
I wrote
The
that
char-
down first and erased it.
The character that he originally written to die at the end of the first
Yondu.
Guardians was actually Yondu.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Ant-Man and the Wasp. Let's
Most
see
memorable.
what the facts are for Ant-Man and the Wasp. Michael Douglas had suggested to Peyton Reed that his real-life wife, Catherine Zeta-Jones, should play the role of Janet Van Dyne. Paul Rudd was actually a big fan of magic as a kid and had already known how to do the close-up magic tricks he does in the film. Or, in the comics, Ghost is actually a man who is a main villain of Iron Man and never actually fights Ant-Man.
Okay. So
I think I
where
know
I'm
this.
going.
God, both 1 and 2, both A and B sound so correct that it's really hard to get off of that.
Well,
I-
that would
I
lead you
know-
to
Yeah,
Kelsey, I
but
guess.
hey, the problem is I know one of these is right.
5,
That leaves 2.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, shoot.
Zach, what
I
was
wrote-
your letter?
I wrote C.
Okay.
I went with A.
Chris? Matt?
I wrote C despite my better judgment because in comics, never actually fights. It's hard to even confirm. But I went with C.
Stacy?
I wrote A because I want B to be true and I have no idea about C.
Okay. JD?
C is right because he was in Armored Wars. He was like a I'm gonna A.
I don't know, man.
And Dill?
No, never mind.
I'm trying to think of what-
I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
I'm trying
Never
to think
mind.
of what Kelsey would have created as a fact, so I went with B.
I'm wrong. I am wrong.
And congratulations, Dill. You are
Oh,
the
wow.
only one correct. Paul Rudd had to learn the close-up magic for
I
the
just
film. He did
wanted
not
that to
already
be
know
true.
it.
Yeah, I wanted
Yeah,
that to be true.
it feels very Paul Rudd to be into
Yeah.
magic,
I
which
also
is
don't.
how I knew you guys were gonna fall for it.
I knew C was true, and I knew Kelsey.
That was
wouldn't have
my
made up
problem.
A.
Like B felt so right to me that like, and I
Kelsey
knew
from the next
C
one.
was. I knew C was either Taskmaster or Ghost were Iron Man villains.
Yeah.
So then I knew it was like, oh, it has to be A. But yeah.
And our last set of facts is coming from Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings.
Oh, you mean
Here
the best
there are.
MCU film in the last decade? I agree.
The first actor attached to the project was Simu Liu, marking his first job as the lead of a film. After creating the creature of Morris, Daniel Destin Crinton and writer Dave Callahan made a bet that if Kevin Feige actually approved it for the film, Callahan would get a tattoo of him, meaning Morris. Or at the end of the film, Benedict Wong improvised, pushing the chairs with Shang and Katie's friends in them while they were out drinking at the bar.
Oh, that's a tough. Oh.
Interesting. Okay. I want to be wrong so badly.
I want to be wrong so
I
badly,
have
too.
I keep voting based on what I want to be real and not real. One I usually know is
And
true, and one I want to be true.
4, 3, 2, 1. Zach, your letter.
I wrote A.
Chris,
I know it's not A. I went with C.
It's not A. Not.
Matt,
I wrote A.
Stacy,
I wrote C.
JD,
I wrote B, but I want to be wrong so badly.
and Dill.
Yeah, we're split right down the middle. I wrote C.
Alrighty. Some of you were right and some of you weren't. Let's find out who right
Gotcha.
now. It was fact A. The first actor attached to the project was Simu Liu. The first actor you're never gonna guess who was attached to the project was Aquafina.
Aquafina. That was my guess. That was my guess.
All right, and that brings us to round 3.
But it
Guys,
was his first role, right? That was true.
it was his
Yeah.
first time
But he
leading
wasn't
a
the first
film.
time. Okay.
Outside of
That
his
was
he wasn't
not
the
photo
first. Yes.
business.
I misread
All
the
right, guys.
question. That was,
I
that
have a
was
question
okay.
for
Me too.
everyone. Are you guys feeling the love in the air? Because I am. This
No,
round is going to be dedicated, I'm trying to say, to the MCU ships. You know, the relationships, canon or not canon. You know, the fandom
We're about to
has-
play Fuck, Marry, Kill. Is that what we're gonna do?
So actually, Dill, we're about to play Mystery Date. Or is this a fan fiction you can read on the internet right now, or just something Kelsey made up?
Bravo.
And here is the first
Bravo.
fan fiction, real or not real.
I
Let's
love
decide.
the classic.
I love
game
this
show.
so much.
You guys can just write like true or false, I guess, on your boards. All right, this
Oh,
one is
that's
called
so
Beats
good.
Per Minute. After the Battle of New York, Bruce lets Natasha stay with him, but the arrangement seems to test his control over the Hulk in ways he did not expect. She's only a Russian spy and the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. What could go wrong? Is this a real fan fiction you can read right now, or just something I made up?
This seems so
am.
tame, man. This seems
That's a-
tame.
That's
This
I
is
read
so
a lot of
great.
fiction. I haven't read a lot.
Oh, I love this so much.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dill?
I think
True
you
or
made-
false?
I think you made that up.
Okay, JD.
I'm just gonna guess true for everything because I think I'm just gonna want everything to be true. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm just gonna. That's how I'm gonna
Stacy?
play this game. One of you
I
guys know. what
said false just because of the placement of the story. If it was after Age of Ultron, I might have said true.
Okay. I love it. Matt.
I said true.
Okay, Chris.
It sounds like something I would have read on Trip.
Okay, Zach.
I'm gonna say false. I think this is a little tame.
Okay. It's
Yep.
not real. It's
Yes,
something I
Stacy, it's
made
Zach.
up.
Yeah.
But guys, it's just gonna get worse from here. Okay, this next one is called Perfect for Me. Bucky buys Peter Parker at an auction and brings him home for him and his boyfriend Steve to do as they please.
Oh man. Oh.
I feel like I have to swim up. So.
I love how like writing true is really funny because it's like it's true fan fiction, but it's not true in the actual canon. Maybe it will be something.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dill. Oh, sorry, Zach.
Yeah, okay.
This is true. This is real.
Okay, Chris.
Never wrote it in the stick. Okay, true.
Okay. Matt.
True, and please send me the link.
Stacy.
True. This definitely sounds like something some weirdo would make up. And if that weirdo
Okay. JG. And Dill.
I said it was true. This can't be made up.
Yeah, this is not something I invented in my brain. This is a real fanfic you can read right now.
Chad's back.
This next one is called Midori Sour.
What is
Yummy.
happening?
In an alternate universe, Mobius works at a bar where Loki often frequents. After one too many bad first dates, Mobius wonders if he should finally shoot his shot with the man he's been infatuated with from afar.
Find these, or did you make it up?
The thing is, half of these are made up. So Kelsey found them in her own weird brain, which I love because it's so funny.
5,
Some of these
4,
are real because Kelsey
3,
wrote them.
2, 1. All right, Dill.
I
you
think,
got? True or false?
Kelsey made this up. I think this is false.
Okay. JD.
Once again, I want this to be true, but I think it is false. I'm going against my strategy.
Okay, Stacy.
I also said false.
Okay. Matt.
I said fake.
Okay. Chris.
I got the Ian false. Got interrupted.
Oh, it's Kelsey.
You know
Chad's
what?
back. Chad's
I'm
back.
going against
Oh.
the grain. True.
Chad,
Does
welcome
Chad
to
have an
chaos.
Oh,
Oh, he's
sorry,
never mind.
Chris. What was your answer?
True.
Okay, and Zach.
This is not real.
Unfortunately, Chris is the only one who's right. It is real.
Okay.
I did not make
Oh,
this
that's
up.
great. That's great. I'm like,
All right, the next one is called "Everything That Happens on Sakaar Stays on Sakaar."
Okay.
After proving herself to the Guardians time and time again, Nebula thinks she has finally earned their trust. She just has to go on one last mission. Retrieve the Dragon Fang, a weapon so deadly it should surely be able to kill Thanos. She just didn't anticipate on falling for the woman, a warrior named Valkyrie, wielding it.
Oh man.
Is this real? Sounds pretty juicy.
I would love anybody to take any of these that are not real and make it their own fan fiction now.
All right.
Yeah, if we hit 2,000 subs, Kelsey will
5,
perform
4,
it,
3,
in a staged
2,
reading.
1. Zach?
Oh, I'm gonna go. I think it's false. I don't think it's real.
Okay, Chris?
Changing up a bit of thankful.
Hey, Liam.
Okay, Matt?
I have fake.
Okay, Stacy?
I said true because the title just felt so true to me.
Okay, JD?
once again, I want this to be real, but I think it's false.
Okay,
I just want
Dill?
Nebula to find happiness.
I
in
feel like that
something
title is
first.
something you made up, Kels. I'm gonna go first.
okay, and it is not real. It is something I made up.
I think the moment of
I
the
will
stream
say
so
I
far
would
for me
like
is
this to
Matt
be.
going, "Hey, Liam." Shh. That's my moment of the stream so far.
This next one is called An Illicit Royal Affair. Adam Warlock is about to become the High Priest of the Sovereign, and with it comes more protection, including a new bodyguard. He just didn't expect her to be named Gamora, or to be a her. Little bodyguard romance?
Hmm.
Oh my. Oh.
Just so you know, Kels, chat is back now. So, Chatty Daddy.
Are-
plays.
Oh,
Are these things that are supposed to happen in the movies?
so
Fanfic.
these are fan fictions.
We're trying to guess
Real
if-
or not
We're
real?
trying to guess if they're true
Oh.
fan fictions or false ones that Kelsey just came up with.
I'm on
And
board.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dill?
I think this is true.
Okay. JD?
Yeah, true.
Okay. Stacy?
I said false, but I need a second.
Oh. Matt?
Real.
Chris?
We're going against the green stand here, thankful.
And Zach?
I think you made this up.
Okay. And Chad, do you have a guess?
Yeah, I think it's true.
Okay. And it is, in fact, real. This next one is called the IQ test. In an alternate universe, a 19-year-old Tony Stark was never orphaned, only his mother died. Now, only a year after her death, Howard Stark is getting remarried, and with it comes a complication Tony never saw coming. A new stepbrother by the name of Justin Hammer. Up until this point,
Yeah.
Tony had never met someone who could compete with him, especially academically. And now the challenge Justin has presented excites him in ways he didn't know were possible. For a guy who's used to being right all the time, he didn't know he could go so wrong.
Lock it in. This is real. If it's not real, it's sad.
It needs to be a series.
Yes,
Block to any fan fiction I
absolutely.
ever read. So,
Absolutely.
Lock it in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zach, I'm starting with you.
It's
Or I
gotta
guess I'm
be
starting with
real.
Chad
It's
this
gotta-
time. Sorry. Chad's at the bottom now.
I think it's true.
Okay. Zach?
If it's not real, I don't know what else. I don't know what could be in this world. So yeah.
Okay, Chris?
it had to be real. It's the more ingenious pry I ever heard for fan fiction.
Okay, Matt?
I have real, and if it's not real, you need to pitch that to Disney as a series.
Okay, Stacy.
What if Jay?
I'll be honest, I was paying absolutely no attention because I was talking to my kids, but based on everybody's reaction, I went real.
Okay, JD.
This is my heart more than my head because it could be made up, but I want this to be real so badly. So I went with my heart and went true.
Okay, and Dill.
True.
So I'm so sorry, but this is something I made up.
Pitch it to Disney. Disney.
I second Matt's thought.
We need the stepbrother romance we don't deserve. Okay. Heaven on Earth. Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. Only a few weeks before T'Challa and Nakia's wedding, Shuri's fiance unexpectedly ends their engagement. Instead of going stag, and to avoid the onslaught of questions from her family, Shuri decides to hire an escort by the name of Namor to be her wedding date.
Okay.
Little enemies to lovers.
He killed her mother.
Yeah.
Well, not in this
I mean,
world.
did you guys see the movie though? Like that was what was happening anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say that happened in the movies.
4, 3, 2, 1. Dill.
I want to change my mind, but I already wrote down true. I think it's false because for reasons I don't know.
Okay, Chad. I mean, sorry, JD.
I do think it's true because I think that they did this based on the movie.
Okay, Stacy.
I said real. I have no idea anymore.
Okay. Matt.
Stacy's questioning her.
I have real, but I think I'm just always going to pick real because I want them all to be real.
I don't know if I'm real at this point. Okay,
Chris.
That's why I said you're questioning your own
No,
reality at this
very
point.
real.
Stacy.
So true.
Okay. Zach.
I think it's real and I'm angry.
Okay. And Chad.
I'll say not real just to be different.
Okay. And I'm so sorry, Chad. You were the only one who was wrong. It was real. It's real.
I would like
Okay,
to
this
address
one's called the
Davion real
Scarlet
quick.
Slut. Zach, get ready. Mentally prepare yourself. I'm so sorry. After reading a secret section in the back of the Dark Hold, the Slut Hold, Wanda Maximoff becomes an insatiable monster, hungering only for one thing, any man she can get her hands on. And she knows just where to find the smartest, strongest, and greatest men in the galaxy, starting with Tony Stark.
What have they
This
done?
is messed up in so many ways.
Kelsey, by the way, this is just your 8-minute update call.
Okay, so I have to be done in 8 minutes?
Later.
Theoretically, but Zach and I can shorten our segment if we need.
We can literally just talk about the 2 episodes like as one, and we have our safety rankings. So
yeah, in 15 minutes we could do that.
Okay,
so I'll give you an
5,
extra 15, Kelsey, if you need.
4, 3, 2, 1. Dill, are we starting? No, we're starting with Chad.
Oh, okay.
I think
Chad?
it's real.
Okay, Zach.
I want to say that you did this to hurt me, but I think it's real.
Okay, Chris.
I think it's false.
Okay, Matt.
Send me the link. It's real.
Okay. Okay, Stacy.
I said real because if 50 Shades of Grey can come from Twilight, then this needs to be the next breakout fan fiction.
Yes, slut hole.
JD.
Unfortunately, I think this is true, but after what happens with Civil War, this is really fucked up.
Yeah. And Dill.
I think you're very brilliant, but not brilliant enough for Slut Hold, so I'm gonna go true. Like,
All
I don't
right,
think you
congratulations.
Hey, Kelsey, I think you could come up with slut hole. Don't listen.
I just,
Oh my God.
I
Thank
think
you,
she's
Matt.
too. I don't think she would stoop that low, but okay, maybe.
Thank you. Okay. This one's called America's Ass.
This is Kelsey's.
Scott Lang always knew that the PIM particles he possessed were of great use and importance, but he didn't know there would come a time he would use them for more than just superhero
Oh my
stuff.
god.
Oh,
Turns
no.
out being able to enlarge or shrink any part of your body came in pretty handy in the bedroom. And becoming small enough to fit his entire body inside of things was game-changing. But when the toughest guy in the universe gets a taste of what it's like to have someone crawling around his colon, he can't get enough. Looks like Scott will be working for Thanos for a little while.
Watch The Boys and see why this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
True.
Yep.
True.
That was the boy season 3 episode 1.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dill,
I think this was yours. I said false.
JD,
I also went false, but I also would not be shocked if this was real.
Stacy,
I also went fake. Fake, false, whatever you want. Not real.
Matt,
I went fake for the opposite reason that Dill went true last time, because I think you are brilliant enough to write that.
Chris,
You put a lot of great stuff into something that not fail so far.
Zach,
I think you did this.
You
Chad.
did it.
I'll still be different and say true just to see if I can be right. Probably not.
Okay, congratulations. You were all right except for Chad. This is something I made
Sorry,
up.
Chad.
And our
Kelsey, just to
last
clarify,
fanfiction-
Kelsey, I think you're brilliant. I used the wrong choice of words. I meant like pure, like you're too.
Dylan,
too
I am giving you
innocent,
shit.
innocent was the word I was going to say for slut.
Thank
Like, I
you.
don't think you would have come up with that.
Dylan, I was just
I was
giving you
worried-
shit. I wasn't.
Well,
I
thank
wasn't.
you, Kelsey.
With this round, I was worried what you guys were going to think of me afterwards for concocting all this madness.
get going.
Okay, our last fan fiction of the round is With the Heart and Not the Mind. After a lifetime of trying to get the attention of Tony Stark, Aldrich Killian finally snapped. He knew he had to go big if he wanted revenge on the only man who never reciprocated his love. But he couldn't be the face of it. He needed an actor. He just never anticipated on the one he found, stealing his heart.
Oh my god.
Guys, then they stuck to.
Oh my god.
I thought this was. Tony / Aldrich, but it's Aldrich / Trevor.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chad?
True.
Okay. Zach?
I think this is real.
Chris?
True.
Matt?
Real.
Stacy?
I said fake because I don't want to think there's somebody out there that's getting off on Aldrich Killian with Trevor Slattery. That's just
JD?
I definitely think there is somebody out there that's probably drinking off
Probably.
on Killian.
Okay, and And thank you all. That is a really high compliment that you all think this is real, but it is not real.
That's
Yes.
so good with the misdirect at the end.
Not
Oh,
all.
that was so
Very
good.
good, Kelsey.
All righty.
Really
That brings
good.
us to round
That was
4.
good, Kelsey.
Kelsey,
Yes.
I got the point, right?
Yeah, you did,
Okay.
Stacey.
'Cause you
Yeah,
said
I got
all
it.
Can we get an
fake.
update, Kels? Who's in the lead?
Okay, so
Nothing.
my points are kind of messy, but Dill, it looks like you're in the lead with
Really?
5, 10, 15, 16 points.
Okay.
Then I have Matt and Stacy tied with 11 points.
Ooh.
Then I have Zach with 10. I have Chris with 5 plus 4, which is 9. And then I have, JD, you have 10 points too. Matt, JD, and Stacy. Sorry. Matt and Stacy both have 11 points. JD has 10. JD and Zach have 10. Chris D has 9, and Chad, because you've been like kind of in and out, you are in last place. Okay, round 4 is I forget. Oh, I remember. This is Guess Who. So in this round, I will be giving you 3 random letterbox reviews for any of the
I love
MCU
this.
films, and you have to guess the film based off of these fuck shit reviews. Good luck.
Okay.
So our first set of reviews are: there's enough Dutch angle shots in this film to kill a Victorian child. This film would have been better if they never went to Earth. And there's no way they expect me to take this bitch seriously with those ugly ass bleached eyebrows.
And
These are all real Letterboxd reviews that I found on Letterboxd, to be clear.
and
And you have 5,
I
4,
need an extension.
3, 2,
Nice.
1.
Guys.
Still, the Letterboxd king himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule and just say if we don't have it in time, we need to move on. So I'm just gonna keep going. Eternal.
We only have 24 hours, guys.
I know, but I have stuff.
Buddy, I'm giving you shit again. I'm sorry. I'm going to shut up.
Okay, JD,
Yeah, nope, I didn't have anything.
Stacy,
Oh, come on, it's obviously Thor, people.
Oh,
Matt?
He's a Shakespearean director. How is he not going to use Dutch angles?
Okay,
Chris.
Chris.
Yeah, I don't know what aspect of this movie. Sorry.
Forgot about
Zach?
Thor.
I wrote Cap Marvel because they hate women.
Okay, and Chad?
I couldn't write it down, but it's definitely Thor.
Okay, and it is Thor. Our next set of reviews are as follows. Really straight. My friends forced me to go see this instead of taking a nap, so now they're dead to me. And a defining film in the movies for dads who love Chris Nolan genre.
Okay.
Seconds are on the
This
clock.
is brilliant.
Thank
Really
you.
straight is hilarious.
So, what is the straightest Marvel movie you can think of? Let's find out together in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chad?
I don't know. Winter Soldier.
Okay. Zach?
I thought Winter Soldier.
Chris?
The Eternal? Because that Nolan.
Matt?
I have no idea. They're all kind of gay.
Stacy?
Based on the Nolan thing, I think Winter Soldier as well.
Chad?
That was my thought.
I'm sorry, I keep saying Chad. JD. Ooh.
I also went Winter Soldier, but it's really funny that they said really straight.
When that is
considering
not
it's
the
Bucky,
case.
but when it has Bucky and Cap, the most gay couple
And
that I've
Bill, what'd
ever
you say?
Yeah, the Nolan thing makes a lot of sense. I went Iron Man, but it's probably Winter Soldier.
So it's actually Doctor Strange.
Damn it!
No one gets the
Okay,
point.
Inception. I get it. Okay.
Really?
The next
great.
set of reviews are I hate
okay.
that Marvel made me look up average heart rate during sex.
Well,
A terrible
this
PS2 game.
Okay.
And kind of goofy, but also kind of fun.
I wonder if you're gonna pull any of my reviews for this film.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
no.
pen's going again, so I hope I don't.
Dill,
I
I
know
don't
it's
think
just-
so because I only went with the shortest reviews possible.
Mm.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry, let me get back
Me.
here. Dill,
Age of Ultron.
Oh.
JD,
Oh,
I went to Incredible Hulk because of the heart rate
Oh yeah,
thing.
it could be that.
Stacy.
That's what I was
It's
thinking. for
definitely
Age of
the Hulk because I had a whole thing about like whose heart rate is that high during
Ah,
sex.
yeah, true.
Matt,
I have Iron Man 2, but it's definitely something with Hulk in it. So
Chris,
I also went with Iron Man just because of terrible PS2 game.
Zach.
Yeah, I put the Hulk because I thought that would make the most sense for PS2.
Damn it.
Okay, and Chad.
That was my thought as well, the Incredible Hulk.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Chad, Stacy, Matt,
Zach.
and who else? And Zach said the Hulk.
Yes.
And
You
JD
guys
no,
are
I
being
said Iron Man
correct.
2.
I said JD. It was
I said Iron
JD.
Man
He
2,
said
so
Hulk.
I didn't.
JD said the Hulk too.
It was JD, not Matt. Not Matt.
It was
yeah.
Chad and Chad both said the Hulk.
But I love Matt, so you can give him a point.
Okay.
Oh, thanks, Bill.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, our next set of reviews are great first draft. Ready to see when it's finished.
That could be all of them.
Absolute dog shit movie. And probably the funniest SNL skit I've ever
Okay.
seen.
Okay. Well, that well,
I
there's
probably
two.
said all three of these in a review for this movie, so I'm hoping I'm right.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, this, but it could.
I think
be
it's
something
obvious.
else.
5,
I can hear
4,
Dylan's thoughts
3,
about it.
2, 1. Alrighty, and Chad, we're gonna start with you.
When I saw Absolute Dog Shit movie, I thought of Eternals, but I think it's Love and Thunder.
Okay. Zach.
Oh no. Okay, it could be that, but I wrote down Ant-Man Quantumania.
That's a going
Okay,
to. Yeah.
Chris.
That's probably
It
good.
had to be Joe Leverton. I feel like after now. Yeah.
Okay, Matt.
It's probably Love and Thunder, but I put Quantumania because of Dylan. Because of what Dylan
Okay,
said.
Stacy.
I put Thor: Love and Thunder because the
JD.
because of all of them.
I also put Four Wonder Thunder, but this could fall. There are like 5 movies that this could qualify as.
And Dill.
Yeah, comfortably the worst MCU film, Thor: Love and Thunder.
Alrighty.
It is not.
It is Thor: Love and Thunder, but Quantumania also a great guess. All right, our next
Many
reviews
great
are
weapons.
the first ever film to be written by Stan Twitter. Post Nut Clarity is realizing this is the worst of its trilogy. and Martin Scorsese could never. We got a little bit of more of a positive review there with the Martin Scorsese comment, or it could just be an internet troll. Who knows?
To be written by Stan Twitter, like Stan.
Okay, we have
or like I.
and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dill, starting with you. What do you have?
I feel like it's kind of true too. No Way Home.
Okay, JD.
It could. I'm now regretting this choice. I think I went my own personal opinion went into this. Guardians Volume 2.
Oh, I hope not.
What is
Stacy?
wrong with you?
I agree with you, JD.
Stacy,
Oh,
what do you have?
I didn't have. Oh, did you ask me, JD?
No, I said Stacy. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't have anything. I think Jill's
Okay.
right there.
Matt.
I have Iron Man 3, which I disagree with, except
Oh,
for the
true.
last one. But I
Okay.
do think that
Chris?
it's wrong.
Going based on the multiple agency, I think I'm going to watch Quantumania just in time.
Okay, Zach.
Yeah, it's No Way Home. It's No Way Home.
Okay, and Chad.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Iron Man 3 because I think No Way Home is more beloved than that.
But
I
the
And
don't know.
it
Stan
is-
Twitter.
No Way Home.
Yeah, no,
It
it's-
is
Twitter's-
positive.
it's the-
As soon as
the
Bill
fan
said that, I'm
server.
like,
Clarity. That's
Yeah,
it. That was
When
what
I said I
was-
agree, the Stan Twitter thing, it is very.
There's a
much.
pocket of fans who don't like this movie, and I'm unfortunately one of them. Okay,
I am also one of
next
them.
we have Skinny
don't like
Legend. My fucking God, these bitches gay. Good for them, good for them. And the only history movie that matters.
okay, I got it. And they're right. They're absolutely right.
Dill, the last round's gonna go the quickest, so
Skinny
if
Legend.
you're worried,
That's funny.
Don't
as
be.
hell.
No, you're good.
don't be mad at me.
I'm having fun. I'm having a blast.
Yeah.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chad, what'd you have?
I don't know. I could either go Eternals or Ragnarok or something. I'll go Ragnarok.
Okay, Zach.
Yeah, I went Eternals.
Okay,
I disagree.
Chris.
Captain America, the first Avengers.
Okay,
Shit.
Matt.
Captain America, the First Avenger.
Yes.
Stacy.
I also went. I mean, Skinny Legend wouldn't fit, but I also went Eternals. I just ignored
Okay.
that.
JD.
I went with Matt's Captain America, the First Avenger.
So good.
And Dill.
I know exactly the review of the Skinny Legend one, so yeah, it's Captain America: The First Avenger.
Okay, and it is Captain America: The First
My fucking
Avenger.
God.
I
He's
love
such a
it.
skinny
The third
My-
review is so great. I
My-
love the third review. My God, he's just
My
doing
favorite
London.
TikTok is the guy who goes, "You may not recognize me, but I am Steve Rogers' skinny body."
Yes.
Wow.
It's
Good for
It's
him.
so uncanny valley. I love
All
it.
right, next we have Laughing Nervously. What the fuck? Definitely best experience in a shrieking crowd of nerds. And Bald.
What?
Oh, okay. I think I know. What
I
this
have
is.
no idea.
Bald.
Hmm.
Bald.
This is just a guess.
5, 4,
Hold on.
3, 2,
Okay, got it.
1. All right, Dill, starting with you.
Quantum Mania?
Okay. JD,
I went Avengers Endgame.
Last
Okay,
nervously.
Stacy.
I went Avengers: Infinity War.
Okay. Matt.
That's also.
I didn't write anything down.
Okay. Chris.
Going based on Bald, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
Mm.
Okay. Zach.
I didn't write anything down. I'm sorry.
And Chad.
Yeah, I think it's Doctor Strange too.
And it was, I think only one person got it. Avengers Infinity
Yes, Stacy.
War.
Oh, Bald
Pop
Thanos.
off,
right.
Queen.
That makes
All right,
sense in
next-
response to the snap, the laughing nervously.
No, that was like as soon as she said Infinity War, I'm like,
Yeah, it
yep,
clicked.
she's right because of the nervously. Yep. Good.
Yeah.
Yep.
So now we have I Thought I Was Safe.
Mm.
A reluctant sure from me, centimeters away from maybe not. And then unstoppable dick energy, unlimited dick energy, renewable dick energy.
Okay, wait. I think
Centimeters away from maybe not. This is gold, Kels. This is great.
I'm glad we're having a good time.
Hey, just
Yeah.
for clarity, did Kelsey and Dylan both say you don't like No Way Home?
Yes.
I'm not in the fan base of it, loving it.
Five,
I don't think it's bad.
four,
But I don't like it.
3, 2,
Mm.
1. Chad, I think I'm starting with you.
I have no idea. I'm gonna say Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know.
Okay, Zach.
I said Guardians 3.
Okay. Chris.
Marvel.
Matt.
You want to park those?
I went Quantumania. We've been teasing it all episode.
Okay, Stacy.
I didn't have anything. I thought about a lot of things, but I had no clue.
JD.
There were two in my head. I'm gonna be mad if it's not Guardians Volume 2, but I went Eternals.
Okay, and Dill.
Iron Man 2. I have no idea.
So this was actually tricky one. Tricky. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Wow. Oh, okay.
Unexpectedly.
Okay, yeah. No, I see it. I see it.
Okay. and our
Centimeters.
last-
Okay.
Yeah.
I think this is the last of the round. No, sorry, 2 more. When he has daddy issues, but his dad is a super hot and sexy dilf. What Zero Pussy does to a motherfucker.
Hmm.
And it was fucking fantastic until it decided to be a Marvel movie.
Oh,
Oh, that could. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I gotcha.
Hmm. I don't know. Zero Pussy does.
I got it at
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Dale, I'm starting with you.
I said Guardians 2.
Okay. JD.
Guardians 2 is a good guess. I went with Iron Man 2.
Okay. Stacy.
I had nothing. I got hung up on who's a hot dad.
I often get hung up on hot dads as well. Matt.
Kurt Russell's a hot dad. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Yeah.
Kelsey, you're unhinged right now.
Chris.
I'm going with the That Become Laughter. Shang-Chi and the Legend of Ten Rings. That become
Okay. Zach.
Sorry. I have Guardians 2.
And Chad.
Spider-Man: Homecoming.
And it was actually, congratulations, Chris, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings.
True, I
Because
forgot.
everyone was thirsting in the Letterbox reviews over Tony Leung.
Mhm.
And
That makes
this
sense.
is our last Letterbox reviews of this round. My mom thinks Jeremy Renner looks like Kermit the Frog. Cute, but ruins society.
Okay.
And my favorite Letterbox review I've ever read in my entire life, if I was drinking something, I would have done a spit take. I'ma stab Joss Whedon, that big four-headed fuck.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, that gives it away.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say that gave it away.
I don't care that it gave it away because I love that comment so much.
No, it's a great. It's a great. I understand why. Don't I get? I get
And
it.
5,
The
4,
cute is
3,
funny too. Cute.
2, 1. All right, let's see. What'd you guys have? Dill.
I just put the first Avengers. The Avengers.
Okay, JD.
I was gonna say Age of Ultron. I went Age of Ultron.
Okay, Stacy.
I also went Age of Ultron.
Matt.
I went Avengers.
Okay. Chris.
I see people remember Jeremy Renner more in Age of Ultron than I say Age of Ultron.
Zach.
I think this is Endgame.
Okay. And Chad.
Yeah, I'll go Age of Ultron.
Okay. It was actually the other Joss Whedon film, the first one, the first
okay, yeah.
Avengers.
Oh.
Woo!
There were
And
two.
last but not least, we did it, people. Round 5. So this round is Pictionary.
Oh,
That's
no.
the Rotten Tomatoes score to the MCU film. I'm going to give you 10 Rotten Tomatoes scores and 10 MCU films. You have to figure out which one belongs to which.
Cool.
I feel like I'm over.
So this is like
20.
one round. Like we're doing it all at once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
here are our Rotten Tomatoes scores. We have 87, 89, 82,
God.
79, 62,
Mhm.
92, 47, big drop off,
What the?
91, 73, and 77.
Shit.
Our 10 films are as follows. The Marvels, Spider-Man Homecoming, The Eternals, Captain America: Civil War, Guardians 3. Sorry. Oh, sorry, glitchy. Doctor Strange, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Thor, Captain Marvel, and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I will give you as much time as you need.
Well, 2.5 minutes, okay? Is that,
You
does that
know,
work?
I also thought that you guys could. I was going to give you you guys the option to work together as a team.
You want to do that, y'all?
Let's do that.
Yeah,
Let's do
let's
that.
do that.
I think
No,
47% is Ant-Man and Wasp.
No, it's the
No,
Marvels.
it's
It's
not.
the
Is it the
Marvels.
Marvels? I thought that
Yeah.
got
But Marvels is the only one that's.
No,
No,
I think
Eternal is
47 is
the only
Eternals.
one.
47 is Eternals.
No, it's the Marvels is negative. Actually, the Eternals eventually was vacillating between
I thought it was the
59
opposite.
and like 55 and like 60. But
I thought
I
thought
think
it
it's
started with.
62.
I thought
I think-
Eternals and Marvels both were at like 50, and then Marvels went up slightly, and Eternals went down slightly. But I
No,
might be wrong.
Marvels when I think it's those two. So I think it's either the 62 is either those are the 62 and the 47, the two lowest scores. Those are what we're deciding between. But it's the Marvel.
Kelsey,
but
can you
I
if
do-
we give you a pair, can you like check it off and say okay or no?
Sure, we can do it that way.
Yeah, I'd say first off 47 the Marvels.
All right, is that correct, Kelsey?
That's not correct.
All right, Eternals is the 47, correct?
Yeah,
Eternal and 47.
Eternals.
and it deserves to be there. Yes, of course.
No, it does. Shut
No,
up.
it does not.
I gotta find something else for the 1:30 a.m. slot.
Okay, then is 62 the Marvels?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would think that, yeah.
Kelsey,
Yeah.
so
That is
62
correct.
Marvels, 47 is Eternals, correct?
Yes.
All right,
Okay,
is
then
the
I
se-
correct. It's
I'm
incorrect, but it's correct.
I
I'm
think
thinking the 73. I'm thinking the 73 is either Thor or Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I
Or is it
think
Doctor Strange too?
73, I think, is
Wasp.
Ant-Man Wasp.
Yeah.
All right, Kelsey. I don't really think it is, but is
I think
is
it's
73
Captain
Ant-Man and the
Marvel.
Wasp?
73 is not Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Oh, Stacy.
what about Doctor
Captain
Strange in the
Marvel.
Multiverse of Madness?
I
was
don't know. I
thinking
hate
that.
Rotten Tomatoes. I have no idea.
Yeah, Kelsey, is 73 Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness?
No, it is not.
It's
I think
Captain
then it's-
Marvel.
It's got to be Ant-Man and the Wasp then, right? I think
She
Captain
said no
Marvel's
to
a
You
little higher.
asked me that the first time, and I
No.
said no.
I think
Oh,
Stacy's right. I think it's Captain
All right,
Marvel.
all right, all right.
I
Captain
agree.
Marvel.
I think it's Captain Marvel. As
All right,
well.
Captain Marvel.
73 is Captain Marvel.
Damn.
Thank you.
Okay.
If only we had listened to
Okay,
Stacy.
Guardian in the Galaxy.
So far, these are wrong.
Can I lock in Can I lock in 77 Multiverse of Madness, Kels?
No.
I think that's
Shit.
Thor.
Is it Thor, Kels?
Yeah, it is Thor.
Okay, so 79 has got to be Multiverse of Madness, correct?
Yeah.
I think 79 is Wasp.
I think maybe 82.
I think this is not a group
Multiverse of
project
Multiverse
right
of
now.
Madness
This is just
82.
Dylan guessing and asking
Strange
if you're
is
right.
90s.
I'm
Can
asking
I-
on behalf of everyone.
Dylan is
Can I-
trying to hurry up for his stream. And
So
that's okay.
far, you
You know.
have Eternals 47, the Marvel 62, Captain Marvel 73. Those are the three that I've confirmed.
Is Doctor Strange 80? I'm just asking. Is
When you
Doctor Strange
confirmed
in the
Thor
Multiverse
was-
of Madness 82?
You want me to confirm this, or you
No,
want
it's
like
not.
to talk about it as a
Oh,
group?
God.
Yeah, Kelsey.
I know,
is
but
is it
it-
82?
Confirm
Doctor
that?
Strange 82.
Yeah.
Wait, which one are you guessing is 82?
Multiverse of Madness 82.
No.
Okay.
It Guardian in the Galaxy Volume 3.
Yes, I think that might be right.
Yeah,
Kels.
yeah.
All
I
right,
think
Guardians
he's right.
3 82, Kels.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, cool. So we've got what's the highest one? 92? I think 92 is Civil
It's
War.
right
correct?
92 is Civil War.
Can I
Or is it
throw out
Homecoming? Yeah,
Doctor
It's one of
Strange?
those two.
Can I throw out Doctor Strange is 91?
I think Spider-Man is 91.
No, Doctor Strange is not 91.
I feel like Doctor Strange is in the 80s.
It's in the high 80s. Then it
I
might
feel like
be
the top
89.
two are probably Homecoming and Civil War. Stacey, what do you think
Yeah.
is number one? Stacey?
Well, she said that Civil War is not 92, right?
Yes.
No, she said.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So Civil War's
So
91.
then, yeah, I think I also thought Homecoming was going to be one of the ones in the 90s, so I would just swap them.
All right, Kels, is Homecoming 92 and Civil War 91?
Yeah.
Cool. So what do we have left? We have 77, 87, and 89,
89.
correct?
What do we have left for movies?
We have the first Doctor Strange.
Which is 91, I think, right? Or no, 89.
Yeah, let's go 89 Doctor Strange, Kelsey.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so we have 87 and 77 between Captain Marvel, correct, and Thor? Or are we...
No, I
right?
confirm that Captain Marvel was 73.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
it's Ant-Man and the Wasp and Thor, correct?
I
And
think
Thor?
Ant-Man and the Wasp is 87.
I agree. 87
Wait.
is Ant-Man and the Wasp because it's surprisingly higher than most would think. Kelsey,
So-
is that right? Ant-Man and the Wasp 87?
Yeah.
All right. So does that mean Thor's 77?
Wait. One...
Oh, we already did Thor 77.
Oh, so that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are your final answers?
Oh Jesus, we said them.
You confirmed. Okay, wait.
Okay.
87 is Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Okay.
89 is what was it, guys? Doctor Strange?
I stopped paying attention.
Doctor
Right?
Strange.
Yeah.
89 was Doctor
Yeah.
Strange.
Yes.
Okay.
82 was Multiverse of Madness.
No, that's incorrect.
Guardians.
82 was Guardians 3. That's right, Stacy.
Yes.
And then 79 was Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah.
62 was Eternals.
No.
No, it was
No.
Marvels.
Mr. Marvels, and then
92
Eternals
was Civil War.
No, 92 was Homecoming.
91
We should have written this down. 47 was Eternals. 91 is Homecoming. 73 is
no, 92,
No, 92 is Homecoming.
Yes,
91 is Civil War.
Oh, and then
Uh-huh.
73
Was
is
Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel. 77 would be
Thor.
Thor. Is that correct?
Wow. Good job, guys. Oh, shit, sorry. This was all the correct
for playing.
answers.
Yay.
Good job.
Oh my
Thank you,
God.
Kelsey.
Okay.
All right, what's
That
the
was-
most wrong one on there?
Eternals.
Eternals.
Eternals. 100%
Oh,
Eternals.
shit. That's
100%.
Internals did not deserve the slander.
Well, also that's like saying, well, it's also percentages. It's not scores. So like that's
Yeah.
like saying 47
When
of
you
100
co-
people.
when
like
you
that. It's not an
compare
opinion.
Eternals to like Iron Man 2, Quantumania, even though I like Quantumania,
Okay.
like
All right, JD.
All right,
Dylan
we-
has to
okay.
move on.
We unfortunately do have to move on, but I just want
Yeah.
to say, Kelsey,
We're half
everyone
an
give her a
hour
round of
late.
applause. That was great, Kelsey. That
Way
goes
to
to
go,
Thank you,
the
Kelsey.
game.
Kelsey.
Good fun game.
You're so welcome.
Um,
Thank you for playing. And
Yeah.
Dill, you got the most points with 20, and
Thank
then
you.
Stacy.
Oh,
Well,
She
apparently I
managed-
was
Shoot.
second. That's all that matters.
I got rid of Kelsey's share screen, and it must have booted her as well. I am so sorry. Oh wait, let's let Kelsey get back here. Zach and I will be up next, guys. So if you're subbing, keep subbing along, keep liking along, keep commenting.
Can you how long until Survivor trivia? I'm gonna need.
Could you do it in an hour 45, Matt? If we did like till 2:15.
You want me to shorten Survivor, the Survivor one that I'm already worried is going to be too
Dylan,
long?
we can do our thing in 8 minutes. We can do this in 8 minutes.
I want to.
We can do.
I don't know.
We can do.
I can try to
yeah,
shorten
this
mine.
is-
I've
so-
never done it though, so I don't know how long it's going to.
Well, how about this then? Because okay, the draft day is supposed to be 4 hours. Let's make it 3.5 hours. Let's make Survivor trivia nights 2:30 to 4:30. Does that work for you, Matt?
That works. Yes, that works.
Cool. So you'll still have the
draft
full
day will
2
be
hours.
4:30?
4:30 to 8. Yep. So we'll make it 3.5 hours instead of 4.
Okay.
So Matt, you'll still have the full hour, but I do want to get at least a half hour in with Zach.
That's
do
fine.
have
I
some-
just needed some time to not
No,
be
you're
on
good.
screen.
You're good.
So
Oh, Kelsey
that's
is
good.
back. Sorry, I booted you, Kelsey. I was trying to boot your share screen there,
It's
but it
okay.
booted you. Thank you, Kels. This was so much fun. Do you have any
I'm
last
sorry
words for all of
I
us?
went over a little bit, but I'm glad everyone
No,
had a good
we
time.
also took some time to figure out the share screen and stuff like that, and you know, I allotted for less time than I thought we needed, so that's my bad. Those whole subathon's going to be figuring out, you know, how much time we need for things and people getting angry at me for it, so it's fine. I'm glad to be the guinea pig here. So.
No one mad at you.
You were the
No
one
one
that got
can
mad
be
at me.
mad
Matt.
at you.
What did I
No,
get
it's
mad?
fine. No,
What did I get mad about?
No, it's fine. We're gonna move on. But Kelsey, this was so fun. Just such a fun, creative way to like play these games. But we'll see everyone here later at some point, I believe. Chris, we'll find a way to get you on for some games tonight if you want to play. But it's great to have you. And then JD, we'll see you for TV draft. Stacy, we'll see you for the roulette draft soon. Matt will be back very shortly for trivia nights, which I'm also very excited. It's so much fun to put it in your hands because you guys are much more creative than I am. And then Chad, we'll see you for Director Roulette Draft Day as well. So thank you. Oh, I just bumped the mic. Any last words, Chris?
I am off to go see Phantom Menace on a big screen.
Oh, have fun, bud. Have fun, man. We'll see you later. Cool. Alrighty, y'all. Well, we'll see you all very, very, very soon, guys.
I need you to know that it was not anger, it was surprise, because I thought you were saying, can you do it in an hour and 45 minutes? I was like, wow, that's a long time to, like, can we wait an hour and 45 minutes before we start doing it?
No, I meant instead of 2 hours, shortening it 15 minutes.
And then I realized that it was that, and so that confusion turned to, wait, you want to cut mine down?
No.
But that's only because I'm nervous that it's going to take too long anyway already. And so
I made everything longer so I could cut back, but I do also want to give everyone the time they need. So we'll give you the full 2 hours, and if we end early, we end early, and then we can move on to just hanging out and bantering games. But thank you, Matt. We'll see you soon at 2:30.
Yes.
So if anyone competing in Survivor is coming in at 2:30, we'll see you guys very soon. And Kelsey, thank you as always. And we'll see you shortly. When are we seeing you next, Kels?
Not until TV.
Tomorrow morning. Gotcha.
Tomorrow, but I might pop in like later tonight for the game, whatever.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Kelsey. You're the best. And guys, hit 1,000 subs, and Kelsey and I are going to Disneyland. So,
are you really?
If we get 1,000 subs, we're gonna go to Avengers Campus.
Oh my God! Please
add me to it.
Zach will come with. Yeah, so just a reminder. Yeah, if we hit 1,000 subs, Kelsey and I are going to Avengers Campus. That's our big thing. We're gonna finally do it if we hit that threshold. So thank you, Kels. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
Bye.
All right.
So Zach, we do have time now to talk because we have a lot to talk about. But let's get into Recipe for Reality here. Let me just put up the backdrop here, and let's get started. Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Recipe for Reality. If you're watching on our subathon, thank you for watching. We're running about a half hour behind, but we decided to push Marvel trivia a half hour behind, Survivor trivia a half hour behind, so that way we could start draft day a half hour in. We're all gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work. But Zach and I are here to recap some Survivor before we get into some Survivor trivia. Zach, this has been a wild 2 weeks. We literally, last we were talking, we both had Hunter and Tiffany at the 1 and 2 spots, and in the both weeks, they have both gone home with idols in their pocket. Zach, what is going on in Survivor? What is going on in this game?
I'll tell you what's going on. It's a good season. It's a good season. So someone, I don't know if I said this on the last on the last Recipe for Reality that we did, but someone looked at me the other day and said, I hate this season of Survivor. And I looked them back in the eye and I said, are you actually watching? Because this is, like, in my opinion, this is probably one of the best seasons of Survivor that I have seen as a fan who has really only watched from 41 till now, because I feel like every week, I expect something and then see something completely different. I mean, we thought Q was going home like weeks ago. We thought Q wasn't going to make it to, I think it was like 8, maybe 9, and now we're sitting at 7. And I will say, like, right now I have him in my I have him in my rankings very low, because I think that there's always just a possibility that he could go home. But right now, and this might be preemptive, Dale, but he might, and you might agree with me, he might be a lock for final 3 at this point.
Right. Well, and it's very interesting. Yeah, because Q is someone who I feel like should always be low in the rankings, because I think there's always a chance they just eventually vote him out. But the thing is, and I think this is something that this season I'm giving a lot of credit for, is that when there's big threats, they're taking them out. And I know around the mid-merge point with the soda boot, I know Venus was like, we got to look at Hunter and Tevin. But now that they've looked at Hunter and Tevin, now that they've looked at Tiffany, I mean, those are 3 huge threats, because Tevin is going to sway any jury. Hunter is going to, play idols and win challenges. Tiffany had an idol. And I think it's one of those things where everyone is realizing that the biggest threats have to go, and they're actually acting on it instead of waiting to make the move. Now, the problem is, once you make the move, you then become the biggest threat, which I think is why we might see a little bit of worry from Maria going forward now, because Maria had to make this big move against Tiff. But the good thing is, when you have people like Q and like Liz and like Venus, who are such big social pariahs, this cast can afford to make the big moves, because they're always still going to be in front. Because even if Maria makes this move now, next week she could just come and be like, listen, we can go for Liz or Q or Venus. These are still bigger, more toxic personalities. And that's where I think I'm getting a lot of a Gabon energy, Survivor Gabon, where it's like you're either seeing a huge, massive threat go out, like Marcus or Charlie or Corinne, or you're seeing like the most annoying person person who's rubbing everyone the wrong way, like Randy or Crystal, go home. Like, it's never really the boot you think it's going to be, but then it makes sense at the end. And we might just get a misfit final 3, which has me thinking, if we get Q, Liz, and Venus in the end, who's winning that? So and I think there's a very obvious answer, which I don't know if everyone would think, but what are your thoughts though? Because right now what we're looking at is that whoever's going to win is going to bring 2 of those 3. Are going to bring either Liz and Venus, Liz and Q, or Q and Venus. That is the winning scenario. If you sit next to Charlie, Maria, or Kenzie in the end, or Ben even, Ben is
you're going to lose.
Guy, you're probably going to lose. But you could beat Ben because Ben is not the best gamer. But again, Ben is such a social threat that, like, I feel like if you're sitting next to Maria, Charlie, Kenzie, you're losing. So what do you think, though, if that is the 3? If the 3 goats make it to the end, which could be a very likely scenario at this point, considering we saw the tide turn and Liz actually work with Q on this vote to go after Tiffany, what do you think is the result of that if that's the final 3?
That's the final 3. I mean, listen, man, I think that what Q has proved is that I think among those 3, he's probably the most likable. People have been trying to get him out over and over and over again, and he continues to kind of skate by and slither through. And I think what's really wonderful about that as a game player is that he is going to be able to sit there and go, I never had a moment to be safe or a moment to kind of like sit and relax, which I don't think Liz and Venus can really say, because the problem with Venus is that Venus had a really, really hard time in the beginning, but ever since she kind of moved through past that, she hasn't been the game player, and people have kind of pushed her to the side in terms of like, hey, you're not really threatening us anymore, so we're not as worried about you. And Liz, I think, has just rubbed so many people the wrong way that I don't think they really respect her game too much. I don't think they respect her personality too much. I don't think they hate her by any sense of, like, in any sense of the imagination, but like, I think that Q is going to come in with the hardest kind of game, not with the hardest game to sell, but like the most present game to sell. And I think he's going to be able to do a really good job of selling it. So I think that it's going to come down to like, yeah, Q might have rubbed a couple of people the wrong way, but like, I mean, look at him, look at his relationship with Tip, his relationship with Kenzie, his relationship with, oh my God, who am I missing right now? Someone, not Hunter, who
Tevin?
Yeah. Look, like his relationship with Tevin, like he had these close bonds with people, severed them, and still came out on top. And I think that that's going to be really appealing to a jury that wanted him gone for so long, but he made the right moves to get to the end and sit with the 2 people who he knew not only, did they not play as well as he did, he was going to be able to sit there and say like, hey, look at where all of you are and look where I am. Remember when I said I wanted to go home and instead you went home? Like, I think that you see it. Listen, man, getting Q on my fantasy team do you remember at that point? I think he's the last person I got on my fantasy team because we were so convinced he was going home. I convinced he couldn't go home.
I feel like either Q or Tim fell to you because you got Hunter and Charlie off the bat. You weren't even there to draft, and you have like the best draft team. But here's the thing, and I think this is what's interesting is Austin brings up a good point. What if it's not the 2 goats? What if we do see Kenzie, Maria, Ben, Charlie together in the end? And we'll talk about that in a sec. But of that 3 that I propose, I'm actually in Carly's boat. I think Liz. The thing with Liz is that while people don't like her, Liz got Tevin out herself. She got the numbers to rally, and she was the swing vote in this vote to send Tiff home. So if she is able to play that and say, look, I wanted Tevin out, I got Tevin out. I wanted Soda out, I got Soda out. Whether that is actually true or not, that is the way we're, the audience, perceiving it. And I do think that is what she could sell to the jury. Now, the only problem is the fact that she's told everyone she's a billionaire. And that's, I think, something that just never really going to get her much love from a jury. That's kind of why Mike White never won, because he didn't need the money. And I think that's kind of the thing I'm going back and forth with Liz and Q. I do agree. I think Venus is just someone who's just not going to get votes because I just don't think they see her game. They respect her. And like you said, she's actually getting the people out she wants to get out. Her whole goal was to get rid of Nami. It's just her and Liz now. She got out Nami literally back to back. Soda, Tevin, Hunter. That is Venus's story. But I think that's where Venus's story ends. I think that was her story. And now she's, as we're seeing,
Yeah.
She gets 0 confessionals this past episode. I think it's because now she's kind of fading in the background. Because honestly, I think everyone left doesn't really mind Venus anymore. Like, no one's really like, ugh, Venus. It really was Tevin, Soda, and Hunter leading that train because they had to spend all that time on Nami with her. So I really think between Liz and Q, I think Q, if he really plays hard this next few weeks, I think he could win. But I just think enough of the jury is going to be like, you tried to quit, you wanted to leave, and he confirmed he did want to go. It wasn't a gameplay. I really think they would go to Liz only because Liz did have that Tevin move. She had the move where she is the swing vote and voted out Tiffany. She is the reason Tiffany went home. As much as Q wants to claim it as his move, as much as other people want to claim it as theirs, Kenzie put the idea out there. Maria got the ball rolling, and Maria did organize the boot. But the big thing was that Maria needed to get Liz because Maria couldn't trust Venus enough to get Venus. She went to Liz. And if Liz had said, no, he didn't give me my burger, I'm not voting Q, I'm voting Q out. She had put her foot down like she put her foot down for Tevin. Q goes home. And I think, honestly, I was waiting for Liz to go to Tiffany and be like, play your idol and let's get Q out. But she didn't. She actually voted Tiffany out. Do you see a world where Liz and Q do work together? Or do you think it's more of just like a, listen, we both know we could beat the other person. Let's try to go thinking they could beat the other people. Like, because in my mind, Q has to want to bring Liz and Venus wants to bring Liz and Q. The only problem is I feel like Liz and Q don't get along enough to where, like Austin said, what if the goats don't end up to the end together? Because I think Q and Liz right now don't like each other. I mean, we saw perhaps the biggest moment of Survivor history of the new era in Liz's burger blow up. And Zach, what did you think about that? Because she literally pleading her life that she gets to go on this Applebee's reward to eat a burger, and then Q doesn't take her. Specifically says, I'm taking people that didn't vote for me, Liz, and you voted for me. And then Jeff asks her how she's feeling. She takes a second, turns, and then unleashes on Jeff and on everyone. This is the most screaming like this I've heard since All Stars with Sue Hawk. Like, Zach, what did you think of this moment? And do you think there's any way Liz and Q work together going forward? Or do you think it's more of like a vote by vote basis? They might vote the same way, but they're never truly locked in, you know?
So this, if I'm honest with you, this is my reasoning as to why I actually don't think Liz wins in the end if she's there. Because I just, part of a jury and part of the respect of a jury has to do with personality and also, like, not for nothing, like how you handle your game. You know, we know that people, when they get on a jury, really think about not just how you played the game, not just did you play the game well, not just, you know, what are your moves, but they also think about like the way you left them and the way that you kind of leave the impression on them. And to me, like, if we're adding a couple of things up, Liz letting them know that she's a billionaire, the billionaire like throwing a temper tantrum for not getting an Applebee's burger, and
which is so funny because it's like, of all the restaurants, like, and this is not to judge anyone who goes to Applebee's or whatever, but it doesn't strike you that a multi-billionaire would eat at Applebee's,
right?
Let alone be such a fan of Applebee's that they have this tantrum. But I get it also because I don't even think it was about the food because she's allergic to everything. Because I think there's a way for Liz in her contract to negotiate that she's going to get rice or she's going to die, and that's what we saw Jeff do. Is he gave her a literal regular portion of rice for her. If she sat out of the challenge, it still came at a cost, but I don't think it was the allergy thing. I don't think it was the fact that she was hungry or that she wanted that burger specifically. I think it was that she wanted that memory because it's her kid. Like, I think that's the reason she was so pissed, is that it was her kid brought into it. And that's why I think at the end, if they do say you blew up, temper tantrum, all this stuff, she can spin it in a way, or at least I would spin it in a way where it's like, I did it because I love my kid, and Applebee's is me and my kid. And, you know, right here, Austin says, I don't think her blow up was viewed negatively by anyone but Q out there. Yeah, you're right. I mean, to the audience, it's a little negative, but I think they did enough of a job explaining why she had this emotional attachment. It's just going to be very interesting because I think, like you said, this is such a wild and chaotic season that I truly don't know when all is said and done at the end who is going to come out on top. If Kenzie, I'll say right now, if Kenzie, Maria, and Charlie are in the end, because even Ben, I think, would be an interesting case where I could see him being a Mike Turner and just not owning any sort of game and them not respecting that, you know?
And I think the thing about it is right now, I don't think there really is a world where we see all three goats at the end. I don't. I think that this season is too heavy with great players. I mean, like, we can move along kind of away from them and move towards, I mean, like, look at Maria. First of all,
great move. She's doing great.
I was like a proud father because I was like, that kind of gameplay made my like feel so good with like that. I don't know, man, like picking her for my winner pick, like that just, it felt right. It felt like the right thing to do. But I thought that like what it proved was that between having people like Charlie who have such a great run of immunity wins already, people like Maria who are her great quote about like running the red light, like a group of people who are willing to make really, really tough choices. The other thing is like, I think because of a choice like this to get rid of Tiffany, the only thing that kind of comes to mind is I do think that we probably run the risk this episode of seeing someone safe, quote unquote safe, go home. Like we run the risk of seeing a Liz or a Q go home because you like first of all, we see them that they are searching high and low for this immunity idol. They're trying to find it now that it's been rehidden, like, or whatever it might be. And I think that to see Hunter, then Tiffany, followed immediately out by someone like Maria or Charlie or even Kenzie, which I mean, I think that would just be, that would be kind of a little too hard to swallow. And I think that editing wise, they've kind of done a really good job with us of like, they have built up this Q Liz rivalry for the past 3 episodes. So I do think that we're probably going to see it come to a head because like we were talking about before, I don't think that Liz is ever going to be able and willing to work with Q. I think Q would not be opposed, but I just don't think that Liz will ever open up that door. And I think that she's going to try her very hardest. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised, truthfully speaking, if we saw her find the idol and utilize it to get Q out, which I think would, if anything, be like the worst possible move she could do. And I could absolutely see them kind of giving her this edit of like, you know, really push like the tantrum, the like fiery burn for Q, the everything like culminating into this moment of like she finds the idol and gets him out, and then everybody looks at that as like, that's what you did with your idol. Like it seems so fitting for kind of like the character journey, which then does a really good job at making the way for Maria, for Charlie, who I think just like Maria and Charlie are doing everything that Shannon Ricard could not fully follow through on, which I love.
Well, because the thing with Shannon and Ricard is that they eventually knew they had to take each other out. And I think that's something you even see because they keep bringing up parallels to Denise and Malcolm from season 25. And the thing with Denise and Malcolm is they also eventually had to turn on each other, but they did it at the final 4. And it was a 2-2, and then it ended up being a 3-1. So I think it's one of those scenarios where I really do think, you know, Maria and Charlie, they know they can't win unless the other one's out. But I just don't know if they're thinking we got to get each other out now
or we got to get each other out in fire. We got to get I think that the good thing about who's left in the game is that, first of all, to see Kenzie at the end would be awesome. I love her journey this season. She was someone who I was like, ugh, I don't like, to someone who I'm like, wow, she has probably had the toughest road since Merge so far. Like she's kind of like flip-flopped back and forth, figuring out kind of what to do, where to situate herself. I like watching Kenzie a lot. I would love to see her at the end. But I think the good thing is, like, if anything, Charlie and Maria are going to look to take, you know, a Q or a Liz or a Venus with them to the end, get them to like a 4, and then say, hey, listen, we can't both win with each other here. I can imagine. Here's what I will say is that I don't know how safe Charlie is if he doesn't win an immunity for the next couple of rounds, because I think, and again, if we want to get into safety rankings, we can. He is not at the bottom of my ranking, I will say that, but I do think that he is now entering territory, especially at 7, when you have 2 wins, and you're getting,
and Hunter's, and the thing is Hunter and Tevin are gone too, so it's like you have 2 wins, and if you look at the rest, Venus and Kenzie and Liz are all fairly small, haven't been that great in challenges, especially Liz and Kenzie have not been good in challenges. Kenzie won immunity, but it was a balance on water, which feels like the type of challenge she would win. But if it's anything agility based, as we saw in this reward challenge, Kenzie isn't that great in that. And then Ben has been okay, but has never really, done much. And in terms of challenges, and then the Q is all talk, but still has not won a challenge except for the reward when he really knew he had to win it. So that's the thing, is like, I think right now Charlie's biggest competition for immunities is Maria, which is very interesting.
But the good thing is, as long as they continue to keep each other around, they know that they kind of hold a lot of the cards. I mean, keeping Charlie and Maria off the table as options, like the other one winning immunity, one of them winning immunity, and then trying to leverage kind of the other one's position, is going to be their best move moving forward. for them, I think, because I mean, it pretty much ensures that they'll be in control of what's happening I mean, we're at 7. They really only need 3 more rounds of it. But I can see at the end, them having like a whoever is left between Liz and Q and a Venus, and then the 2 of them, and then looking at each other and saying like, hey, listen, we got to take each other out and fire because we know that we can't both go.
And that's what the opposite happened in Ghost Island, where it was Wendell and Dom running the whole game. And at the end, instead of turning on one another, because Dom knew he had to take out Wendell and fire, instead he sent Wendell into fire with Angela, and Wendell swept her. And then he loses to Wendell by a vote in a tiebreaker. So it's one of those things where it's like, if Dom had just taken Wendell into fire, he might have lost fire, but at least then Wendell would have won having taken out Dom instead of winning by 1 vote. I think, honestly, losing by 1 vote is even worse than just losing in fire, because at least fire, you had the control to beat him. And I get there's more money if you get 2nd place versus 4th. So I think, and that's another thing that I think they're thinking about too, is like, I mean, are they going to let Venus, Liz, and Q get so deep in the game? Because also you got to think about it. If Venus gets 4th place, she's making more money than anyone else on that jury. And I think that's something they're also thinking about too, with Liz being a billionaire and with Q being so entitled and wanting to quit. I think that kind of the meta-ness comes in the back of your brain too, of like, do I want to sit with them, even though it's an easier beat? Do I want them to get the money? And I think that's where Q's coming from with the whole honor and loyalty thing. And that's why I think a lot of players do play with honor and loyalty, because they'd rather, if there's going to be a lot of money given, they want to lose to someone who's going to earn that money rather than bringing a GOAT, knowing that the GOAT, if you both get 0 votes at the end, you still get the same amount of money as someone who did less than you. Like, I think that's a lot of the frustration. But I just want to bring up some comments here. First off, this is where I think the game is going to be so interesting if she does make the end, because you have Matt here saying, I felt a lot of empathy for Liz. I think people are being way too mean. She's a person. I agree. I think she is entitled to feel upset. But then you also have Carly who's saying, I do think Liz was acting a bit untitled, expecting Q to take her. And I think it's really interesting. I did hear this in interviews as well, Austin, where Q basically shut it down when Tiffany and Kenzie offered to give Tiffany and Maria. Maria and Kenzie. Tiffany wanted to go on the reward, but Kenzie and Maria offered to give their spots up to Liz, and Q was like, nope, not at all, because Jeff was like, it's your call, Q, it's your reward. And Q said, no, I'm taking the people I want at the end, because he's thinking strategically. He's not thinking about, because he realistically doesn't think he's going to work with Liz. And look, even though he didn't take Liz, he still ended up voting with Liz. So it ended up being the right move for Q. And Carly says, I wish that they had kept that in. And another big thing, and this can segue us into our rankings, because this is very important. And this is kind of what we've been talking about all episode right now, is like, are Charlie and Maria going to take each other out now, or are they going to wait? What's going to happen? Because Austin did say apparently there was a plan set in motion for a period of time where Charlie had come to Tiff with a plan to use her idol to take out Maria, because Maria was putting Tiff's name out there. Now, the thing is, I do think if Charlie were to turn on Maria, there's a double-edged thing here. They're either going to make it this huge epic moment, which is why they didn't want to foreshadow it here, or it's not going to happen, and that's why they didn't waste time showing it in this episode. So I think it could be one or the other. But let's get into our rankings. We have about 15 minutes left. Carly says there are no alliances, and yes, that's true. I think this is just such an all-over-the-place game. I've had this person lower on my rankings because I always worried, being so close to Tiff, that this person could be taken out with a stray bullet. But actually, I'm putting Kenzie at number 1, and I'll tell you why. I think Kenzie... she's my winner pick for the season, so I want to root for her now. I think Venus's shots of winning are pretty low, so I'm going to put my eggs in Kenzie's basket. But I'm putting Kenzie at 1 because I think Tiff going home, as much as it sucks, is the best thing for Kenzie, because I don't think anyone's going to see her as a huge threat. Also, because think about it, Kenzie last week put Tiffany's name out there. She didn't put Tiffany's name out there this week, and Tiffany went home this week. So now, if I'm Charlie or I'm Maria, and I'm like, why would I want to get rid of Kenzie when at the end you can say, well, Kenzie mentioned her name the last week, but we're the ones who got her out. Kenzie didn't vote Tiff out. This was not Kenzie's move. It's kind of like the Venus Tevin thing of like, Tevin didn't take the shot at Soda. He put the idea out there, but ultimately he didn't vote Soda out, which means that if he were to make it to the end, it would have been a harder sell for the jury. And I think that's the same thing here, where I don't think Kenzie's going to have as big a case in the end for the Tiff move. Now, she can still make moves until then, and I think if she's sitting next to Liz, Q, and Venus, I still think Kenzie wins handily. I'm a little worried, though, if Kenzie does sit against Charlie or Maria, because I do think right now, Charlie and Maria are, I think, right now the biggest prospects to win just in terms of resume. But I do think Kenzie's so likable, but I also think Charlie and Maria think that because Tiffany went home, Kenzie's not a threat right now. I really think they're going to look at someone else. So I have Kenzie at 1, but I could also see a world where she goes, because I think any of these 7 are vulnerable. Also because we don't know who's going to find the idol, and even if they do, who cares? Because the last 2 episodes, people have gone out with idols. Who's your number 1, Zach?
Dylan, we've come a long way, her and I.
I can't wait for this. She's my number 2. Say it.
I'll put Venus at number 1.
Yes!
And truly, I mean, like, listen, I I have stuck true to my word. She always stays towards the top now. But I mean, Dylan, unfortunately, for not the reasons you want. I do think that Venus at this point to take Venus out is kind of a fool's errand.
Yep. Unless she does end up making a huge move and getting some win equity.
And listen, here's the thing, right? Is that we sat here saying there's no way Gabler can win this season. There's no way Gabler can win this season. There's no way Gabler's going to win this season. And then what happens at the end? The worst move to ever happen in Survivor history. It's fine. But again, like we absolutely could sit here and say like, hey, Venus has got no shot at winning. What I will say is that I don't think the perception from any of them is that Venus has a shot at winning, which is great for Venus because she's pretty much guaranteed to spot final 3 if I'm thinking, if I'm thinking the way that I am. Now, here's the thing about Venus that I will say is that she does have a really cool opportunity to start kind of calling some shots, especially like now, right around this point in the game is when you want to start making not like some big moves, but I mean like big moves, obviously, but you want to start situating yourself to be able to have a case to make at the end. And she has a really great, the stupid thing I've learned from orgs, hi Austin, is that people don't really care about your pre-merge. They care about your post-merge. The pre-merge takes up like 5% of what people really care about when you're talking, but it's really what happens once you guys merge and once you have to start kind of really thinking for yourself that people care about. And right now, the problem is I don't think Venus has a ton of stuff to say about this merge that really she has ownership over. Especially when you have someone like Maria who took a really, really big shot. I can't remember who the idea for Hunter came from off the top of my head, but it's not her. And, she could sit there and be like, well, I was talking about Hunter for, a really long time. That's great. But like we were saying, right? Like Tevin had the idea for Soda, but if you're not the one actively pulling the trigger, you didn't make the shot. So how does she sell herself? That's why she's at number 1 for me, because now I don't think anyone thinks she has a shot at selling herself. And I mean, it's a pretty good read.
Yeah. She's my number 2 for that reason. I think she's right now, unless she royally does something to F up, I think she's in our final 3.
Yeah. She is followed for me by Ben. Ben,
he's my number 3 for similar reasons. Yeah.
Well, and then Kenzie is my number 3. So we have the same top 3, it kind of like reorganized. But I put Ben a little bit higher than Kenzie, just because, again, I think that there might be a world where people look at Kenzie as a little bit of a threat because of the way that her brain's kind of working. She might be one step ahead and doesn't actually, have the ability to pull the trigger just yet, but that does not mean that people might not see that as a threat. Whereas Ben, I think, again, kind of just like, if sitting there, Ben is great socially, but Ben, again, doesn't really have a lot of moves under his belt for his own benefit. And I think that people, again, when you're trying to think about who you're going to have the best time up against, people might feel, and again, this could be someone's downfall. People are sitting there like, oh, Ben, they all just like Ben, but he doesn't have anything to say. That doesn't matter all the time. Like, that's not really.
Well, and ultimately, that is the Gabler thing of like, at the end, all you have to do is have one move on your the problem is Ben doesn't have a move on his resume. Like Gabler had Ellie on his resume. The thing is, Ben doesn't have that. But again, if you're in the end with Q, Liz, and Venus, all you have to do is say, no one wanted to target me because you all liked me.
Right.
And I think there's a thing with Ben that's just charming. And yeah, Austin says it best. I wish Ben had a better edit because he is in the best position right now to do whatever he wants. 100%. I don't think anyone's going to target him. And look, the one time they targeted him last week when it was the split vote with Hunter and Q, Ben got 1 vote because Q voted for him because they wanted to leave Q out of the vote. But everyone who was when they pitched Ben, everyone shot it down. Everyone was like, nope, not happening, because they don't want Ben out of here because he's a loyal number. And who is he loyal to? I don't know, but he is.
It doesn't matter. And that's the thing. It doesn't really matter who he's loyal to. Truth be told, Ben doesn't need to be loyal to anybody, because at the end of the day, he is a number. He is a vote, and your vote in Survivor is so powerful, but it's probably the most, like, the person Ben is the most important person in almost every single person's game right now, because, again, if you're thinking about it this way, right, if we have 7 people left, if everybody votes for one another, all Ben has to, like, if Venus votes for Kenzie and Kenzie votes for blah, 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 like, they all just vote for one person each, Ben is the person that I'm sure they're all looking at and going, oh, like, if Charlie and Maria decide to take each other out, but Q wants to get Liz and Liz wants to get Q, and, Kenzie is like, oh, it actually, like, we really need to focus on whoever it is. And now Ben is sitting there like, oh, my vote decides everything. That is the game that Ben is playing right now. He is everybody's like, oh, I've got Ben in the bag. Like,
Right.
and it's the Andy Herron of Big Brother. Everybody thinks that they got Andy, but
yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think the thing with Andy is the fact that Big Brother, you get 3 episodes a week and you get live feeds. We knew Andy's game better. I think if we were to watch live feeds of Survivor, I think Ben would be everyone's like number one, because I think Ben, the only thing that he doesn't have is the edit right now. And that's something that could be, you still have 2 or 3 episodes. You can build a bigger edit. Like we've seen edits really come out of the blue. I mean, Erica's came a little earlier on rewatch, like than we realized, but we weren't even thinking of her as a winner until the very last minute, until Ricard went, really.
Yeah.
So number 4. And this might be controversial. I put her at the bottom for the past few weeks, but I'm putting Liz there because I really think this was the week where she had a big blow up and was still never targeted. And she was a swing vote, but I don't think people are looking at it as her move. I think people are going to look at it as Maria's move. I think Kenzie's going to want blood, and she's not looking for Liz. I think Liz is also someone like Ben that people just want as a number, as a vote, because she hasn't been loyal. And I think they still think they can beat her at the end. I've been really down on Liz, and I still don't think she's going to win unless she's sitting next to Q and Venus. But I still think she is more of a player than I give her credit for. And I have been loving watching her play, even though I've heard behind the scenes stuff about her, but I'm not going to say any of that right now. Just horror stories from things. Yeah,
she's my number 5. With not a whole lot to say that we haven't already said. A lot of this episode has already kind of been dedicated to her. So, then number 4 for me is Charlie. And the reason that Charlie is sitting at 4, I really wanted to put him kind of right smack dab in the middle because, like we've alluded to, I think that Charlie really has the best opportunity every week now to win immunity. He is the strongest competitor outside of maybe Q, and depending on like the different type of challenge, like obviously, so not everyone is built for every challenge. However, Charlie seems to me actually like he is kind of built for every challenge. He's that perfect stature. He's got enough, he's got enough muscle that like he can hold his own with no Hunter, with no Tevin. Like I think that Charlie should be the favorite. The odds should always be in his favor going into an immunity challenge right now. The problem is if he loses the immunity challenge, what do they do? Because I can see a world where this week, they decide like we all want to get Charlie out, and Liz is like I said it sort of before. Liz is the one who finds the idol and goes, I don't want to get Charlie out, and she forces a Q out by finding out that they're going to get rid of Charlie and idling him and making sure he's safe, and then taking out Q. Like that to me is I put Charlie so kind of smack dab in the middle because he doesn't necessarily have the move. Like I think he's a great game player and he has a lot of longevity still. But I think the other thing is like people will only see him as a threat if they want to start winning immunities. And sometimes you don't need the immunity win. Like sometimes you just need the numbers. So I think that for me, I mean, that's why he sits above Maria in my ranking, because I think Maria is probably in more danger than he is because of that reason.
Yeah. I'll because we only have a few more minutes, but I have Q at 5. I just think he's someone who right now is always a safe bet, but I do just in my gut I feel like we're gonna see him at least in the finale, maybe not final 3, but like I just feel like he is the character of the season. He is the main character of the season, whether he wins or not. And I just feel like just based on how he's reacting on social media too, he's almost like on his high horse in a way that like if he were to go out in like 7th, I don't know if that would be the case. But at number 6 and 7 is where I do have Charlie and Maria. And I did decide to actually put Charlie above Maria, and it pains me to do it. But the trend this season has been the person who takes out the biggest threat goes home next. It was like, Tevin took out. It was Tevin's move to take out Soto. Okay, Tevin's out next. Hunter wasn't responsible for taking out Tevin, but Hunter was the biggest threat next. He goes home, and then who took out Hunter? Tiffany. Oh, Tiffany's out next. Like it's one of those things where I feel like the next biggest threat goes out, and right now Maria is the biggest threat because of the move she pulled. So I do think Maria is the most likely to go home, but this is the hardest week to predict because I have no idea. I really do have no idea. I could see a world where anyone goes home, really, except for probably Kenzie and Venus and Ben right now. Like, I could see them just getting out Liz or Q or going after Charlie and Maria. And I think the question is going to be if Charlie and Maria go after each other now or at the end. And I think if they don't go after each other now, I'll probably put them in the 1-2 spot until the finale, until they have to take out each other. Rattle off your bottom 2, though, between Maria and Q. Who's going home?
So listen, Q's at the bottom because I just think that like I can't in good conscience put Maria at the bottom because she's my winner pick. My other thing though is that like I really do. I just have this narrative that I've apparently built in my head where I think that Liz tries to be flashy and ends up taking out Q, and people are like, "Who cares?" Because that just seems so fitting for the edit that she's gotten. And again, to Matt's point from earlier, and I'll make this like a quick 30-second thing, right? Like, I think the cool thing about this season is that we've got some villains, we've got some heroes, but what's cool is that I think that all of them are just such good people from what I can tell.
Even Q. I think he's generally from seeing him on social media, he's a good guy.
Yeah,
like he's just very chaotic. Yeah.
And what's good is that also I think that it's wrong to not treat people like humans on the internet. I think it's rude. I think it's gross. I don't approve of it at all. And I agree with Matt. Like, I think that some of the criticism that all of them get is a little too harsh.
And even my first reaction was like, "Oh my god, you got to be kidding me!" But also, it's because it's such a big flashy moment that like you don't get in Survivor a lot, and it's more so me just reveling in the character of it all rather than being like, oh, it's more like I can't believe this is happening.
It's like we go back to when Hannah left last season, and people were so mad, and it's like, yeah, but she's still a person, so like don't. Your words mean more than you know. And then Dylan, I mean, we have like 30 seconds, but I mean, you now know my rankings. We did not talk about the most important thing, and I can't believe we didn't talk about it, but we now know that season 50 is a returnee season.
I know, and I think we could do a whole podcast on that. Maybe we table it for later.
Not bring it up. Very exciting. Twitter is blowing up. We see like alliances are forming. We don't even know what it is.
The pre-gaming is insane already. And it's funny to see who's been left out too. Like Jolitsky's like, put me in a group chat, guys. Like, it's really funny. But
we don't know the All-Stars, we don't know what it is yet, but we know something is coming, and I'm very excited.
And Jeff said, don't rule out pre-40 players, and that is the most exciting part about that, is that there will be pre-40 players on it as well, or at least in the running for it. It could still end up being a new era All-Stars, but that's a whole conversation probably for next week. But thanks for watching Recipe for Reality here on the live stream. I'm going to check the subscriber number just to see how we've been doing. We are at 1,149. Holy crap. Wait, where did we start?
I don't know.
We've gotten 39 subscribers, guys.
Wait, pull up the graphic. What?
39.
I don't know.
So yeah, I'm gonna hold on. Oh wait. What? Sorry, no, that was not. Sorry. Thank you for watching. We're at the subathon now. Let me just get rid of this for a sec. 39, which means we have passed the Lord of the Rings extended edition watch along. Yes, Matt, how do you feel about that? Matt, you're on air now. Sorry.
I'm so excited. Hey, I'm so excited about that we passed that. I cannot wait. I would, if we didn't do it, I would just be talking about Lord of the Rings by myself, and so now I get to do it with other people.
Yeah, 39 subscribers, guys. That's amazing. Before I checked, we had like 2. So yeah, we're at 39 subscribers for this stream. So keep it up. Thank you for watching Recipe for Reality. We're gonna transition into our trivia nights in just a sec. I'm gonna bring everyone on to just like chit chat while I go pee, because I gotta remember in 24 hours I gotta keep peeing and stuff. So there's a trivia nights background. I'm bringing back JD and Dan. Welcome, Dan. Welcome to Subathon. Carly, Austin. Welcome to Subathon to you too as well.
No.
I know Jeff said that they weren't bringing anybody back before 48 or whatever, but they've got to bring Jolinsky back for 40 several, right? For season 40 several, they have to.
Why don't they do the losers Survivor? Why don't they do the losers Survivor, like the people that are voted out first or second, and have an entire Survivor a bunch of jackoffs?
People have been waiting for first vote outs for Big Brother, first boots for Survivor. I mean, it's staring you in the face. The problem is like none of them are gonna know what to do because
Hunter shouldn't have got voted out first. Hunter should. Damn, Boston Rob, why'd you vote off Hunter first?
All right.
Yeah,
Hunter would be good. What?
Hey, I'm gonna do. I mean, he's peeing. Austin over here is the one of the main hosts for an online reality game and org, Lights Camera Action. They are currently on their 6th season versus favorites, and you can watch our very own Dylan Randazzo play as one of the favorites from season 3. Definitely one of the top tier orgs we got out there right now. Come watch Dylan. Come root and cheer for him. He's back. Also, they're almost at 1,000 people on the Facebook page, so you should go and follow. Give it a shout. I'm giving it a shout out.
Yeah, of course. We're just waiting on Noah, and then we'll get started. Noah, who we saw in the Disney draft, who is also an LCA alum here. Yeah, everyone, very excited. We're moving on well along. We actually just got another subscriber after I went to the bathroom, so we're at 1,150, baby. We've hit 40 subscribers. That's just absolutely nuts. My dreams are coming true before my very eyes. But as soon as Noah gets here, we'll get started. Yeah, look at that number. That's a real number right there. 1,150.
And when Dylan and when we hit 1,000 subscribers, I have shoehorned and forced myself into Dylan and Kelsey's Disneyland vacation. You can come along with me while I third wheel the whole time. I can't wait. It'll be so good.
They need someone to film them, right?
That's true.
What is 50 subs unlocked? Trader season. Okay, so that's a good segue into this. And I'm sure all these players would like to. If we hit 50 subs, we are going to do a Trader season on the channel over the summer. We're going to live stream that, or we're going to film it and then stream that. So if we hit 50, so we're at 40 now. We need 10 more subscribers, and then we will have gotten our Trader season. So there's the info on the bottom if you're watching the subathon. Hey, Noah, how's it going, man?
Going good, going good. How's it going, Dylan?
It's exciting. I'm excited to play trivia. I actually am not hosting this time. I'm playing, which is fun. Matt and Zach are going to be kind of leading the charge on that. So Matt designed this game. Zach is going to help host this game because they are just better at everything than I am. So I'm glad they're going to be taking the reins there. What's going to happen is I'm going to... I guess I will introduce everyone, and then I will jump into the competitor seat and start playing. But I'm going to play the Trivia Nights intro. And what, Zach? Do you want to introduce everyone?
I'll introduce everyone.
Okay. Do you have everyone right here? You remember who's here? I'm going to pop them out, and you can pop them back in here. I'll put in the private chat. Yeah, just so you have them. Dill, Carly, Dan, JD, Noah, Austin. Cool. All right, then I'm going to pop us all out. I'm going to play the Trivia Nights intro. It'll say hosted by Dylan Randazzo. It's not hosted by me this time. But we'll get started with our Trivia Nights, guys. Keep subscribing. Keep going. All right, there goes Dan, JD. There goes Austin. There goes Carly. There goes Noah. And
wow.
It's not hosted by Dylan. It's
No,
hosted by us. We've taken over the
we
stream.
did it. We can. All right. So I know we said we were going to do trivia, but in reality, we're going to tell you everything that we think is great about us. Anyway, hi, I'm Zach, and that's Matt Probst.
Yes, because I am taking over Trivia Nights today. I've created a game. I'm my co-host Zach, and he's going to be my scorekeeper because I'm going to just have so much to do. But he's gonna be my scorekeeper. Very, very excited to do this. So let's bring them all in to have a Matt chat.
All right, here we go. So I'm going to introduce. Right now. I'm going to start with the people that I know. So I am going to first bring in. I sort of already alluded to it, right? He is a host of one of the online reality games that I have played. We also played very closely together. Probably one of the biggest Survivor fans I've ever met, one of the biggest Big Brother fans, and most say that we look like we are twins. It is Austin. Austin, welcome to Trivia Nights. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Austin, very quickly, what's your favorite season of Survivor?
Heroes versus villains. I mean,
amazing,
basic, but
great answer. Exactly what we want to see. Up next, I'm going to bring in someone that I've not really had the opportunity to talk too much to, but his name is awesome. It's probably one of the best names I've ever seen. It is Dan. Dan is coming on in. Dan, how are you today?
I'm doing great, man. I'll tell you what. I've never missed an episode of Survivor. It doesn't mean I'm going to get any of these trivia questions right.
Hey, that's fine. That's fine. You're here for the good time. What's your favorite season of Survivor, Dan?
Anything with Boston Rob winning or kicking people's backsides.
Perfect. Incredible. This next guy, you've seen him a couple of times, probably more than once on Marvel-ous Movie Mondays. He beat me in the first ever match, and I'll never forgive him for it. It is JD. JD, how are you, my friend? Good to see you again on the subathon.
Hey, happy to be a ringer. Every trivia night needs a ringer, so I am happy to be here. Favorite Survivor season, either be the one where like Amber and Ross or Rob fell in love, or the Russell versus Rob season are kind of like two of my favorites. I haven't watched in like several years. That's why I kind of joked that I'm going to be the ringer, but like in a few years. But like I'm going to get back into it, and I was like, I want to see how much Survivor I have forgotten, which is probably a lot.
Well, JD, better than you than me, because I host the podcast about it, and it would be really bad when you find out how little I know. Anyway, bringing in our next guest, she is probably the Dill Pickle Movie Network's #1 fan. I think that no video is complete without a comment from her, and we're always happy to have her. It is Carly the Survivor Witch. How are you, Carly? What's your favorite season of Survivor?
Probably Micronesia, just because Parvati is my favorite, and you know she won that one, so just kind of default. Yeah.
Glad to have you here as always, and I think that's it. I think we're good. I don't think we have anyone else to bring in. So, Matt, if you want to, all right, okay, I forgot. Well, I did forget because I was making fun of Dylan, and in reality, I had a name not written down on my phone. Bringing in you remember him from the Disney Draft Day, another online reality game org, friend of myself's, and the guy who hosts the whole movie network. He also played on season 3 of Encanto, and one of the biggest Survivor nerds that I know. Noah, how are you? I'm sorry that I forgot. It's very clear that Dylan was wrong when he said that we were better than him in every way. I just have a worse memory. What's your favorite season of Survivor?
Ooh, I'm a big Kage-Allen fan. Tommy, Cass, Spencer, Trish, Tasha. Just really good season.
Chef's kiss. No, I'm sorry that I forgot you. You are the most important person that I've ever needed to know the name of right now at this moment. Anyway, now we can get started.
Yes.
We don't need to worry about anything else. There's no one who needs to be here. All right, Dylan, come in.
Hello.
Arguably, fun fact for everyone watching, if you aren't already aware, Dylan is probably one of the biggest Survivor nerds that I know. Dylan dreams to be the first person on all three.
Exactly. The audio just sounded like it went into a tunnel, right? Did it sound like that for anyone else?
Yeah.
Is it better now?
Oh, yeah. That's hot. Yeah.
Fun fact about Dylan, if you don't already know, Dylan is one of the Dylan's dream is to be the first person to be on Big Brother, Survivor, and The Amazing Race, all of the CBS reality shows. There's always time. It could happen. Dylan, never stop dreaming, but for now, dream that you don't get crushed. Matt, take it away.
All right, I'm very, very excited. Okay, so the Survivor. Let me just bring up my slides here. The Survivor game I've concocted. I didn't want Dylan to run away with it. I didn't want anybody to run away with it. I wanted to give people who were just here to have fun a little bit of a chance. So the questions are going to range a little bit, but a lot of them are going to be kind of easy. They're going to be gettable for the most part. But there's also going to be opportunities to lose points, there's going to be twists, everything you want from your favorite and least favorite Survivor season.
As long as there's no idle nullifiers, Matt.
I can't confirm or deny that there's idle nullifiers.
If there's a split tribal twist, I'm out.
Is there a version of Exile Island? Because that would be fun.
Can I Edge of Extinction this and just take a break and come back?
No one's game has ever been ruined by an idle nullifier.
Dylan, I would advise for Dylan to take a break. That way this time around he can actually eat, not have just chicken and rice every single day.
That's facts.
Hold on, sorry, I didn't. It's now telling me it's having me agree to things for StreamYard to get my
for presenting your consent to present.
Yeah,
that rhymed. While we're stalling, subscribe, like, comment, all that stuff.
Tell us what your favorite Survivor season is.
You never asked me, Zach, by the way, what my favorite Survivor season is. Just saying.
That you presume that I care. Anyway, what's your favorite Survivor season?
You don't have to know. It's China. China's my favorite. I love China.
Now, Zach, how many of our favorite Survivor seasons have you actually seen?
Yep. Anyway, I see that Matt has got up the slides.
I'm gonna get rid of the banner just so we can see Matt's beautiful face down there. All right.
All right. So, welcome to Survivor Trivia Nights. This is going to be 5 official rounds, but there's also going to be some fun things in between. We only have 2 hours, and Dylan did threaten me.
It's true. I was there.
Oh man.
So I'm gonna try to move as fast as possible. The only thing you're really gonna need is something to write with, something on, and then we're gonna go on. So round 1 is. Can you see that? 'Cause it's not changing on this side. I changed. I do it through here. Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know I did it through StreamYards. There we are.
Yeah.
All right. So round 1 is Survivor Trivia.
Can I claim that idol?
What's that?
Can I get that idol?
Adam Klein, can I play that?
I play that round 1 idol.
I'm going to be eliminated after round 1 because I'm going to be voted off the island.
All right, let's go.
The rules, man. Okay. So for this round, it's going to be a series of questions. Oh, let me just move you over to the next slide. These are the categories. They are going to range from 1 point with Borneo to 7 points with Survivor Origins. But I'm going to let you guys go through and pick them. So we're not going to do them in any specific order. Just those are the price range. Those are the scoring range on those. And as with the tradition with Dill Pickle Movie Network's trivia nights is that you are able to choose to double one before you see the question. So if you want to, before we click it and see the question, if you want to double your whatever your score, your points, you can do that. But they range from 1 to 7. I know Dylan usually have a higher point value for a lot of these, but there's a lot, and so I just want to make sure that we keep it nice and tight. Sorry, give me just 1 second. We are going to start with. Thank you. We are going to start with Dylan here in
so
just
I get to pick a category.
Yeah, give me just 1 second though. Let me.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, you're good. So you said these haven't been given point values yet. Like the first question will be worth 1, you said, and then so on, or did they each have point values?
They have. They okay. So give me just a second, and I will explain that again. I apologize. I'm sorry. Give me
Matt. I can do what you need me to do. I think I know what you're doing. I can do it as well.
Yes, the answer is yes. That you asked the question to. The answer is yes. Okay,
keep going. I got it.
Okay, so it goes like this: Borneo, New Era, Final Tribal Council, Micronesia, Returning Players, Oolong, Soul Survivor, Survivor Origins. Borneo counts as 1. New Era is 2.
Okay.
Final Tribal's 3. I should have marked this down on the thing, but I didn't because there was just a lot of work going into it. But
it goes up to 8?
So it goes up to 7, or yes, 8. Sorry, I said 1 through 7, but it is 1 through 8. 1 through 8. So, Dylan, yes, you can pick first. Which category would you like to choose?
I'll start at the very beginning. Let's do a 1-pointer here for Borneo.
Okay, Borneo 1-pointer. Oh God! It says the name. No! Everybody, stop looking. This is not going to work. Here's the problem: is that I have certain animations that aren't working on this through StreamYard. So I'm probably going to have to share from my computer.
From my screen? No worries.
Which you just saw the answer to that one. So,
I saw the first 2, to be honest.
Okay.
I saw the first 2 as well.
But hey, it's all part of the experimentation. No worries.
This is not letting me do the animations, which is important. So, this is going great. Hold on.
Do you want to just say the question out loud and we just listen? I mean, we don't have to see the visual of the question, right?
I guess that's true.
Unless you want to try to.
There's just so much work. that went
I know,
into
I know.
this.
Well, you would reveal it after the answers.
Can I just share screen instead of do it through the
You
slides?
should be able to, yeah. But if you press present and then share screen, it'll let you present a window.
Okay.
What were you
then I'm
doing?
just
You were
going
doing
to
present slides?
Yeah, because StreamYard has a way to do slides through.
All right. So here,
through whatever,
I'll remove it for a sec, and I'll let you present and share screen. That should be a lot easier for you.
Okay, so I am there. This will be better. Can you see that now?
Yeah. Now test
You
out
see
the
that.
first one just to see.
There we go.
Yep, that works.
Okay.
Perfect. All right.
So everyone can write. We already saw this, but we're going through it anyway.
Okay.
Question 1 for 1 point. Who won the first season of Survivor?
And would we choose to double down before the questions asked or after the questions asked?
Before the question is revealed, you would choose to double. So from
before
the
questions revealed. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Also, don't forget throughout this, we will be sending information through the Facebook chat that we have. So just keep an eye on those if you can.
Bro. This is just Carolyn.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dylan.
Richard Hatch.
All right. Carly.
Richard Hatch.
All right. Noah.
Richard Hatch.
Austin.
Richard Hatch.
Dan.
Richard Hatch. Can you see it?
Got it. JD. Yes, I can see it.
I had Richard Hatch too. I actually knew that one even without seeing it.
Very good, everyone. Somehow you all got it correct, and it is Richard Hatch. I don't know how that happened. So we're gonna go back here. Oh no! Hold on. This arrow links back to the thing, but if I miss it, then it goes to the next question.
So no one could double down for that one, but
yeah, no one can double down for the second one. Carly, I will let you choose the next category.
Let's go Micronesia.
Micronesia.
Never mind. I can't double down now. The question's already up.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I should let you.
It's okay. Well, I will save it anyway.
All right. Pravati Shallow, Amanda Kimmel, and Sari Fields banded together and made it to the final 3 of Survivor's 16th season. What was the name of their alliance, which also included Alexis and Natalie?
Suri, great top tier Survivor player, obviously. I had a couple of thoughts on her as a Big Brother player, Matt. I'm sure you saw them on our Recipe for Reality talks.
I did. And I will say that having seen all of her seasons now, because I did not see them when I was watching our Big Brother, I have a new appreciation for her Big Brother play.
Yes.
But I think that her Big Brother play should stand alone, which it does in some occasions. But all right, so we're gonna go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, Dylan.
Sorry. The Black Widow Alliance, Black Widow Brigade.
Okay, Carly.
Black Widow Alliance.
Okay, Noah.
Black Widow Brigade.
Okay, Austin.
Black Widow Brigade.
Okay, Dan.
I was gonna say Girls 5 Eva, but I just put Girls Power instead.
And JD.
I misread the question. I thought you were asking about what was the subtitle of the season. So yeah, I misread it. So yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and the answer is. Oh, I keep trying to click on the thing. The Black Widow Brigade. I think I'm going to give it to Carly and Dill. You guys said Black Widow Alliance.
Yeah.
I wrote Alliance / Brigade, but I said.
Oh, did you? I only saw Black Widow on yours.
Yeah, but Carly, I would give it to Carly too.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to Carly. I'm going to give it to you guys. So
Dylan,
that
it doesn't matter what you would do. You're not in charge.
that is true. He's not wrong. So that is 4 points for Dylan, Carly, Noah, and Austin. Zach, who is keeping score. All right. Now we get to Noah. Noah, which category would you like to take?
Let's go ahead and do. Let's do returning players.
Returning players.
Anyone want to double down?
Yeah, anybody want to double down before I click here? This is for 5 points.
I'll double down.
All right.
Double down.
At 152 days, Boston Rob Mariano has spent more time playing Survivor than any other contestant. Who has played the second most days? I don't need the number of days. I need the name of the person.
Boston Rob. That's all I have to say.
I'm a big Boston Rob fan.
Best
he's my second
Survivor ever.
He's great. Okay, well, I'm going to give it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just so you guys know, I'm letting the Lord lead me on these times. I have no idea how long you're reading. So,
Matt, really quick, are we looking for the player and the number, or just the player?
Just the player.
Beautiful.
He said that.
I will tell you the number.
I'm just making
sure.
But
for a correct answer, I just need the name of the player. So we are going to start with Dylan.
I think it's Parvati, but I'm not sure. Parvati Shallow.
Carly.
This is probably wrong. I blanked. Sandra.
Okay. Noah.
I was thinking a lot on this one. I just made an educated guess, so I too said Parvati.
Okay. Austin?
I now feel like the answer is Parvati, but I said Tyson.
That's going to.
Dan?
Parvati. Do you see that?
Okay. Yes, I can see that. JD?
In hindsight, Parvati sounds like it was right. I went Sandra.
If Tyson hadn't gone so early in one of his seasons, I think he probably would have been
Heroes vs. Villains.
up there. Yeah, in Heroes vs. Villains. I think he probably would have been up there, but it is Parvati at 149 days.
49, 3 days. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
Good for her.
Parvati, you said you were. If you didn't know, you were always going to choose Parvati. So I
know.
So it's like, yeah, she doubled down on the Parvati answer. Okay.
But don't click the arrow.
I do.
Oh, you did. Okay. I thought that was the one that went to the next.
Anyone?
No,
anyone?
The arrow I put linked to the thing. Honestly, this thing is all weird because I actually set those to not be in the slideshow, so they shouldn't automatically go to the next one, which is the thing that's frustrating. But all right, so now we're on to Austin. We've done Borneo, Micronesia, and returning players. Which category would you like to?
What's the points?
The points are New Era 2 points, Final Council 3 points, Oolong 6 points. Soul Survivor 7 points, and Survivor Origins 8 points.
Now, what do we have?
Oh, I don't know.
We currently have a tie for first with Dylan and Noah both at 10. We have in second place right now Dan with 6. In tie for third place, we have Carly and Austin with 5. And then our ringer coming up the rear, JD with a good solid 1.
Nice.
Perfect.
Let's go with Soul Survivor.
Soul Survivor.
Anybody
want to double down?
No.
I'll
No?
double.
Who's doubling? Austin's doubling.
So
Okay.
14.
So this is worth 7 points or 14 points for Austin.
And really quickly, Carly is the only other person to have used her double down currently, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Awesome, great.
All right. For Soul Survivor, who is the only season winner to attend every tribal council in the season they won?
I think it's me, Matt. I think I am the only season winner to attend every tribal council in the season I won.
Nice. Good job.
Just
So
in
weird.
general, Matt and Zach, are you accepting first names for most of these names, or do you need first
Yes,
names?
because on the show they never give the last name, so I'm
Correct.
not expecting a last name from you.
I
Unless you need to.
Unless you're John from season 26, who is Cochran.
Yeah.
Yeah, and listen, if you don't know their first names, but they have a nickname that they are widely accepted as, we're gonna
Exactly. I'm gonna accept anything they are known by on the show.
We are not accepting Marilyn Hershey. It's only Mad Dog.
All right. 5, 4, 3.
Are there
2.
repeats?
If you want, yeah, sure. This is Survivor. You want to
I'm
repeat?
just trying to remember. I know the person. I just can't remember their name.
All right. So
10 seconds.
Dan Skip Allen's going to use his time heist. Who is the only season winner to attend every tribal council in the season they won? There's actually a better reference to what just happened, but it is a reference later in this game, so I'm not going to use it.
And I should make it known. I know no one's doing this, but chat. Wait till the answer's revealed to chat your answers. that's a given. But I'm reading the live chat, and I'm like, I'm good. I was like, what if something popped up? So I wanted to say it.
Oh damn!
And everybody keep your screens on the private chat. Keep your screens on the private chat. Do not put them on the comments.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, keep your screens on the private chat.
Oh, are the comments saying stuff?
Well,
I'm not even.
5.
Send the comments
4,
to the YouTube page.
3, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah.
2, 1. All right, Dill.
Denise Stapley.
Okay, Cart.
Parvati?
Yeah.
Noah.
I'm gonna try to do this in my best impression. Denise.
Austin.
Denise Stapley.
Dan.
I forgot her name. I remember she was like the only member of her tribe left. Was it that one? The girl that was like she was the only member of her tribe left that one year, and then she jumped on with another tribe. I forget her name. Is that her? No?
JD. I will confirm or deny that here in just a moment. JD.
I feel like I'm doing a similar strategy to Carly, but with Sandra. I want Sandra again.
Okay. The answer is Denise Stapley, who Dylan, Noah, and Austin got correct. Austin, you doubled down, right?
Yes, he
so
did.
Austin gets 14. Noah and Dylan get 7. Yes. Well, she was one of 2 left on her tribe. I'm not going to mention the other one's mid-season answer. I don't remember, but
was she like half black, half white, or something like that?
You're thinking of a different one. But I think there's a question related to that later, so I'm not going to elaborate.
Oh, okay.
I will elaborate after.
All right. I'm just curious because I've seen so much of this. It's hard to remember all of it, you know.
Yeah. All right. So now we're on to Dan Skip Allen. We have done Borneo, Micronesia, returning players, and Soul Survivor. You can choose from New Era, Final Tribal Council, Oolong, or Survivor Origins.
Well, Final Tribal Council, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Anybody want to double down on this one?
Why not? I'll double down.
Okay. JD is going to double down. So this one is worth 3 points, 6 points for JD. Who was the first player to ever make it to Final Tribal Council twice on 2 different seasons? Obviously. She didn't leave Tribal Council and then come back after peeing. So.
Matt, fun fact about me is that, and can you tell what I'm going to use my time for? Fun fact about me is when I played my first 3 orgs, I went to Final Tribal Council 3 times. I never got voted out. That's my fun fact about me.
And it took all 3 of those times for you to finally win.
And you know what?
5,
I don't want to
4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Dylan, what do you got?
Amanda Kimmel, my favorite player of that era. I love her.
Carly.
I picked someone else from that alliance, Parvati.
Actually, no, Parvati's my favorite from that era, but Amanda's number 2.
Yeah.
Todd? Anyway, Noah?
Amanda.
Okay. Austin?
Amanda.
All right. Dan?
I put Sandra.
JD?
And Boston Rob.
All right. So Dylan, Noah, and Austin each get 3 points. Oh, yes. Amanda. Sorry. I didn't do the other thing. Yes,
I got it.
Yeah. All right. So now we are down to JD. You got Oolong. Oolong or Survivor Origins.
Or
whatever one is less.
What? Whichever one's less? Oolong is worth less. It's worth less.
Okay, Oolong.
Matt, we also haven't technically done the new era question.
That's
even
true.
We haven't
we all saw the answer.
That is true, but we did all see the answer. So we're all about to get 2 points. But no, it's all right. So Oolong, or do you want to do new era, JD? Because it is worth.
I don't think I remember the answer, so I guess. I guess.
Do you want to do it, or
I didn't see the answer either.
Yeah, I guess
let's
we'll
do
do
it.
it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do New Era. Okay, for 2 points. Anybody want to double down?
Yeah, yeah, I will.
Okay. All right. In the New Era, who was the only returning player of the New Era so far?
Matt, I love the New Era, and by that I mean it's the only era I've seen. I can't believe that I still haven't done my rewatch, and by my rewatch I mean my first watch.
I just watched all of it because I used to watch it when I was with my mom when I was a teenager and a young adult. I used to watch it with my mom, and then recently I watched again, kind of in her memory, and I started from the beginning and watched all the way through. And I think there's some stuff in there that you particularly are really, really going to enjoy. So I'm excited for you to go through. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dylan.
I drew a little picture too. Bruce Perrault.
What's the picture? Oh.
Oh no! Ouch!
You're wrong.
Carly.
I got it, Bruce.
Nice. Noah.
Bruce.
All right, Austin.
Bruce.
Dan.
Did I swear to God, I said to myself, it's a black guy. I know it's this black guy. He got hurt in the first thing, and then he came back the next season, right? Is it?
Right.
I said black guy Bruce. Is that him?
Yeah, that's him.
Bruce was all we needed, though. JD.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't have it. I didn't remember.
All right. Well, Dan gets 4 points. Dylan, Carly, Noah, and Austin get 2 points. Oh, it's Bruce. Bruce.
Sorry
I
for
did not
saying
have
black
it
guy Bruce.
It's fine. I mean, he is a black guy.
I mean, that's how you got to it. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's how you got to it. That's how you got to it. All right. So now we are to. Well, there's 2 left. Dylan, which one do you want?
I feel like it would only make sense to save Oolong for last, so I'm gonna go Survivor Origins, and I'm gonna double down for 60.
You're a double down on
I thought
Survivor
you already
Origins.
doubled down once. Didn't you already double down, Dylan?
No,
Dylan and Noah haven't
My
doubled
fault.
yet.
That's my fault.
Noah, do you want to double down here, or do you want to wait?
I'll wait.
Okay.
I should have waited to double here, but
Survivor Origins. What is the name of the Swedish reality show on which Survivor is based?
Fuck you!
I should have doubled on this one.
Yeah, I should have doubled here.
Fuck you.
Dylan, let's see those hands. We don't need it.
I haven't played board.
I'm just kidding.
Dylan, I think Dylan, I'm gonna get a button that's just Matt's voice saying, "I'm fucking with you, man."
You need like 12 buttons today. So
I'm fucking with you, man.
Matt. I love you, Matt.
I love you too.
This is not it. No, it's not it. Fuck,
All right,
man.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dylan.
I know this is a spin-off, but it's the only other one I can think of. I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here.
Yeah, you went the other way, man.
I picked something that was inspired by it. Yeah.
Carly.
I can't believe you stumped Dill on something, but I just guessed Final Tribal.
No.
When do they say that in any of the 45 seasons?
They don't. Noah.
Exactly.
I don't know Swedish, but Expedition Robinson.
Fuck.
All right, Austin.
Expedition Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dan.
I know Swedish movies. I put Let the Right One In. I don't know.
Now that you say it, no,
I'll take it.
I know.
I'm just kidding.
Expedition.
And JD.
I guess Lost Survivor, and I put a U.
That would be Spanish.
That is a strong guess.
Holy, I have to tell you that
Lost Survivor.
Putting law in front of Survivor does not.
Oh, damn.
Okay. So, unfortunately, JD is not correct. The answer is Expedition Robinson.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yep, now that you say it.
Austin and Noah do get the points, though. Very well done.
I knew as soon as I put a public thing out there, I saw them sign up. I said, I'm not winning this. So they just know.
All right. And then last but not least, and Dylan's absolutely right. It's only fitting for Oolong.
Last and least.
Yeah.
I'm going to double up on this.
Dylan, do you want to double down?
Yes, double down.
All right. So it's 6 points for anybody else, and 12 points for
Noah.
Noah's gonna crazy.
All right, and the question is, due to the annihilation of the Oolong tribe, this is the only season of Survivor without a tribe merge.
What? Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
This is the only season. Please, what is which is this?
Oh no,
This.
I wrote what is.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I did it in a Jeopardy form. I apologize.
You better answer the Jeopardy form.
Listen,
everyone.
there were long nights and lots of frustration building this thing. So. But I did.
Someone's garbage is backing
All right,
up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dylan.
What is Survivor Palau Justice for Wanda Shirk?
That was not
Carly.
the full title.
I said Survivor Oolong.
Noah.
What is Survivor Palau? P.S. Justice for Bobby John.
Yes, that too.
No, never justice for Bobby John.
Never justice for Bobby John, Matt, right?
Yeah. Austin.
What is Palau?
Okay. Dan.
I put Guatemala.
Oh, one
Okay.
off.
That is the next season.
One
Fuck.
And she comes back in that season. So it's the same person you were thinking of earlier too.
I knew it. I knew it.
JD.
I'm way out of my depth here. I put Survivor 15. I have no idea. Just guess.
No, it is Survivor season 10 Palau. The next season is Guatemala, where Stephanie LaGrossa, who you've been trying to think of, Dan comes
And
back.
Bobby John.
And Bobby John.
No,
But we
no
only care
joke.
about
I
10.
was between season 10, season 15, and season 20. It's like those three. Oh God. Okay. I guess wrong.
All right.
It all mixes
so
up
that
when you've
is
never missed an episode.
All right, what's the score update, Zachy?
All right. First of all, slow your roll here, Dylan. You're
What?
not in charge.
I'm asking a question.
All right. Our ringer in the back with 1 point, JD.
Yeah.
Coming up right behind JD with 7 points is Carly in 5th place. Coming right in front of Carly is Dan with 10. In 3rd,
Did I get another one right? No, never mind. Never mind.
You
Forget
did.
it. Forget it. Forget it.
You did.
Yeah,
You
I know.
got you had your 1 point and 5 point, and then double down on the 2, and you got 10.
Yep.
Coming up in 3rd with
it's down there. Sorry.
28 points is Dylan.
Mhm.
Coming up in 2nd place is Austin with 38.
Expedition fucking
And
amazing.
with that clinch double, bringing us to 1st place with 42 points is Noah.
Yeah, Noah.
I should have
Damn
just
it.
thrown Parvati. I don't know why I was like, nah, that's not Parvati.
Can't believe I got that wrong. Man, I've been waiting for that the whole time.
All right. This brings us to everyone, your very first tribal council.
No. Get the votes of my- Wait, really?
Hold on. Everyone, hold on. This is your first tribal council. No one is being voted out.
We are. Can I get the
would've
idol?
voted
You
out.
are going to have to vote, though. You're going to write down the name of the person that you want to lose 5 points. So I'm going. So when I say go, you guys are going to write down the name. What's that? Did I say 10 in the document?
You wrote 10 on the document.
10 points. Who do you want to lose 10 points?
So if JD loses, is he -5?
No,
No one's voting JD. No
He'll
one's
go to
voting.
0.
He'll go to 0.
So
But
wait,
yeah,
is it
so,
whoever has the most votes will lose 10, or everyone will lose 10 who gets a vote?
whoever has most votes will lose 10 points.
Oh, okay.
Not
I thought
everyone
it
who
was the
gets
other
written
way.
down.
Also,
All right.
this is a really good time to go to the Facebook chat because that's where we're going to ask you to put your votes, I think.
No, I mean they can write it down. They can write it down on
You
their
could
on
still
their
all
stuff.
look at your Facebook.
Yeah.
What's up with the Facebook chat? Let me get my phone.
I'm just saying, like, there could be information there, but there's not necessarily.
Yeah, there's not right now. Just
Can I play the Carolyn idol?
silly
Can you play
Dylan.
what?
There's a Carolyn in the chat. He keeps telling me to look at the chat.
Got it.
All right. Oh, I've lost StreamYards. There we go. Okay. Is everybody ready? Has everybody written their name down? All right, Dylan.
I'm
Who are you
sorry.
voting
I hate it, but I have to go Noah just because he has the most. I'm sorry.
All right, 1 vote Noah. Carly.
Dylan.
What?
That's one vote Noah, one vote Dylan.
I'm in third
All right,
place.
Noah.
Zach, I'm voting for your twin, Austin.
Oh, I was like, I am not playing.
All right, one vote Dylan, one vote Noah, one vote Austin. Dan.
I'm never gonna be allowed on Picture This again because I vote Dylan.
Oh my god!
2 votes Dylan, 1 vote Noah, 1 vote Austin.
I want to hear Austin.
JD.
So I admit I wrote this down before I knew that I couldn't get negative points. I said JD for comedic purposes.
Okay, self vote. Oh, Matt's muted.
Yeah, sorry. I was talking to my kid. So JD, 1 vote JD, but that's 2 votes Dylan, right?
Hold on, you didn't get my
vote. Austin.
Oh, did I not get Austin's? I'm
No,
sorry.
you skipped me.
Because Noah said Austin. Sorry, Austin. Who did you vote?
I voted for Noah.
Oh, we
2 votes Noah, 2 votes Dylan.
Yep.
So what's going to happen is Noah and Dylan are not going to vote.
Oh, God.
I'm having flashbacks.
You guys,
I'm very
from
paranoid.
here on, you cannot vote for yourself, JD. So
you can only vote for Dylan or
Darn.
not.
Yeah, you can only, but even in not, yeah. So you can only vote for Dylan or no.
Guys, Noah and Austin both knew Expedition Robinson. That is crazy.
That is the first thing on the Wikipedia page.
And I'm going to tell you.
I know, but they never mentioned it in the series, and that's why I watched the study.
I will just mention their point values so that you can make a decision based on that. Not that.
No, you don't need to do that.
You can do that.
Noah is
42
sitting
to
in
28.
Noah is sitting in first with 42, and Dylan is sitting in third with 28.
Right.
Even if we vote Noah, he still has more points than Dylan.
And if you vote for me, then Austin is going to have an even bigger lead than I have over him.
Oh, I love this strategy.
All right, let's go ahead and hear from Carly. Who are you voting for?
Dylan, your knowledge is too strong. I don't trust you. So
They knew
sorry.
Expedition. Okay.
You know too much.
Austin.
Not enough.
I'm sticking with Noah.
Thank you.
Okay, so 1 vote Dylan,
He
1
voted
vote
for me,
Noah.
so
Dan.
I want to be back on Picture This again, so I put Noah.
Okay, 2 votes Noah, 1 vote Dylan. JD.
JD, please.
Noah.
Oh, I thought we were gonna have to draw
I
rocks.
thought we were going to have to draw rocks. Yeah.
Rocks.
All right, Noah. The tribe has spoken.
Wow, for once, wow.
No. I love it.
I have a really bad history with Dylan and tied votes, apparently.
I'm sorry.
We have-
Noah. I wish it hadn't been that.
We have a switch around in points. Austin now sitting in first with 38.
Oh.
Noah in
We get
second
food?
with 32.
Yeah, everybody, we're doing Applebee's. So
Oh,
everybody
God.
go to your local Applebee's, and we will continue from there.
Was that
As
ridiculous or
Karishma-
what? I mean, be an adult. You're a freaking
As
adult.
Karishma
Stop
would
being
say-
crying like a crybaby.
As Karishma would
Hey,
say, it is
you
my
are-
favorite sit
Dan,
down restaurant.
hold on, Dan. You have never been through what she has been through, so you can't tell her to stop crying.
Listen, that
You've
bourbon
never
burger-
been in that
bourbon
situation.
burger-
She's a
that bourbon
person.
burger's good. All right, guys, we have an hour 15. Let's do it.
You're fine. You can say, "Hey, Dylan."
Yeah, I got
Come on, just
a hard
transfer
out
it.
at 4:30.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
okay.
got-
Crybaby.
All right. So, yeah, I'm just kidding, Dan. Anyway, so we're doing our first reward challenge. I'm going to tell you the names of the rewards that the winner could win. But I'm not going to tell you what they are until the win. So the winner of this, stop it. The winner of this is going to. I'm sorry, I have a child and I'm here alone. So give me sorry. The winner of this is going to get to choose between the following rewards: Hourglass Advantage.
Everybody loves it.
Hate
Hate that one.
Well, you hate it in the show. You don't know what it is here.
That's true.
I don't want to know.
Shot in the Dark.
Okay.
Ooh, very successful reward.
Exile Island. So these are the 3 rewards. You get to choose one of those 3 if you win. The game here is very, very simple. I'm going to say the name of an actor here in just a moment. I need you guys to write down 5 films that that actor is in about 30 seconds.
actually.
Hold on.
I will time it.
Hold on. I thought this was
Is this
Survivor
actor gonna be
trivia.
Boston
This is a reward challenge. You know,
Yeah,
this
it
is
could
different.
be anything.
Yeah, this is not, and this is not for points. This is not for points. This is just
It's
a
true.
reward
It's
challenge.
just for a fun little advantage.
I'm gonna say an actor. You're gonna write down 5 movies that this actor is in. The goal is to have the most unique films. So if Dylan says if I say Tim Allen and he says the Santa Claus, if anybody else says the Santa Claus, Dylan doesn't get that, and neither does the other person.
Okay.
So the goal is to have the the largest number of unique movies titles on there after everybody has given their names.
How many time heists do we get?
None. Actually, let's make it a minute. We can make it a minute, 30 seconds, because I realize that a couple of you probably aren't movie people.
I will keep.
We're competing against someone who runs the Dill Pickle Movie Network. Here,
Dan's a professional movie critic. I mean, guys, we'll see. The actor's gonna be like Boston Rob.
Hey, if you watch enough Dill Pickle Movie Network, you can do anything.
That's true.
Yeah. And you know that I don't know much. All right, let's do it.
Okay, so I'm going to say it in just one moment. I'm going to mute for just
timer up.
Someone banter. Fill that.
So,
all right, we got it. We're good.
I'm here. All right. So the actor that I'm going to have you write, time is going to start as soon as I say the name.
Yep.
And I randomly picked this one from a generator, and so it is not. The bias is not on purpose. The actor is Kristen Stewart.
Who?
Kristen Stewart.
Stewart.
I actually don't know
Matt, do you have any favorite Kristen Stewart movies that you can't name out loud because it would be giving them a free point?
I do have some favorite Kristen Stewart movies that I can't name out loud because it would give them a free point.
Wait, so we're only picking 5?
Yeah, you're just writing down 5.
Shoot.
If we have a tie at the end of this, we'll do a runoff, but it'll be a different actor.
We have 20 seconds left. 20 seconds. Man, you can hear the squeaking of those markers. 10 seconds. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down.
All right, Dylan, let's go with you.
I went Catch That Kid, The Clouds of Sils Maria, Panic Room, Certain Women, and Personal Shopper.
Wow. Okay, Carly.
I said Escape Room, New Moon. I can tell you the full title if I need to. Spencer,
No.
Breaking Dawn Part 2, Personal Shopper.
Personal Shopper's awful.
Okay, so Personal Shopper is off Carly and Dylan's lists. Noah.
I'm not a movie buff. I'm a Survivor buff. Not the one that you wear, but like.
Good one, Noah. No points for that, though.
All I know is that Kristen Stewart is in Twilight, so I just said Twilight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There you go.
I'm going to accept it, except for she did do Twilight 2 and 4, right? Carly, did you do
what?
Breaking Dawn Part 1 or 2?
Oh, I did Breaking Dawn Part 2 and New Moon.
Okay, so she did Twilight 2 and 4 or 5. So you have to mark those off. All right, Austin.
All right. I got Charlie's Angels.
Okay.
Pretty sure she's in that.
Yeah.
Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End.
Oh, is she in that?
Is
she in that?
I don't know.
I'm looking.
Keep going. Exact fact check.
I don't think so, but
I don't know which one.
Okay, keep going.
We'll
We'll determine.
I also wrote New Moon. I wrote Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl, and Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides.
I think you got
You're thinking of Keira
Knightley.
Keira Knightley.
Oh, I am.
Is
No,
unfortunately not.
You got two,
in
though.
I have one.
Caribbean movies.
I got one.
All right,
Keira
Dan.
Knightley is definitely who I was thinking of.
All right, I'm up.
Yeah, you're up, Dan.
Into the Wild. Into the Wild. Love Me, which premiered at Sundance this past January. Nobody has seen it. but Love
seen
Me.
it.
I've seen it. Yeah.
All right, good. All right. Love Lies Bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
Love Lies Bleeding.
Good one.
Okay.
You guys screwed me over on this, but I got Clouds of Sils Maria and Personal Shopper.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm down to 3.
All right.
Down to
JD, you might be the spoiler here for some people. What do you got?
Underwater.
Okay.
Ooh, good pick.
Twilight, the first one, just the first one. Spencer,
Ah.
The Runaways, and
Oh.
Ellsberg.
What was the last one?
Ellsberg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Twilight one, Noah also had that.
Yes.
And Spencer,
Spencer
Harley
the
had.
two people had.
So you had 3.
I have 3.
JD
I have
has 3.
3.
Carly, how many do you have?
Did someone already say Escape Room?
No.
Okay, then I have 1.
Well, she's not in Escape Room. You said
Oh, she's
Panic Room,
not?
right? She's in
Panic.
Panic.
You're thinking Panic Room. Yeah.
Damn
Did you
it,
say?
I'm
Did you
0.
write down Escape Room or Panic
I
Room?
wrote Escape Room, so I'm
I
at
thought
0.
you said Panic Room. Okay. So it's Dylan, Dan, and JD at 3.
It
Is
is.
that correct? And
Good
Noah,
job with the
how many do you
Runaways,
have left?
JD.
I think I have 2.
Okay, so we're gonna do a runoff between Dylan, Dan, and JD, and this is going to be. Hold on, let me do a quick
Randomizer.
and we
Where
are
do you want
going with Chris Hemsworth. 1 minute.
All right, here we go.
Really?
I've got his filmography, discography pulled up. Plenty of choices, guys. Plenty of choices.
I can't believe I lost on Kristen Stewart. That's crushing.
It's just between JD and Dylan, right?
And Dan.
And Dan.
Oh,
I'm saying there's 40 seconds left.
I can't believe I thought Kristen Stewart and Keira Knightley were the same person.
30 seconds.
I'd love to see
I'm writing? We're writing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
Chris Hemsworth.
Oh, crap, man.
The question
20
is,
seconds.
with the uniqueness, it's like, do you go for the most
Yeah.
popular ones, hoping everyone else goes niche, or
Right.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Yeah.
10 seconds.
Oh, good point, Haley. Where was Zathura?
Yeah.
5,
All right, I love
4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Let's hear it, Dylan.
All right, I've got Furiosa coming to theaters soon. In the Heart of the Sea, Avengers: Age of Ultron is the Avengers one I went with. I went Doctor Strange because he's in the post-credit scene, and Vacation with Ed Helms.
Okay. Dan.
Dan froze. Oh, there he
Oh, Dan, you there?
Dan.
Yeah, I didn't realize we had started, so I was like half the time away. I mean, I missed
Oh,
half the
no.
time because I didn't realize we had started, so I missed like half.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I just put Star Trek, Spiderhead, and Vacation.
Nice. So Vacation's off.
Okay, Vacation is off because Dylan had that.
All right, so I'm at
All
4.
right, then JD.
Add cash with a $sign. Vacation. Black Hat, and then there's it was Star Trek 2009.
All right, that's some
And
Dan.
then the last one was Ghostbusters.
Okay.
I believe
Dan had
2016.
I believe you had 3 that because he had Black Hat and Star Trek.
So I believe that means that Dylan takes.
That means Dylan wins the reward. Dylan, which of these advantages would you like?
Oh, Applebee's. No, I'll take
Good one.
the one that I think is the least dangerous, which is Exile Island.
All right, I am sending it to you now.
I'm actually going to show. what it is. It's not a secret.
Oh,
He's going to find. Everybody's going to find out what this is. So he's
Okay.
So the reward. Oh no, that's not the right reward. Hold on.
Well,
you can never know what Hourglass was.
Oh no. Hold on.
Ah!
My phone.
I didn't get to read all of it. It's okay.
We're gonna go through these. And then this one, Exile Island, is send one player to Exile Island for the next round. They get to play, but they can only go for the minimum point value on each question, meaning that there's options for point value, and they can only go for minimum. So, Dylan, who would you like to send to Exile Island for the next round?
I voted Noah last round, so I'm not going to go Noah.
I would like to say I didn't vote for you in the first round, and I campaigned not to vote for you in the revote.
I'm gonna do this because I know we will talk later and repair this, but there's only one person who voted for me twice.
Oh, come on. I'm the least threat. You know that.
Carly, I'm just doing I'm doing this.
That's
I don't know.
not strategically smart. That is not a strategically
Very,
smart decision,
very
but okay.
interesting to see Dylan play with his heart instead of his head.
No,
Anyway,
hey, sorry, Carly.
Brings us to round 2. Quotes.
Oh, this is only round 2?
Oh, this. Yeah, I know, but
Okay,
hopefully
we have
this
an
one
hour,
goes
we have an
fast.
hour. Yeah,
Okay, so in round 2, it's quotes. I'm going to give you a quote. You are going to have the opportunity to lock in your vote before we go to multiple choice. Then after I ask if everybody who's going to lock in their vote, we're going to go to multiple choice. If you go before you lock in your vote, you get 10 points. If you choose to answer after the multiple choice, it is 5 points. So if you do it with
does that
multiple
mean
choice,
Carly only has multiple choice as an option?
yeah, Carly can only go for the 5 points.
Woo! That's good for me.
All right, so even if she gets it before multiple choice, it's still worth 5.
Yes.
All right, that's
Wait,
not
can
too
you-
bad, Carly.
Sorry, can you
Nice.
explain the?
Okay.
Can you explain the? Is it just 2 different white values with or without a multiple choice? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can answer for 10, or you can go for multiple choice, which is 5.
So for the first question, or the first quote, I'm clicking the wrong way. Me and Richard got to be friends. Not in a homosexual way, that's for sure.
Lock
Does
in.
anybody
Lock
want
in.
to
Lock
lock
in.
in?
Lock
Okay,
in. Lock
Dan's
in.
locking in. Dylan's locking in. Who else?
Wait, what are we doing?
you're
If
locked.
you want
If you
10
want to lock
points, you
in
can lock in.
before, for 10 points, you can lock in before multiple choice. So do
Okay,
you
yes,
know
I'm
the
locking in.
You're locking in, Austin. Are you locking in?
I'm locked in.
JD?
So we can't write when the multiple choice is shown. Just to
Right.
be clarified.
JD, are you locking in? Or do you want multiple choice?
I want multiple choice to confirm.
Okay. All right.
All right. Has
And
everyone else
multiple-
written them down?
Wait, hold on. If I lock in, do I have to write my answer right now?
Yeah.
You have to write it right now. Yes. Because you can't write after the multiple choice comes up. All right. And multiple choice. Dirk Bean, A. Greg, I don't know how to say his last name.
Bewis.
B. Bewis. B. Greg Bewis. C. Rudy Bosch. Is it Bosch? Bosch? Yeah, Bosch. D. Gervais Peterson.
Good thing I did that.
Give you like a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands down.
Dylan, you locked in before. What do you got?
For 10 points, I got Rudy Bosch.
Okay. And Carly
Rest in
for
peace.
5 points.
Rudy Bosch.
All right. Noah for 10 points.
Rudy.
Right. Austin for 10 points.
Rudy.
Dan for 10 points. Dan for 10 points. Boy, what's your answer? Rudy. And JD for 5 points.
See?
Excellent. Everybody got it right. The answer is Rudy.
Ooh, I like the color there. That's cool.
Right? That took so long because here's
I
the
was
thing.
gonna say,
But behind the scenes thing here, this font I had to do in a different on a website and do import it as a picture with a transparent background. So to do this, and then I had to overlay that one on this one, and then it took a lot. That's why it took so long, and I didn't need to take that long, but I did. Anyway, next question. It's a fucking stick.
Locked in.
Locked
in.
Okay, Dan, are you locking in, or you want multiple choice?
Multiple choice. Forget his name.
JD?
I'm
JD?
also going multiple choice. Just assume I'm going multiple choice for all of these.
I was just gonna say,
Okay.
I'm going to assume that JD is always multiple choice.
Right. Okay. So for the multiple choice, all right. So Dylan, Noah, and Austin, you locked in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Okay.
so even though I can't get extra, I want to put on the record, I wrote it down before. So you guys know.
All right.
Yep.
So it's a fucking stick. Was that A, Ozzy Lust, B, Amanda Kimmel, C, Amy Cusack, or D, Eliza Orlins?
What a beautiful multiple choice bunch of people.
It's a
Jeez.
You can
fucking-
imagine them all saying it, right?
Yeah.
You know what's funny? All of them did say it. Or maybe none of them said it. Maybe one of them said it.
Maybe Zach's
All right.
really
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dylan for 10 points.
Eliza Orlins.
All right, Carly for 5 points.
I knew it. Eliza.
Nice. Noah for 10 points.
Eliza.
All right, Austin for 10 points.
Eliza Orleans.
Dan for 5 points.
Eliza Orleans, you got that?
Yeah. Yes, got it. JD for 5 points.
I didn't have it. I went B, Amanda Kimmel.
It is Eliza Orleans, and it is my absolute favorite quote from Survivor.
Love it.
What is this? It's the idol. It's a fucking stick. It's my favorite, but it's got a face on it. Yeah, so
that's my favorite part. But it's got a face on it.
It's got a face on it. All right, so the next thing. It was either going to be my buddy or my grandmother coming, and my grandmother's not here for a reason.
Lock in.
Lock in.
Lock in. Lock in.
Dylan, you locking in?
Yeah.
All right. We assume JD is going to multiple choice.
And Carly has to go to multiple choice.
Carly has to go. So, all right. So you guys
take the
locked
real
in?
name or the nickname counts?
I will take whatever name you.
Fine. I wrote both. That's okay.
Okay.
Of course you did.
All right. So the multiple choice options are A. Russell Hance, B. Johnny Fairplay, C. Ozzy Lust, or D. Boston Rob.
This moment is so fucking epic.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I could see these a couple people saying that.
I just like to imagine hearing it in Boston Rob's voice.
It's not gonna be my buddy or my grandma.
Be my buddy or my grandmother.
No,
Yeah.
grandmother's not here for a reason. It's getting the best of me.
I actually could have heard any of these people saying it. That's why I chose them. Anyway, let's go with Dylan.
Johnny Fairplay, Dalton.
Yes, that is correct. Carly.
I guess
5
Boston
points.
Rob.
Yeah. Noah for 10 points.
Johnny Fairplay.
Austin for 10 points.
Johnny Fairplay.
Dan for 10 points.
Well, I didn't put fair play, but I did put Rotten. I put Johnny Rotten at the bottom there. Johnny Rotten.
I'm going to accept that you got Johnny.
Yeah, that's fine. You
and
knew
then
it.
you knew it. JD.
I was between B and A. I went A. I went Russell.
Oh man, the luck. All right. So yes, it was Johnny Fairplay. All right. Next, as a coconut vendor, I seek truth. I'm a seer of real.
Lock in.
Lock in for Noah. Dylan and Austin are locked in as well. Dan, you want multiple choice?
Multiple, yeah, multiple.
Okay.
Shit, I
All
forget
right.
their last name though.
You don't have to have a last name. You just have to have
I
first.
got it.
All right. So he just has to show you guys. He knows.
No, I don't know if the last name's right, but I don't know.
Okay. The
I'm not trying to be
multiple
a
choice
dick, I'm sorry.
options. No, you're not.
No. It's just funny how much you know.
Okay. It's a commentary on how much you know. Is all. The multiple choice options are Vince Sly, B. Joe, C. Will Sims, D. Haley Ford.
Suddenly, Dylan is like, God, I should have known that last name.
No, because I wrote down a different last name and I did change it, but you're gonna laugh at what I did write down.
3, 2, 1. Pens down.
Dylan for 10 points.
I originally wrote down Vince Mawa from Island of Idols, but it is Vince Sly. Vince Sly.
Yeah. Carly.
I had no
For 5
clue.
points.
I said B.
Okay. Noah for 10 points.
Vince.
Austin for 10 points.
Vince Sly.
Dan for 5 points.
That's so good.
Yeah, I put Joe. I put Joe Anglin.
And JD for 5 points.
I wonder what that age-old adage, like if you don't know the answer to the question, the test seating adage, you go C, because most people would put C on the test station.
Yeah.
C for Christ.
All right. The next quote. Oh, Vince Sly was the answer. Next quote. Tomorrow we make our apologies. Tonight we make our move.
Lock in.
Okay, Noah's locked in. Dylan, you're locked in?
What's the last word people are talking? I can't
Lock
read
in.
it.
Lock
Tonight
It
we
says-
make our what?
Tomorrow we make our apologies. Tonight we make our move.
I'm just trying to think of which of the three.
I'm like 98% sure.
I know, right? There's a 1 in 3 shot. Ugh.
Matt, all I need to say is it's a good thing I'm not playing because I would have gotten all of these answers right. Because I forgot them with all the answers on them, so I would have gotten a perfect score.
Dylan, Noah, and Austin, you guys locked in?
Yep.
I know Dan said the multiple choice. Okay. So the multiple choice options are A, Colby Donaldson. B, JT Thomas. C, Sari Fields. D, Tom Weston.
The 3 I was between are all 3. Yep. I was like, it's one of the 3. Oh, there they are. And then the one that the move is made on.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down.
Dylan for 10 points.
Such a heartbreaking episode. Tom Westman. Screw that guy. For the move. I like the guy.
I was about to say, don't screw Tom Westman.
I guess Colby.
Noah for 10 points.
Tom.
Austin for 10 points.
Tom Westman.
All right. Dan for 5 points.
I put Colby.
Okay. And JD for 5 points. Colby also. I mean, it's reasonable. It's Tom, JD, and Colby talking about Sari. So it's.
Wait, did you just say Tom and JD?
He did say JD.
I meant JT.
JD Domash hanging out in the
I would
jungles.
not. I would not last like 5 days on Survivor.
I would not last 5 minutes
Tom
on Survivor.
Westman. Tom Westman is the one who says it.
I think my favorite thing is that Carly said Colby and Matt went, oh.
I could hear the disappointment in Matt's voice.
I was sad. But regardless of how you feel about the move or the person, it's still a badass line.
It is. It's a great one.
That's why I went with Tom. He was the only one of those people who could deliver a badass line.
Right. I swore to Tom and Leanne on my son's name that I was with them 100%. But maybe if I win $1 million, God will forgive me.
I will lock in.
Okay. Dylan's locking in. Noah?
Multiple.
Okay.
I'll lock in.
Yeah, I'm going to take the risk. I'll lock in.
Okay. All right. So let me know when you guys have written it down.
Yeah, wait, hold on.
Yeah, I got my answer.
All right, I'm locked in.
No,
All right.
hold on. I'm
Okay.
I'm good. I'm ready.
All right, you got it?
Yeah.
We're locking in.
All right. Locking it in. All right. Multiple choice answers. Let's see if we get groans. A, Twyla Tanner. B, Eliza Orland. C, Julie Berry. D, Scout Cloud Lee.
Oh my God! I wrote Chris Dougherty and then I erased it.
Oh
yeah,
no,
I feel a lot more confident in my.
I still was between 2 people on the list of 4.
You're writing down your answers and we're revealing.
If I'm wrong anyway, it'd be fine. I'm just glad I didn't write Chris.
4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down.
Dylan for 10 points.
I don't 100% know if this is it, but it was between her and Chris, so I went with Twyla Tanner.
Okay, Carly.
I guess Julie.
Okay, Noah. Noah for 10 points.
Noah's frozen.
No.
Oh no, he's here.
Oh, there, he's back. Noah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but I said Twyla.
Okay, Austin for 10 points.
I wrote Twyla. I erased it and wrote Scout, and then I erased it again to write Twyla. So I'm going with that deceptive lying bitch, Twyla.
Okay, and Dan, that looks like Twyla or Julie. Okay, Julie and JD.
I went with D.
D, Scout Cloud Lee.
Say, Julie won a lot more than $1 million after that season.
The correct answer is Twyla Tanner. JD, Noah, and Austin get 10 points.
Hey,
you mean Dylan?
I meant Dylan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, JD's still in the ringer.
I'm
JD had
very
no
proud of
idea.
I'm proud of that because I locked in Chris and then I erased it and wrote Twyla. I'm so glad because I was like, oh, it's Final Tribal Chris, but I was like, he doesn't have a son. Fuck.
All right. I just love that because like God is going to care about $1 million. Let me tell you guys. Dylan knows this. Dylan knows this. I have a long-standing thing that if you are playing a game like Survivor or Big Brother, You can swear on anybody's name because it doesn't mean anything.
Matt,
it's not
I
a real
agree
thing.
with you tenfold. I agree tenfold.
That's
I'll
why
go to
Dan
the-
Literally,
made
it
it to
means
the end,
nothing to swear on someone's
right.
name. It's not even a thing. Anyway, moving on.
Would you say, Dylan?
All right. If I don't trust you, you can't believe a word I tell you.
Oh.
If I don't trust you, you can't believe a word I tell you. Who's locking in?
Lock in.
I'm not gonna lock in here.
Oh my god, I feel
Dan's
like I
locking
know.
in.
Hold on.
Austin, are you
Hold on,
locking in?
Give me 2 seconds to
If
decide
I
if I'm
don't
locking
trust
in.
you,
1, 2.
Okay, I won't lock in. I think I have it.
I have
but-
no idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not locking. This is.
Oh wow.
no
Okay,
idea.
Dan is the only lock in.
Death
on
to
this
the perfect runs for all three of you then.
Yeah, I know.
All right. So the multiple choice options are A, Amanda Kimmel, B, Cerie Fields, C, Parvati Shallow, or D, Natalie Bolton.
Glad I
You
did not
guys
lock
might
in.
recognize those four as members of the Black Widow Brigade.
The only one who locked in
I
on
can't
that
change
was
it now that I
Dan.
locked it in.
Not.
This might be the stumper here. I don't know.
This is definitely the stumper for me.
This
so
is
far.
7,
I
right,
can't
Matt?
change it because I already locked in. Once I had to write my answer down.
Because now I'm second guessing. Because
Yeah.
I got it wrong anyway, guys. So don't worry.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dan, you're up first.
My answer's not even on the multiple choice. So you know I got it wrong. No, I put
Dylan.
Russell Hance. I put Russell
Oh,
Hance.
okay.
I
That's not
thought
a bad
this.
guess.
I was thinking maybe this multiple choice was a misdirect, and it's really from Heroes vs Villains when Amanda's trying to tell Parvati to play the idol. But I might be
Okay.
off. I said Amanda. I don't think I'm right.
Okay. And then Carly.
I said Parvati. I wasn't going to lose another point because it wasn't her, even though I think
Okay.
it was probably someone else.
Noah.
Oh, froze again.
Is he frozen again?
And there's
Oh, Noah.
again. What the fuck?
Oh, there you are. Okay.
No.
What do you got?
I went with Natalie Bolton. Sounds like she's flossing with somebody's jugular saying that.
All right. Austin.
Me, Dylan, and Noah all have different answers. I went Cerie on this one.
Ah,
Okay.
That's what I would.
Dan went Russell Hance. And then JD.
We've established so far, if all fails, you go Poverty or Sandra. And it was also C, which was another rule we established. I went Property.
All right. And we have one winner here, and that is Austin with Cerie Fields.
I was going to guess that. That was my second one after
Is this
Parvati.
the Eric move? This is the Eric move.
I don't remember exactly when it's from.
My pre-multiple choice gut for some reason it was because I just rewatched Cambodia, and for whatever reason this sounded so much like a Tasha quote.
Yeah. Just
that.
heads up,
All
y'all.
right.
Remember to like and subscribe. In 45 minutes we'll have our draft. Just keeping it posted. Yeah.
All right. So
We're on round 2 right
I
now.
believe it's the last quote.
It is.
Why would you hand a villain your heart?
Lock in.
Lock in.
Okay.
Dylan.
Lock it.
Lock in.
Dan locked in.
I'll
Noah
lock
locked in. Noah.
Noah, Austin, and Dill and Dan locked in, right?
Cool.
And it's
All
first names, right? First names?
Yeah, first names are fine. Multiple choice options are A, Russell Hance, B, Sandra Diaz Twine, C, Boston Rob, or D, Parvati Shallow.
That's not helpful. That was everyone I thought it was.
Huh.
That's why it's the multiple choice answer, Carly.
Villains in the quote. How about 40% of the villains?
I think it's probably one of the top 4 villains of the show.
Oh yeah.
2, 1. Pens down.
All right, Dylan with 10 points.
I don't know if this is 100% correct. I think this is in relation to the JT move, so I went Russell Hance, but I don't know.
Okay, Carly.
I went Sandra.
Okay, Noah.
This sounds like a quote that a scumbag would say, so I said Russell Hance.
All right, Austin.
I'm actually pretty sure that it's Parvati.
It might be.
Okay, Dan.
Wow, would you hand a villain?
If this is Boston Rob, I'm going to be really upset. But I erased my first answer and put a second answer. But in the time I had, I just went back to Russell. I went Russell.
Russell. Okay. And I see it. And JD?
I went Sandra.
You went Sandra.
Oh,
Okay,
Carly,
guys,
oh,
this
no.
is said about Russell. It is Parvati.
Are you joking?
It's about, it is about
Parvati is
JT
an answer, and I
She's
don't vote for
like-
her.
Yeah.
She goes, why would you hand a villain your heart? JT just handed Russell his heart, and now I'm gonna eat it.
Right, and
Yes.
Russell's the one who says, "Why would you hand the enemy the idol?"
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I can hear it now.
I can hear it in Russell's voice, but yeah, it is.
You guys
Good job.
remember way too much about this. I see too many movies to remember all this stuff.
All right, and which brings us
Score
to
update, Zach.
Hold on.
Yeah,
10,
let's just get score update.
Sorry, I just had to add up everyone's scores. Coming up in last place with our ringer, now with 6 points, JD.
Yeah.
In fifth place with 17 points is Carly. In fourth place, 35 points is Dan. In third right now, a tight race between first, second, and third with 88 points at third is Dylan. In second place, 92 points, Noah. And with the only person to answer each question correctly last round, 108 points is Austin.
Wow.
Sweet.
Nice.
Good job, man.
Okay.
Really
With that brings us to do or die. Now listen, I know this is all of our favorite twists. What's going to happen? We all love it when it's on Survivor. We think that it's totally fair and awesome.
Oh yeah.
So what's going to happen here is you're going to look at these 3 boxes. You do not have to participate. I need to go to each one of you, ask if you want to participate. If you do, say you do, and then you're going to pick one of the boxes. If you don't, you can sit out. You don't have to do it. In one of the boxes is minus 20 points. In one of the boxes is plus 20 points. And in one of the boxes is nothing.
I have a question. Can I go into negative points?
No.
You cannot.
Okay.
You'll just go to 0.
All right. Dylan, would you like to participate?
No.
Carly, would you like to participate?
Yes.
Which box?
I'm going to say...
Wait, is this different for every person? It's a different do or die?
Everybody's going to pick from these 3 boxes, and I'm going to reveal
at the end. At the end.
Yeah.
For my sake, the leftmost one is A, the middle one is B, the rightmost one is C.
Yeah.
A.
Noah, would you like to participate?
Fuck to the no.
Right on. Austin, would you like to participate?
If Dylan or Noah had said yes, I would have played, but I will say no.
Damn it.
Dan, would you like to participate?
Yes.
Which one would you like to pick?
I'm a twin, so I'm going to go with a box number 2, which is box B.
Okay. And JD, would you like to participate?
Sure, why not? I'll go
which
see.
You'll go see.
Ooh.
All right. I'm about to click. I'm not gonna. Yeah, cowards. I'm not gonna click on this because I know that where it goes and it is not correct. But this one is the one with nothing in it. So JD.
Oh no.
Has nothing in it. I am required by law in a reality show to do the Monty Hall problem for you guys. Would either of you guys like to switch, knowing that there was nothing in this one?
No.
No.
Okay. So first we're going to go... Actually, we're going to go with Carly's first, and she was first. Carly. Oh. Fire, that means life. That means you get 20 points.
Good job, Carly. See, now that the twists even out.
Which means, I'm sorry, Dan, that skull, that means minus 20 points for Dan.
I'm so glad, too, because
God damn it.
I would have picked the minus 20 as well.
Which brings us to Tribal Council.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Very quickly, just like that, we have a jump in points. JD, unfortunately, you picked wrong, so you are still the ringer with 6. However, we had a switch between 5th and 4th. Dan is now sitting at 5th with 15 points, and Carly, you are sitting in 4th with 37 points.
Yeah, Carly.
Yay.
Nicely done. All right, so now we're at Tribal Council. We're going to do this as quick as possible. Everybody write down who you would like to lose 10 points.
Who has the most?
So once again,
How dare you?
The point standings are JD with 6, Dan with 15, Carly with 37,
Dylan with 88, Noah with 92, and Austin with 108.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dylan, who are you
Pause.
voting?
Matt.
Yeah.
I'd like to play my idol.
Austin has played his hidden immunity idol, and it is a real idol. Any votes cast?
Any votes cast for Austin will not count.
Any votes cast for Austin will not count.
Wait, how did he find an idol?
He asked about it in the very first slide of this presentation.
That was real?
That was real idol?
Yes, it
Dylan.
was.
Hey, Dylan, what are you voting for?
Wait, but you said it wasn't okay.
I didn't say anything.
Hold on.
Someone did say it wasn't an idol. Okay, never mind. It's fine. Austin does not count.
Does not count. Carly.
Dale holds a grudge, so I voted Austin. Does not count.
Austin does not count. Noah.
Real fast.
Yeah.
Can I claim the thing that Jeff is wearing?
Yes, you can. Hey, go ahead and send him the thing, Zach.
Okay.
But we already started voting, so it can't be used this round.
You can't be used this round, no.
Yeah, okay.
Because we've already, So Noah, who'd you vote for?
I did it last round. Might as well do it again. Austin.
Austin does not count. Austin, who did you vote for?
I needed to create more separation. I'm sorry, Noah.
Wow. Noah does count. 1 vote, Noah. Dan, who did you vote for? Austin does not count. JD, who did you vote for?
Austin Wentworth.
JD, you cannot vote for yourself.
All right, I won't do it anymore. I swear. I was the last time. I just want
okay. So with that, Noah has lost 10 points.
Damn. And he has an idol now too because he claimed it from Jeff.
Yeah, he does have an idol, but everybody knows about it.
Yeah, so we're all gonna vote Noah.
Oh my
if he had done that, if he had done it privately in the chat that I told everyone to set up with me, or I set up for everyone with me, he would not. No one would know about it.
Wait, what chat? What are you talking about?
I set up a private chat with you, me and Zach, with each of you.
Oh,
you have one too.
Oh, sorry, that was after the sub started, so I haven't checked my phone during the game.
Okay.
Okay, I got it now. I'm up to date.
All right, which brings us to round 3.
Still 3 rounds. Okay.
Tribal feud. Okay. This round, we're going to do a schoolyard pick. We're going to separate into 2 teams. We're going to do this family feud style. There are 10 questions. So 5 for each team. You can choose to pass to the other team because it's going to work like Family Feud. If you don't get all of them and then they get the last one if you get your 3 strikes and then they are able to get one, they get the points. However, if you choose to pass and it is the next person's turn, they still get the option to play or pass. It'll make sense as we're going. So I'm going to make the leaders or the team captains, the 2 leaders right now, and that's Noah and Austin.
It is not Noah and Austin.
Oh, it's not Noah and Austin anymore?
It is now Austin and Dylan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Austin and Dylan are going to be the team captains. Let's start with Austin. Austin, who do you want to pick first for your team?
Noah.
It's probably a good call. All right, Dylan, who would you like?
Let's bygones be bygones, Carly. Come on.
Yay!
All right. Austin, who would you like?
Dan Skip Allen.
Okay. Dylan.
All right, Ringer. We got it.
No, I was there. I expected that. Yeah.
Okay. I need to change the screen that I'm presenting at because it is in a different. I thought it might follow the link, but it doesn't. So give me just a second.
No
I'm going to be.
Remember to continue to subscribe, to like, to comment. I'm going to get my phone and check what the subs are at right now. Keep it up, people. Last check, we were at 1150. We're at 1170.
Oh my God.
We've gotten 20
Nice.
subs since this started. So what is that in total right now? 1170 minus 10, that's 60 subs. 60 subs, guys. Which means we have unlocked the Traitors season, guys. We have unlocked the Traitors season.
Nice.
Congratulations,
Exciting.
everyone. I don't
All
remember what the next benchmark is, so we'll do that after the show.
I'll actually
Dylan,
let
can you?
know.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so we're gonna start with Austin's team. Where's Noah?
His internet disconnected. He told me, so he'll be back in just a sec.
He said something wrong with his internet connection.
Oh, he's back.
Okay,
He's back.
well,
I got him. Cool.
There we go. All right, so we're starting with Dylan. Can you move everyone into their teams?
Yes. So it's Noah, Dan, and Austin, and then myself, Carly, and JD. There we go.
Okay.
So everyone knows the 100 subs reward benchmark is a movie screenplay table read at a
That's
later
right.
date.
All right, so 100 subs gets us a table read. And just a reminder, we have about a half hour. So.
Okay, so we're gonna try to rush through this because we got things.
Yeah.
We're gonna start with Austin, Noah, and Dan Skip Allen. What is your favorite season of Survivor? I created a survey and I sent it out to Survivor fans. I got a lot of responses. So this is the top 7 answers from that survey for this. Let's start with Austin. What? Oh, sorry. I need to say one more thing. As far as the points go on this, and it's going to tally points on here. The most, unlike regular Family Feud, the most common answer is going to have the least amount of points. The least common answer is going to have the most amount of points, and it's going to be 1 through 7. So number 1 is worth 1. Number 7 is worth 7 points. So Austin.
And what did you say about the whole player pass thing?
You can either choose to play or pass. You can pass it on to the other team, and they get to play. If they get 3 strikes, then it goes back to you, and you can try one more time to get one answer. And if you get that one answer, you get the points. But if you don't, then they get the points. That it's like Family Feud. I don't know if
Do we want to play, guys, or do we want to pass? Do we think that they can get all 7?
I'm thinking we play.
Okay. So I'll start with heroes versus villains then.
Heroes versus villains. Oh God, let me bring up the list because
no, I don't because it's not.
No, you don't. It's not on that list. Sorry, it's on this other one.
No. Okay.
We can't confer with our.
Right during the thing.
You go one at a time.
Yeah, you go one at a time.
Unless it's a steal, correct? The steal is a confer.
Yeah, the steal is a confer. Okay, there we are. I found it. Okay, the
Heroes versus villains.
Heroes versus villains. Oh God, hold on. I'm sorry. This is not right. I'm sorry. Give me just a second. I apologize.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Dylan.
No, it's okay. We just have a half hour. That's all.
There we go. I found. Okay. Heroes versus villains is the number one answer.
Yeah.
Do you guys hear that? I didn't know it made sounds. Did you guys hear the sound? Or is that? Oh wow. Okay, I didn't know that. All right. So now it is on to Noah.
Let's go with Kagiyan.
Kagiyan. Kagiyan is the. I apologize. The number 6 answer.
Wow.
Very good.
I'm shocked.
All right, so let's go with Dan Skip Allen.
Boy, I'm between 2 here in my head. God, I want to go with. All right, let's go with Australia.
Australia. I'm sorry, that one is not one of the top 7 answers. Which brings us back to Austin.
I'll play it safe just so that they can't steal one that I feel like is probably obvious on there for me. Micronesia.
Micronesia is 7. It's not that. It's not that safe.
What? Oh my God!
I'm surprised it's that.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised by some of the answers. Just to let everyone know. Not necessarily on this one, but maybe the order. Okay. So Noah, what do you got?
I'm torn between 3 of them.
Okay.
You know what? We just got number 7. I'll go season 7, Pearl Islands.
Pearl Islands is number 4.
Yeah,
good choice.
Survey said. All right, Dan.
You guys, I'm thinking maybe we should pass this to those guys. Can we do that,
We
guys?
can't
Are we
anymore.
allowed to
It's
do that?
now that you
No.
now that you have
We can only
started,
pass
you
it
can't
to
pass it.
All right. Well, I feel like it kicked this whole thing off. It's everybody's like the thing that got everybody, all of us here doing what we're doing today. The first season of Survivor, Borneo, maybe.
I was surprised to learn that was not on there because I think I think it's a
Are you
solid
kidding
season.
me?
Yeah, I know.
The issue with it for some people is, and I will admit this, it's boring.
Yeah,
I disagree
In
with
comparison
that.
to
I love
newer seasons,
Borneo.
the editing is rough.
It
See, I
feels like a
haven't
completely different.
I
show.
haven't gone
we gotta
back
move
to it since,
Yeah.
so that would make sense. Okay, okay.
All right.
So that brings us to who is it? Austin? Austin, what do you got?
There's two that I'm between now. I'm gonna go for some recency bias here, not new era recency bias, but David versus Goliath. I think it's a pretty
David
normally
versus
pretty low
Goliath. You
season.
say. That is
Damn.
a bold pick, and it is number 2.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
I saw the 3x like highlight, and I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That brings us to Noah. What do you got?
So when I said I was torn between 3, the 3 of them I was torn between were Pearl Islands, David versus Goliath, and the season that I am going to choose, which is going to be China.
That was the one I was between with David versus Goliath.
That is a great pick. This is a great season.
Yep.
What?
Wow.
Who are these
So
people?
sorry.
Hold. All right.
It's Survivor, the Survivor Reddit, and a couple of Survivor fan pages.
Harley
I have
and
two more
JD.
guesses.
All right, so we get to collaborate for a steal. I'm thinking. I don't think it is, but like Winners at War maybe is a safe one just because it's the winter season. It's got everyone's favorites on it. I think Token Teens could be because of Coach and JT. Oh, Cambodia, the second chances I think has to be here. I think we go second chances. Cambodia.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, either that one or I was thinking the first ever like.
They already guessed.
They already guessed that. It wasn't on there.
Okay, yeah, no, it didn't.
Yeah, let's go Cambodia. Cambodia map.
Can't click that again, but no, it is not on there.
Cambodia is not on there.
Cambodia is not on there, so Team A gets the points. That's 20 points to Team A. I will tell you. Okay, so the other answers were number 5. Winners at War.
Damn it!
Which you almost said, and number 3. Millennials versus Gen X.
Wow!
That's my fiance's favorite.
I like
That's
that
a
pick.
good one. I
let's-
didn't think it would be on here, but
How
that
many
one's
questions
a
are
good
there
one.
of these? 2?
4 more left.
Huh?
Oh, 4. Okay, then we gotta go. Yeah, let's. So it's our turn next.
No, there's 10.
I thought you said there was 5.
We're going. There's 5 for each
okay.
of you, but there's
Oh, wow.
fewer questions in the other ones.
Okay.
All right, so that brings us to question 2, which is for Dylan, Carly, and JD.
Mhm.
Do you want to play or pass? Well, who is your favorite winner / sole survivor?
I say we play.
Yeah,
Why
I say
not?
we play.
Yeah, and I'm gonna start it off because I think you two can get some of the other names. So I'm gonna just go just to see if we can get it. I don't know if it's gonna be in top 7, but I'm gonna go Todd Herzog.
Sorry, give me just. I don't know what this is doing. We are at this one. I'm sorry. Let me set round score to 0. Go to the next round. This is a template. There we are. All right, Todd Herzog. Was your answer for winners, and that is
sweet
number 6.
Interesting.
6 points. All right, Carly.
You already know poverty. I'm picking poverty.
I do already know, and she should be on there. She really.
What?
What? How is she not on there?
I'm sorry.
That's crazy.
I'm actually There's some surprises
Keep
here.
going. JD.
Yeah, JD
Boston Rob.
Yeah, he's definitely.
is number 1.
All right. I'll go Tony Vlachos.
Number 2.
All right, I'll go Sandra.
Number 5.
Oh my god. I'm running out of Survivor winners. Okay. This is probably wrong. Especially with the controversy with him, but it's the only Survivor name right now that I can come
Just say
with.
it, JD, we gotta
Richard Hatch. I mean,
yeah.
I'll say Kim Spradlin. Kim Spradlin. People are dumb. That's what that means.
All right, so Noah, Austin, Dan, you can collaborate for about 30 seconds. Who do you want to guess?
What was the last one they gave? Because
Kim Spradlin.
Can I just say something, guys? You guys are better at this than me, but I'm thinking Tina. But you guys can debunk that all you want. I don't care. But Tina was a very popular winner.
Yeah. I was thinking between Ethan or Yule.
Really?
I was leaning towards Earl, but I feel like Ethan or Yule are also good bets.
Not the guy that gave all his money away. You guys don't think people would vote for him?
No. Do you want to go?
Three,
I'll go.
2,
I'll listen to you now. Let's go,
1.
Earl. We can go, Earl.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. Although they did, Earl and Yule did get 1 vote each, but they not enough to be on the thing.
But Jeremy, Adam.
The finals are one of my favorite winners, John Cochran.
Cochran. Why couldn't I come up with Cochran?
Number 4 is JT Thomas, and number 3 is another one of my favorites. I'm sorry, guys, Adam Klein.
Wow.
I like Adam. Did not expect it.
I'm very happy about that, but I didn't expect that. That's great.
I was way off. I wouldn't have gotten
Like
any
most
of
of
them.
most of the Survivor world is like annoyed by Adam and Cochran, so I didn't expect them to be there. And then most people are like JT
I guess, yeah.
after he played.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right,
I like Adam Beaver.
Let's
They
go
said
to the next
no,
round. This is for Noah, Dan, and Austin. Which player do you hate / dislike the most?
I say play, but I have a rule.
I would say
in
let's
it.
go for it. There's a lot of people we can hate, right?
Yeah.
It seems like we can get 5 of these, right?
Who starts this?
All
Does
right.
Noah start this time?
We're gonna start with Noah.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna go with probably my least favorite player of all time, Colton.
Number 2.
Good one.
And my least favorite also. All right, so Dan Skip Allen, who you got?
Well, you got to go with Russell Hantz. He's the villain. He's one of the worst villains, right? You got to go with Russell.
Number 1, Russell Hantz. All right, Austin.
I have 2. I'm gonna go with the one that I feel like is a little bit more out there. Philip Shepard.
Philip is not on the list. Damn. I think he's too beloved. Especially when you see the other ones that are on here. So now we're gonna go with Noah. What do you got? Noah, what do you got?
I'm gonna go with 1/3 of the Worlds Apart trifecta of Suck, Will Sims.
Wow.
I think you guys understand when you see the finals, but yeah. All right, Dan, what do you got?
Well, I mean, when I was watching, one of the people that I couldn't stand watching was Tony, whatever the hell his name is.
Vlachos?
Yeah, I hated him.
Well, he was
just on the list of favorite winners, Dan.
But he's also a villain, though. He's also one of the worst villains.
Carly and JD, I think we have to go with either Dan.
You can't
Spilo,
be on both lists.
Dan Spilo, who got kicked off for molesting
Yeah.
people, or Jeff Varner, who outed
Yeah,
Zeke.
those are the 2 on my list.
They're both
so.
going to be on there, but let's go Dan Spilo because there's no way
Yeah,
he's
I
not in the
think
top 5
Spilo
most disliked people.
Yeah.
Boom.
Dan Spilo,
Yep.
number 3.
All right, there we got it.
So those points go to Team B, which brings us tied, 20 points each. On
Were the other
next
two
round.
Varner and 10?
The other two are Scoopin and Varner.
Oh yeah,
Scoopin makes sense.
Scoopin,
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
that tracks.
I can't believe
okay.
people hate Russell more than Scoopin. Like Russell's not in jail. Like, come on.
I will say that this is the only one.
on both
This
lists?
is the only one on the survey that I made optional because I did not want people to have to choose to hate.
Right.
Someone.
All right.
But
keep moving.
we're moving along, Dylan.
I know.
Sorry.
I'm keeping things going.
Oh, I'm so anxious. Oh God, what are you doing? Stop.
Who said I'm
There we
anxious?
go. I'm anxious.
Oh,
All right, so
okay.
that brings it to Dylan, Carly, and JD. Which player made the dumbest move of all time? Do you want to play or pass?
Do you feel like
I-
we could steal it if they miss it? I don't know if they're gonna get all 5.
I kind of want to pass.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
pass.
I was leaning towards pass.
All right. So that brings us to you guys. Dan, Skip, Allen. Which player made the dumbest move of all time?
If I say what the person did, does that because I'm bad with names. I'm
Yeah,
really
that's
bad
fine.
with names. I'm gonna say I think what is it? Eric, the ice cream
Mm-hmm.
scooper guy?
You got it.
No,
Yeah, no, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah.
isn't that him? Eric, the ice cream coop?
Yeah, Eric Reichenbach.
Yeah.
Because that's
Sorry,
what I'm gonna go
this-
with. Eric,
the
ice
answer
cream
thing
scooper.
just went away. Give me just a second.
My
I
God, are
think
you
he made a
serious?
dumbass move.
Oh, it looks like
Yeah, you have to subscribe. If we want to move on and play this again on another, like this round later, we can.
I think we can you could probably just get rid of the. You could
Well,
probably
you could just
get rid
tell
of it.
us.
Get rid of
Yeah,
that.
you could just tell us.
Yeah, I'll just tell you. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, Eric is number 1, so that's 1 point.
Hey, I got one right. I don't get yelled at
Um,
by my teammates.
Are you able? Without it doing all the fancy stuff, are you able to like remove the one cover?
I don't know.
Just click delete on it, Matt.
Yeah,
See
But
if it-
this attempt, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
okay,
you go.
okay.
Yeah,
All right,
there it goes.
cool.
So we can do it. All
Sweet.
right.
Cool.
All right. So Eric is number 1. All right. Austin.
I'll say James Clement.
That is surprisingly not. Sorry.
Wow.
Here, Matt, do you want to send me the doc you're looking at so I can also just give you that way you have your screen up and I can just pop answers?
Yeah, just a little.
Austin, you said you have a hard out at 4:30, or could you maybe do 4:45?
No, I have a 20-minute
Okay.
drive I have to make because I have to be at the school by 5 o'clock.
That's right. Okay, no worries.
So-
Okay.
Sorry, everyone.
It's okay.
All right. I'm sending this.
You're all
to-
doing great.
We
How
all know
fast
that's
is-
not
how fast is
true,
round
but I
4, Matt?
appreciate it.
I'm looking at round 4 right now. Round 4 will be over under, and actually it should take you shouldn't take that long.
Okay.
Sorry. I don't know how long they take because I suck at this type of thing. At managing resources.
Cool.
It's something that I'm very, very bad at, and that's why I feel so anxious.
No, it's okay, man. I mean, this is.
It's great.
I'm
It's
gonna
not
say
okay.
this is a
It
beautiful. No, this is a beautiful template, though. I mean, like I'm very impressed. It's just
Yes.
Okay,
it's
so
not your
Brett, Noah.
Or Noah.
Noah. Okay, so that was okay. So Austin's was not Noah.
One
What
strike.
do you got?
I'm gonna go JT.
That is
JT Thomas. That is number
2.
2. All right, Dan, what do you got?
Can I pick anybody, or can I pick like the consensus of the season that we're currently in on Survivor? Because everybody's making stupid ass moves on this season. Like, I hate these jackasses.
You can
but,
choose. You can choose anybody. Yeah, anybody who's played.
But
I'm gonna say Hunter from the current season.
Yeah, he's
Hunter's number 5.
number 5.
Oh my god.
He's over James. Holy shit!
Yeah, that was
Uh,
crazy. Crazy.
With
That was a
my
crazy
pick,
variable.
I will go with Wu Huang.
He is number 3.
oh wow.
Wow, good job, guys.
All right. So who
Noah.
is it? Noah. Noah, it's up to you.
Come on, Noah.
I think you also have one more. If no,
we have 2 strikes left.
I'm going the same vein as the logic for picking Woo. So I'm going to go ahead and go with Colby Donaldson.
That is not correct. Yeah. Got one more.
Of course.
All right, we got one more.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to pick. I don't want to get yelled at again. These guys already yelled at me for picking the wrong thing before.
All right, Dan, we need an answer.
I won't yell at you regardless.
Colby Donaldson. I don't know.
I already said that.
He already said Colby Donaldson.
But
I can't say that one. I can't say that one because he already said so. We can't use the same twice. We're gonna go for another Hunter, and Hunter of the season he got voted off instead of Boston Rob. I don't know.
And that is
Hunter Ellis.
Yeah,
that is incorrect. So, Dill, Carly, JD, what do you got?
I'm thinking maybe we go Tyson because he voted himself out on Heroes vs. Villains by accident. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have anything better.
Dumbest player, he's not, but dumbest move, I think. So yeah, let's go Tyson Apostle.
Let's go with that. Yeah.
That is incorrect.
That is incorrect. Although there was one vote that just said Tyson for voting himself out, but it did not make the top 5. The number 1 or the number 4 answer is, and you're gonna kick yourself, Dill. Zane Knight.
Okay. All right.
You love King Zane.
I love King Zane, but I don't think he made the dumbest move of all time. All right.
Well, he did. It was a survey. Okay. With what this is harder to read here. Okay. So this is you guys passed, right, Dylan? So Noah, Austin, Noah, Dan. Which new era player would you most like to get a beer or coffee with?
I think we pass
guys
it. Though.
Pass it.
Yeah. All right. Go pass them.
All right. So Dylan, Carly, JD, let's hear it.
Caleb.
Not on the list.
Not on the list.
All right.
Only 4 answers on the board, by the way, but you can see that. All right, Carly, new era player.
We're on season 46, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I gotta pick Kenzie, even if she's not on there. I can't not pick her. She's my wife.
She is not on there.
People are wrong.
Wait, who'd you say, Carly?
Kenzie.
All right, JD, who has not watched it a few years.
This is fantastic. I mean, I haven't watched any of these seasons. I'm just gonna go Liz because why the fuck not?
I want to get a beer with Liz.
I want to get
Liz is not on there, but it's good.
I want to line with Liz.
All right, guys.
All right.
Noah, and Austin. How about the guy that gave his money away? That guy? What was his name?
I don't think a lot of people like him.
Gabler is his name.
No, he's
That's
not.
like the least popular winner of the new era.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're telling me you wouldn't get a beer with him? No, you're kidding me?
I don't think people would.
No.
I really don't.
Are you kidding me? Wow, that's shocking to me.
I'd
go get a beer with that guy. I don't drink.
All right, 30 seconds.
What do you think?
You guys pick
I'm
them.
thinking
I don't know.
Noah, do you have any?
It's
Emily,
4 answers.
Marianne, Omer. I feel like
Omer's a good one.
Liked.
I think Omer's a good one.
All right, we'll throw out Omer.
Good guess. Not on the list though.
It's a good guess. Gabler and Omer did get 1 vote each in the thing, but no, they did not. They did not make the top 4.
Emily,
it surprised me. Gabler got
financial
1 vote.
analyst Emily Flippin.
Okay, so number 4 is Jess Chong.
What?
I don't know why, but she got so many votes.
Oh my God.
Number 3 is Franny Martin.
Franny makes
Oh
sense.
yeah.
Who I
yeah.
would definitely get a coffee with. I love Franny.
Love Franny.
Number 2 is Cody Asenmacher.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Asenmacher.
that makes sense.
And number 1, does anybody have a guess?
Emily Flippin.
You'll kick yourself for
Emily
it often.
Marianne.
Oh yeah.
Who is my
Second
favorite
guess.
player in the new era? So I
Mine
have
too.
Love her to death.
He's my favorite
Why
winner.
do people
All
like
right,
Gabler? What's wrong
so
with
this. All right. So who did that last round? Who's
That was
Dylan.
And we
Dylan and
passed
them
it.
had it first.
Yeah,
you guys passed? So Dylan, it's your turn for this
I
one.
feel like
With which
we could
player from season 1 would you most like to play a board game?
how many players could you guys name from season 1?
2.
All right, let's pass. Let's pass. No, let's pass.
Pass. All right. Austin, what do you got?
I'll say Richard Hatch.
Easy pull. It's the number one answer.
Number one answer.
I think
All
that's
right,
all that people know.
Noah.
I'll go Greg Buis.
Good guess. He's not on the list.
But that would be my choice.
That would be my number 1 too. Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to play a board game with Jervis. That's just me.
Not on the list.
What?
Austin,
yeah, I know.
What?
Austin?
Rudy Bosch?
He is on the list, sitting at number 3.
Okay.
He's the only one I
Are they
can
gonna
name.
sit at a
Rudy's on number
tombstone? How does that
Shut
work?
up, Dylan.
They
want it that bad.
Who's
Noah.
next? Noah?
Go
What do you got?
Kelly Wigglesworth.
She is the number 2 answer.
All
I don't
which,
want to say it.
Brings us to Dan Skipallen.
I don't want to say it, but she's so popular with the rats and all that stuff. So I'm wondering if I should say Sue. I don't know if I should say Sue or not. But she's so popular.
She was number 5, but she.
Unfortunately, that's the last hit.
Okay, so Dylan, Carly, JD, what do you got?
I think
Funny thing is, I knew all three.
Colleen would be the safest answer, I feel. So I think we should go Colleen.
Damn,
right?
Colleen. Shit.
All right, let's go Colleen. Let's go Colleen.
Yeah,
It's not gonna be Jenna Lewis.
All the points.
Colleen. Yep.
Damn. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
No, you're good. Honestly, I was thinking Sue as well.
I almost said Colleen over Rudy, and then that would have left Rudy available for you guys to pick.
And I would have picked Rudy. Yeah.
Honestly, I was thinking Richard, Rudy.
Who wants to play a
Yeah,
board
we gotta
game?
keep going. We got
Richard.
6
All right, we gotta go.
All right. Whose turn is it? It is you guys. Austin. Who's the best player to never win a season? You guys want to play or pass?
I think we could pass, probably. I don't think they'll get them all, and then we'll have a...
Yeah,
All right. Dylan, best player to never win a season.
Suri Fields.
Oh.
It's number 1 answer.
That's
All right.
Sorry, Carly. I should have.
It's okay. It's okay. Best player to never win a season. Did Amanda ever win a season?
No.
I'll guess her then.
No, there's no Amanda.
Yeah.
JD, best player to never win a season.
Amber.
Amber won All Stars.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Dylan, best player to never win a
Sounds
season.
like a defunct
Dominic Abate. Dominic Abate.
No.
The guy who tied for the win didn't. Okay.
3 X's. That's 3 X's, right?
Is that 3? I thought that was
that's 3.
No, that's 3. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 3. Okay.
Someone who.
Austin, Noah, Dan, what do you got?
Come on, guys. You guys can come up with this. I'm trusting you guys.
I had one in my brain, and then it went away.
Has Yule won?
Maybe
Yule
like
won
Spencer?
China, right? How about what's the other Asian guy? What's his name? That was really a famous, popular player.
Can't think of who.
What's
I'm
his
thinking
name?
Spencer from Cagayan and then Cambodia. He was really close both times. People really liked him both times.
Spencer. All right.
I was also thinking Rob Sesternino, but
that's probably actually a better answer.
That is it. Yeah. You guys
what do you
pick.
got?
Go with Rob C. Rob Sesternino.
Rob is unfortunately not on this list. At number 4, we have Malcolm Freeberg. At number 3, we have David Wright. And at number 2, we have Ozzy Lux.
Ozzy was my next guess.
All right, so this one's not actually 7, it's just 4. I just forgot to delete the other ones there. So which finalist has the best final council performance of all time?
I think we should pass, guys. Pass. Let's pass.
Yeah, I'd be happy to pass.
Top
So
4,
we can
Top
steal.
4.
We're top 4.
Top 4, yeah, just top 4. Don't pay attention to these. All right, Austin.
Todd Herzog.
Best final. Todd Herzog is obviously number 1 because he had the best performance of all time. Noah.
I'm torn between 2 people right now. I'm going to go recency bias here. I'm going to say Marianne.
Oh.
Marianne is correct.
Number 2.
Number
good.
2. Dan.
I remember this being such a clean sweep season. The one guy that came out looking like a freaking genius with his plan and everything was Brian the car salesman, whatever the South season that was.
Everybody hates him because he killed a puppy, so that's so that he did not make the list.
Yeah.
I'll say I'll throw out JT Thomas.
JT Thomas does not make the list, unfortunately.
No, his Final Tribal's good.
So good.
It is good. I think he was close. Noah.
I'll go Chris Doherty.
That's a good one.
He was number 5.
No!
But no, he did not make it. Is that 3 strikes?
Send me the link to this poll.
It's 2 strikes.
No, that's 3.
That's 3.
Austin, Noah, and you all got one wrong.
All right.
All right.
So I was thinking Chris was a slam dunk, so I'm not sure. I mean, maybe Tony in Winners of War is a great one, or we could go maybe Adam had a great one because Hannah should have won based on game, but Adam swayed the jury.
Poverty, like, because Russell, like, I don't. I hear ya.
Yeah, I don't know if Poverty would be considered. I'm feeling. Oh God.
10 seconds.
Yeah, let's go. I forget what I just said. Who did I just say?
Winners at War.
Let's go Tony, because there's double chance to get it there. Tony.
It is misspelled, but that is correct.
Wow,
and final one, Carly.
Okay, good job, Car.
Wait, she was this, but she wasn't listed in the. Oh, whatever.
I'm so mad. We would have gotten it either way.
Also, not just know who everyone else is.
Let's chime in real quick. If we want to go another 5 or 10 minutes, I know Austin, you have to run, but is there a way, Austin, you could like submit your final Jeopardy answer in the chat of something from your car or no?
Probably.
Okay, if not, I mean, like, there's no stakes here.
I mean, I
I
can maybe push to 440.
Okay,
Just,
let's push to 440.
Okay. All right. So the next two only have one. Will only have one answer each, but it is worth 5 points. So player pass, most attractive male.
Who's option?
It's up to you guys.
Whoever did it last, I don't remember.
Okay, we'll pass this one.
Yeah,
pass it. Dylan.
All right.
Most attractive male.
We get 3 strikes, so I think what the public voted at this point is probably. I'll just say Ozzy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's not. That's
all
not
right.
it.
So Carly.
Really? Oh,
Really?
gosh. Yeah, ask the lesbian who's the most attractive male.
Yeah, tell us.
Who's attractive? I don't know. People like Tyson. I guess maybe he's attractive. Tyson?
No.
Like Tyson.
JD.
JD, you got this.
I really don't. I mean,
10
just
seconds.
for time's sake, I'm just going to say to come first and come my eye. Tony, I don't fucking know.
No, that's not it. Do you guys, what do you got?
I think it has to be either Colby or Malcolm. I lead Malcolm.
I'm leaning Malcolm.
Yeah, I agree with you guys.
Malcolm.
Malcolm Freeman.
Wow. I was on the right
Rich,
track with
okay.
Ozzy.
Dylan, player pass, most attractive.
I'm gonna play. We're gonna play. We're gonna play.
Come on,
All
let's
right,
go. Let's go.
Parvati Shallow. Parvati Shallow.
Yeah, way to go.
Yes.
Okay, well that gets to that. I am so sorry that took so freaking long.
It's okay. We have an extra 9 minutes, so we can get to final Jeopardy.
Would you like to know? So, Matt, do they each get the scores that they accumulated, or does only the winning team get their points?
They each get to score the amount that they accumulate.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me 2 seconds.
Well, I need to.
Why don't we
do it
start
back in-
round-
I think
the
there's
next
more
round
attractive females in poverty in Survivor over the years. Wasn't there a blonde that was really good looking?
There's been a million good-looking blondes, dude.
I was going to say,
They're
like,
better looking
Good
than
looking
blonde.
blonde.
All right.
I don't-
Let's move it. Let's move it.
All right, yeah, we're going. All right,
Matt.
tribal
It's never at you.
council.
It's my own anxiety.
Tribal council, everybody vote now, quickly.
Who's got? Okay.
Remember, Noah has an idol.
Yes. Thank you for that.
Can I claim this one that Jeff's wearing? Is this a different idol?
Matt, that's you. So,
How do you guys see
What?
this?
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah.
I
You can.
can't
You
see any
can.
of that.
Well, if this is the last tribal council, you could use it. So no, it's not. It's not any good.
Well, I can claim
you
it
can
now and
take
use it in 3
Yes,
seconds.
you can. You can take it.
Oh. Okay,
Cool, thank
so
you.
In that case, all right.
Actually,
Well, shit. So 2 people have idols, so it's gonna be me. You guys can just go. That just take 10 points away.
He
from me.
can't.
It's
He
gonna
can't
be-
use it. This one though.
Oh, okay. He can't use it.
Oh, wait, hold on.
All right, Dylan, who you got?
Yeah, use it. Then I'm going Austin. Sorry.
Okay,
I love
Austin.
you, buddy.
Carly, who you got?
Austin.
All right, JD, who you got?
Austin.
All right, Austin, who you got?
Dylan.
All right, Noah, who you got?
Third time's the charm.
Yeah.
Austin. Okay.
Sorry, Austin.
All right, but Austin. Austin. The
Dylan.
tribe.
Dylan. My answer was Dylan.
Okay.
That's
Right,
fine.
but Austin.
Yeah.
Austin.
The
lost.
score
Go.
right now, in last, we have JD with 48, followed by Dan with 51, followed by Carly with 79, Noah in third with 118, Dylan with 130, and Austin with 134 after losing that 10.
Shit.
Okay, over under. This is I'm gonna give you a fact. You're gonna tell me if it's over or under. And it should be very quick. So not including those who requested to be voted out. Oh, one is exact. One of these is exact. There are only 6 questions.
Can we do on the count of 3? Can we do on the count of 3? Thumbs up if it's over, thumbs down if it's under, and this if it's even. That way we can make it quicker.
That's fine. Not including those who requested to be voted out. 34 castaways have exited the game without being voted out or eliminated by fire making or by medical or quitting. Is that over or under 34 castaways who have been evac'd or quit? On the count of 3, do thumbs up, thumbs down, or thumbs sideways for exact. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and it is wrong one. Over.
No one
37 have gone.
How many
Zach,
points
did
is
you
it
see
per
who-
question?
Noah and Dan got it. Noah and Dan got it.
Noah and Dan got it.
No.
All right. The longest season of Survivor lasted 43 days. Over or under? 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody's down. That is correct. It is 42 Australian hours.
Yep.
Total of 687 castaways have competed on Survivor so far. Over or under? 1, 2, 3. Over.
Only Carly got it right.
697.
Only Carly.
No, I got.
Oh, Dan had it.
Dan got it right too.
Dan had it right.
All right. A total of 6 castaways have competed 4 or more times. See, in 4 or more seasons. Just a second, bud. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Over.
Damn it!
Boston
My
Robinson 5.
brain, I meant to say, I was saying 6 was too low.
Carly is
Okay, literally
There have been
that.
6. There have been 6 4-time people, 1 5-time. So or no,
Carly's the only
4
one who got that right.
whatever
Right,
it was.
yep.
Anyway, I'm trying to hurry. I'm sorry. Season 1
No,
Castaway
no problem.
Colleen Haskell has been in 1 movie. Over, under, or even? 1, 3, 2, 1, go.
We're all even.
Everybody gets
Everybody's
right.
even. That's correct. It's exactly 1. It's the animal. I owned it on VHS. Jeff Probst has directed 3 feature films. Over, under? 3, 2, 1. It is under. He's directed 2.
Everyone got that but me.
And that's the end. Tribal Council. Hey,
that
bud,
round.
come on. Hey.
All right, hey,
Matt, how many points were each of those worth?
5 points each. Sorry.
Okay, cool.
I only got 1 wrong.
All right, we're not going to do this tribal because we don't have time.
all right, Matt,
Yeah.
I'm playing my idol this round.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot you had an idol. All right, everybody, quickly. Everybody's going to play their idol. My son is getting restless. And
All right, so they're gonna vote for
I am
me, right?
getting-
You guys can just do it if you want.
all right, ready, go. Dylan, who you got?
I
You have
know
to
it's
write
gonna
down.
be me, so I'll JD.
Okay. Carly, who you got?
Austin?
Okay. JD, who you got?
Dill.
All right, Dylan. Noah, who you got?
Dill Pickle.
Dylan and then Dan.
I'm not
Who you
voting
got?
for Dylan this time. I'm voting for Carly because she's above me.
Okay. But that Dylan still has the so the
Will you
tribe
give
has
me your
spoken.
jacket, Austin? Will you give me your item?
Okay. Since we're not using the immunity idol anymore, although I had planned to, look at this little immunity idol hanging off of the big immunity idol. So we're doing an immunity challenge. What? Oh, shoot. Okay. These are scrambled words, 3 of them. Once I need you guys to unscramble them. Whoever has, if anybody gets 2, then they win immunity in the next thing, but we're not doing the next thing, so we can just skip this unless somebody wants to play it. I'm so frazzled. But yeah, you guys go ahead and go. Go ahead and try to unscramble these races.
I don't know what that second one is.
I'm fine. I'm going to forfeit. Sit out this challenge. I don't want to go for.
I'll sit out this one because I'm bad at scrambles.
Oh, I'm going for immunity.
Yeah, I'm looking.
What is that second one?
I know the second one. I don't know the third one.
If you guys know it, tell me, and then we can go from there.
All right, Matt. The first one's Castaway. The last one's Ponderosa.
Okay, so Dylan wins.
I didn't know we just had to say them out loud. Damn.
I said sorry. Because I have a 4-year-old yelling at me also, and then Dylan's tension.
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm not trying to make tension, Matt. I'm just trying to keep the show going.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Matt.
It's okay.
No,
okay.
I know you are not trying to. I feel like I'm failing.
I mean, I gave the schedule last week. Yeah. All right.
Ponderosa. What
was the middle one?
Car Curse.
Car Curse.
Car
the
Curse.
Car Curse. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I couldn't get Ponderosa. Jesus.
Sorry.
Okay.
I know you sent the schedule out last week. I didn't know how long this was going to take.
You're good.
All right, we're not doing fire making because we don't have time. we're down to File Tribal. The final tribal category is life off the island. You can bet as many points as you have. So Zach, if you can give us an update, and then send them to me in the private chat that we have set up.
Okay, cool. Dylan, because you won immunity and we would have done fire making, I'm making an executive Matt decision that I'm giving you. I'm going to give you 15 points because you won that individual immunity.
Okay, all right.
You got your 10 points that you lost plus an extra 5. You won the immunity. It doesn't actually change the ranking all that much. Austin is sitting at first with 149. Dylan second with 145. Noah with 138. Carly with 104, Dan with 76, and JD with 63.
What was my total again? One more time.
145.
Okay.
All right, send in the private chats right now what you want to bet. What you want to bet.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Is everybody in or?
Carly, did you send yours? I just can't see.
For those waiting in the wings, we'll be right with you in a second.
Yeah, my
Also,
Facebook.
Noah, did you send yours?
Yeah,
You
I
did.
just sent mine.
Got it.
My Facebook's being weird. Is there another way? Could I send? Is there another way for me to send it other than Facebook?
Where are we putting it?
Just
in that little chat you guys gave us, right?
Yeah,
you have 104. How much do you want to bet?
I want to bet 28.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, so that's everybody. All right. Life off the island. John Hennigan from season 37, David versus Goliath, is a world famous professional wrestler, having wrestled all over the world for nearly every major company. He has gone by many ring names. What name did he go by when he wrestled for WWE?
Oh my god. Does he say it on the show?
I
Can I
don't
ask?
know. I don't remember.
All right,
He
well,
says
I
like
think so. I think he goes through a lot of them.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. He goes through a lot of them, yeah, on the show.
I am kicking myself right now.
Yeah, that was strategic.
Oh, I'm torn between two because I don't know if this is a name or if this is just like a title or nickname and the name is actually this. I don't know.
We're gonna go with
Write it on our piece
5.
of paper. Write it on our paper. Shit, I was writing it in the damn thing.
It's okay. I mean, you could do that too. I would have just told you if you were right or not.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dylan, how much did you wager and what's your name?
He wagered 145.
Yeah, I did wager all of it, and I'm just going based on the clips, so I have no idea if this is right. John Morrison. Who is John Morrison?
Okay. Carly. What do you got?
I had no idea. I wrote Soul Survivor.
Oh, nice. That would have been cool. JD.
The Beast. I had no idea.
Austin.
I wrote Mayor Slamtown, then I wrote John Morrison, and I stuck
John
with
Morrison. Noah.
I wrote Mayor of Slamtown.
Okay. Dan. Skip Allen.
John Morrison, you guys got it right. I knew who it was, but I just for the life of me couldn't remember.
Whoa!
The answer is John Morrison.
But
Good job, Austin.
I thought it was going to be a curveball because Johnny Mundo is also he said that more often on the thing. So
Mayor of Slamtown approximately.
Mayor of Slamtown way more often, but yeah.
All right, I'm going to give final scores, and then I'll make it quick and exciting. Coming in, the ringer himself, but not by too much, JD, with 62 points. Followed then by Carly coming in at 76. Noah coming up in fourth place at 88. That last question really did you in, Noah. Coming in third is Dan with 126. And then by a difference of 9 points with 298. Congratulations, Austin. You have won the Survivor Trivia.
Austin beat D this time.
I'm going to give, I know we're on a tight schedule. Matt,
Austin's on the tight schedule, so let Austin talk first, and then we can take how.
Austin, how's it feel to be the sole survivor of this Survivor Trivia Challenge?
I mean, to just on a whim get that first idol and have such a great moment with that at the second tribal council, and then just, I mean, I had fun, Matt. That was incredibly put together and run. I know the timing and chaos and everything made it a little more anxiety ridden, but it was wonderful. I think you did a fantastic job. Dylan, thanks for inviting me to play. Zach, you were there and helped, I guess.
God damn, dude. Taking away your point.
Everyone that I haven't met before, Carly, JD, Dan, nice to meet you all. Noah, it was wonderful getting to vote you out twice in this. No, I love you, Noah. But no, thank you all. I do have to run and drive and get to the school that I need to be at. But thank you all.
Thank you for coming on the Subathon, Austin. This
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's great.
Thank you for supporting, man. And I'm happy you did it. When I saw Austin sign up, I knew. I was like, it's going to be Austin or Noah. Because, I mean, Noah, you also, I know, bring the Survivor knowledge so much. You're a super fan. And that's why I love the mixing of Org community plus Dill Pickle Movie Network community to do this. And I just want to say, first off, I know I was rushing things because of timing. But, Matt, that game was so well done that I honestly wish we had 4 hours to do it because it was so amazing, the details. So everyone just give a round of applause to Matt. That was
It was really great.
Exceptional.
Yeah,
and if any of my animosity came off towards you, that is my bad. But it's more so just trying to get things moving for other people, less so wanting to cut this short. If I could play this for 6 more hours, I would. And honestly, we have hours for games later. If you want to bring back, if there's a fire making game we want to play later,
we should do the fire making later.
Yeah, if we want to do it later when we have more
fantastic.
time, I'd love to. But Matt, I do want to apologize if I was aiding in that anxiety, but I also want to thank you because I could never have put on a game like this, and I think for Survivor fans watching, this was really exceptional. So I'll turn it over to you next, Matt, because this is your thing, your baby, and I know you worked so hard on it too. So thank you so much for that, Matt.
I'm glad people found the hidden idols. There was one on every page that wasn't the actual question pages, and 3 people found them. One person did it secretly, which was nice. Yeah, it was a lot of work, and I'm glad we were able to do it. It's unfortunate that because I'm bad at resource management, so I had no idea how long it was going to take.
And none of us knew how long it was going to take. And also, Kelsey's ran over too. It's not just you, and I think a lot of things are going to run over. I'll tell you right now, I bet Picture this is going to run over as well. Like, it happens, and I think that's that's totally normal, and it's not ever a fault at you. If anything, now we know next time you host trivia nights, because you will be hosting again, because it's amazing. We won't do it in the middle of a tight schedule. Is the lesson learned? But damn, dude, so good.
And Jeff was wearing the idol at every tribal council, just so you know.
I love it.
How were you able to get him? How were you able to grab it and say, "That's I got it"?
You weren't able to. That was part of why I set everyone up with a private chat, so you could come to us in the private chat and say, "Hey, can I have that idol?" But it was hidden idol, so I couldn't tell you to do that.
Okay. I was confused by that.
But I want to thank Carly and JD. We'll see you later, but I'll give Noah and Dan the floor in a sec. Noah, thank you for coming on the Subathon and being a part of this. I know as soon as you signed up, I was like, hell yeah, because I know your knowledge is so big. And it all just came down to a wager at the end, because you probably would have smoked us all. But Noah, congratulations. Any last things to say here?
I mean, big kudos to all of y'all for putting this on. This was really well done. I think it was around the Tribal Feud challenge. I was thinking to myself, this would be a damn good org challenge. Like a good little trivia gauntlet, like that would be awesome. And I'm glad Austin's not here to hear this, because I bet Austin would be like, oh, let me go ahead and run to Carly and Tyler real fast and make this a challenge.
Well, hey, Matt, we got to get you in the org sphere now. Now you got to prove in the org. So I'd love to see Matt play an org.
Definitely.
But thank you so much, Noah. It really is.
Absolutely.
It just means so much that you came on for this.
It's the middle of final season right now for me, so
get studying.
I needed something to distract me, and this was the perfect thing.
Thank you, Noah. And Dan, anything else? I know you might be popping in a live chat a little bit later, but
well, let me just say this. I thought I was going to suck at this because I just don't. I've never missed a single episode of Survivor from season 1 till now, and I just don't retain information that well. And I played these trivia matches with Dylan before, and I sucked. So the fact that I bet as much as I did on that last question and got above a couple people, I'm proud of that. And I was happy I grabbed that. I said, that's a dumbass move that Hunter did this year. Maybe they'll go for that. And I got that right. I was shocked I actually got that right. Because I was like, are they going to do recency bias and go for dumbass Hunter who should be winning the entire season of Survivor this year? Yes, they did. And I'm glad I got that right. These guys are idiots this season. Idiots.
He only got one vote, but Banu was also one of the people on the most, not on dumbest moves, but on most disliked, which I maintain that we should change the B and CBS to Banu because I love that guy.
He's a crybaby, is all he is.
So am I. So that's fine.
Regardless, I just want to thank you all so much. This is great. We'll see Carly and JD later. I'll give you the platform to talk later, just because I want to move on to the next thing. But thank you so much. I'll just clear you all out. Thank you. I'm gonna leave Matt and Zach one last time. That was a success, boys. Thank you so much for that. Anything else to say, Zach? Since this is probably the last we'll see you on the subathon here. Unless you want to come on for games later.
I'll probably be in and out through maybe like late tonight into tomorrow. Cool. It's my wife her show opened yesterday. I'm going to see her show tonight, and then actually like get time to spend with each other tomorrow. So I'm excited about that. But I mean, I'm gonna give. I know we're singing his accolades right now, but I'm gonna give an even bigger shout out to Matt. I mean, Matt, when you messaged me and told me what you were planning and he basically said, he's like, you could be as involved as you want. I was like, I'm busy. Like, what? I could never have imagined the amount of work that you put into that. I mean, that's not just like an undertaking. That's a work of art. So, and I know we keep saying it, but like, it's really just absolutely phenomenally well done, and absolutely beautiful. So happy to have co-hosted with you. I do it anytime. And, fun fact, everyone, this is so much fun. I run an org now. It's a very weird happenstance of events, but I will certainly be employing Matt to do things if he
yeah. I mean, hey, I would love to do whatever you need. I appreciate you because good Lord, I cannot imagine also keeping score.
It's the hardest part of trivia nights is keeping score, and I even simplified the second one because I knew the first one was so tough. One last thing I want to do is Brian reminded me I have to spin the wheel for the next trivia nights, so I'm going to do that. I got it right here. Here we go.
The Harry Potter isn't on the list.
Harry Potter's on there.
Oh my God, this would be beautiful.
Next one is 70s. All right, so 70s will be the next trivia nights topic for May. This is technically it'll be for June because this is May. But one more time, Matt, I know you have to run, but you're gonna come back later. But just thank you so much, Matt. You're the best. And Zach, you're the best, and you're both the best. I'm the best. We're all the best.
I can't wait for 1,000 subscribers so I can crash your Disneyland vacation with Kelsey. I can't wait. It's gonna be so fun. You think I'm kidding, but I can't wait until I buy my plane ticket.
Well, we are trucking along now. 50 subs we've already unlocked for the Traitors season.
What's the sub count? What's the sub count now?
Sub count now is, I'm just bantering while we wait for Chad since he's not here yet. 1,184, baby. We've gotten 74 subs. We are trucking along. What is the next thing again, Zach? Did you say?
I can tell you the next thing again, just as a reminder.
The table read?
At 100 subs, yes, there will be a movie table read at a later date.
All right, and there it is right there. The table read for 100 subs. Where'd it go? There it is. Table read for 100 subs. Next up, we're a little behind, but that's okay. It was mostly also to get Austin because he had to run. He was the one who had the time limit. Otherwise,
yeah, let's blame Austin. Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, he did win.
I
so
want
we
to
can
blame Austin. I'll blame him.
But thank you both so much. I will see you later. Much love to you guys. Mwah. I love you all. See you soon. Matt will be on a frame wreck tonight at around 8. It might be start a little bit later. We're not sure. Just waiting for Chad to pop into the chat with Carrie, I believe, and then we will get started. But I can bring on the next 2 people. You just saw her. Carly's come back for this one too. And Stacy's back. Hello. Yeah, you got 74 subs. Yes, we did.
Nice.
So there you go. That was fun, Carly. I'm glad you got to compete in there. And there's Chad. So now we're just waiting on Carrie, and then we'll get started. Oh, you're good. Let me change the background to draft day. Here we go.
Oh.
Boom, boom. I love how the ticker tape changes colors too.
I have to send her the link.
Oh, you're good. Oh, sorry, I totally forgot.
No, that's not your bad. That's not.
I've been sitting here waiting. I'll be like, where are they? And I realized I didn't even send the link.
Well, we were waiting on the Survivor madness to end.
That's funny. I was bantering to wait for you, so we were both in miscommunication. It's okay. We only have 1 viewer though. Come on, people, where do y'all go? We're gonna get into our draft day, which is gonna be our director roulette draft day. I'm so excited for that.
Oh wait, this is directors. I thought this was like the part 2 Taylor Swift bracket where we talk about we have a very heated like Matt Healy argument debate.
No,
Kelsey was going to pop up at some point.
Unfortunately, not.
No.
Unfortunately.
All right. Well,
or Chad.
Maybe next time.
Let me while we're waiting, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick because I need to remember to keep doing that. So that is gonna be integral, especially because we're gonna be on this till 8 o'clock. So let me just check the ticker tape there. Perfect. All right, I'll be right back. I will turn my camera off. I'll be right back. Banter, no dead air.
What's the best movie of 2024?
It's not the best movie of 2024, but I really like The Fall Guy.
Ooh, I need to see that. Was it fun?
Is so good in that one. He's so good.
It's really fun.
Oh, it's so fun. Yeah.
Nice. I want to see that one.
I'd be shocked if you didn't love it.
I have not seen it yet, no. And I don't really have a best movie of 2024 because I've been like super behind in watching movies between devoting all of March and part of April to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and also my vacation. Between those things, I've really neglected movies.
Mine was Vacation and Baby. So mine's still probably Dune Part 2, but I haven't seen Challengers. I haven't seen Love Lies Bleeding or really a lot of the top acclaimed ones. I did see a lot of Sundance, but
I think Challengers is probably my number 1.
Nice.
That's right now. But
I really want to see that badly.
I'm trying to remember what even came out this year besides.
I mean, Dune 2 and
Challengers. What else did I see?
Midnight with the Devil was a sneaky horror. One that I thought was pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like there hasn't been a ton of.
I was just watching Lisa Frankenstein, but I didn't finish it. Fun.
I like Lisa Frankenstein. I think Dune 2's probably been my favorite so far, but and I love it, but honestly, it's not a lot of competition because I haven't seen.
Yeah, I mean that's early in the year for you, typically.
But I didn't love it as much as other people seem to love it.
Yeah, we were kind of like this in 2023, where we were like, "Come on, where are the movies?" And then we got a lot, and like Barbenheimer happened, and then we got a lot after that.
Yeah. The strike's also part of the reason. So
Great point.
I feel like next year's going to be like crazy good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm excited for a lot of things.
I am excited to see The Fall Guy. It's definitely on the radar. If I didn't do this today, I probably would have gone today to see it. But
we also have 8s coming out.
Yeah, 8s and Furiosa.
Oh yeah.
All right, we are all here. I am sorry about that. I needed to pee.
Summer coming up.
Cool. Are you talking about your favorite movies of the year so far?
Yeah, I was talking about how I loved Fall Guy. I saw that I think last night, and it was so good.
Just so you all know, we do have some reviews coming up later. Love Lies Bleeding, Immaculate, Late Night with the Devil, and Dune, which I haven't reviewed yet on the channel. So those are coming later throughout the night. All right, we're all here. Sorry, guys.
This is going to basically be a panic draft for me. I mean, it's a panic draft for most people because we don't know all the categories yet.
Yeah, I don't even know who I'm picking yet.
That's what I was about to say. Even picking my own thing right now, I'm like, it depends on where I am.
Well, I will just say right now before we get into the rules and everything, this is scheduled to go to 8, but as we've seen with the day, we just have realized that some things take longer than others. So I thought I'd give everyone enough time, and I'm fine with us going over, but we just have to let everyone else coming later know if it's getting pushed. So if we reach a point where we're like, oh, I don't think we'll finish by 8, we need to push to 8:30, just let me know so I can let Matt know that we're starting at 8:30, and so we can let everyone else know later that we're switching later. But we have to have this. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say we can try to keep it as brief as possible. But I do want to throw out there that there's always a chance that Elliot might wake up. I'm knocking on wood
no
now.
Worries. And that's the part of the live fun. And also we do now have 3 hours instead of 4, but I do still think 3 hours is a usual draft day time. So I purposely scheduled some things longer than others to help try to keep us on.
It's not the ABC draft, so we'll
right, and that's why I did make it 4 hours because I didn't know how long this would go. But let's get into it, y'all. Let's draft it up. Hey y'all, welcome back to the Subathon. If you've been watching, keep commenting along, keep saying so many amazing things. We've gotten great comments in the chat. If you're watching after the Subathon, because it was great. I usually bring people on one at a time, but because it's a Subathon, we kind of just like bringing everyone on and then starting all together. So I want to just keep us all here. But you've seen most of these people already on this Subathon, but our first new face joining us right now is Carrie. How you doing, Carrie? Welcome to the Subathon. Welcome to Draft. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing really well. I'm excited for this. Just excited to see what we all bring to the table, considering how unpredictable this is. But thank you for making the time for the Subathon. And we will also see Carrie later on Picture This. So make sure to all watch Carrie on Picture This because we're going to be talking about 5 great movies there. Chad, you're back. How you doing, Chad?
Great.
Cool. Stacy, how are you doing? You're back.
I'm good. I had a wardrobe change in between because I got hot, but I was getting some stuff done around the house.
Yep, and Carly, you're continuing your stretch here. You played Survivor. You were in the chat for the Marvel games. You haven't stopped yet. How you feeling? You're 5 hours into this. Good?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling hyped up. I did a lot better on Survivor trivia than I thought I would. So I'm excited.
Yeah, you did. And it was fun because we got to play disadvantages for one another. And I played one on Carly, but then we teamed up at the end in Family Feud, and we did well. Wow. I came in second. Austin won that one. Very exciting because he had an idol and I didn't, so I lost points.
Were there any alliances formed?
There were not alliances, but definitely bonds broken. We'll say there was a lot of back.
Who won, by the way?
Austin won. Austin
cool.
won. He had to dip before you came on chat, but yeah, Austin, congrats. It was fun to have the org community and the Dill Pickle Movie Network community kind of converge. But we are here for draft day. We're here to draft movies now. We're back to movie talk. So if you're like, I don't want to hear about the reality TV anymore, even though it's the greatest show on television, I don't blame you. It's a lot of seasons to keep up with. So we're back with movies now, and only movies, as we talk about our director roulette draft day. I didn't type up rules, how the rules will go. We always snake it, so whoever's fifth in round 1 will be first in round 2. But the kicker here is, because it's director roulette draft day, everyone will be picking a film, which will then set the template for what directors we will have to pick from. So, for example, the last draft, we can't pick any of the directors from the last draft, by the way. That's one of the rules I haven't said, but we can't pick Paul Feig. We can't pick Tim Burton. We can't pick, who else was it? Mike Flanagan. We can't pick Musker and Clemens. And who was the fifth? And Peter Weir. Those 5 are off the board because we did pick them last time. Yeah, Chad?
What about Greta Gerwig? Because we've already done her on a draft.
We did her on a different draft, but she only has 4 films anyway, so we don't have to worry about
that. That's true. She doesn't
yeah,
count.
And there's another person that we kind of drafted with alongside that, but I'd say if someone wants to draft them, they can. But we also have vetoes. So if you just, in the spirit of the draft, want to say, that we should pick something else, then you can veto it and we can see whoever else.
Like if it's too niche or deep or.
Yeah, well, that's another thing too. Yeah. If someone's like, they have 5 films and they were all made in the 1920s in Japan. It's like, okay, maybe we can revisit that. But what we will do, so for example, if I were to pick Tim Burton first, I'd pick like Edward Scissorhands. Actually, that's what Nerd did last time we did this. And then Carly, if she picked a Musker and Clemens film, and then Stacy picked a Weir film, Chad picked a Flanagan film, and Carrie picked a whoever the last one I was gonna say is. I forget. I can't keep track. But they would set the template. Then for the next round, Carrie would start, and she would have to pick a film from one of the 4 directors that myself, Carly, Stacy, or Chad pick. So it's basically like we're doing a director draft, except we don't know which 5 directors we're picking from until that first round is complete. It's a very fun idea, and whoever came up with that idea must be pretty cool, and must be an excellent Survivor host. And I really gave him shit today, and I didn't mean to, and I feel really bad. No, Matt, you're the best. You're the boss. You're my favorite. You're all my favorite, but Matt, you're also my favorite. So because I don't play favorites. But Matt is my favorite Matt, who co-hosts on this channel for sure. But I am excited now, and also he has my same #1 movie. So I mean, but we are now moving on to the draft. We're gonna snake this, but we have to decide the order, and as we always do, we have to get a wheel. And part of the subathon prep would have been making this wheel, so I'm gonna make it on the spot. So you can see there's no cheating. Carly and Chad, your names are still on there from the last one, so I'll just keep you there. And I'll go Stacy, Carrie, and then this loser right here, Dill. All right, so I got the wheel right here, and boom, spin is in. Here we go. This is fun. I can't wait for this. I've been waiting a long time.
Carrie!
And Carrie, you are first. Would you like to go first, second, third, fourth, or fifth? Keeping in mind the difference of this draft and others.
Fifth.
Yeah, that is.
Dad told me that was the best one to do for this draft.
You're basically getting the first pick of everything else. So, all right, here we go. Stacy, would you like first, second, third, or fourth?
Yep.
Well, I was gonna go fifth, but I actually think my choice might be in danger of somebody else taking it. So I'm gonna go first.
Ooh, okay, very cool.
Now I'm worried you won't mind.
Well, the good news is there are plenty of directors to choose from, but who's
Yeah,
gonna
there
get
are.
who?
Yay!
Carly, you're up. Chad and
Okay.
Dylan last. Seems like a story of our lives. Actually, I don't know if Chad
No,
usually
Chad
gets
is
it.
almost always first.
I'm
She's almost always
usually last. Like there's
Right.
been one time I wasn't
All right,
last.
so forget
Fourth.
what I said. 4?
I'll go
All
in
right.
fourth because
Okay.
I my first director might get picked, but I'm almost certain my second won't. So
All right. And Chad, Dylan's last, as he has been. Chad. I just called you Dill. It's been 5 hours of sitting in a chair. All right,
Stacy's
Chad.
going first.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll go third.
All right, so I'm going to go second. Very fun, very cool. And I'm going to take off the ticker only so we can see what round it is for everyone keeping track at home. And reminder, if we hit 100 subs, we are going to unlock a table read where Chad, myself, Kelsey, Zach, and Matt will all suggest a film in the Facebook group. You will all vote, and whatever film wins, we are going to do a table reading of at some later date with more people, not just the 5 of us, but we're going to do a table read, which will be a lot of fun. We are currently at 1,187, so we've gotten 77 subscribers. So we're 23. I can't do math. 23 away from hitting that 100. So keep it up, keep it going, and keep watching. All right, Stacy, let's kick it off. Woo! Director Roulette, you're first on the clock. The pick is in. Carolina Panthers, aka Stacy. Just because.
So I'm sure there's an expected pick here for me, and I could do that, but I didn't want to go with who everyone thought I would pick just because that's boring. So I am going with I can't say it. Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah.
I'm a little afraid that Chad might take it. So that's why I went first, because I was like, oh, Chad really likes him too. And I usually try to stay away from recency bias. Like I almost do the opposite, where the newer something is, the less I'm gonna like it, but I have to go Dune 2 because I was not really trying to talk about it too much beforehand because I knew that was going to be my pick. I loved this movie. I mean, the first one's really good as well, and it was kind of tough to pick a sequel, not the first, but the cinematography and the sound design and the performances are just so amazing. It's the only time I've ever said, watch the movie, don't read the books. The books are not great to read. They're very dense. The writing style is not great. But the movies make them better. Like, it's amazing that happens. And yeah, no, I just love it. I think it's great. And I think it should win a lot of awards this year. There's like, I don't know. There's no part of it that I would really criticize. Like, it just hits on every level. So that's my pick.
Yeah. Anyone thoughts on Dune 2? Chad?
Yeah, of course. This is currently my favorite movie of the year, but it's also because I haven't seen a lot. So it's definitely a great one to have as your favorite if you haven't seen a lot. But even still, it might continue to be for a while. I wasn't in love with his first one. And I think it's because it's just so much setup. I mean, just like with like Fellowship and Sorcerer's Stone and things like that, you have to do so much setup before you can actually get into the meat. And I think Dune Part 2 is the meat of the thing. I love Paul's arc in it, and I just love like it's the one like the first Dune didn't make me want to like understand the lore and pronounce things right, like Kwisatz Haderach and stuff like that. Like Dune Part 2 totally made me want to start doing that and actually go back to the books and things like that. I do agree with Stacy. I think sometimes the movies make it a little bit clearer and cleaner than the books do. I think Lord of the Rings is like that too, where the books are so dense, but the movies just make it so watchable and you want to live in that world and these worlds and stuff like that. I think Dune Part 2 is a great choice for first one, even though it wouldn't be my favorite of Denis' work as a whole. I do think it's definitely like in the top like 3 probably or 4.
Yeah,
definitely
he's got a lot of good ones.
Yeah, he
Got a lot
does.
of good ones, though.
It's a great movie. So crazy.
Carrie, any thoughts on Dune 2?
Yeah, I have a soft spot for Dune because my grandpa gave me like the first Dune book as a present when I was younger, and I did not understand it like half of what happened in it at the time. But I thought Denis just did such a beautiful job bringing these characters and this world to life, and I think I 100% agree with what you said, Stacy. It just like he really improved upon the source material. If you go back and read, there's definitely some stuff that's like not quite as accepted today. And the visuals are just amazing. I love the first one and the second one equally. Like I could sit there, like a lot of things I can't sit there and like, I can't marathon the Star Wars like all in a row. I can't marathon Lord of the Rings all in a row. I could marathon these 2 Dune movies. I guess I don't know if it's a marathon, if it's only 2, but I could do a double feature of these 2 movies, like no problem. Would love to.
I think that's also a great thing about the second one is it makes the first one better because it ties in so well, and you want to watch them back to back. Yeah.
Cool. Carly, any thoughts on Dune 2?
Yeah, I think I'm not the biggest sci-fi fan, but I think it's like really, really good. Like it really elevates it. I love having a morally gray protagonist who you can kind of see, like Chad said, his arc. Like you can see him starting out from a place where like, oh, I'm rooting for this guy. And at the end you're like, am I rooting for this guy still? And I love Zendaya's character Chani. I think like what they do with her is really cool and really keeps it from feeling as white saviory as it could, because she's there just being like, no, I may like you, but I don't like what's happening here. And it's actually like so funny with the as written jokes and him being like, well, obviously he's the Messiah because he says he's not the Messiah. Like those jokes never grow old for me. So yeah, I really like it. I think it's a fantastic film and definitely like it better than I like the first one.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because my review's coming out tomorrow during the subathon, so I'm gonna reserve my thoughts. Though, like, I don't think there's a person I have met yet that really dislikes this film. I mean, it's obvious Denis Villeneuve is just one of the best like blockbuster filmmakers, which is why it's gonna be fun. Nerd says there's probably a clear 6 from him, so it'll be fun to see scraping and clawing for the Villeneuve films after this. And the first one is still eligible if you want to pick it, so it is out there. But it's really exciting. People are excited for Denis. Matt says Stacy wins, which is fun. Did someone say Marathon Lord of the Rings? I'm in. But yeah, very exciting to get Denis on the board, also because he is so hot with the Dune stuff coming out. Great pick, and I'm excited because I think we're going to get into a very interesting filmography because of him as well.
Yes.
So
I'm hoping for that too.
Yes. So I'm up, and it's director roulette, right, guys? So I'm going to spin a wheel. I put all the directors in. I literally went with every director that I feel like I have 5 movies I comfortably like, which also like you can only need one movie because I'm only picking this movie. I don't have to pick any other movies from this director, but directors that at least I think everyone else could get to 5 with. Some are more niche than others, but I figured, you know what, in the spirit of draft day and director roulette, I'm literally going to spin a roulette wheel, and you know what I'm going to do just to make it as unbiased as possible. I'm going to shuffle 3 times, 2, 3. All right, there we go. I shuffled. And here we go. I'm not even showing you who's on the wheel because I don't want to tip picks.
I saw one name and I knew it would be someone you'd put on the wheel.
Look, and it is James Mangold. James Mangold. Okay, so there we go. That's how the director roulette's going to work for me here.
I gotta look this one up.
I had some.
Only know one, and you'll
Oh,
go.
okay. I mean, if we want to veto the pick, you guys can veto it.
No,
before I
no,
say
it's-
it, if you want.
That's better than others.
I can
No,
spin it again if you guys if you want me to. Do you want me to do like a second spin, like a mulligan?
Yeah, let's do that and we can choose the best one.
Okay, I'll let. All right, that sounds fun. Hey, listen.
Oh, he has some good movies.
Yeah, before
No,
before
he
I
has
say,
plenty of movies. I just had to
All right.
look them up.
if this one's
Yeah.
worse though, I'm going back to mulligan. To what's his name? James
Mangold.
Columbus, Chris Columbus.
Oh.
Now, the only thing with Columbus though is it's very based in 2 franchises. So like
Yeah.
I you know what? I think in the spirit of it, I should still stick with Mangold. I think we can get there, and there can be some fun if you know we're scrounging up for those last few picks. Let me get to my Mangold list though, so I can pick the one that I think is my favorite of his. Yeah, it's Logan. Logan's gonna be my pick. I just think it's a tight film. It's really great how it kind of takes this superhero movie and spins it to where it doesn't feel like a superhero movie or comic book movie. It just feels like a gritty western, which I really like, western noir almost. And watching it in the black and white version is also very cool. Yeah, I have a list of at least 6 films of his, and I like 4 of the 6, and the 5th one I think is okay, but still good. So I am very excited for Mangold to be represented here, also because I think he has a lot of versatility. He's not a director where you watch one of his films and you're like, that's a Mangold movie. Like, he's not one of those. I think he has a very versatile filmography, and he's a good kind of journeyman if you want to throw him into a franchise. And he can kind of just put his own spin on it while still staying faithful and not necessarily making it too weird or too eccentric. So James Mangold's going to be my pick, and Logan is my pick. I think the relationship between him and Laura is so sweet and so wholesome. Hold on, I'm getting a message from Chad. Oh, never mind. It's not from me. Sorry, I saw a message from you pop up. But yeah, I just think it's such an endearing story of a father-daughter found family dynamic. Also, I know Carly, we talk about how much you love like the found family dynamic, and I think this one has a great one, an unconventional one, because they have that grit because it is a Wolverine story. Not to tip picks for another potential pick, but it is really great, and I love it, and I think it's well acted. I think it's Hugh Jackman's best performance. So Logan is going to be my pick. What are your thoughts on this, people?
Well, I just want to say after looking at IMDb, I am happy with the James Mangold pick. Like, he actually has a lot of. He goes back much further than I realized.
Right, exactly. He's just always been there. Always been there.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I knew Logan would go first. I was just like, well, I mean, I knew it would go before it got back to me for sure, but I figured it would go first because it's that kind of movie. You can't really say anything. I mean, I guess you could say something bad about it. I don't know what you would say bad about it. It's been a while since I've seen it. It's actually one I really need to revisit, but I love Wolverine and everything. So
he's the best. Any thoughts, Chad?
Yeah, well, first I want to say I pretty much know exactly what Stacy's going to pick for Mangold. But you don't? I think you do. There's 2 of them I think you might pick.
Yeah.
But with knowing you, but with Logan, yeah, that was the obvious pick. Looking over his filmography, I do think it is his best movie, and it's kind of like surprising that films that came after that, you know, just didn't have the same like spark. I feel like, but yeah, Logan is definitely number 1. It basically gave fans everything they wanted from a Wolverine movie. It was like, we got a lot of great Wolverine with Hugh Jackman before it, but it was always kind of like toned down, and people always wanted the really dark, gritty, brutal Wolverine stuff, and they always got like CGI, you know, claws and, you know, very little blood. And here you get to see like so much of it. Not just that, you get a lot of great stuff with Patrick Stewart. You get a lot of stuff with what's her name, Daphne
Daphne Keane. Yeah.
She's so good in that as well, and just like their relationship and just everything that comes with that. It's just so brutal. Such a really bittersweet movie is what I would call it, and it's also one I need to rewatch, and I kind of want to rewatch it in the black and white version. I think that
Logan Noir.
Yeah. So great pick, Dylan. Both times. This one's interesting because I wouldn't say he has like a stacked filmography.
Yeah, it's not super deep, but there is a lot.
So it's one that we're gonna have to reach in and hope we get certain ones.
Yeah, I looking back, there's one I forgot he even directed. So I think there's like a solid five just solid movies. And then some that are like more hit or miss. Actually, six because I forgot. Yeah, I was not including Logan in that. I think there's like 6 great movies, and there's also
a few I'd be happy with for sure.
Yeah. I just want to say Logan would not be Matt's number 1, but it's really high on the list. Love that. I know which one would be my number 2. Actually, next 3 through 5 will be fun. That's the fun of draft day roulette.
Yeah.
We love it. Carrie, any thoughts on Logan?
Yeah, it's a fantastic movie, and it's someone like I can't remember if this was actually my first X-Men movie technically, but I'm not like that deep in X-Men lore, and this is one I feel like you can just come and watch. It's an independent enough story that you don't have to have watched all the previous films to be fully immersed in it and, get a ton out of it. And it's an amazing story, like you guys said, and the filming of it was fantastic. So it's a fantastic pick.
Yep. Carly.
Yeah, I think it's a really great number 1 pick. I haven't seen it since theaters. I do kind of want to rewatch it now, but I just remember so much deep stuff. Like the thing with Professor Xavier and like the thing with the little girl. Like I really love her. Like I'm surprised we haven't really seen her in anything else. I think she's fantastic.
That's so sad. Yeah.
But some kids get into child acting and they grow up and they're like, I don't want to do this anymore.
That's true.
So hopefully it was like her decision, but it's just really good.
Yeah, what's the His Dark Materials? That's a show she did.
Dark Material.
Oh yeah, she's really good on that too.
She pivoted to TV.
Yeah, and I guess she's supposed to be in the Acolyte soon, the new Star Wars show. So that'll be cool. Hopefully.
Gotcha.
And who's to say? Who knows if she'll show up in the next Wolverine movie? Which what do we? Really
That would
quick,
be cool.
Do we feel like Logan now, the legacy of Logan, will be tarnished just a bit because of the new film?
Nah, it's gonna be silly and funny.
I don't really believe in that anyway. I don't like. I don't think of not liking the next movie makes the previous movie worse. Like I don't ever believe
Not
that
even not liking, but more like this was the final chapter with Wolverine.
Right.
But
Yeah.
oh, never mind. You're going to see him in a few years anyway.
I think unless it's something like the How I Met Your Mother finale kind of tarnishes the rest of the show for me.
Yeah.
But it has to be at that level for me for it to ruin it. Like if it's just lackluster or just okay.
If Deadpool goes to the grave where Laura had put the X and then just like digs it up and pulls him out. That would
be amazing.
So Chad would love that. Okay, so
that would be hilarious.
I mean, I would laugh at it, but
because they already made fun of it in Deadpool too. It almost feels just like I don't know. Let him rest. It honestly feels like if they were to just bring Tony Stark back through the multiverse, I just feel like sometimes it's like when the character has gone on such an arc and you're finally at peace with him, it's like let it be. But again, I'm hoping to be proven wrong for Deadpool and Wolverine. I hope it's good.
Do you think with the circumstances with him and Ryan Reynolds in real life too, though, and how I think Hugh Jackman after Disney bought Fox really wanted to do an MCU movie as Wolverine, I think for me that makes it all more palatable than just say bringing back RDJ.
There's a good reason for it. Yeah.
The chemistry with Ryan Reynolds is just going to be so great. I can't wait for it. I'm so excited.
All right, now Ryan Reynolds. Do you think you would pick Wolverine or if who do you think he's gonna if he had to pick only one? If
what do you mean?
What?
No. Oh, okay, never mind. The new movie If the big purple guy like if it was like a Sophie's Choice, do you think he would still stick with Wolverine or do you think he's
Yeah, I haven't seen it. So
I don't know. I really don't. I'm just trying to make banter. It's 5.5 hours in this. All right, let's move on. Chad, go ahead. Chad, I'll just tell you right now, I'm losing my mind today. I'm just I stayed up late prepping this and I woke up early and I feel like I needed more sleep, but it's fine. That's gonna be the fun of it is watching me lose my mind. If I were already at hour 5. Chad, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm interested to see how this is going to go. I was between like a few different ones. I didn't make a wheel. I wish I had thought about doing that, but now I'm actually glad that I get to like actually go, no, this is the one that I want. Because it would have been a much smaller wheel. And you can see I'm still trying to decide if I want to go this route, but I think I'm going to, and it's going to be another like slight horror way. It's a kind of a horror director, but I am not going to pick a horror movie from this director. And I'm picking Mr. I think Carrie knows what I'm doing. Sam Raimi.
I told you.
I
knew you might take him. I swear to God.
So I'm gonna do Sam Raimi, and I'm gonna pick. Does everyone know?
I don't know because
I know.
I
There's
thought your
two
favorite was-
movies
was
that I
Super.
love.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
But I'm gonna pick Spider-Man 2.
Is that not a horror? I mean, it's okay.
I mean, it's got horror elements.
It's not
but-
horror.
No, but it is. Yeah, okay, you're right. You're right. No, I'm excited for that pick. I love that pick.
Thank you.
I'm just being an ass.
I mean, of course, you know, if you saw the last draft day, I did something very similar to this. But I'm actually picking Spider-Man 2 because I think it is his best movie, but it's he's got a lot of really great ones out there. So I'm excited for you guys to look through his filmography and see if there's stuff that you really like, because I do think, I absolutely love this one. Honestly, I think this might be the best comic book movie I've ever seen. So I usually try to make an argument for it's definitely in the tops, if not the greatest one ever made. I just think it says everything that you need to say about being a hero, not just a superhero, but there's a hero in all of us. In fact, we get that speech from Aunt May. I think it's like a perfect speech. I think it has the best action in like most comic book movies. The train sequence just really can't be beat. And this thing is what, 20 years old now, like this year.
Yeah.
So
wow.
And it's ridiculous that this movie still wows you when you watch it. There's like maybe a couple scenes like with CGI Doc Ock, or you know, when they're jumping out of the way of Doc Ock coming in and stuff like that. There's a couple like CGI parts you go, well, that's CGI. But of course, when you're making a big movie like that, you have to use CGI, and maybe a couple things seem dated, but honestly not much. And because of that, I think this movie is going to stand the test of time. What else? Just the action rules. It has so much heart to it. You know, I love the Peter and MJ story. We kind of I can actually mention it now. I couldn't mention it before because of the couples thing, but it kind of has a Graduate ending a little bit where where Peter and MJ finally get together, and they're finally the will they won't they is a will they. And then at the end, he swings away to go, you know, do a Spidey thing. And she's like, you know, she just made a whole speech about let's give us a chance. And then she gets to have the look of, oh shit, did I just make a mistake? And I don't know. I think it gets really interesting with that too. And yeah, it's just like perfectly shot and perfectly everything. It's why I was like so excited for another superhero movie that he did later. And I don't think it's nearly as good as Spider-Man 2, but you know, I think this is the type of movie that he does really well, and also because he likes to bring horror aspects to it and everything. So, yep, there you go. So yeah, people know I love this movie. It breaks my heart not to pick another one that I hope somebody else picks. So,
I think Matt is alluding to the one you're talking about, so we'll keep it hush hush.
Yeah,
I'm sure someone will pick that one, but.
It breaks my heart not to pick it because it's my other favorite, but you know, I had to go with Spider-Man 2 because I just think it like represents so much. So does the other one. So I hope someone else picks it.
Well, I can guarantee you it'll be picked in the 5 probably. Maybe not by me, but if it gets to me, sorry to tip my pick, but yeah, no, it's funny because you mentioned it's like the greatest superhero movie ever made, or one of them you think it might be, and it's in the conversation for most people next to the one I just drafted. So I think it's cool that they're standing above there, Logan and Spider-Man 2.
That's true.
A lot of people would go to those two, and then one other one from DC, I think, as like the best superhero movies ever made. If you just ask like the general consensus, that's usually where they land. And I think it's a testament to how good it's held up. I mean, did anyone go see the re-release? Or any of the re-releases? I think they're at 3. They're at 3 now. 3 is still in theaters. I think it's been starting every Monday, and I think they just finished there, or they might just they're finishing 3, and then starting this Monday is the Garfield Amazing Spider-Man movies.
Ooh.
Carly, are you seeing either of those in theaters?
I didn't know those were in theaters, but
yeah, so they're bringing each Spider-Man movie back. So they did 1 and then 2, and then this week was 3. Next week is ASM, then it's ASM 2, then it's Homecoming, Far From Home, No Way Home. So they're just re-releasing them all. I don't really know why, but it's been really cool because, like, for my generation at least, I mean, Chad is a little older, so you saw this in theaters.
Yeah, right? I was 14. Yeah,
I was 6, I believe. So I saw this in theaters, but it was very much, I was so young, and I didn't see the first one in theaters. I didn't see the third one in theaters either. The second one was the only one I got lucky enough to see in theaters, and I think for my generation at least, it's really cool that they re-release them, because now so many of my friends who hadn't seen them in theaters for the first time are like going and watching them, at least with an adult lens, where they can really remember it and see the excitement. And there's been videos going around. I don't recommend people filming the movie in the theater. I think you should just watch the movie, but it's been cool. There's been a lot of videos of like people just cheering when he's flying and shooting his web and going through the streets. It's like one of the coolest things to see in 2024, people getting hype over the Raimi Spider-Man movies in theaters. So it's just really cool to see that kind of resurface on TikTok in the past few weeks and see how much that Spider-Man craze is still existing, because it does hold up so well. And yeah, it's just one of the greatest comic book movies ever. Yeah.
I can say I have seen every Spider-Man movie in the theaters.
There you go.
Yeah,
even the Japanese one. I'm kidding.
No, not that one.
Yeah, that's my favorite. If you go watch Kelsey and I's Marvel-ous Movie Mondays, that's one of my favorite episodes. Spider-Man, because that's how they pronounce it. They add an extra like 2 syllables. Spider-Man.
Apparently, it's awesome.
It is awesome. It is. When the New Yorkers stand up to Doc Ock to protect Spider-Man. Yeah, one of the best scenes ever on the
Yes.
show. And Matt was
found
yeah.
something.
So, yeah, it's such a formidable movie of so many generations. No matter what generation you are, I feel like a lot of people connected to it. Thoughts on Spider-Man 2? Anyone else?
I think it's really great. Like, obviously, it's not my Spider-Man. It's not Andrew Garfield, but one thing that really stands out to me with Spider-Man 2 is just how good Alfred Molina is as Doc Ock. Like, he's just amazing. Yeah. Like, I feel like that movie is not as good if he is not just killing it with that role, and the writing definitely helps him with that. And, you know, Chad talked a lot about the other parts of it that are really great, but that's the main thing that elevates it for me over some other films. Just Alfred Molina just kills it and, like, helps bring the whole thing together. So.
Oh, yeah. So emotional with him. Yeah, it's great.
Cool. Stacy? Yeah.
Oh, no, I think this is a great choice. I had a very strong feeling, like, earlier in the week when I knew Chad was going to be on this, that he was going to go this way, and then I completely forgot. That's right. So I'm glad that I was right, but I forgot, so I didn't pick anything in advance. But yeah, obviously, Spider-Man 2 is a good way to go with Sam Raimi. I have a special connection to these movies because my daughter, who is about your age, Dylan, maybe a little younger, I don't believe, I feel like I should get her to come down and talk about her love for Spider-Man 2, but she's busy with my son. But yeah, I don't think she saw it in the theater, but she loved these movies so much. And second, I mean, I think it's universally agreed that 2 is the best of this trilogy. But that's all. Like, for her birthday, I think it was her 4th birthday, 3rd or 4th birthday, she didn't want anything that wasn't Spider-Man at all. Like, my grandmother was horrified because that was a boy's toy, so she bought her a Mary Jane action figure.
Oh, no.
One that she slept with, that the eyes lit up, and it would be like, I can swing all night. And we thought that was hilarious for obvious reasons. It said other things too, but I don't remember those. So yeah, anyway, sorry, I'm kind of off topic. But Spider-Man is great. Toby's great. Raimi's great. Chad's great. Let's move on.
Carrie, any thoughts on Spider-Man 2?
Yeah, I also, just in addition to what you guys said, wanted to call out the soundtrack to this movie.
Oh, yeah.
If you were like an early 2000s, like into early 2000s music.
All American Rejects.
Were they on that?
Is that the ending to the ending is All American Rejects, or is it a different band?
I think it might be Jet. I don't remember All American Rejects being on it, but I had the soundtrack on CD. And so, like, all of those songs I thought were burned into my memory. Maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering who sang what. but it was a pretty banging soundtrack.
That's awesome. Yeah, Pizza Time agrees. Spider-Man 2 is the best Spider-Man movie. There he is.
It's Dashboard Confessional Vindicated.
Oh yeah. Sorry, that's not. I didn't know that's the song you were thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah. I confuse those two all the time. These bands.
Oh man, what a great song.
Alrighty, Carly, you're up. Fourth director. We got Raimi. We got Villeneuve. We got Mangold. Who else is joining that list?
See, so I was between two, and I thought I had one that was my obvious number one, and I was who I thought Chad was going to pick him when he was talking about horror directors who direct some non-horror films.
Pick that one.
But now I'm just like, I mean, no. Okay, no one has drafted a female for this yet, so I kind of want to draft a female director.
Counting on you to do it because I didn't.
Sorry, I'm deciding it's hard. I feel like we've talked about my other director, and I feel like you pretty much all know who I'm talking about. I've bought a video. I've bought a video about him. I've purchased a video about him for
You purchased it at the subathon list. Okay, I got you. Yes, it'll come. I promise.
Yeah,
all the requests are on their way.
And we've talked about him a lot, so I'm gonna go with Sofia Coppola instead, because I feel like we don't talk about her films a ton, and I feel like I have 5 of hers that I really like. So I'm between two: one that really recently came out, and one that is like one of her first.
I would go with the first one, Carly.
I actually am. I'm gonna pick The Virgin Suicides because I absolutely love that film. Like, well, when I first watched it, I didn't get it at all. I was like, okay, that was slow and boring. But I recently rewatched it, and God, I love it. Like, it really shows you, like, it's a really good introduction to her as a filmmaker and the stuff that she focuses on. I just think it's really awesome, and I love who is Kristen Dunst? She believe that?
Yeah.
Back
to back Dunst picks.
Yeah, she's I love how Kristen Dunst tries to work with female filmmakers as much as she can, and the relationship and dynamic she has with Sofia Coppola is so cool. Like, and just the film, it's just so deep and like sad, but like I really like it, and I'm really excited to see what other picks you guys will have.
People
for
are
Coppola,
excited about your pick, Carly. I mean, Wayne is excited. There, yes, Carly on brand. Ooh, Stacy just watched one of these today, apparently. So
yeah, she may have known it might.
I didn't even know that.
No, I mean, it was because I was sure I was going to pick the other director that I'm hinting at. But, in the moment, I was just like, no, I want to pick The Virgin Suicides because I think that's a really fantastic film and so good. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll stop rambling now.
Yeah, pressure's on, Carrie. Brian says if you pick Eternal Sunshine, that's a triple dunce back to back. Triple dunce just sounds funny. Anyone Virgin Suicides? I actually haven't seen this one. This is one of my blind spots of hers. I'm very sad because I think Sofia Coppola is so good and so versatile while also still having a similar style in all her movies. While different, like the stories are different, but the style is somewhat the same, which I really, really love. But I haven't seen this one, so I'm gonna need to watch it. Stacy, you look like you.
Yeah. I also love this movie. This probably would have been my pick for her. It's just so good. It's an odd movie in a way, like the whole premise and the way it ends. What is Chad laughing at?
Wait, I'm sorry. I made a face.
Wait, is something funny?
Oh, sorry. Go on, Stacy. I'm sorry.
I can't remember the cast other than Kirsten Dunst, but they all are really good. And I'm pretty sure there's some other names you'd recognize in there that weren't big names at the time. And it's heartbreaking. Like the end, I don't want to give things away because I know a lot of people haven't seen this movie, and maybe they will. But like, it's perfect, but it's also so heartbreaking the way it ends. So yeah, I think it's a perfect pick.
Yeah. Chad or Carrie, have you guys seen this one?
No, I haven't seen it. But I really want to. Like, I want to go and like watch like a lot of Dunst films because she's like one of my favorite actresses.
So good in this.
but I just haven't gotten around to this one. I keep like forgetting it exists, but maybe I need to go more through Sophia's filmography.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, she
Sorry,
doesn't have a
everyone.
ton, but I think she has at least 5 or 6 solid ones.
And
which is
I
part of why I picked her.
don't think Carrie's going to pick the Eternal Sunshine director. So sorry, who? I think it was Brian.
Yeah. The only one I've seen of his, aside from that, is the Green Hornet. So that would have
Yeah.
been a fight for the death. Carrie, any thoughts on Virgin Suicide? Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it, no.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we are coming to you next. So you do have your first pick. And the luxury is you get to pick, and then you get to pick the first of all the remainders of the directors. So it's a very interesting, precarious position you're in. What are you going to pick?
Okay, so I was between 3 directors. I was actually leaning a little bit towards a different director, but someone did mention Triple Kirsten Dunst.
Ooh.
Now, I'm not
Oh,
going
is that why you were laughing?
I'm not picking the Eternal Sunshine director, but one of the movies that was going to be my first pick does have Kirsten Dunst in it. So I was like, I have to do it. And it is Hayao, oh my gosh, how do I say his name? I'm so bad.
Miyazaki.
Miyazaki.
Nice.
He's delivery service.
Wow.
Iki's. You stole Carly's pick.
But there are plenty of great Miyazaki films, so I thought that would be a great one to do.
That's a great Good job.
I just adore this movie. It's like one of my comfort movies. Like it's just like this little slice of life with this little witch, and she's so cute, and Gigi's so cute, her cat, and like I just I love seeing her adventure and her journey that she goes on during this film. And we named our cat after this movie, Kiki. And I don't know what else. Like it's just, I think it's just such a perfect little movie, and it's for all ages. I feel like it's just a beautiful film.
Yeah, I like we have animation directors on the first. Yeah, every edition we've done of this so far, we've had animated directors, which is great. And Matt says we all need to watch more Michel Gondry movies. I agree. But great pick. I'm very excited Miyazaki's here as a representation for not just international cinema, but animated, as Nerd said, which is really cool. Chad, what do you think? Do you think Carrie's pick is great?
It is great. I love that it's like an animated pick. So I think there's a lot we can work with Miyazaki. Is very deep, and there's a lot of like really great stuff. Carly, was Guillermo del Toro the other one?
No.
Oh, that's what I thought you were thinking.
A comic book director.
Well, if we want, I mean,
Oh
here's the
yeah,
thing.
we can say it now, right?
We're gonna do other iterations of Roulette in the future, but by then we'll all have forgotten. Do we want to do honorable mentions for directors now, and then we can go? That way we give ourselves a little bit of time to like think about the movies. But first, talk about Kiki, and then we'll do that. Yeah. Anyone else?
Okay.
Kiki?
Sure. Yeah. So Kiki is definitely a fantastic choice from Carrie. If I knew she was going to pick Miyazaki, I probably would have guessed that she would have picked Kiki. I think sometimes it's like very underrated one. I think other people normally go towards other films, but I do think this is a pretty big like prestige one. It's just kind of like it's not like a day in the life, but it kind of is like where she moves to a new place and then we just get to see her do a lot of stuff. And it's kind of a chill movie in a lot of ways. It doesn't have like this big, plot where she's going on some grand adventure. She's just moving to a new place and trying to fit in. I love her. I love the cat. I love the animation style. I love, I don't know if I've actually watched it in the original Japanese, but I do love Dunst as the voice actress in there. I think she's perfect. And yeah, it's a fun witch movie. There you go. I know Carly loves it.
Yeah, Carly, the Survivor witch, now the drafting witch. What do you think of this one?
Yeah,
Carly?
this actually isn't my favorite of Miyazaki's, but it's way up there. Yeah, a lot of people think it's my favorite because of the witch, but it's.
I know what your favorite is.
Yes, you do. It's so cute and fun. I just love it. It makes my heart happy. I saw it in theaters recently because they like re-released it because they put Miyazaki's movies in theaters sometimes at my local AMC, and I saw it in theaters with my brother. It was just so delightful and fun. She's a little witch on her little broomstick, and she has her cat, and she like delivers. She makes package deliveries to different places, and it's just so sweet. Like it's delightful. It's an amazing pick.
There's one part in it when she gets sick and she's like, "Am I gonna die?"
Stacy, anything? Miyazaki? Or
Yes.
on Kiki?
Well, so this is going to be a tricky one for me. We'll see if I've actually seen any of the movies by the time I pick one, because I have not watched a lot.
We have about 2 hours and 20 minutes, so you have a time for 2 of them.
Throw one on in the background with subtitles. I mean, I at least recognize enough titles to pick a title, but this is the one I've actually seen twice, which is there's only 2 Miyazaki movies. I probably butchered that, but there's only 2 that I've seen multiple times. The other one, if it gets to me, I will pick, and I will explain that. But this one I've actually seen twice as well. And it's a lot of fun. She's adorable. I mean, you guys kind of really talked about it better than I can because this is not my genre. But I think it's a really good pick. And I think Kiki probably would have been my first pick for him. Maybe not. It would be between 2. But it would definitely be in the running for sure.
Yeah. I haven't talked much about it because, like the horses that are about to race in the Kentucky Derby in an hour, I have my blinders on when it comes to anime, and I am just finally getting back into, not back into, but getting into it. So I've seen some Miyazaki, but this is not one I've seen yet. I remember I had the VHS in the dub when I was a kid, so it might have been playing on my TV when I was a kid, but not enough for me to like remember it necessarily. But I do know people love this one, and it's going to be a great watch when I do watch it. A Win says Keys Delivery Stores is perfect. Netflix ruined the English dub by adding sound effects. There's one audio error. Oh, interesting. Did fix the color as well. That's why physical media is so important. I'll say it again. Yeah, so here we go. So if Nerd was playing, he would prioritize Coppola first, then Raimi, then Mangold, then Villeneuve, Miyazaki. Very interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what we do. But really quickly, let's just give some honorable mentions of other directors we may have been thinking about. I obviously put a wheel together, but going into this, I really thought Shyamalan would have been a really cool one to pick because his filmography is so hit or miss, and I feel like a lot of people love or hate a lot of his movies. There's only like 2 movies that everyone loves and 1 movie that everyone hates, but everything else is in between. I thought about Spielberg, but just because Carrie, Chad, and I are talking about my favorite Spielberg in like 12 hours or less, I was like, you know what? I don't want to pick that because we're going to talk so much about it later. And that's kind of also how I felt about Sidney Lumet, who we're going to talk about The Verdict later. So I was like, you know what? I'm not going to pick any directors. And James Cameron, another one I thought about, but we just talked so much about Titanic for my birthday stream, and just I didn't want Carly to be upset if I took Titanic from her, just like my sister took Titanic from her.
God.
But we just talked so much about Titanic that I was like, you know what? I'm going to spin a wheel, and I put everyone else on there. So that was what my thinking was. Anyone else? Stacy, what were you thinking of other director options?
So I have a handful. What I think was the expected pick from me, and maybe I'm wrong, but I figured people expected me to go David Fincher, which was definitely a high possibility. If I was later and there hadn't been any female representation yet, I was going to go Catherine Bigelow. Also, a lot of these picks are based on what I would get to pick as first pick. Just putting that out there because this next one is definitely picked based on that, and that's Alex Garland. I was also thinking Tarantino as a possibility, Yorgos Lanthimos, Hitchcock, Peter Jackson, or one I really wanted to pick, but I think it's too hard for everybody else. Probably was Benson and Moorhead.
That would have been cool though. But it's
right not to go that way.
They do. I think so.
Yeah, they do have 5.
They do have 5, but in terms of
just 5. Anybody else?
Yeah. Carly, what else did you consider again? Who were you between?
So James Gunn was the one I really thought, but I was like, we've talked about Guardians, we've talked about the Suicide Squad on here. I was like, I'll pick something that.
And I will say, Matt does bring up a good point. Del Toro did direct comic book movies.
Oh, that's true.
Not Marvel, or it was Marvel, but not MCU or DC.
But Coppola and Gunn were the 2 that were like the one I was 2 hours debating against. But others that I might have picked would be Del Toro, like Chad said. Villeneuve was like on the back of my brain. So I'm really glad Stacy picked him. If Greta Gerwig had more films, I probably would have picked her.
Just one more.
Yeah, just one more. Matt Reeves, I think, could be a really fun one because he has the Apes trilogy. He has Batman. I'm sure he has other stuff too. And Yorgos Lanthimos. So.
Nice. Well, it proves that not all guns win battles, and we can learn by that. Chadwick.
I was just
Chadwick.
hovering.
I've never called you Chadwick. Chad.
Call me whatever you want. Just not
Chatty Daddy.
Just not late for dinner.
Sea Dog.
But
the web
yeah.
slinger.
I was hovering around a couple. Of course, I was hovering over like Edgar Wright. I was thinking about, and I actually almost did do that, and then I was like, shit, wait, which one would I choose? So that's why, and I had like my actual choice right there. So I went Sam Raimi in The Pinch, but I was hovering between those two. I was also thinking Del Toro.
Chatty Gilmore, I like that too.
Nice. And then I was also there was one more. Go to Carrie, and then if I think of it all,
James Cameron.
James Cameron, and I was totally going to also pick Titanic.
Well, you wouldn't have gotten it if I had picked it, but
well, if I would have picked it,
because if you would have picked Titanic, then I would have probably won Matt's heart with T2. I was ready for it, unless anyone else picked T2. I don't know. Carrie, what else were you between?
The one I was most strongly considering was Peter Jackson. And then I was also thinking about George Romero. I was thinking about Denis Villeneuve. So again, glad that got picked. Maybe Wes Anderson. I had a few in my mind.
If Carrie had picked Peter Jackson, she 100% would have went brain dead.
That's what 100%. Yeah.
Oh, cool. I thought you were saying she would have went brain dead. I'm like, why? And they're like, oh, you would have picked the film.
Yeah.
I was like, what is her problem with Peter Jackson?
If you haven't seen that, it's freaking crazy. Watch it.
Yeah, if he had directed another movie, Paul King would have also been good. You already have my heart, but I put it okay. Oh, I love you, Matt. Yeah, no, I sent Matt a really deep apology after our Survivor nights because I was a little hard on just everyone about like rushing things. So I sent him a message just because I do love Matt. So I'm glad I have your heart still, Matt. Also, Dennis Dugan would have been fun to be drafted.
Shabadoo.
I unfortunately don't know what that reference is. Oh, okay. Shabadoo.
Adam Sandler.
Yeah. I got it. All right. Has everyone had enough time to simmer and think about what they're going to pick now that we have our 5 categories? So just to let everyone know, our categories today are Villeneuve, Mangold, Raimi, Coppola, the Sofia Coppola, not the one who just released an awesome teaser trailer this morning. Did anyone else see it? It was freaking awesome. Megalopolis.
I didn't see it
or Miyazaki. So, Carrie, you get your first pick of any of those other 4, of Coppola, of Raimi, of Mangold, or of Villeneuve. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go Sofia Coppola because I've only seen one of her movies, which is a shame.
That one, then.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I've only seen one, so this is why I chose this position. So I am gonna take advantage of it. So I'm gonna choose Lost in Translation, which is an amazing movie. It's so good. I haven't seen it in a while, but I think just like I don't know, she somehow is just really able to capture that feeling of like being in a foreign country and being lonely, even though you're surrounded by people. And obviously Scarlett Johansson and Bill Murray are just fantastic in that movie.
Yeah. Chad and I covered it for Picture This, and it was a really interesting conversation because I think I was like one of the only people I've ever met. I mean, I've never really met myself. I shouldn't say that, but I'm like one of the only people I know that like isn't necessarily in love with this movie. But I think what you said about the actual feeling of isolation and the actual tone and atmosphere is just so good. I think for me, it's just I'm not as invested in the relationship, and you know, it's not because of the age gap, but I think it's just also just the personalities of the characters for me don't mesh. But I love the atmospheric stuff, and also just for being. Is this her first film? I think it might be.
No.
Or one of her first films. It's still very impressive because it is still early enough in her career. Like I know she did Godfather 3 in 1990, so at least it's right. Okay, so this was 2000s. First, in my brain, I was thinking this was like 95. So yeah, it's she's a little bit more established at this point, but this is at least her big Oscar breakout. Like this is what really got her a lot of attention. So I'm happy you picked it. It is her most, I think, notable. So and Matt says it here too. Lost in Translation would have been my pick. So I think you picked the right pick. If there was a right pick, I think you did pick it. So Chad, what are your thoughts on this one? I know we covered on Picture This, but.
Yeah, I'm sad she picked it, but I understand. I'm also going to be very shallow with Sophia's filmography, which I also agree with Carrie is sad. And Carrie and I are probably going to team up and just watch a lot more for films because I really like Lost in Translation quite a bit.
Kelsey says, "I hate Bill Murray." With you, girl.
He's great in Tootsie.
He's great in Tootsie.
We'll talk about that later, though. But for now, Lost in Translation, I love him in. I think he's funny, but he also shows like a really other side to him, the dramatic side, which I think is like a perfect blend of, how he works so well with like someone like Wes Anderson, as he's got the comedy and the drama that he can do, like, just like that. And I love the relationship. I know it's a bit of an age gap, so it's a little iffy, but it's not like they, get into like this really big romantic thing. It's more so of a kind of a mentor relationship is how I look at it. But it's like someone older helping someone younger figure life out, and then vice versa a little bit. They can learn things from each other. And I don't know, I think it's just a beautiful film. And like Carrie was talking about, like how it's like about the whole lost in translation, like in a foreign country, but also like in your life. And I don't know, it's just a really beautifully made film. I agree. I think ScarJo rules in that movie as well. So.
She's really great. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we hate Bill Murray, but we love him as we love his performance. We'll say that. Carly, any thoughts on Lost in Translation?
Bill Murray.
This is actually one of my 2 blind spots. This one and Somewhere I have not seen. I probably will see it eventually. Just I haven't heard best things about the relationship. I do think Carrie made a really good point about the isolation. And like that's what Coppola does so well. Like almost all of her stories are just about feeling isolated. And I think she does really well with it. I'm just excited that I'm getting you guys to watch some more Sofia Coppola because I really like it.
You're going to, for sure.
Yeah, and by the time we all talk tomorrow morning, maybe we'll actually have time to watch a lot of them. That's a good thing about a subathon is you can watch a few movies, come back. I'll still be here sitting in this chair. Stacy, any thoughts on Lost in Translation? This is also Nerd's one of his top 10 favorites.
Yeah. This definitely this would have been my next pick. So I agree with it. I've actually seen exactly 5 Sofia Coppola films, it turns out. But I don't love them all. I do like this quite a bit. And I actually rewatched this somewhat recently. And I do really love their relationship because, there's a big age difference. But, I mean, the way they meet is so organic. And they're both married. There's not romantic intentions, especially in the beginning when they first meet. They very much are just kind of both lonely people in the same place at the same time, trying to get through the nights. And their personalities aren't maybe ones you necessarily would see fitting together in other situations, but I think they also bring out different sides of each other too. And I mean, he's obviously enamored with ScarJo at certain points, which we all are, so can't blame him for that. But he's not like hitting on her or trying to get her to sleep. They sleep in the same bed, in fully clothed, and like he touches her feet. Like it's not a creepy relationship in my mind at all. And I guess being somebody that has all kinds of aged friends too, that it's not weird to me that they bond with that big of an age difference. And I love all of the Japanese kind of like side characters, like the photographer of his whiskey commercial looks like the Asian impersonator for Bon Jovi. Like they all just have these really kind of wacky side characters. And Anna Faris shows up as the person that her husband has had an affair or is having an affair. It's never answered. That there's the thought there. Like I wondered. You figure she wonders, but it never talks about it. And I just think this movie does what it sets out to do really, really well, and is great.
Yep. But before we continue, Stacy, I forgot I was supposed to. I have it in my notes here. Congratulate you for winning the couples draft, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations! Since we're on the topic of love and couples,
I should
and
win
romance,
things more often.
you
Apparently,
won by 1 vote over my sister. It was a very well fought match, and you two really ran away with it. The other 3 of us, we were just happy to be there, but you and Nina were running away with it. So congratulations. Anything else on Lost in
Yeah,
Translation?
2 quick things. One, I wanted to shout out Giovanni Ribisi. He's also great in it.
Yeah.
And then for relaxing time, make it some Tory time.
There you go. All right. Moving on next. Harley, you get to pick. You cannot pick a Coppola. As much as I know you want to.
All right. So the thing is, there's a lot of Villeneuve films for me to pick from, but I have one that is like far and above all his other films for me just because I love it so much. So I'm picking Arrival. Yes. I might regret this later when there's only like one Mangold film that I've seen, but I'm picking Arrival. This is one of my favorite movies of 2016. Like, if Moonlight did not exist, it probably would be my favorite movie of 2016 because it's just it's so good. Like, I remember the first time I watched this, I was barely paying attention to it, but it still managed to like reel me in and get me invested. Like I said, I don't love sci-fi, but this is my favorite sci-fi film. Like, I just love the way it like uses empathy and compassion and like how that hits into the main themes of it. Like, any movie that talks about how important being kind is will like get to me. Like, that's part of why I like so many Miyazaki films. But like, I also just love the way it kind of uses time and language. Like, it's just such a stunning film. Like, and Amy Adams is amazing in this film. Jeremy Renner's really good. Jeremy Renner, he's in this one, right? Yeah. It's been a while. I need to rewatch it, but it's just really fantastic, amazing film. I think I even.
Sorry, I love Arrival's visuals more than most of my relatives. Does that mean that Wynn's relatives they
likes it more? They like it more than their relatives.
That's how I take it.
They like the visuals more than they like the relatives.
They like their relatives.
They like the visuals more than the relatives like the visuals.
No,
you're gonna have to tell us different. Okay.
Bill, you are so tired.
It's way too early for you to be this tired.
What else talk? I love it too. It's a great movie. I haven't seen it since 2016, so I can't talk too much in depth. But
I have one more thing. I do actually have the Blu-ray, but I packed it up in one of my boxes, so I can't show it. But I have it.
I just wanted to say, Carly, you probably made the right choice because Arrival would have been one that would have been snatched up by someone, probably this one. So
I was gonna say, I know it wouldn't be you because I know what yours is, and I'm hoping you don't snatch it next.
We'll see.
If Dune 2 didn't exist, this would have been my pick. And I struggled because I do struggle with recency bias. So it was almost my pick anyway. I really love this movie. I think it's great. I love that the aliens in this are not malevolent. They are there to help us. I love how it plays with time and communication. And I just think it's an all-around great movie. And I also really, really need to rewatch it. But those things all still stand out to me.
And I just realized I didn't talk about Arrival yet. So I just wanted to throw that out there real quick. Yeah, I also do love this movie. It's not my favorite, but it's up there. I think because I know Denis likes to make these like big worlds now with this sci-fi, but it's really cool to see like one that's just like one movie and it's just a really interesting concept. It's a very kind of stripped down sci-fi, but I love how it's like this ship comes, right? We don't understand this alien species. They don't understand us. And then we have to like build that. That's exactly what we'd have to do in like real life. So it's very realistic in how that would actually come about. And then we get to see just how like realistic, like if that were to happen, how all the governments of the world would freak out and like which ones would probably like, let's bomb them. And stuff like that. And like one lady's just like, no, let's try to talk to them real quick.
Yeah.
See what they want. Oh, they're here to actually help us. And I don't know. It is a brilliant movie. I agree.
Yep.
100%.
Yeah, Carrie, he said you love it. How much do you love it?
Yeah, until the Dune movies came out, this was like by far my favorite Denis film, and I love most of Denis films. So, it's just a brilliant film. Like, it's an experience watching it. Like, especially I think the first time watching it is such an experience. And it's just like gorgeously shot. Amy Adams is absolutely incredible. It's a little hard to talk about this one without spoilers, and I don't want to spoil it for anyone who might be watching and hasn't seen it. But like everyone said, the way that time and language are handled in this movie, and I really liked what Carly pointed out, the kindness and empathy in this movie. It just all comes together so wonderfully.
Yeah. Love it. Any other thoughts on Arrival? All right, we're going to arrive at Chad's pick here. Chad, you can't pick a Raimi. What else are you gonna pick?
I can't pick a Raimi. That's but I'm gonna have to go with a director who I like I said is very shallow in what I've seen. And I know Dylan alluded to one from Villeneuve that he knows that I love, but I'm gonna have to, if Dylan may pick that one, I'm gonna have to let it go because I need to go with the shallower director here. Fortunately and unfortunately, kind of a deal. Because there's other movies in the Villeneuve sphere that I can pick for sure. So I'm gonna go with the Sofia Coppola movie because I've only seen Lost in Translation. I really need to watch all these other ones. And there's one that I've been meaning to watch, and I just haven't gotten around to it, but I really, really want to because I think I'm gonna really like it when I do see it. So I'm gonna pick that one because Dylan said I'm probably going to love it. I'm gonna pick Priscilla. So I guess Dylan's upset about this. But the reason I'm picking Priscilla is because I've spoken with Dylan about this and heard things that he said about it, and it feels like it's very on the same lines of Spencer with K-Stew, and I absolutely love Spencer. I thought that should have been like Best Picture nominee, and I love that she got a nomination. I wish she would have won. As much as I think Jessica Chastain was good, I think K-Stew was like the best of that year. I know we're not talking about Spencer, but I'm just saying, like, that's why I think I would really like Priscilla. I didn't love Baz Luhrmann's Elvis. That's another director, wild director we could pick one day. Stacy might have picked at some point, probably on the next one. But yeah, I didn't love that Elvis, but I enjoyed it. But I'm very excited to see the different take that Sophia has, just like a year later, right? Yeah, so that's what I'm excited to see. If I also think that Priscilla is a lot better than Elvis, because I don't know much about the actors in it or anything, but I think the style is we get to see more of Priscilla's life, and just kind of like the focus was on her, where she was kind of like swept under the rug a lot in Elvis.
Barely even mentioned, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's why I want to see like more of her take, because I know she didn't have like the best life and stuff like that. So yeah, all this hype is just making me want to see it more. Carrie and I are gonna watch it very soon, I guess now. So very excited, and so I'm picking Priscilla. I haven't seen any of the other ones, and this is the only one that I know like good hype for, and I'm very excited to watch Virgin Suicides now too.
Kelsey, Kristen Stewart is K-Stew, just so you
Sorry.
know. Yeah, but it is also, if you have Special K and you don't have milk, you can throw it in a stew, I guess. No. Other people talk. I need to get over my emotions right now.
I watched today.
Sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry.
No, draft day, the fun of draft day, which people love, is the betrayal and the unfairness and the tragedy.
You get to pick something I love next. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Stacy or Carla. I need to process.
No, I just watched this. Otherwise, I'd let other people talk first. But this is actually the one I just watched today. And yeah, I really, first of all, the amount Chad can talk about a movie he hasn't seen just is amazing to me. Like, I think he talks longer than I do about my favorite movie, but a movie he hasn't seen. But that's a special talent. The way that it focuses on Priscilla is fantastic. I mean, just because it's called Priscilla, I didn't know how much, it might really be about Elvis. But it's definitely not. It's about her. And Kaylee Spaney is fantastic in it. She just says so much without saying anything. Her face just tells you everything you need to know about what she feels in the moments. And I am notorious for not actually watching movies. I listen a lot while I'm doing other things because of my ADHD. And I'd have to remind myself that it was Jacob Elordi, not Elvis. Like,
Elordi.
It's so good. Elordi. I don't even know. I still didn't say it right.
The guy from Euphoria.
Yeah.
Call him that.
Or the Netflix movies, if
or
you're
Soper.
me.
Yeah, no, I mean he's everywhere. He's having a blow up. I mean, those are Euphoria 3, Zendaya, Sydney Sweeney, and Jacob Elordi are like the biggest 3 stars on the planet right now. It's pretty amazing.
So how did you say it again?
Elordi.
Elordi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, oh Lordy.
Oh
like
Lord.
You're preaching.
But yeah, so
No?
he does a really good job as Elvis because, I mean, and granted, it's not like I watch a ton of Elvis movies. I'm sure there are Elvis fans out there that are like, he sounded nothing like him. But to me, not looking at the TV a lot, I thought he sounded just like him to me. So, yeah, I think it's a great pick, and I'm crossing them off as I go. That would have been mine. My next one.
Kara, you said you haven't seen this one yet, right?
No, I haven't.
Gotcha. Carly, have you seen this one?
Yes, I have. Yeah. I've messaged you about it.
I know. Well, yeah, you're right. I don't know. I'm in a different strategy. My head's in a different space now because I'm just like, I just want to go lay down on that soft pink carpet and cry.
Yeah, so I really love this one. If I had not picked Virgin Suicide, I would have picked this one. It's such a good companion to Elvis, I think, because Elvis, you don't need Elvis to be about Priscilla because it's not her story. And I think it's really cool to watch that and then watch this and be able to see different stories, different lenses of that situation.
Well, because she was such a side afterthought in his life, he really didn't care much about it,
Yeah, and it actually got me to read her book, which was really, really interesting to read and get more perspective on that. Like, I love how you can feel like how she gets kind of stir crazy. Like, she's just locked in that house. She can't leave. Like again, Coppola is really good with the isolation and making you feel that.
Yeah, it's a carpeted prison.
In the Virgin Suicides too. Now that you say that, the Virgin Suicides too, they're very kind of isolated. I mean, the sisters have each other. Not that we're talking about that now, but just that whole feeling that you're talking about works on that as well.
And the makeup is so good. Like, she looks like she is aged, even though Kaylee Spaney is not that old. And honestly, after I watched Priscilla's when I actually checked out some of Sofia Coppola's movies I hadn't seen. So this is one that really got me to be like, okay, let's watch. I watched Marie Antoinette and
Oh no, I'm kidding. It's fine. You're allowed one. You're allowed one.
And the Virgin Suicides. That's when I watched both of those and just started like loving her a bit more. So.
Yeah, I mean, I joke because like I'm upset, but really, I mean, it is a great film, and I'm glad Chad got it. My only thing is like, if you haven't seen any of them, then just wait, because whatever one you end up with, who knows if you're gonna like it? Because my only thing is like, what if Chad watches it and hates it? Then he's gonna be like, I wish I had picked one I actually had seen. But hey, that's your draft strategy, and that's why
I hadn't seen any left.
What?
That's true. I haven't seen any of them, but
that are left. Yeah.
No, I meant for like other, like if he had picked like a Villeneuve or something that he's actually like passionate about. But that's my whole thing. It's a draft strategy. It's going head over heart, and I like it. I appreciate it. I respect it. And Priscilla is just a film I love so much, and I'm glad it's going in the first round. I'm excited. I think the thing, adding on to what you said, Carly, is not just her performance and the makeup, but the delicacy of just the production design and the way everything is so soft and gentle, because it's dealing with tricky subject matter of this girl who's literally a child getting into this adult and child relationship, basically statutory rape in a way, you know, like it is a very tricky relationship. It's a very sad predicament she's in. And it is the Spencer thing of, you know, taking a myth that everyone loves and really showing the truth behind it. Not a myth, but like, you know, a modern American, like, icon or a modern global icon and showing you the truth behind it. In Spencer's case, it's giving her the justice. In this case, it's kind of showing us the darker side of Elvis, kind of like how Finding Neverland showed the darker side of is it Finding Neverland? Leaving Neverland. Sorry. Finding Neverland is Johnny Depp. Leaving Neverland, the documentary about Michael Jackson. Like, it's the same thing. It's where it like kind of pulls the curtain behind, which I think is so important because you know what? That's the truth. And that's what we should be getting at the stories, is not necessarily the easy story, but the right story. And I think that's what this film is. It's a beautiful film. The thing is, I have other Sofia Coppola films I love too, so I'm happy with whatever I get. But I'm glad, Chad, you took it in the first round, because it does deserve to be picked in the first or second round. But you know what I mean. It does deserve to be taken early because it is so good. But now, moving on to my next pick, I was gonna pick, kind of for a similar reason, like the one that's the smallest well. Which for me is Miyazaki. But do I think Stacy's going to pick my Raimi is the question. Because I'm not worried about my Villeneuve because Stacy's behind me. I don't think Stacy's going to pick my Raimi. I don't think she is, but she's smiling. So I don't. Okay, fine.
Well, if you pick my Miyazaki right now, I will pick your Raimi.
I don't think you're going to pick my Miyazaki, so I'm going to pick Spider-Man as my Raimi. I think the first one, I can see the argument for the second one being better, but I think just because of my own personal connection and my own personal nostalgia, and me as a movie viewer, I just like the first one the best of that trilogy. It is my personal favorite superhero film, even more than Logan, which is above it, but obviously for the purposes of this draft, I didn't know Raimi would be a choice, but I think Spider-Man is my favorite superhero film. I think it is so good, also because it just really plays with the origin story in such a creative and energized way. And I feel like nowadays you watch origin stories and they all feel the same. They all feel boring. This one, it just feels like a jolt of energy. I mean, the shots where he's first climbing the wall or first slinging the webs and going through the city, there's nothing that captures that. Even the second film, which captures it very well, doesn't capture that sheer raw first time excitement. You know, it really is just the most pure a superhero film has been, I think. And I do think Willem Dafoe, people say he's bad, he's cartoonish. I love him in this. I think he's so good. I think he's just so menacing and genuinely scary. I think the relationship with Harry is great. The relationship with MJ, I kind of like the fact that they're not a couple yet, because it aids in like giving him even more of an objective. I always find it more intriguing when someone is going for something rather than trying not to lose something. But it's just a very you know, depending on who you are as a viewer, I definitely see the argument for Spider-Man 2, but this has always been my favorite, and I'm happy to take it here in the one slot, because I don't know if Stacy was going to take it. Stacy, would you have taken this one?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm very happy now.
I guess it would have depended if what you took from Miyazaki. Because,
true.
Yeah, because if you had taken mine of that, then it would have not mattered what I picked from him. So I would have taken Spider-Man, yes.
Well, you would have gotten 2 picks back to back either way. But I'm glad now that I paid off well, because if I had taken your Miyazaki, see, everything happens for a reason now. I'm over the Priscilla pick. I'm now happy about my Spider-Man pick. So I'm glad you couldn't snatch that from me, Stacy. But what are your thoughts on this one, Stacy?
I mean, I said a lot kind of about the trilogy as a whole, I think, when it was Spider-Man 2's turn. But I agree with you that I like that they're not together yet. And I do think it does a lot. Really, their relationship just kind of over the arc of the entire trilogy, starting here with them not being together, is one of the strong points of the trilogy. But the first one, like, it's at the end of his high school career. Like, we don't really see him graduate or anything, but we know he's in school and stuff.
There's like
and
a scene. Yeah.
But it's like, in a way, it's kind of a coming of age in the like moving out on your own and for the first time and all of that kind of stuff. And I really, right. And trying to have a job and be a superhero. And I love that. I love the neighbors. I love the crazy neighbors. They're a lot of fun. And yeah, no, this is a good pick. I would have taken it.
And I want to say right now, the villains are so well done that it does feel very separate from the second one. Even though they work so well together, they are standalone. Like you watch two on its own and one on its own, and you don't feel like you necessarily need the other for completion's sake, which I like.
And as the viewer watching it, knowing who the villain really is, us knowing that it's Norman and his friendship with Harry, it just makes so much tension. Like, even though we know, he doesn't know yet.
That Thanksgiving scene is so good.
Yeah.
When he's got the scrape and he's like, "Where do you get that?" And it's like, "Oh, I just want to watch it now. I'll be back in a few hours." This is still going. Chad, you picked Raimi, so what do you feel about this Spider-Man pick?
Yeah, no, I mean it's great. Like I talked earlier when we were talking about Dune Part 2 about like Dune Part 1 feeling like mostly just a setup movie. I mean, that's kind of what Spider-Man is like eventually when Spider-Man 2 comes out is a setup movie, but like you said, it's like way more than that. Like it sets a lot up, but I feel like the completion of it with his arc of becoming the hero and then at the end being like, I can't have what I want because I have to go beat this hero. And then Spider-Man 2, he'll go in and he'll re-examine that and try to figure out what that actually means as he gets older and more mature, because then he doesn't really understand actually what he's giving up because he's just a kid. But I do love like every moment in the original Spider-Man is just a classic, iconic moment. Like the kiss, the upside down kiss.
Yes.
It's parodied and just like, referenced in so many things because it's so iconic. And I do think every single person, is perfect in their roles. Like even Willem Dafoe, I think is so good in that role. Even when people do memes, like, I'm something of a scientist myself. It's like they do it not because they're laughing at it, but because they love it. Like that's what Sam Raimi does. There's a lot of camp in these movies, and that's the kind of director he is. He's not afraid to make something really deep and emotional and something that you just get your heart, but then also throw in some silly shit. And that's just what he does. And I love that about him. That's mostly why I chose him. Also because I wanted to pick Spider-Man 2. I'm glad you picked Spider-Man because I don't think it's like inferior. I think Spider-Man 2 is better, but not like so much better, like on this high pedestal
I think they're much more equal than people make it out to be, and when they bring it up.
And I think they like perfectly like complement each other. And I think that's what a great 1 and 2 punch need to do. And I do think they can both be watched on their own perfectly, but then I think you can do the double feature and it's just you're wowed. And even though Spider-Man 3, a lot of people don't love as much as I do, I like Spider-Man 3. I know you're a Spider-Man 3 defender, Dill, but it's definitely a step down. But I think those first two still reign supreme, even though that one is a little bit of a it's such a perfect movie and so iconic. I love it as well.
Yeah. Carrie, thoughts on Spider-Man?
Yeah, I think Chad and I did a rewatch of these sometime in the past year. And I think it's like 1 often gets kind of forgotten, like and overshadowed by 2, but 1 is so good. It is amazing and it's a great pick.
Yeah. Carly?
Pretty much everyone has said, but like I love Willem Dafoe in this. He's so fun and campy, and they're really good with casting villain actors in this series. So
but still hashtag not Carly's Spider-Man. Moving on, I just want to bring up Nerd asked what did I miss? I got excited because I asked Stacy if she was gonna pick Spider-Man. She said yes, so I got excited that I made the right choice. It's always fun when you snipe a pick that the next person was gonna pick, and now we got it twice in a row. So Stacy, it is you now. It is your turn. You get 2 back-to-back, or 2 picks back-to-back. What's going to be your first?
Actually, I am so excited that both of my number 1 picks for these directors are here still. But I do want to say before I start, because I'll forget if I talk about the movies first, we're on from like 5 to 8. So I am at some point going to be eating probably after I'm done talking.
How dare
everybody? Please don't mind my eating, but
I've got some Hot Pockets in the freezer. I might run and grab
one.
So,
okay.
I know, right?
So my second pick is a a James Mangold movie. And Chad probably is correct, although there's 2 on here that I think he may have thought. But the one I'm gonna pick, the one I think is a better movie, is Ford v Ferrari.
Okay.
And I love. Okay, first of all, I discovered that I love racing movies. I guess, like, I really love the interior shots of like racing in the car.
It's pronounced Matt Damon, Stacy. You love Matt Damon movies.
Oh, Matt Damon.
I'm kidding.
I knew that already. I've known that since 1992. There was a couple other movies that I watched around the same time, and I was like, you know what? I think I really just like racing movies too. But I love Rush. I like Ford. I even like Gran Turismo. Like, I just like fast cars, it seems.
It's underrated. It's underrated. I'll tell you. Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
Underrated
You
gem.
know, Days of Thunder. I don't know. I don't ever want to watch racing as a sport ever. But
As a Kentucky Derby happens in a half hour.
But it's so tense, like the drama behind the scenes in racing is just fantastic. Anyway, I think Matt Damon and Christian Bale both are so good in this. They both bring so much, and their fight is hilarious. That's like
with the groceries, yeah.
With the groceries, and he like hits him with the bread or whatever. And I just love their juxtaposition. Like, you know, Matt is kind of the straight guy, not sexually, in terms of like the lower key character, and Bale gets to be very angry and dramatic, and he's a bit of a diva, really. And it's so much fun. But yeah, and you know, the whole Ferrari thing is interesting. It's stuff I didn't know about. And I always like that too. It turns out I also not only like racing movies, but I like movies that are like about products, I guess. Like, I liked like the Beanie Baby movie and Air and some other ones. So, you know, it's about Ferrari and racing. So I got both of those things married together. Yeah. It is, but yeah, I just love it. It's been a while since I've seen it. Obviously, I'm not talking about it that great.
No, you are. Yeah, it's a great movie because it's one of those movies that's not as, you know, plotty or not. You know, it's just very straightforward. But I think that's what works about it so well. Is that they can just focus on what works really well.
They put such high stakes too on Bale to win, and so there's just so much tension with that, and those scenes are so great. Just watching and hoping, because you don't know, because it is true. So like, if you don't a race person, like I didn't know what the real history was, if he was going to win or not. So yeah.
And I think it's good that it's not just Ford v Ferrari. That's really not the main rivalry. It is, but it's more Matt Damon and Bale because they're on the same team, but they do clash heads, which I think is the most important part. That dynamic. It's not what you expect. Yeah, they're frenemies. Yes. And Matt, while we're on racing, Matt does ask, do I have money on a horse? Yes, I do. And that is why I keep mentioning it. I picked Honor Marie this year because I did something in the park with George, and I played Louis the Baker, and he's holding a little baby named Marie. So Honor Marie is going to win this year, and that is what I'm saying. In a half hour, we'll find out that's true because my Venmo will... So, or bank account, whatever. No, I didn't bet that much, but Honor Marie, pulling for you, girl or guy, whatever horse. You are gonna kill it, Honor Marie. I hope you win. Any other thoughts on Ford v Ferrari?
I really like that one. I think it's such a dad movie. I literally saw it with my dad in theaters. But it's fun. Like, it's a fantastic sports film. I really wanted this one because I'm down to one James Mangold film I've seen and really like. But yeah, this is a really good one. I really liked it in theaters. I haven't seen it since, but I think it's really nice.
Yeah. Carrie, any thoughts?
I haven't seen this one.
Ooh. Well, Chad and I will eventually get to it. Picture this. What year is it, Chad? 2019? So we got to wait.
It was 2019. Wow.
Yeah, so we got 5 more years, but we'll get to
it was nominated.
Hopefully you watch it sooner. I know, right? That year, I mean, we could tip picks because these aren't picks we could pick, but like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Irishman, which are my favorite, Scorsese and Tarantino, and then you also get Parasite, and you also get, for some people, they love it, Joker, I mean, which was at least very popular. 1917 is a lot of people's favorite. Like, there's so many good films nominated that year.
Yeah. It was a really good year.
Yeah, I forget what the other others were Little Women, which is also amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Chad, any thoughts on Ford v Ferrari though?
Yeah, I actually went to see this one in the theater without Carrie. It's one of the few times that's happened, but yeah, it's one. Yeah, this was I saw it before I was a dad, and I agree that it does make a pretty good dad movie, and I'm wondering if that's why, because it's weird. It's one of those movies where I liked it when I saw it in the theater, and then I've just kind of gone like lower on it since, just thinking about it, but all it takes is another watch and I could be like, no, wait, actually I really like this movie. So I do like I think Matt Damon's great. I also really love Christian Bale quite a bit, like everything he's in. So I think he was the highlight of that film. And I really liked a lot of the racing stuff and stuff as well. I think it was like very like filled with tension and when you actually get to the racing parts. And so I think when you have that in a car race movie, I think it's really exciting. So I'm down to check it out again. I do think it's one of his better movies. So that was a super solid pick for sure.
Cool. All right, Stacy, you're back up on the clock. You get to pick another film, and it seemed like you were very excited about it. So tell us.
Yes, no, because this is definitely the two I wanted the most for the directors that we have in front of us. So I'm gonna say his name wrong again, but I'm gonna go with my now I know that I'm saying it wrong and it's so much harder to say at all.
Miyazaki.
Thank you. That I'm going with that one. Not even that. My pick for that, the one that I've seen many times is Ponyo.
Oh, cute.
Which is also a Matt Damon movie, by the way. He is the voice of the dad in the dub, which I've never seen the original. Usually I do watch foreign language film in the language with subtitles, but I don't even know how we came across this movie originally, but we did when my son was young. And I didn't even realize it was dubbed, to be honest. And he loved it. We watched it a lot, but it was one of those movies that I could watch over and over with him because it was just so cute. I mean, it's about a fish that turns into a little girl, and she's like kind of a mermaid and the magical under the water stuff. And then I don't even remember that. There's just so much going on. She makes the boat big so they can sail in it. And it's been a bit of while my son is 15 now, so it's been a bit of time since I've watched it. But their friendship is just so cute. And the mom, I question the parenting where she leaves them alone and goes back to work but like it is what it is. It's an animated kids movie. So yeah. I'm really excited to get this one. Just yesterday or the day before, I posted on Twitter that it was a picture of Loki excitedly clapping and dancing, but I was like, me, because my music just randomly played the Ponyo theme song. So yeah, I'm a fan and I like it a lot, and I'm super excited to get both of these picks.
Yeah, I need to watch more Miyazaki because this is one that's been on my list that I can't wait to watch. Carly, have you seen this one?
I have. I'm so happy Stacy didn't take my favorite Miyazaki because I was worried
I wouldn't do that. I know which one it was, and I've never seen it, so I would not.
I know which
oh,
one
thank
it is too.
goodness.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll get. I still don't know if I'll get it, but we'll see. I also saw this one in theaters. I really like it. It's so cute. It just makes me so happy. Like it's just I mean, I don't have anything deep to say about it. Just I like watching it. It makes me feel happy inside. So.
Yeah. Sorry, Chad. I know I keep bouncing around, but I'll let you talk now.
Yeah.
I know you were about to speak, and I was like, Carly, you're so yeah.
I don't always have to be the first one to talk.
You're first in all our hearts. That's what matters.
Thanks. I love Ponyo. I do think this is a great pick. You really can't go wrong with the Miyazaki. I haven't seen all of his films, but like every time I see one, they're always so weird but creative. But like his worlds are so like the logic in them is interesting, and how like he figures out how things work in them and what certain things represent, and it just feels like a very strange Little Mermaid, to be honest.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's really, really cool because of that, and interesting. And I love the characters, and I love the world and the things that happen in the movie. And like, I feel like there was a lot of like danger with like flooding and stuff like that. It's been a while since I've seen
There's a
it.
big storm.
Yeah, and stuff. But I do like it how it's kind of like, it's also kind of like Splash, where it's like, like a different like what do you call it? Like the fish out of water type of movie.
Yeah.
I know Stacy loves those kinds of movies.
Literally, she's a fish out of water.
Right. And I just, it's just like you can only make this kind of movie in animation.
Yeah.
Like you can make a live action Little Mermaid, but there's no freaking way you can make a live action Ponyo. So
go ahead. I'm not trying to interrupt.
No,
you.
I'm not done. I'm done. So go ahead.
Okay. I also didn't mention, but like I like how it deals with the elderly as well in this movie, because she does work at the old folks, senior citizens home, whatever you want to call it, and they're quite sassy, and in the end is very nice for them as well. But I like their sassiness when the storm is coming and how that is handled. It's not something you don't see a lot of elderly, maybe like one grandmotherly figure or something, but in a lot of animated movies, you don't see that many elderly people.
It's almost kind of like what makes Coco so great, and how they deal with the elderly. But also, I just wanted to add the thing that Nerd brought up, that was when she turns into the little girl and she's screaming ham, and she
she does love her ham.
Carrie, do you love this movie?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, cool. I haven't seen it either. We'll have to do like a Disney Plus watch along if they still do those. Cool. So moving on next to me, I wanted to be a D-bag and take Chad's favorite Villeneuve, but the honesty is that I have so many Villeneuves that I could pick that I'm not going to waste it there. I'm going to waste it on one that I think is a little shallower. That is Miyazaki. I've only seen 3 Miyazaki films, so I want to get one that What?
You said you're gonna waste it on Miyazaki.
Okay, no. I didn't. Waste was a wrong choice of words, but I'm not gonna. I shouldn't waste it on Villeneuve.
Just tell us your pick, Dill. You're killing me.
All right, I'm picking The Wind Rises, which I think is his one of his masterpieces. If you look at it, I've only seen 3 of his films, but Wind Rises is widely regarded as one of his masterpieces, because it is one of those things where a director is looking back at his career very late in life. And there's another film that came even after that I won't tip, but that also does a very similar thing in an even more striking way. But I think the idea, and it's something you see a lot in Oppenheimer as well, that just came out, a movie that I kind of like a little bit, is that the idea of creating something because you're so passionate about it, only to realize that it's being used for the worst thing imaginable. It's about this guy who loves planes and he loves making planes, he loves designing planes, only to realize that he's building planes that are going to be like dropping bombs and used in war. And it's one of the most heartbreaking movies because of it. But I love how they incorporate dream sequences into it. I love how they just like randomly just have this romance spur about, and this really great story on illness and romance, which is just surprising when you're watching it. You don't think it's going to go that direction. And I think it's just one of those films that is just so gorgeously animated. Again, I've only seen 3 of his films, but I can't imagine in terms of animation getting much better than Wind Rises, just because it is so much about the atmosphere and the visuals. And I'm happy to be proven wrong because I need to watch more Miyazaki films. So if this is only a great film and there are other even greater ones, I'm very excited. But The Wind Rises is just one I've really liked. And the first time I watched it, similar to a lot of the Miyazaki films I watch, like I don't love it the first time. I'm always like, that was very intriguing. I like that. And then the more I think about it, I'm like, wait, this is a masterpiece. And it's one of those things that I think when I rewatch it again, I'll just be like gushing and oohing and ahhing over. Nerd says it's a beautiful story. I agree. So yeah, I really, really love The Wind Rises. Any thoughts? Anyone? Wind Rises?
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I need to get around to it.
Chad hasn't seen it.
But,
So I've already seen it.
I technically
so Carly has
seen it technically, but I wasn't really paying attention, so it's on my rewatch list.
Okay.
So
Well, and that's the thing is like I knew it might not have been like high on anyone's list, so I wasn't really like strategically being like, oh, I'll get this so no one else does. It's more so if for some reason y'all pick 2 of the other 3 that I've seen, I don't want to be left with one. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna pick it because I know even if Chad does pick his favorite Villeneuve, I still will get another one of my favorites. So I'm not necessarily upset about that. Oh, and Carrie hasn't picked a Villeneuve either. So I might end up going a little lower in the barrel, but bottom of the barrel for Villeneuve though is much deeper than Miyazaki's for me. Even though I know Miyazaki's made so many great works, so I'm excited to check those out. Cool, Chad, you're up next. So we're transitioning to your pick. Pick 3, round 3.
So I'm gonna pick a Miyazaki, and it's gonna be Carly's favorite Miyazaki. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna say that and watch her face, and it was priceless. I'm not gonna do that. I do believe I know exactly which one is hers, and I'm probably not gonna pick that. We'll see. But I am actually gonna pick a James Mangold.
Ooh, okay.
That's my other one that's not that deep, and even the ones that I've seen, I think maybe the two or like the top like 2, like in the top 3 have already been taken. So I think Mangold's going pretty quick. I'm gonna pick one from that because Villeneuve is deeper. Right. There's a few I can pick. And then Miyazaki is the same thing. And I can kind of like guess that you can't really pick a bad Miyazaki. I'm not sure that actually exists. Looking at it, I don't think that actually exists. But I'm gonna pick a Mangold, and I think with this pick, I'm gonna break Carrie's heart. Sorry, Carrie. I'm gonna pick the one that she was gonna pick, and it's just because we are of the same mind. Now I'm kind of wondering if I should do this.
Now I wonder what it is, though. I don't know.
I don't want to hurt her feelings.
You're not gonna hurt my feelings, Chad.
So sad. And then I gotta sleep.
Love and all is fair in love and
I chose Lost in Translation, so you can do the
No,
same.
that's fine. All right, I'll go ahead and do it. I'm gonna pick just to diversify it a little bit as well. I'm gonna pick Walk the Line.
Ooh, yeah, nice.
The Johnny Cash biopic that Carrie and I both really love. She'll talk about it when after me, I guess. When I'm looking through Mangold movies, there's a few that I haven't seen, and then the other ones I don't think are super well regarded. So Walk the Line was the most obvious choice for me. Because I really love Joaquin Phoenix, Reese Witherspoon in this. I think it's a very underrated actually biopic. I know people talk about Dewey Cox Walk Hard or whatever being the better version, but I think they probably complement each other. One's funny, one's not. And I really think Joaquin Phoenix did a fantastic job embodying Johnny Cash. And same with Reese for June Carter. And I love Johnny Cash as an artist. And I think he's one of the best, one of the greatest country artists of all time. And I think this one does a really great job of showing his life and stuff like that. So it's one that before I actually became more of a cinephile, I fell in love with, and Carrie and I have also bonded over and stuff and talked about a lot, back in the day. So Walk the Line rules, and now I'm regretting picking it just because I kind of wish Carrie would have, because I know she loves it.
Yeah, a lot of great reactions here. Walk the Line is a pretty good choice, pretty decorated. Awards wise, Walk the Line would be my pick, is what Matt has. But Alan says Ray is the better version of Walk the Line, into which Nerd and Matt disagree. So a lot of fighting in the chat. I love it. All is fair in love and drafting. Carrie, I would love to hear your thoughts on Walk the Line.
Yeah, like Chad said, I love this movie. This definitely would have been my pick. But I'm glad he got it. It was just a movie I had on, sometimes you have a movie on VHS or DVD. I had this one on DVD. And by virtue of at the time before streaming was a thing, it's just you watch the movies that you owned over and over and over again.
Right.
So I used to watch this movie so much, and just something about putting I know it's like, I think the covers are really well done in this movie. Like Reese Witherspoon and Joaquin Phoenix, I think both do a fantastic job. Like the music associated like with the story, it's just one of those musical films that's like pretty relaxing almost to watch. There's a lot of really deep and intense stuff that happens in the movie, but I think overall, like, I like something about Johnny Cash's music is just kind of soothing. I don't know, just watching this movie, this was definitely just a comfort movie for me.
Yeah. It's great because I got to work with Larry Bagby, who plays the bass player in this. In that, whoa, Chad, how did you get there so quickly? Just kidding, they're in the same house. That looks really good. I want to ask what it is. I just saw like some really good descriptive writing on the bag, and I was like, ooh, they sold that well.
It's Chipotle.
Oh, okay, that's why. And I don't normally like Chipotle, but that actually enticed me. I was like, ooh, they know how to market themselves. Yeah, it's dinner time. Walk the Line, I've only seen bits and pieces of it because I wanted to watch some when I met Larry, but I haven't actually sat down and watched it all the way through. So I figured, I wasn't going to draft it, but I'm happy it got drafted because I know it is one of Mangold's most beloved. I think it's a great pick. It had to be picked for Mangold, I feel, to round it out, Chad. So good job, Chad, wherever you are, Mr. Chipotle. Did Chad bring it up for the rest of the panel? He might have, but it's going to be a long. Honestly, by the time Chad got here, though, I'd still be streaming. So maybe he could come by. Any thoughts, Carly, on Walk the Line?
I've seen it, but I wasn't super impressed by it, other than Joaquin Phoenix being great in it. I don't remember it much, but I think it's probably a good pick.
Yeah. Stacy, any thoughts on Walk the Line? No?
I haven't seen it.
Gotcha. Haven't seen it. There we go. And you're mid-chew. I'm so sorry about that. All right, Carly. What is going to be your next pick? Can't be Villeneuve. Can't be Coppola.
Similar to my Villeneuve pick, I'm picking something I'm picking something from Miyazaki. Like, there's still a lot left, but I need to pick my favorite Miyazaki film since it's still here after all this time. So I am picking Howl's Moving Castle.
Knew it. Called it.
I mean, so people think I like Kiki because she's a witch, but in the Howl's Moving Castle, there's like several witches. Yeah. Like there's the Witch of the Waste. There's Howl's kind of a witch himself, so like there's a lot of magic going on. And I really think the romance between Sophie and Howl I think it's really cute. I really like how it kind of grows and changes throughout. I like how this movie has like such a weird found family dynamic. How the person who cursed Sophie is kind of like hanging out with them by the end, and it's just kind of like there. Like I was like, wow, that's kind of interesting. I also just love how she kind of just shows up and she's like, I'm your cleaning lady now, and she bosses them around, and like Calcifer does not like her. He's like, stop it, stop cleaning everything. And Hal doesn't like her cleaning either. It's just really funny. I like how she just does not care. She just shows up and starts bossing everyone around. I love Calcifer. My brother got me this while he was in Japan. Aww. It's a little Calcifer. It's so cute.
Aww.
I know, isn't he cute? I love him. I mean, I know you wouldn't really think a fire was cute, but I think he's really cute. And he's just so funny and sassy. And I just love the way like their dynamic changes and like the way she grows throughout the movie. Like it's really interesting. Like I've heard different theories about why like her hair changes like when she like looks young at certain points during the movie. And it's never quite explained why. And like there's different theories about why it is before the curse officially breaks. But I mean, I just love it. It's delightful. It's so much fun. Like the biggest thing for me is just the found family and how her and Calcifer and the witch and all them are just kind of together. And yeah, it's just delightful. It's my favorite Miyazaki. I just love it.
Yeah, I've actually never seen this one. This is not one of the three I've seen. It's a major blind spot, but now it's number one on the list of things I want to watch. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab my Hot Pocket, take a pee. I'm going to do the pee first, then the Hot Pocket, and then we'll be next pick. But I want Stacy, Carrie, and Chad to talk about Howl's Moving Castle while I go do that. And if the discussion's over, we can move on to Carrie's pick, even though I want to hear it. But I will be listening on my phone. Give me 1 sec.
I mean, you could pee while eating the Hot Pocket. That's probably the most.
I could, but
I'll talk real quick. How's Movie Castle? It's one that I know is like there. So there's like a few that I feel like are the ones that are like the most talked about, like the ones that people generally will put in like the top like 3. This is one of them, and I'm like for me when I saw it, like I liked a lot of it, like the lore and how it works and things like that, and everything like Carly was saying about it is pretty great. I did like the fire thing that like comes out and just becomes a character, and that's just how weird and crazy Miyazaki is, and just how creative he is. He could just make anything into a character, and I think he was doing that shit before Pixar was doing it. But you know, and it's great. This movie in general, I don't remember loving, but it's one of those where I think I need to revisit it. I might be just been a little bit like too challenging on the first watch, that the second one it might sink in and I might really like it after that. But yeah, I'm glad Carly got her pick there, because I do know that a lot of people like that movie quite a bit. Yeah, I guess no one else has seen it. So, Carrie, we're moving.
I haven't seen it. But did Stacy want to?
I haven't seen it either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I know it's a big one.
Early watch along.
Well, I guess that means Carrie can pick.
Yep.
Right?
Okay. All right. So James Mangold has 2 movies I have seen.
I'm back. Sorry. Hot Pocket is in the microwave, but I want to segue us to the next pick because I know you all haven't seen it. Carrie, go ahead. What are you going to pick? I'm listening.
Okay. James Mangold has 2 films that I have seen that are left. So I'm going to choose the one of those that I like better, and that is Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, which is a really fun comeback. It's not my favorite of the Indiana Jones movies, but I think it was pretty well done. I think it's a very fun addition. I really like it's Phoebe Waller-Bridge in it. I really like her. I really like Harrison Ford does a great job in it still. He's still Indiana Jones. The plot is really it's pretty solid. The action is fantastic, actually, I think. So that's my pick. And it's not my favorite, but it is I think it's a pretty decent movie.
Do we talk about it now, Dill?
If you want, sure. Go ahead.
I haven't seen it, so.
Oh.
I could talk about it real quick. I'm just interested because I'll say the other one Carrie has seen. I know. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Dad. I know the other one that Carrie has seen. Stacy loves. So it was just funny because I was like, oh shit, she chose the Dial of Destiny over that. But Dial of Destiny I thought was an interesting movie. It wasn't the one that like I thought it could be, because Mangold had done Logan and kind of like gave us like the best iteration of like one of characters that's just been around for a while. So having Indiana Jones come out and be like the next one, like for a lot of people could have been like the redemption after Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, that was like so maligned that like Dial of Destiny could have been the righting the ship, but then it had kind of like weird, face de-aging technology done to it, and it just wasn't like a great story. So I get being a little bit like on the fence about it. Like, is it a good movie? Is it a bad movie? It's probably not a great movie. I liked it enough. Like, I liked the spoiler. I liked the time travel stuff in it. I thought that was really cool, and I actually want to revisit it because of that stuff. I think is really interesting. My only big gripe of it is something that a lot of people I think actually liked about it, is that I really wish they hadn't done. And I know he's kind of a maligned
just person in general, but and then like Shia LaBeouf's character Mutt, the way they did, because I actually really like Crystal Skull, and I like his relationship and the family relationship between the three in that movie, and to kind of like take that away for the new one, I thought made it a little bit weaker, personally. But I do think it's a fun movie, so I would watch it again. I think it's a good pick, Gary.
Yeah.
Sorry, I took Walk the Line. I apologize.
No, I see. Matt's comment. I like all the Indiana Jones movies. Thus, I like Dial of Destiny. That's kind of how I feel too. It's like it's my least favorite, but that's like saying a Waldorf salad is my least favorite salad because a Cobb and a Caesar exist. It's like I like all salads. It's just one is a more classic. I've had more Caesar salads in my life than I've had Waldorfs, and Waldorfs are freaking great. So that's something I would like to revisit again in the future and see if I like it a little bit more. But I agree. The stuff they did in trying to avoid anything of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, it reminds me of how like the criticisms people have with like Rise of Skywalker with Last Jedi.
Yeah.
But I like Rise of Skywalker and I like this movie, so maybe that says something about me. But did everyone give their thoughts on this one yet or no? Okay, so Stacy. Yep.
Yeah, I'm kind of like you where I need to revisit it. I saw it in theaters. I haven't seen it again since. And I did enjoy it. I enjoy Indiana Jones movies in general. I enjoy those types of adventure movies like those and the Mummy movies, and I really like Phoebe Waller-Bridges and what she brought to it as well.
I totally did this wrong. I've never like made a Hot Pocket.
What?
I just read that it's like a good quick treat. What? I've never.
You could hate them for all you know.
What did you do?
What?
Why
No,
did you do it
no.
wrong?
You're supposed to fold it on the bottom and then bite from the top. But I think I started to rip off the bottom and didn't need to fold it on the top because like it gives you instructions on how to fold.
You're overthinking it.
I did the sleeve wrong. Is what I meant. I didn't make the pop pocket wrong. I haven't bit it yet because I know it's like lava in a pocket. But
I cut it up with a fork.
okay, that's
I'm
fine.
weird.
I have a fork. All
I'm
right, I'm
very
taking off
weird.
the sleeve. I'm stripping it down.
Teaching
number-
Jill how to use a hot pot.
Yeah, sorry, Stacy, continue. Sorry, I just wanted before people like said.
I don't remember what I was going to say, to be honest.
I'm sorry.
I mean, that happens while I'm talking sometimes, so don't feel too bad about it. Yeah, no, I mean, I like it. It probably wouldn't have been one of my picks for him, but it would definitely be considered because some of them I haven't seen. So I need to revisit it. Everybody's eating. I'll just keep talking. My daughter, when she was little, also had a crush on Indiana Jones as well as Spider-Man, and had an Indiana Jones birthday party. But she was much older, not much older actually. It was her 9th birthday party, and we
Did
had
you
a
burn your mouth?
Huh?
No, I didn't burn my mouth.
No.
No.
There's two things going on.
I set it ablaze.
and everyone owes Stacy an apology.
Yeah, no, I'm so sorry, Stacy. Continue. I'm so sorry.
No. I was just trying to fill time because, like, literally, you guys were all chewing, and Carly.
I'm cutting up my cheese.
All right, wait, hold on, Alan. You hate salad.
I was just trying to talk.
How do you boot a viewer from the? I'm kidding.
One
I
quick
love
question,
you,
if I may. Dylan, what flavor is it?
It's the cheesesteak one.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Stacy,
What other flavors are there? That's the first one I saw. So
Ham and cheese is the one I was my
What?
go-to.
ham and cheese is amazing. I love the pepperoni pizza. But also, Stacy, do you love the Indiana Jones show at Disney? Is it still there?
Yes, it is still there, and I have not been to it in quite a while. Unfortunately, when I just last went there, we didn't get to see it because we didn't do a lot of things. We prioritized weirdly. But I spent a lot of time at the hotel on the balcony watching the animals. Okay, so we didn't do as many of the in-park stuff that we've done in the past. But from what I remember, it is a really fun stunt show, and there was a special back in the day when it must have been the early 90s that New Kids on the Block did a special at Disney and we're in the Indiana Jones stunt show.
What?
So somewhere I probably have that on a VHS tape.
that stunt show is so fun. What I love even more is the ride at Disneyland. It's so
Yes,
cool. I
I do
haven't
love
been to
the ride at
Disneyland.
Disneyland.
haven't been to Disneyland since I was 10 years old. So if you want to subscribe, 1,000 subs will get us to Disneyland, Kelsey and I. And Zach says he's coming with. So
I want to go.
All right, Chad is
Yeah,
coming
can
with.
I go?
You guys would have to pay. Like, I can't pay for 4, but
That
like or
is-
5. But you can come.
That is my favorite ride at Disneyland, except the snake room, in which I close my eyes, even though they're very obviously animatronic. I don't care.
All right. Let's move it along now. Great pick, Carrie. You get another pick. Yay! Fun.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You still have to get a Raimi, and you still have to get a Villeneuve and a Villeneuve. A Raimi and a Villeneuve.
I will go ahead with my Villeneuve.
Okay.
I don't think it's really in danger of being picked based on people's comments to Dune Part 2. But I also don't think my Raimi is in danger of being picked. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Dune Part 1. Because I know people have faults with it. I don't care. I love this movie. I literally, when we watched this in the theaters, I was like, because I've read the book and I didn't realize ahead of time that there was going to be a part 2. So it's like pretty far in the movie. And I was like, how are they going to fit in everything else that happens in the book in this movie? But I was like, I'm down for it. I'll keep watching it. And like the movie ended and I was like, but I want more. I can stay for longer. And I think I think it just the first movie set up the world so amazingly well and kind of set up like visually, I don't know, like how it existed, I guess, in Denis Villeneuve's mind, which is, I think, so different from the Lynch film in some ways, from the a little bit from the source material. And it just turned out absolutely gorgeous. I love that he just took his time with this first part, and it's mostly set up. Oh gosh. Okay, and then I'm gonna have to go get Elliot. But I don't know. This movie just blew my mind. It like changed things for me, and I got back into Dune. Although I can't get past the first book. Maybe I don't need to, because But yeah.
Thank you for chiming in, Elliot. I love hearing him. He's definitely watching this and he's subbed. So if Elliot's subbed, you guys have to sub. Everyone, keep subbing. Yeah. Again, not to really talk too much because I'm going to talk in my review. But I am one of the rare people who likes Dune 1 better than Part 2. Just saying. And the rest you'll have to hear from me tomorrow morning. Any other thoughts on Dune 1, chat?
Yeah.
Well, first I want to say.
Sorry, whoever wants to go first.
Well, I was just going to say first. When Elliot cries through the monitor, a lot of the times it sounds like a ghost. Stacy, you can talk first about Dune.
Oh, well, I mean, I did talk a little bit about it when I picked Dune 2. And I do love Dune 1. For me, it was a hard decision to pick between them. And it was really just, we get so much more meat in Dune 2, which is why I picked it. But I do think Dune 1 is beautifully shot. It's got Jason Momoa, which is always a win. And after watching Lynch's Dune, it was entirely necessary to split it in half. Like, if you didn't split those in half and make that first one set up, things get so crammed together that they make absolutely no sense. Mm-hmm. So I think that it was necessary to do it that way. And I think on its own, it is an intriguing story already. But yeah, I think it's a good pick. I really like it. I think that she should have maybe, there's a lot of good picks for him.
Well, guys, I just want to say, Kelsey texted me how many subscribers we got, so I just want to make it known right now. We have hit 100. We are at 1210. Nice. So the table read is happening. I'm going to look really quickly at what we unlock next, and I'll put that up as an update. But whoever wants to talk, Carly or Chad, Dune 1.
I can talk. I don't have a lot to say about it other than, it's a really great film. Like, just the experience of it, like the sound, like, I mean, there's a reason it got nominated for a bajillion Oscars. And there's a reason people were so outraged that Villeneuve did not get nominated for Best Director for it. And like, there are some critiques about it only being half a movie that I think it gets a well enough ending. Like, I think it feels I think it's a good place to end it, and help lead into part 2. But yeah, I really like it. I think and like I said, I'm not the biggest sci-fi person, but I think it's probably one of the best sci-fi films there is.
Cool. Chad?
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that. I don't know why like my estimation of it kind of went down a little bit. It's kind of the same thing that happened for me with like Across the Spider-Verse, where it was just like, hey, but it's like the ending like satisfying. But then again, Fellowship is my favorite Lord of the Rings, and that kind of has a very similar end where they just kind of trail off, and you're like, well, we got to wait for the next part. And that doesn't make it like a worse movie. So I think they're kind of like all in the same bucket, even though I could totally rank those three movies and Fellowship would be at the top. But Dune, I think, is a very close second because yeah, I mean, it does set it up really well. If you do compare it like Stacy was doing with the David Lynch version, it's better in that it's more cohesive, and I think it tells the story better. But if you compare it to the David Lynch version, it's also blander than the David Lynch version is wild as hell.
It is wild, but at a certain point, it just stops making sense if I didn't already know the story.
That's
if I
true.
didn't know, I'm like, how could anybody follow this that doesn't know the story already?
That's true. But like it's one of those where like if you want to watch something incredibly interesting, it's going to be the Lynch version, whereas the Denis is exactly the one that he wanted to make, which is the more straightforward thing, building up the worlds, introducing you to the characters, and just kind of like showing you where Paul Atreides might go. And then the second one spends a lot of time, with the arc and building that up. And yeah, I think the Dune does a perfect job at setting everything up. It's just, I think in some ways,
sorry, I'm just my heart just fluttered into a million little butterflies. Yeah,
in some ways, I think the setup, because it doesn't get into the meat of things, I think it does suffer a little bit, but I can see the arguments for why the first one some people like more, even though I think it's strange. But I remember the hype of the very first like IMAX Dune Part 1, and it was like, whoa,
yeah,
how did he make that? So yeah, it's so good. I agree.
Sweet. And just to let everyone know, 250 is the next benchmark we have to clear. So we've already cleared the surprise video. It's coming at midnight, whether you want it or not. We cleared the Lord of the Rings watch along. We cleared what else did we clear, guys? The Traitors episode, and we just cleared the table read. So the next thing to clear is the T Swift concert at 250. So if you want me to sing some T Swift, Kelsey, get on it out there. Then I will need 150 more. Thank you. Which I don't know if we're gonna hit, but I'm very, very pleasantly surprised, guys, how it's going so far. So thank you for everyone who's been subscribing and commenting so far. All right, let's keep it going. Moving on next to Carly, who's gonna have to pick next. You already picked your Miyazaki, you already picked your Villeneuve and your Coppola, which means you still need we got a magic trick again. He switched streams, which means you need a Raimi and a Mangold.
Okay, I think who hasn't picked a Mangold, Dill?
Stacy has a Mangold, I have a Mangold, Chad has a Mangold, and Carrie has a Mangold.
Just you.
Oh, just me. Okay, so it makes it easy. All right. Dang it. What do I'm torn because there's one I can say a lot more about that I'm not quite as okay. All right, I'll go with Multiverse of Madness.
Cool.
I do have mixed feelings about Multiverse of Madness, but if I take it as its own separate film and separate my feelings about Wanda from it, I think it's an amazing movie. Like the scares in it are amazing. Like what they do with that I can't remember what they call it, the team that just gets massacred by Wanda. Yes. They're like that whole sequence is just terrifying, like from beginning to end. Like it's genuinely so scary, and like I think Raimi just makes it look so creative and different than other MCU films. And oh my gosh, I'm blanking on her name. what is Wanda's actress's name again?
Elizabeth Olsen.
Elizabeth Olsen. She just kills it. Her performance in this as the big bad, just getting to ham it up and just be like pure evil, is so freaking good. Like, it's just, oh my, I love it. I love an evil villain, evil lady villain that's just kind of chewing it up, and she is so fantastic in this. Again, I have my reservations because I didn't necessarily want this turn for Wanda in the MCU, but if we were going to do it, like, he did it in the best way. The directing of it is just fantastic. And yeah, I really like, separate from, if you take Wanda out of it, my feelings for that out of it, I think it's just an amazing next level film. I think it's so cool, and especially we get to meet America Chavez in it too, and she's really awesome. I really like her in that film, and I like the things Raimi does with it. So I think it's a really great film.
Yeah. I didn't love it the first time I saw it, but I've liked it more every rewatch I've had. I think stylistically, Sam Raimi is the perfect person to direct a film like this and make it as wacky. I just think he could have gone even further, and they could have gotten even gutsier and gorier, but it is Disney still. And I think they were hyping it up a little too hard as the horror MCU movie, because I really think it was more of just like a darker, more kind of horror comedy more than it was a blanket horror. But there's still such great horror imagery in there, and I love the music notes fight. It's just an all-timer. So that's great. Chad, Raimi fan. Are you a fan of Multiverse Madness?
Yeah, I very much was. So it's one of those where I saw it in the theater and I really loved it. I was just expecting to love it because I love Sam Raimi. I love just his shtick, all the stuff that he normally puts in his movies. It's just so weird and wacky. And this one was no different. It was very weird and wacky. And then, kind of seeing a lot of the critiques of it afterwards, I had a lot of pushback initially where I was like, you guys are like, like the same thing you would do if you love a movie and people are kind of like, you're like, pushing back and you're like, y'all just thinking too much. This movie's great, kind of a deal. But I see where people are coming from, and I don't actually really disagree all that much. I think for me, it's just one of those things where a lot of that stuff doesn't bother me. Like, I understand, Wanda's turn, kind of, I just feel like there's a lot of miscommunication there. I wouldn't blame Raimi for it. I'd blame the MCU not knowing how to make things work and what to put first. They're experimenting with Disney Plus and all this stuff. So I get the criticism, but I think it's a damn fun movie. It is a Raimi movie through and through. It feels like he had a lot of creative control. I also get the whole thing where, people are like, I wanted more multiverse. I could have used maybe a little more multiverse in there, like a bunch of different stuff. But, when you're trying to tell a story, they're like, well, we need to land on one and tell a story there instead of, doing all this other stuff. So I kind of wish maybe they'd be able to do a Doctor Strange 3 and then give us more of that. Right. I have no idea if that's going to happen. But I when the moment that I just fell in love with the movie was not just Pizza Papa, which I love, but when
your namesake.
Yes, but when the moment when he's like, I'm going to use that dead body from earlier to do my bidding, and then he does, he takes the souls or whatever and makes wings and or a cape. He makes a cape out of it, and it's just such a cool, fun moment where you're like, holy shit. And it's so weird and creepy and gruesome, and it's everything that a Sam Raimi movie should be. And I don't know. I'm biased. I love it, and it's such a great pick. Yeah.
Anyone else? Multiverse of Madness, or DS in the Mom, if you will, if you're abbreviating it like I am. No? Anything? Cool. All right. Let's move it along. Chad, you're up again.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, wait, one thing. Sorry. Mystic Dan won today at the Derby, just for anyone who was keeping track. Mystic Dan beat Honor Marie, so better luck next year, Dill. Anyway, continue, Chad.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead. I'll do my Miyazaki. I'm thinking. I'm looking over it. Because Miyazaki's also shallower than Villeneuve. And there is one movie that I love from Villeneuve that I've also already picked in other spheres in the draft day, another draft day. So if I get it, that's going to be awesome. But there's other stuff that I could pick if I don't. But I'm going to go with a Miyazaki here. And I'm going to go with my favorite Miyazaki. It was the first one I saw, and it's the one that like introduced me to him in that world, or just his mind. And this is the movie. It's almost like Scream and horror. It's almost like Scream and horror. This is the movie that made me want to get more into anime and like anime, because before I was like very hesitant to get into anime. I was like, it's not for me. That's different. It's not like Pixar. It's just different. And then I was like, wow, anime is very creative and cool. So I'm gonna choose Spirited Away, which is my favorite Miyazaki, one of my favorite anime films, just animated films, or just films. Really, it's so good. I love the it's like very haunting, that movie. I love how it's a girl who goes into the spirit world, and so you get a literal world created right in front of you, and it's almost like a dreamlike thing, and you get to experience the world developing right in front of you as everyone else is, or as she's experiencing it as well, for the first time. And it's so weird. There's like a really big baby. And you're speaking of baby, there's a really big one and Spirited Away. A lot of really like, you're like, oh, this is how this hotel works. So strange, but I kind of love it. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so iconic too. It's one of the first movies, I believe, that won the best animated feature.
Yep. It was the second one after Shrek.
First, after Shrek.
Yeah.
And I think like, has there been another anime that's won it?
Most recently, Boy and the Heron.
That's right.
Everyone's picked their Miyazaki, to answer your question, Matt, so we can say other titles. But yeah, Boy and the Heron won this year.
True. Shit, I could have waited for my Miyazaki, but that's okay. But I'm glad I got this one here. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so creative and beautiful, and I love it. It's just the animation, just the way that he shows things flying and stuff like it's just, I don't know. I need to rewatch this one because it's so beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I know Chad is a big fan, and I'm sure so many people are big fans that I need to see it. So it's on my list. Carly, any thoughts on Spirited Away?
Yeah, Spirited Away was one that was a bit overhyped for me when I first saw it. So I wasn't in love with it the first time I saw it. But on rewatches, it's Miyazaki. It looks beautiful, and I love the little ghosty guy. He's so cute. The way I love him. But yeah, I don't have a ton to say about it, but I think it's a really good pick, and I know a lot of people really love this one.
It's like that iconic character that you see all the time, the black figure, and then like you don't know what the thing's vibe is, and then you find out, and you're like, oh, okay, that's what this thing does. I love that.
Carrie, I don't know if you're ready to talk right now, but you did pick Miyazaki. What are your thoughts on Spirited Away?
Yeah, it's really good. I've only seen it, I feel like, all the way through once. What, you want to participate too? Yeah. I think I've only seen it all the way through once, but it's so good. I actually would have thought, and I guess probably because this is my second favorite, I just assume it's Chad's favorite too, My Neighbor Totoro. So, but I think it's really cool he chose Spirited Away. Yeah.
Oh gosh, I'll be smiling forever. Hi, whoa. Oh, Elliot, I can't wait for Elliot's draft day debut where he actually is on the panel and he's like, I got the Godfather. I'm like, Elliot stole the Godfather from me.
We'll pick Miss Rachel and Sesame Street.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it. Sesame draft. Hey, if you want it, I'll make it happen. You don't even need to donate, Elliot. I will make a Sesame Street draft happen. I know, Stacy, you're busy right now, right? Or do you want to talk about Spirited Away? No?
Uh-oh.
That's okay. Stacy, any thoughts on Spirited Away? No? Okay, cool. No worries. I just wanted to give you the opportunity if you wanted it. All right, I'm up next. And this is tough because Stacy has a Villeneuve. I do not, and she does not have a Coppola. So strategically, I should pick my Coppola now, and not let Stacy take one off the board for me. But the thing is, I think there's like 3 Coppola movies I'd still be okay with, and I just happen that my Villeneuve, my favorite, is still there, and I gave every opportunity to Chad to get it, so I'm going to take it finally. Blade Runner 2049 is going to be my next pick. It's just one of those movies that for me is top to bottom perfect. I know it's long, but it never really feels it. It feels it, but never in a way that you're bored. Like, you do feel the length, but it's so purposeful, and I think the story's just so engaging. I really like the original Blade Runner, and I didn't at first when I saw this film, but now, having loved this film so much and going back to the original Blade Runner, I actually appreciate it a little more. The original one, not more than this one. I still like this one better, but this movie being so good has made me appreciate the original more, which I think is a really good testament to a good sequel. So this is one of my favorites. I think Harrison Ford, it's probably his best of his legacy roles over Indiana Jones and Han Solo in terms of when he revived them. I think this is the strongest performance of the 3 if you're looking at this, Dial of Destiny and Force Awakens. But he's just so locked in here, and I think Ryan Gosling's so good here. Jared Leto, I hate him, but he's good here. Like, that's the thing, is like everyone comes to play here, and everyone's doing a phenomenal job. And Roger Deakins, enough can't be said about how he shoots this and how it looks, and the scale and the use of purples and oranges, the color schemes. It really is incredible in terms of a technical achievement, and it deserved more. It deserved more money. It deserved more Oscars. It deserved more attention. Ana de Armas should have at least 2 Oscars at this point. It really is such a good for this film, both for this film, for lead and supporting actress. I don't care, because I was trying to think of the other one, but she's just so good. I love it. Chad, I know you're probably bummed I took this one, but I know you have other Villeneuves you like too. But I wanted to let you talk first for BR 2049.
Sure. Yeah. It's one where I already picked it in the ABC draft.
Right.
And so it's one where Dylan and I were both like kind of flirting, like, you want it? You want it? No, you take it. No, okay. No, you take it. So it was kind of like that where we knew what we were talking about. At least I think we did. And then I was like, well, Villeneuve is so deep that I'll find one. It'll probably be my last pick. And there's a 1A and 1B with Villeneuve. So I have another one in my pocket. And I'll definitely get it because you guys have already taken it.
Yeah.
It's all taken. Yeah. So I'll get it. But Blade Runner 2049 is so perfect. It's so good. It just feels so like a lived in world. I think it is his best movie. Just through and through. It's just like I don't think anything really competes. And I know a lot of people might disagree with that, but that's just my opinion. I think it's really just the pinnacle. It's like a perfect sci-fi movie. I think Ryan Gosling is amazing in it. Just shows his range and depth so much. I just love how I do think it is better than the original Blade Runner. I think it's more interesting and just more like the pacing's better, even though it is a longer movie. But it takes all the great stuff about Blade Runner and keeps all that in there. And it does have some like characters from the original, but it doesn't ever feel like it's like a nostalgia thing where they're just continuing the story. And I think only Denis can do something like that. I don't know. I could go on about this. It's so beautiful, beautifully shot. Just the sound is incredible. The score, just like Dylan was saying, like it confounds the mind to understand, as good as the 2 Dunes are, that not only did it just bomb at the box office, but like that wasn't the one that was given Best Picture that year. It was so good that like now Denis is getting his due, but it just sucks that then I think Arrival had already come out, right? So it sucks that like Arrival came out, was nominated for Best Picture, and then they were like, whatever.
I think this is the very next year, right? This is
it's next year.
So,
It's 2017.
this would have been Shape of Water, Lady Bird, Get Out year. Yeah.
Yeah, and then now Dune 2 is definitely going to get a Best Picture nomination. The first one did. It's definitely going to. And so it's just so weird that they just kind of skipped this one. It happens to be like one of his finest movies ever. It just, says so much about humanity and, AI and everything. So, I mean, I could easily see that as AI advances, getting Ana de Armas kind of robot that you can have in your house, hang out with or whatever, play video games with. I'm sure that's what they were doing, right? But yeah, it's such a perfect movie. I wanted it, but I'm glad Dylan got it because there's another one that
yeah. And this is like my far and above number one. I know you have a 1A, 1B. So like I'm glad, that I got it now because I was worried. I was like, oh, but it's Chad's favorite. But to hear that you have a 1B as well makes me feel a little bit better from taking it from you. But
it would be my 1A and the other one's my 1B. So I would rank it slightly above, but
well, when we get back around, you could pick Maelstrom. It's okay. But I'm kidding. To answer my question, though, about Ana de Armas, what other Oscars she should win, Matt does say Knives Out. I probably would have gone Lupita Nyong'o for Us in 2019, but that's a great pick.
Knives Out should have gotten a Best Picture nom.
And then Alan says Ghosted, followed by a smiley laughing.
He's
So I assume he's joking.
We watched Ghosted together, and it is not Oscar worthy.
Is Blade Runner Oscar worthy though, Stacy, or Blade Runner 2049?
I don't know what is Oscar worthy really. It's always contingent on what else comes out that year, and I'm not like you guys. I don't have all that in my head.
Yeah. But do you like it?
I do like it quite a bit. Part of the reason I picked Villeneuve is because there's like 5 or 6 movies that could have been my number one pick if I didn't get to pick first. This is one of them. Arrival was one of them. I think, this is a beautifully shot movie. It starts with such a strong, amazing performance by Dave Bautista that made me look at him completely differently as an actor, and it sets the tone for everything else going forward. Like it just grabs your heart in that beginning and just is like, we're just gonna just crush that just a little, just as much as we can, and it just grips you with that. And I don't always do well with quiet movies because once again, I tend to listen a lot more than I watch. So quiet movies can be tough sometimes. But the visuals in this are so stunning, and it does such a good job of creating atmosphere that it does hold my attention. And it's a great pick. I did figure Chad would get it, but I know what his 1B is, and I'm happy for that one too. That's all I have to say about it.
There's no other movie that you could imagine Dave Bautista fighting Ryan Gosling. So there you go.
Right?
Like throws him through a wall at one point. It's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll go next.
That is still my
done?
favorite, even though it's so quick. Even though even though it's so short, that it's probably still my favorite Dave Bautista performance.
Mm-hmm.
So
And I have seen him in things other than just being Drax. So,
so good as Drax.
He is so good as Drax. I love him as Drax, but I just love that so much. Him at the beginning of that movie.
Yeah. Carly, any thoughts on
I was
Drax? PR 2049.
I was also going to say that this is when Bautista actually started like registering as an actor, not just he stars in the Guardians films, but like as an actor who can actually do like good performances. And like he was also great in Knock at the Cabin, and I'm sure he's been in other stuff recently as well. But yeah, I really like this film. I don't really care about the original Blade Runner film. And I think this is I think it's great when you can make a sequel to a film that people don't really care about and just make it so much better and so much next level. And obviously some people prefer the original Blade Runner, but I really like this one. Ryan Gosling's so good in this. I kind of want to rewatch it because ever since I saw, ever since like Barbie, I've been more and more obsessed with Ryan Gosling. So I kind of want to rewatch this to see if I appreciate his performance even more. But yeah, like has a killer cast all around. Like we've talked about Ana de Armas, she's amazing in this. But yeah, it's really good pick, and Villeneuve just kills it with sci-fi.
Yeah. Matt does bring up a good point. Lupita would have been lead. Darmas probably would have been supporting for Knives Out. I still would have gone Florence Pugh for Little Women, but I definitely think Darmas could have been a best supporting actor win for Knives Out that year.
Wait, what?
What are you talking about, Chat? What?
Lupita Knives Out.
Lupita and Us.
Oh.
because we were talking about what else in the side Blade Runner. Because I said I would give Ana de Armas 2 Oscars by now. We were trying to think of the other one she would have won
Ana
for.
de Armas is the main character of Knives Out.
Yeah, so she would have been lead then, or supporting, depending.
Yeah.
Well, she was campaign. She might have been campaign supporting because Daniel Craig was campaign lead, but I don't remember. But either way, they're both great. But let's move on now, Stacy. You get 2 picks back to back.
Oh, it's my turn. That's
it
right.
is. You get to finish your draft out. So you
Sorry,
still
a
need to
lot
pick
happened when my daughter was leaving, and I was
your
on
Coppola and your Raimi. You still have to pick. So.
Okay. So God, I've been struggling with my Raimi. Down to 2. I think I'm gonna go Evil Dead, and the reason I'm gonna go Evil Dead and not one of the first one.
Nice.
And I know there's a lot of love for Evil Dead 2, and I have a lot of love for Army of Darkness, but I think sometimes you got to give credit to what starts something. And I think I never say definitively anything because there's always shit I don't know. But this was definitely one of the first kind of cabin in the woods type of single location horror movies. And I love those so much. If it wasn't the very first, it definitely helped popularize that whole subgenre. It's funny. It's creepy as fuck. It introduces kind of this whole mythology that we get to explore further in the other ones and on the show, all of which is so much fun. And so for being the first of that, I will take Evil Dead.
Yeah, it's a great pick. I like how you're picking the first one because I think kind of like what we talked about Spider-Man 2, I feel like immediately everyone just goes to the second one, and it is great. And we might get there's still one more person to pick Raimi, so it might be tipping picks, but it's hard with sequels. No, it's hard with sequels, but even in the private chat, Carrie did say this one is her favorite. So it is one of those things, though, where I do think the first one deserves the respect just as much, if not more, than the second. Not if not more. The second one's still great, but I do think it isn't as beloved for some reason because everyone wants to talk about the sequel. But I agree. I think it's a great, and for what it started, and just the practical effects are so fun and good. Yeah, I really like this the first time I watched it, and I'm glad you picked it because it is, I think, right now underrated.
And I think that like the second is beloved, and the second gets kind of so silly and over the top, which is part of the fun of it at some points. But also for me, I kind of like the first one not knowing what it is yet. Like I think in the second one, they kind of played it up more, like the comedy aspect of it. And so I kind of like that the first one doesn't go as big there.
Yeah, no, I like the pick. Chad, what are your thoughts on the first Evil Dead?
Fucking love it. It's such a good movie. Yeah, I mean this when I was like getting into horror, I was going to watch the remake, the 2013 Evil Dead. And that was the first year that I saw any Evil Dead, and it was the first one. And I found out that it's scary. It's definitely really creepy, but it's also very campy and kind of silly at times. You're not sure, like, is this silly or just really creepy? It's kind of both, actually.
It's both.
I think that's what makes Sam Raimi such a unique director and such a brilliant director, how he's able to do different crazy shots and just kind of do his own thing and just, torture fucking Bruce Campbell just to know. And like, if you ever can check out If Chins Could Kill, the one of Bruce Campbell's books that he wrote, he talks about like his coming up with Raimi and how they're just like kids making a movie, and just the story about like how wild that shoot was and just crazy, and just Sam Raimi just loves to torture him and stuff. And it's just really funny to think about how they probably almost got shot during it because they were like, it's not like they went there with permits and all this stuff that you're supposed to do. Nope, they just went to like the backwoods somewhere.
Filmmaking.
Rented a cabin. I don't even know if they rented it. Maybe they were just there, but they just like went back and just started. Yeah. It's a really interesting autobiography. But the movie is great. It's so fun. It's very simple. It's very like simple. It's like very few characters, but like how it does. I know that there's like one part that a lot of people, look back and kind of hate because it's, sexual in nature and stuff like that. But it's kind of an Evil Dead staple now, and it's horrific. It is what it is. But the movie itself, everything else, I just think is so creepy. Like, when you have like the the people just with their acting. It was like one time, like apparently the is it Linda that actually turns into the kind of a thing. She was doing that just to annoy everybody, and Sam Raimi was like, "That's creepy. Do that in the movie." So it's just like really fun to how this movie got made. It's just so interesting and so crazy, and it's just the way it's so weird and gritty and just like so low budget that it just works. It makes it even creepier because it's like it's not found. Yeah, but it almost feels like something that just really happened. And even all the stop motion stuff that they do with the book and the tongue coming out, and it's just really weird and oozing, and you can tell why this was rated NC-17 and at the time, and it's just so crazy and gross and beautiful and amazing. But also the cool story about how Raimi and Campbell and stuff like came about, like they wouldn't have if Stephen King hadn't like gave them a quote for their movie. They liked their movie so much they gave him the quote for this, and then it became one of the most iconic and classic horror movies of all time. So great pick. Even though I like Evil Dead 2 more, I love both of them.
Right.
So, yeah.
And to be honest, I think maybe I love it more. Like I almost went Army of Darkness because I really love Army of Darkness and
That one's
how
really
it
cool,
takes
too.
all of that from the first two, and then they go into the other world. And yeah, it makes it a lot bigger and more adventurous, but it's just so fun. But I just had to stick with where it started. So
yeah,
you picked one of the greatest horror films ever made. So there you go.
Yeah, it got a reaction out of Matt, but he does say I still love Stacy. So there you go. Carly, any thoughts on Evil Dead? I know you're mid-chew, but
no, I just finished chewing. I don't have a ton of thoughts. This is what I still want to rewatch because I didn't love it the first time I watched it, but I'm planning to give it a rewatch because so many people love it a lot, and I kind of want to love it too. So.
I love that.
Cool. I think
I want to love it.
Carrie's still busy, right? I knew she's listening, but Carrie, do you have anything to say?
She's also muted.
No worries.
I'm here.
Oh,
yes.
hey. Hey.
Like I said in the private chat, this is my favorite Evil Dead movie. I just think I don't know. I think it's like the scariest and the most original, and I love it so much. So it was a really good pick, Stacy.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right, Stacy.
That poster is so iconic, dude. It's the best.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. No apologies. Stacy, you're Coppola, and then you're done.
Okay.
But you still stay on. But
nope, I'm gonna leave as soon as
we vote you off the island.
That's why I wanted to be first.
Right, so you just chill. Watch us all squirm.
So there's 2 Coppola movies left that I've seen.
Nice.
One that I saw a long time ago and don't remember that well, and one I remember slightly better, but don't love. So I'm gonna go with the older one that I've been wanting to rewatch for a long time, and we're gonna stick with the Kirsten Dunst love here, and I'm gonna go Marie Antoinette.
Nice.
I don't really have anything to say about it because I don't remember it very much. I just remember really liking it, and I know that I always want to rewatch it because I remember liking it, and it looks really fun. And that's all I got. I don't really have anything to say.
Yeah. That and Verdant Suicide are my 2 blind spots for her. So I'm excited to watch them finally. Carly, as someone who picked Coppola, what are your thoughts on Marie Antoinette?
I liked it from what I saw of it. I thought it was kind of interesting. I like how it like pulls in like the actual history a little bit. And it just looks so good. Like with all the food and like the dresses, like it just looks so lush, and
that's the word.
Yes. She knows how to make a film look great, and I'm not sure how much substance there really is to it, but again, they brought Marie Antoinette, so there's not going to be a ton of, substance or like deep stuff.
You guys took the substance already.
Yes, we all stole the substance. But yeah, I think it's a good pick. I think it'll look good on the draft board. So yeah.
Chad, Carrie.
I haven't. Carrie, can you check your text?
Yeah.
Also, yeah, I haven't seen Marie Antoinette. Obviously, I said I've only seen one Coppola movie, which is so crazy. But it's a Kirsten Dunst movie. So I definitely want to check it out. I'm very excited to. And then also, I was looking at the cast list and I saw Jamie Dornan was in it. I was like, oh yeah, no, it makes sense. Stacy picked this one. So,
Carrie, have you seen this one?
I have not. I remember seeing lots of advertisements for it and maybe reading some articles about like the production design when it came out, and it's one I've always wanted to really see.
Nice. Cool. All right, moving on to my last pick, which is also going to be a Coppola pick. I'm between three, and since I think everyone else has picked a Coppola, correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm going to just talk about the three I was between. I thought about The Beguiled, which on my ranking is the highest, but it's a movie I haven't seen since I saw it in theaters. I remember really liking it. I thought about On the Rocks, which is a movie that came out during the pandemic that I really like, starring Kelsey's favorite actor, Bill Murray, but it's another one that I haven't seen since I first saw it. The one I saw most recently, which is not at the top of my list, but one that I think is the one that's freshest in my brain that I want to represent if I can't represent Priscilla, is The Bling Ring, which I think is a really fun one. Emma Watson, I think this is a really cool like first showing outside Hermione. This is her first real big role, I think, after Hermione. I believe this came out right before Perks or right after Perks. It might have been after Perks, but this was also like a much darker side of Emma Watson than we've ever seen, and we really haven't seen it captured since. So I think it's really cool that we get to see this other side to her. And she's not even the lead, like she's a supporting character, which also allows her moments to be even more special because they're a little less seen, a little less frequent. But I really do love The Bling Ring. I think it's a really cool commentary on modern society and culture, and it just doesn't feel like a Sofia Coppola movie. This is the one movie that you kind of watch and you're like, I don't know who directed this, and you see it and you're like, oh, it makes sense once you really hone in, but it's one of those movies that doesn't necessarily feel altruistic, which I think is cool. It's accessible for those who don't love or don't really know Sofia Coppola's work very well. And I will say it's in the first year of A24. So A24, when they first came out, that was one of the first 5 films that came out, and it was very well received. So I'm going with The Bling Ring. It's not one I'm super passionate about, but it is one that I think is worth noting and one that people should check out.
Just a couple things. Perks came first.
Okay.
But also, I said I want to watch more Coppola movies, and you said Emma Watson's in one, so I got to check this one out.
This was the other one on my list.
Cool.
And I do like it. I did like it. I remember, like I said, I remember really liking Marie Antoinette more, but I did like The Bling Ring, and I have obviously seen it more recently because it's a more recent movie. It's interesting what it's based on. And I don't remember how much of it is true, but I know that it's based on stuff that happened in real life. I just don't know how much of the details are factual. But I think that gives it a whole nother layer that's pretty fun. Well, maybe not fun. It's fun in the movie. It's not fun that it happened.
Right. Carly, have you seen this one?
Yes, I have. And I really like this one. I think it's really interesting, like the way these girls kind of have this parasocial relationship with these celebrities they've never met. And like they'll just casually talk about Paris Hilton and like be obsessed with these celebrities. And then they just casually break into their homes. Like they don't even try to cover it up really. They just do it because they're like, well, we're not going to get in trouble for this because they come from such privilege that they just don't even think about it. Like they just take things from their houses and like they don't even just go once and like try to switch it up. They're like, no, we'll go back and we'll get more stuff later. Like I think it's just really, really interesting the way it's framed. And yeah, I think it's a good pick.
Sweet. All right, Chad, round out your draft board here. You have to pick your Villeneuve.
Yep. It was not my deepest because Sam Raimi, but I had the first one, Sam Raimi. Yeah, Denis, we did a whole, I'll plug my channel, Chadwick Webb. We did a whole ranking of Denis Villeneuve. It was one of our first ones on You Ranking With Me channel that we do. And I've seen all of them. I love most of them. He's just a great director through and through. So even his like worst one is really interesting. And I feel like a lot of the weaker ones were like earlier in his career, and then after, I'll say it because it's not one I'm not picking. Ansandi. After that one, it just got really, really good like every time. And if it fell to me, I would not have been mad to get Ansandi because it's so good and crazy. But secretly, I was waiting to see if someone was going to scoop up Blade Runner 2049 because I was like, I have picked that one before, and I secretly wouldn't mind having the other one that I love on my draft board. So if it fell to me and no one had picked Blade Runner, then I totally would have picked Blade Runner. But now that it's gone, I'm going to pick my other one that I super love. And it was the first ever Denis movie that I've seen, and I've just loved it ever since. Prisoners.
Nice.
And I think Prisoners is a perfect movie of its kind. I just love like really hardcore like thrillers and just like mystery thrillers. And I think this one are crime thrillers. And I think this is one of the best of that kind. There's so many great ones out there, but this one rules. And I love like what it has to say about like, like humanity and like what happens if, like, what lengths would you go if someone takes your kid and you don't think anyone else is going to be able to help find her, because you hear so many cases of like a kid being taken and, you got to wait like 48 hours or whatever. And then by then you might not have a kid anymore. And it's just like a very scary thought. And it's like, what happens if someone wants to take that into their own hands? And then on the other side, you have a detective who's, trying his damnedest to solve the crime, and he's got some like quirks with him. You have a very early David Desmalchin, very creepy performance from him in it, which is really cool. And then of course he became like a Denis staple after that, Desmalchin, and then one of Paul Dano's best performances, where he doesn't have like a lot to like do, but it's like one of those things. So it's more so things are done to him. And, but I think that's just a different kind of acting. And he really like embodies that performance as well. It's a very brutal movie and very creepy. And, I think the mystery is so cool. And I love the ending. The ending is something you probably wouldn't think would happen, and it does. And you're just like, I don't think you can predict any of this movie. There's one part I don't like, and it involves the dog. That part I don't like, but it still kind of adds to like the who is the perpetrator of this crime, the whole mystery style to it. So yeah, I don't know. I think it rules.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, you said literally everything that I would have said. It's great. One I can't really rewatch a lot because it is so dark and heavy, which is why it's not like in my top 5 or 6. But I really love it. I think it's great. Stacy, any thoughts as you're the Villeneuve representative here?
I'm happy to be. Yeah, I have not seen this in a very long time, and I only saw it once, but I did really, really like it. I do remember really not knowing if they had the right guy, and I liked that I had no idea. Like I to me it really could have gone either way, and I remember that very clearly. I think I didn't revisit it much because my daughter now, as I said, she's about to turn 25, but when this movie came out, she was obviously much younger, and it was not the easiest movie for the mother of a girl of that age. But it is really good. I'm really glad Chad picked it. There was only one other Villeneuve movie that I hoped maybe could get picked, but obviously only 5 could get picked. So
what is it?
Enemy.
You can say it. Enemy. Oh, love Enemy. Yeah.
Enemy was the other one that I was like, would be really cool if it got picked. But yeah, no, and the performances are great. The cast is great. It was also my introduction to him as a director, although I did not realize or care at the time. But and I think it's a great pick.
Just the other thing I want to add real quick is we think about all of the sci-fi epics that he's done and stuff that looks so gorgeous. But then you look at Prisoners too, and it's Roger Deakins in there. It's beautiful, that movie. It's so good.
Yeah. Carrie, thoughts on Prisoners?
Yeah, I absolutely love this movie. This definitely, like, if probably would have been after the Doom movies and Arrival. I think this is probably next on my favorites of his movies. And I remember when Chad and I saw it in the theaters, and I just remember thinking it was like one of the best like mystery movies I'd ever seen. I love it for that. It is a hard rewatch, and I don't know, probably having a child now, it might be, I'm sure it'll be even harder to rewatch. But I think the mystery just comes together so well, and it's something that Denis does actually really well. Like Arrival is almost a little bit of a mystery film.
Yeah.
Blade Runner is kind of a mystery film. So he just pulls it off very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Carly, any thoughts on Prisoners?
Yeah, I think it's just crazy that we're 5 films in and we're just now getting to Prisoners. Like, it really shows you how amazing his filmography is. And I love how dark it gets. Everyone else has pretty much said everything else, but it's a really fantastic film, and gosh, it just blows me away how good all of Villeneuve's movies are.
Yeah. Cool. Sorry, I'm just resting my eyes, but I am listening. We're almost at 8 hours.
Oh, it's only 7:46. He's already resting his
Well, I need
eyes.
like a full. I need a full meal. I have 2 Hot Pockets in, and it's not enough. But Carly, you need to pick a. Help me out.
Mangold.
Mangold. Yay!
I'm waiting for her to pick it.
Yeah, I think Stacy knows what I'm picking.
Yeah, I'm waiting for someone to pick it.
So I am picking Identity.
Okay.
And I think Stacy recommended this to me, or I watched it because she mentioned it, or something like that. I think it's a really cool mystery film. Like, I think it's really interesting. I love like that it has this, like, it's essentially a slasher, if I remember right. I haven't seen it in a while, but like it starts with like this big group of people, and then like they slowly get picked off one by one. And you're not really sure what's happening. And then there's this twist that kind of turns everything on its head. And I really liked the twist. I thought it was really interesting and unexpected. I know there have been other people who have seen it who have said, "Oh, I saw the twist coming," but I thought it was really cool, and especially it came out a while ago. And I think it kind of feels a little ahead of its time in a bit. Like, I really liked it. I liked the twist. I liked how you get this big cast of characters that get to play off each other a little bit. Yeah, it's a really solid film, and I'm glad I could pick a movie I have seen from James Mangold instead of just looking and trying to guess. So yeah, solid.
Yeah, I've never seen this one, so I'm very excited to finally check it out. Yeah, he has a pretty stealthy filmography though, like of movies, because like my number like 2 and 3 are 310 to Yuma and The Wolverine, which didn't get drafted. So that just goes to show how deep his resume and his filmography are. 310 to Yuma, if you're a fan of Christian Bale and westerns, it's amazing. And Ben Foster is in that too. He's great.
Oh yeah.
Any Stacy, any thoughts on Identity? I see in the chat
Oh,
you and
yeah.
Aaron watched it together.
Yeah.
He does.
I saw this in the theater originally. I think now people watch it and they kind of roll their eyes a little bit at the twist. I think audience, and I'm not going to say what it is, even though it's an old movie. I don't want to ruin it for people who haven't seen it. But I think it is a lot easier to see coming now, when we've had a lot of other movies that have done not the same thing or anything, but like close enough that there's certain tells now that lead you in the right direction that when this movie came out weren't there. It just hadn't been done as much. So the twist was fantastic. And then there's a little twist within the twist at the end, which makes it really fun. But I loved how it unfolds. You get all these people and they're stuck at this motel and they start finding out they have these weird things in common. And how is this possible? And I just think it's a lot of fun. And yes, it is a bit of a slasher. To me, it's more of a suspense thriller because I don't focus on the kills that much, because I was always more focused on like the mystery part of it. But I really love it. John Cusack is in it, and it is just a really great movie. I mean, it was definitely if Ford v Ferrari didn't exist and I didn't have this love of racing and Matt Damon, I probably would have been my pick. But it was definitely kind of a tough choice. But no, I think it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Carrie or Chad, have you guys seen Identity?
I think Carrie actually hates this movie.
Oh, really? I'm the only one who hasn't seen it.
Let me explain because I think Stacy, what Stacy says is right. Like, nowadays we kind of, it would take the twist a little bit for granted, because it's just been done. Some like similar things have been done a lot since then. Chad and I watched this in the context of Chad was part of like a multi-person debate about what is the best horror movie of all time. And this was someone's answer as the best horror movie of all time. So I think that kind of biased me against it a little bit. And I was like watching the movie, like looking for flaws, which is not really a good way to watch any movie. I think if I had just watched it for the first time as like a straight, like, I'm just sitting down and watching this movie, I would have probably enjoyed it a little bit more. I do remember the acting was really good in it, and that there were some good kills in it.
Yeah, Chad.
Yeah, I went into it. I didn't go into it like, you know, is this the greatest horror or a great horror movie or anything like that. I'm not even sure if it is a horror movie. I mean, I think you could say it is, but maybe it might verge more on thriller. But I know, like, you know, certain people in my life have been like, that's an underrated movie. People should check it out. Like Stacy, my buddy Will, just people have been talking it up. So I watched it like from that, where I was like, you know, maybe this is a really underrated one and stuff. And then I watched it and I was like, I didn't like it all that much. And I just like, I don't know if it is underrated. And I'm like, for me, and I don't want to be like super negative because I know a lot of people do like it, but personally, I just felt like it wasn't directed that well. I didn't find any of it particularly interesting. So I think like if you can find the actual story and the things that are happening interesting, like before you get to the twist and stuff like that, you know, I think you can really enjoy the movie. But for me, who didn't get into it like that, I was like, and then the twist happens. And I'm like, okay, no, I'm good. But then also this like reminds me of a similar movie like 1408, which also stars John Cusack. And I also didn't really care for that movie. And a lot of people are like underrated. And I'm like,
based on a Stephen King story.
I'm sorry?
And that's based on a Stephen King story.
I know, right? And so I'm
another
like,
one, another one too. The Raven is a John Cusack horror movie that's underrated by some. That Stacy, Matt, and I will talk about later. So
true. So maybe it's just not my style, or maybe I just need to give them a second chance, both 1408 and Identity, and maybe I'll like them even more, like after knowing the twist and stuff like that. But yeah, not to be like a Debbie Downer, but you know,
yeah.
I'm on the fence about it. Kind of.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen it, so that's the Debbiest of downs you can get. Moving on though to the final pick, Carrie, you get to round us out with the Mr. Irrelevant pick for the draft. You have to pick a Raimi. Not like that's a bad thing at all. You still have plenty of great ones to choose from.
Great ones.
So hit us with it. Oz the Great and Powerful. I'm kidding. Hit us with your favorite.
I think I know where she's going. Let's see.
I'm so conflicted actually, because I was like, oh, I know what I'm gonna pick. It's so obvious. And I looked at his filmography again and I was like, oh, I really love this other movie.
There's some bangers still left.
I'm gonna go with the unconventional pick, and probably people are gonna be mad that the other one is not picked. I'm gonna go with Drag Me to Hell.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought you were gonna pick.
Because honestly, if I was gonna pick an Evil Dead movie, it would have been The Evil Dead, and I was gonna pick Evil Dead 2. But you know what? I think I'm just gonna go completely different and go Drag Me to Hell, because I think it is just like the funnest horror movie. Like, that's a movie Chad and I, like, we do a little horror marathon sometimes, and that's one when we need to, like, we're scared and we need to chill out a little bit. That's the one we'll watch, because there's so many like funny, campy moments in it. It's still really scary though. The ending is absolutely fantastic. The only parts I don't like the kitten part.
Yes,
But
that part sucks.
we just skip
I
over
hate
that.
that part of the movie.
But I
Alright.
think this movie is so fun, and it's I think it's kind of underrated. Like when you're looking at Sam Raimi's filmography, it's very easy to say like The Evil Dead, the first three in the trilogy, or the first three, and then the Spider-Man trilogy. But this one I think is like just a joy to watch.
Yeah. This one I just discovered for the first time a few years ago, and I loved it. It's just so batshit in the way that we love Raimi movies to be. I love it so much. Yeah, just so much great stuff in it. I could spend an hour talking about it, but I'll let other more experts of it talk about it. Chad, what do you think of Jack Goodell?
I don't know if I'll call myself an expert, but man, people be sleeping on Darkman. Darkman's such a great movie. Like, what? No one picked Darkman. Maybe I should have picked Darkman. But what if I start the Raimi pick and I'm like Darkman? The fuck? But, anyways, Darkman's great. Check it out if you haven't seen it. But Drag Me to Hell, yeah, I thought Carrie was gonna go that way because I know she loves Evil Dead more than Evil Dead 2. Even though Evil Dead 2, I think, is one of the best things. That would have been the other one I would have picked. I was between that and Spider-Man 2, and then I was like, I like Spider-Man 2 just a little bit more than Evil Dead 2, but they're both kind of perfect in my eyes. But Drag Me to Hell is very high up in Sam Raimi's because it's perfect Raimi, and it's like a later one, like a more like modern one. I hate the cat part, but everything else in it is so fun and so weird and so crazy. And I just I guess you shouldn't use the term gypsy, but you know the Romani people or whatever. But the way that the plot unfolds and all the weird stuff happens, and it's all the cursed button and all. I don't know. I'm trying to like think of how to word it, but it's just so wacky and wild, and I love how weird and funny it gets, but it's also so creepy and scary, and a lot of crazy jump scares, and it's just like this young woman like battling a dead gypsy woman. Is crazy. It's like, what the fuck is going on? It's like being haunted by a demon. The beginning of the movie is really cool and crazy, and the ending is one that you're just like, it's not going to go there, and then it does, and you're like, whoa, okay, this what? This movie's crazy. I love it. It's such a great pick, Carrie. Good job.
Yeah. Stacy, Drag Me to Hell.
Yeah, I'm glad that this got picked because I saw it on the list and I was like, oh, I remember liking that quite a bit. I rewatched it. I don't know if it was this past year or the year before. And I didn't remember it very well at all. So on rewatch, I was very pleasantly surprised by how much I did like it. It is fun. And it's weird. I keep calling these like movies about horrible things fun. Like it's all fun.
Drag Me to Hell. It's a great time.
No. And I do need to rewatch it again because I get bad with details and I haven't seen a movie a million times. Obviously, I've seen Identity a million times. Yeah, the whole gypsy curse plot is just interesting, and it like you said, it gets really crazy and weird and Raimi, and either you like that or you don't. And I guess we do. I do. Chad does. Carrie, Carly do. I don't know if you do, Dale. Oh no, I don't know. I didn't know, but that's right. You liked it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'm just very tired. Carly.
Yeah, I love this one. I almost picked this one over Multiverse, but I felt like I had more to say about Multiverse. But I really like this one. I think it has a fantastic ending, even if it can be a bit predictable. The scares really got me. I think the pacing is really good. She does, the cat parts. Ugh, I don't like that. But
luckily, I don't remember the cat part because I probably blocked it out immediately because I forget half this shit anyway. So,
but yeah, I do love the execution of the ending because you think one thing's happening and there's kind of a twist to it, and I think it's really an effective one, and I'm really glad Carrie picked it because I would have been sad if it went undrafted.
Yeah. So there we go, y'all. We did it. We did it. Those are rules. Why did I doing that? There we go. We did it. Let me just put the banner up so people can hold on.
And it's 8:00.
I know Matt's got to come on soon. So Matt, you can. Matt's waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
Matt, what do you have to say?
Evil Dead 2 is my pick because nobody picked it, and it's a shame. And
it's a shame.
I'm very, very sad. And so I just had to come in to say that I'm not ready to be on yet. I just needed to come in and rep Evil Dead 2. Thank you. Good night.
Yeah.
There you go. Special Matt appearance there on draft day, on Matt day, if you will. Matt day. But that is our draft. I'm going to recap what we chose real quick, and then we can talk about any sort of honorable mentions or anything else that we might have had in our very short amount of time of thinking of honorable mentions. Stacy's representing the Villeneuve division here. Her draft is Dune Part 2, Ford v Ferrari, Ponyo, The Evil Dead, and Marie Antoinette. Dylan representing the I forgot his name. James Mangold division is Logan, Spider-Man, The Wind Rises, Blade Runner 2049, and The Bling Ring. Chad representing the Sam Raimi division. It's Spider-Man 2, Priscilla, Walk the Line, Spirited Away, and Prisoners. Carly representing the Sofia Coppola division, The Virgin Suicides, Arrival, Howl's Moving Castle, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and Identity. And Carrie representing the Miyazaki division, we have Kiki's Delivery Service, Lost in Translation, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, Dune Part 1, and Drag Me to Hell. I guess we can name any other Villeneuve films we like. I love Incendie a lot, Enemy a lot. Any other ones to bring up? August 30, what is it called? August 32nd on Earth or whatever. Yeah, great debut. The other two are all right. Anything else?
I already said Enemy earlier.
Yeah,
so.
Enemy.
I think Polytechnique is really good, but it's extremely dark. It's
Yes.
That's like the one I don't love of his, but yeah, it's a very interesting one for sure.
Yeah, and Ensemble rules. A lot of Radiohead in there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ensemble breaks my heart every time. Any other Mangold films? I know I mentioned 310 to Yuma. I know Girl Interrupted is a big
Girl
one.
Interrupted was the one I was going to mention.
I haven't seen Girl Interrupted, but if I'd run out, I probably would have picked it.
I feel like you would like that one, Carly.
I almost picked the Wolverine.
Yeah, such a great one.
I was gonna pick the Wolverine and give Carrie Walk the Line, but then I had already kind of just made the decision to choose Walk the Line. So,
I am a little surprised and not upset about it at all because I refuse to even watch this movie. But I'm surprised nobody picked The Greatest Showman.
Was that Mangold?
Is that a Mangold film?
It's on his list.
Well,
I don't think he directed it.
He might have wrote it or produced it because it makes sense with Hugh Jackman. A lot of crossover here. Hugh Jackman between Prisoners and the Wolverine stuff. The crossover. A lot of Kirsten Dunst crossover here. So it's really fun to see. Kirsten Dunst, I think, is the one who was represented in most of our movies. Any other? I mean, Miyazaki has so many. Any other Miyazakis? The other two I had seen are Boy and the Heron and Princess Mononoke were the other ones.
Yeah, Princess Mononoke rules. My Neighbor Totoro is great.
My Neighbor Totoro.
Shit,
Yeah,
that's all I've seen. That's crazy.
Yeah, I really like My Neighbor Totoro. That definitely would have been my next pick. It's so cute. It's so sweet.
Cool. Any other Raimis that bring up? I joked about Oz the Great and Powerful, but I think it actually is a competent movie that people.
I believe. Oh, go ahead, Cece.
Oh, I was just saying for Raimi, I really like 30 Days of Night quite a bit for actually like vampires or scary predator.
You didn't direct that though.
Oh, am I looking at the wrong thing? I'm looking at the wrong thing. When I was actually picking, I kept clicking on director, not just what came up first on IMDb. And now I'm just
got to manifest it. When Michael Gracie directed Great Showman, I don't know who that is. Night and Day. I don't know about that, man. I don't know. Night and Day is not my favorite, but.
The Gift.
The Gift is amazing.
Gift, A Simple Plan, which
so
I haven't
good.
seen in forever, but I remember being really good. And The Quick and the Dead were all ones that I would not have minded taking.
Yeah, and the Oz the Great and Powerful was actually on my list because I saw it in theaters and I don't remember much about it, but I remember I liked it. So that was the last one on my list if I had lost identity. So
Looks better than the Wicked trailer, I'll tell you that. Sam Raimi, man, he knows what he's doing visually. I can tell you that. That wasn't meant to be a hot take. Sam Raimi's just a very artistic, very good filmmaker, and knows how to color correct. But again, it's just a trailer. I'm not going to judge right now. We'll see in November. Sorry, it was fun, bad but fun. Night and day. Yeah, I'll give you that. Anything else for any of these directors? Any last thing to bring up?
Yeah. I wanted to talk about Raimi for a second because I represent him. Evil Dead 2 not being picked is a damn shame. Like Matt said, it is one of the
shocker too. I'm a bit
one of the greatest horror films ever made. But I totally get why Stacy picked the original because it's amazing as well. Darkman, like I said, people need to see that more because it's like an early like Liam Neeson. It's really good movie. And then Army of Darkness is great. Simple Plan, it shows that he can do like more than just horror, and Simple Plan is a really cool like thriller. He did a baseball movie. He did For the Love of the Game.
Is it good?
Oh, is that him?
I like that one. Yeah,
I've heard not so good things, so I'm glad you like it because I want to check that out. But
For the Love of the Game. Timberlake in it. Yeah. That's not with Justin Timberlake in it, right?
No, that's Trouble with the Curve. You're thinking of.
That's right. You're right.
No, For the Love of the Game, it's Kevin Costner, and it's a baseball movie. It's really good.
How many baseball movies is Kevin Costner in?
A lot.
All of them. It's like Thanos in the Stones.
At very least, but probably closer to 5, but at least 3.
Yeah, and Spider-Man 3 is very underrated.
Underrated, I agree. And we're gonna see. There's rumors he'll do Secret Wars or Kang Dynasty. I don't even know if Kang Dynasty is happening, but he's in the talks for it. Not necessarily anything confirmed, but he might be on the board.
I want him to do something else.
I know, right? Breakaway, sir.
Yeah.
All right. People like For the Love of the Game. Okay, I was listening to the wrong people.
I did. I don't know.
I trust. No, I mean the people in the chat too. I feel like I trust this. I trust you, JD, and Matt a lot, Chad. So I've
got a 75%. I think that's solid.
Yeah. No, that's not bad at all. All right. So I'll see most of y'all later, either for games or Chad, you're on another draft day. Stacy, you're on another frame wreck. But anything y'all want to say? Plug. Ta for now. What do y'all want to say? Anything, Stacy?
Yeah. Watch Frame Rack at like 5 a.m. It's worth it. Or watch it later. But that was a lot of fun talking about The Raven. Whether you have preconceived notions about whether it's a good or bad movie, just maybe that will change your mind and make you interested in seeing it, or maybe not. And maybe you've seen it and you'll completely disagree. But it was a lot of fun to talk about. And I never plug my social media, but why not? I might as well. I'm Stacy LM78 on the social medias, Twitter and Instagram. So if you want to, you can follow me. And I don't know, that's it. I think I'll probably come back for games either tonight or tomorrow or both. But other than that.
Cool. Chad?
Check out Picture This later. It's going to be fun. Conversation for sure. A great year. But also check out my channel, like I already plugged, with You Ranking With Me, and trying to do more stuff over there. But there's a lot of great rankings you can check out. And then check out Welcome to Primetime. Actually, I'll let Carrie talk more about that, but it is a really great channel where we talk a lot about horror and Buffy, the Vampire Slayer, and stuff like that. Stuff that I really, really love. Keep watching and doing a lot of subathon stuff. I'm excited for this one, and if I'll be back. Well, I guess for Picture This, but I'll be back definitely for the other draft day. I'm very excited about. So
yeah, Carrie, anything?
Yeah, like Chad mentioned, we host a horror show with Hunter Chambliss called Welcome to Primetime, which I think is now on its own YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So you can just search Welcome to Primetime and probably scroll a few videos down and it'll come up.
Cool. Carly.
Yeah, I'll definitely be on for games later, and I'll stay up for the surprise video because I have the Pacific Coast thing, so it won't be that late for me. So.
If y'all crack the code, let me know privately if you think you got it, because you only got a few more hours to guess what it is. Very
no
exciting. Ooh, I'm very excited. Y'all have a treat in store. We're at 12:30 right now. In terms of subs, so we've gotten right now 120 is our mark right now that we've gotten since we started at noon. So 120 in 8 hours, not bad, but we still want to go further. So keep subbing, keep subscribing. Thank you all so much. Matt, whenever he comes back in, I'll bring him on, and we'll start Frame Wreck in just a bit. Thank you guys. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Carly. We'll all see hopefully all of you later at some point as we wait for Mr. Matt to get into an episode of Frame Wreck right here, which I'm very excited for. I love when I change the little color scheme and it changes. I'm trying to change my lights to match the color schemes here. So this is purple, but these lights aren't as bright as my old lights were. I'm hoping, to get some better equipment to better showcase the colorful lights I have around me, because I have purple lighting around me. I don't think you could see it. So as soon as Matthew is ready, and Frame Wreck, right, Alan? Yes. So Alan, the reason why we decided to put some of our big shows at the later slots is for people who are more international, because we have good international numbers for Frame Wreck and for Picture This as well. So we wanted to really kind of give an ode to our international listeners and not just, put all our main shows right at the top or right in the main section, because we also treat every show like it's a main show. So that's why we're going to have some Picture This and some Frame Wreck later at night here in the East Coast in the United States. Hope to wake up early enough for Picture This. Well, I'll tell you, Alan, we'll probably be doing Picture This for 3 hours too. So even if you catch the end of it, it'll still be a fun discussion. Paddington is chilling here in the background. Win. It's a very exciting day for him. He gets to be on the sub all 24 hours as well. Guys, what should I eat tonight? Should I get Chinese food? Is that going to be too messy? My hope is that I can get food, order food by the end of Frame Wreck to get it by the time we have the next thing. Hey, Matt, what's up?
Hey.
Welcome back. Again, just want to reiterate, your Survivor thing was freaking awesome. And I'm sorry I rushed you for time, but I am very happy we got it done. I mean, we got most of it all done, which is great.
Yeah, I think next time maybe we put some of the fun and games between the things, between the shows.
Oh, so we can give barriers and buffers.
Yeah, like the chat and game section could go between the Frame Wreck or between the Survivor Trivia and the draft day, so that it could But no, it was perfectly fine. I did not anticipate how long that was going to take.
No, it's fine, and that's the fun. Is this your first time hosting it and the first time doing it with all these fun extra rounds and stuff? I would like to revisit Survivor Trivia again sometime though, just because if you're down for it, because I think that could be a lot of fun when we're not in a time restraint. But Frame Wreck, yep, you're right. Say it 3 times and it may appear. Matt, for Nostalgia Junction, we don't usually do any sort of cold open unless you want to. Otherwise, we can just get right into it. Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, that is fine. Just a second, let me fix my audio here because it's coming oh, that's why. So I don't have my headset on.
No worries. And we are going till about 10:30 for this one, so it's not too bad. Now you're muted completely.
Yeah, I have a hard out at 9:30, 10:30 your time. So
yes, that's right. That's why we scheduled it.
I don't even think it's gonna take that long. So
no worries.
Who knows?
I still want to do Frame Wreck with Terminator 3. All right, yeah, maybe we can.
Who said that? Was that Win?
Win, yeah.
I got to be honest. That's a Frame Wreck redemption for me. I really like Terminator 3.
We'll see.
Legitimately like it.
Yeah, no, I remember you took it for the trilogies draft. But yeah, we have just a little over 2 hours for this one, which I think should be enough time. It's 3 movies, but it's still going to be a blast to talk about. So if you're ready to hear about 3 of my childhood favorites, Cat in the Hat, Shark Tale, and Click, well then settle in, because we are here for a Frame Wreck redemption.
What a story, Mark.
Hello, everyone. What, Matt?
We'll just fix the part where you called it a Frame Wreck redemption in post. It's fine.
Did I call it a Frame Wreck redemption?
Yeah.
Because you said Frame Wreck redemption.
Yeah. Do you want to take it again? We have that luxury.
I would love to take it again, but also, guys, this is behind the scenes of me and Matt every time we record. But also, spoiler alert, I'm going to be trying to redeem all 3 of these films. All right, Nostalgia Junction, let's roll it.
What a story, Mark.
Well, yeah, doggy. Welcome to Nostalgia Junction here. I love that little country swang twang, do your thing, music right there. It is so fun. I 8 hours of doing this in this live stream. I'm getting a little woozy, but I think I've hit that barrier of, okay, I need to eat, but I ate a little bit, so I'm kind of in my wired mode, which is perfect for Frame Rec, because we are talking about 3 movies from my childhood this time on Frame Rec Nostalgia Junction. A great idea that Matt came up with at the top of this year to talk about 3 of his childhood nostalgic favorites. They were specifically swashbuckling. This one is specifically my favorites from childhood, but also ones that Matt didn't like the first time around. So there's that element of Frame Rec of, is it really a bad movie like Matt once thought they were? Are they actually good movies like I once thought they were? Or is it somewhere in between? Or is it neither or all the above? Whatever it may be. Matt, how are you doing? Good, welcome back. Good to see you.
I'm doing well. Revisiting these movies was interesting for me because there were some surprises. There were some not surprises. And some of them, we'll get into it in a minute. Some of them were as bad as I always thought they were. Some had elements to them that I didn't realize were good the first time, even if the rest of it didn't work quite as well. And the one, here's the real secret. The one I thought was going to be the one that I ended up liking a whole lot because it was the one I hated least out of all of these, ended up being the hardest one to watch for me. So I'm very excited to talk about these. I don't know what order you want to go in, but
well, I've just been advertising it this way, where it's like Cat in the Hat, Shark Tale, Click. Well, we can really go whichever order we want to. I think I went by release order, which is why I put it in that order, because that was kind of when I discovered them as a kid. But let's start it off. Oh yeah, with Cat in the Hat, because spoiler alert, and I kind of alluded to this before we started recording. These are all childhood favorites of mine. So they were not just movies that I liked as a kid. They were movies I watched so much as a kid. My mom and dad can attest if they're watching it. I don't know if they are. They are. Love you, Mom. Love you, Dad. I wish Honor Marie had won the Derby. But I really
the chosen one, or they were the chosen.
She was the chosen one. No, but I really do think, these are 3 movies that, as much as I can acknowledge the flaws in, and as much as there are moments where I'm like, ooh, yikes, aged poorly, or yikes, was always poor. I still can't dislike them. You know what I mean? And some of them might be because they are so batshit and crazy and wild, but I really cannot dislike these movies, which I think is so funny because Wynn's like, no, it's so bad. No, I get it. And we're talking about Cat in the Hat first because I think this is the one that it's kind of universally, if you look at these 3 movies, like you got a lot of people who are still fans of Shark Tale who are like, oh, it's childish, but I like it. Or you have people who definitely like Click. I think that's kind of the 3, the one that's kind of been the most redeemed with culture over time. But Cat in the Hat's the one that everyone is like, yeah, no, this sucks. But to them, I say, you're fired.
Oh god. Okay. Matt, man, all the best things, and I use the word best loosely. You're just bringing up here all my favorite sounds from this movie.
Oh yeah, I love. But hey, you can't say that it's not memorable, even whether we know it's good or bad. I think it's very memorable.
Okay, so before I get into kind of my history with this, because I'd like to do with these as well, since they're your nostalgia, but they've also been around for a long time for me as well,
Mm-hmm.
and I came at them from a different point of view, obviously, than you, because I'm an old person. So before I get into that, one thing I love about what we do on Frame Rec is that we don't. Our goal isn't to talk about why a movie's bad. Our goal is to talk about why a movie's great.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why when we talk about the so good, bad, they're good movies, it's what makes this movie great, and then we talk about the bad things because that makes those movies great. So I'm most excited here that even if I didn't like them or they didn't hold up for me, I'm not spoiling how I feel about it, but if they didn't work out for me or whatever, I'm excited to hear you talk about them. That's going to be my favorite thing.
Yeah, because that was the thing with your nostalgia movie club too, is like I watched some of them and it wasn't even like, oh my god, these are awful. None of them were like that, but a lot of them were just like, all right, I thought it was okay, but because you love them, I like them more by the end of our conversation, just because I was invested in your passion for it,
right.
Or I was even more reminded of what didn't work for me. And I think that's the thing with all movies, is that they can really split you down the middle, especially in these movies. Like there are people who give this 5 stars on Letterboxd, and there are people that give these half a star on Letterboxd. I mean, look at the Letterboxd curve. This is rarity right there. You see as many 5 stars as you do 1 stars, but really the only review that Cat in the Hat is not really getting is a 4.5. So I think that says a lot to just what people value in movies, and like maybe they're joking about it if they give it a 5-star review, but at least they want to give it a 5-star review. You know, it's
what I find interesting is, yes, the 5 stars might be a joke. There are 4.5 stars. That I don't see the joke in that. Like, it's not that that it's high or anything, but some people are rating this because the 3.5s, the 4s, the 4.5s, there's no joke there. That's just somebody who likes.
If there's a joke, you're either like 5 stars or you're like half 1. You know, like, you know, there's not a lot of nuance in the middle.
There's not
That's
a
why
joke
when I
in there, so like,
when I rated like Batman and Robin 3 out of 10 or 6 out of 10, like a 3-star, you know, how do you read into that? And it's because I genuinely like the movie, but I do agree it's very schlocky, very campy, you know. But then The Room I gave a half star, but I still think it's one of the greatest movies ever made, you know, because it's terrible, you know. So
exactly. So for this movie, a little bit of background with me. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. SNL in the 90s especially was my thing. You talked about before how actually like the 90s kind of cast is kind of one that you connect with. That was my cast. Like Mike Myers, Dana Carvey,
Sandler.
Sandler. Yeah. Sandler was kind of there was the crossover. That was kind of almost the next generation, but they were there at the same time.
Was Will Ferrell around that time too? Or
Will Ferrell was after. That's like the 2000s. Like the early or late 90s, early 2000s. So like, but like Phil Hartman, Chris Farley, Chris Rock, those type of people were there around that time. So, but my favorites, which I was a big Chris Farley fan, but my favorite cast members of all time are Mike Myers and well, Phil Hartman is my sentimental favorite. He's never done any bad. He's never done a bad sketch, even if the sketch wasn't good. He was great in it. Phil Hartman's always going to be great. But my favorites, the ones that I connected most with, were Mike Myers and Dana Carvey. So, which is why if you saw our Leprechaun video last time, there's in the opening I made for it, there's several clips of Wayne's World in it.
Hey, we have time. We have time.
It kind of reminds you of that movie, The Leprechaun. Remember with that little guy goes, "I'm the leprechaun." Guys, I'm the leprechaun.
So that is an example. I didn't want to play the whole thing because you have to watch our Leprechaun episode to see the full thing. But yeah, it's a big influence, Wayne's World, and it is kind of the most popular, I would say, thing to come out of SNL, as far as I can think of. You know,
yes, I agree. So anyway, so those guys are my guys. Shortly before this movie, so the movie Grinch came out. I liked that movie a little bit more than most people. I remember I saw it in the theater. I like it. I do understand it's not very good. Like, I understand the badness of it, but that's part of, I think, why I like it so much. The Grinch comes out, and then not long after that, a movie called Master of Disguise came out, starring Dana Carvey. And I was like, wait, Dana Carvey can make bad movies? Because I'd seen so many of his movies, and whether they were good or not, I was such a big fan of his. But for the first time, I'm watching Master of Disguise, and I'm like, this is terrible. How is this happening? A similar thing happened just a little bit later. I don't know the exact dates of all these things, but I know just a little bit later, Cat in the Hat comes out.
Yeah.
And I was like, Mike Myers too? What's happening? Like, how are they all making these bad movies? And then Mike Myers went on to make a string of really bad movies.
Yeah, like Shrek felt like his last big hurrah before. And that is not even, I don't think, a Mike Myers movie as much as it is him doing a role in a DreamWorks movie, you know, because you don't see him, you know, it's his voice. But and that's interesting because, like, my perspective, each of these different movies has a different origin. One of these was just a VHS or DVD that came up one day. I put it in, watch it all the time. Like, I never was like, I want to see this movie. I want to own this movie. I owned it, and it was there, and that was this one. And then the next one we'll talk about is one I actually did see in the theater, and then bought on DVD and watched over and over again. The third one is one that I was supposed to see because I was too young, and my friends in the theater that I was doing a show with, I saw it because of them, and I watched it, and I watch it all the time, but secretly. But Cat in the Hat is the one that just kind of like appeared one day. It wasn't like, I don't think I went to the theater to see it. Maybe I did. I don't remember. But it was one of those movies that just was a DVD I had that I played all the time. And I really don't know where that origin came from. It's the one that I'm most foggy with in the origin. But I remember just like never getting tired of it, which maybe makes me a weird person. We'll find out. But yeah, it was very interesting how it just kind of like came into my life. Just so randomly, like the cat does in this movie. It just really comes in completely randomly with no introduction, really. I mean, he sings an intro song, but he bursts in and it's his movie, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And there's there was a thing, Dylan, that you may not even been born when this trend started, where Dr. Seuss aesthetic became a thing, like a big thing. We were wearing Cat in the Hat hats, but like in different styles. Anybody in the comments who is old enough to remember how we wore those really tall hats? Please chime in.
Wait, like it was just like not even for this movie, it was just a fashion choice?
No, it was well before this movie.
Whoa.
Yeah. We were doing weird things in the 90s. We were trying to find our place. And then Seussical happened.
Yes. Now that I could speak a little bit about because I did Seussical 3 times in my lifetime. Once when I was in middle school, once when I was in high school, and then another when I was late in high school. And I played Horton all 3 times. So like I understand the Seussical craze. It's also one that continued over, like I alluded to like schools, and like everyone puts it on. If you're in like a middle school or high school, eventually you will put on Seussical just because it's like the easiest show to cast with either adults or kids or both. Like if you have a children's program, you can have an adult play Cat in the Hat or a kid play Cat in the Hat. It doesn't matter. It's not like a 1776 where if you were to put it on with a bunch of middle schoolers it would work, and I would love to see that actually. But yeah, so I was big on the Seussical craze, but I know it was even bigger like when it was on Broadway because Rosie O'Donnell played the cat. I remember that was a big deal. So yeah, Dr. Seuss was at a hype, and then like you said with Grinch, like Grinch was so big, whether it was received well or not, it was just very popular. People saw it, people loved it, and that was at the height of Jim Carrey, who continued then to work and still put out hits. Like Bruce Almighty happened after Grinch, so he lucked out. He didn't have the curse of the SNL guys where he made more movies and with each one was like a diminished return,
Right. So so that whole, like, there was a very Dr. Seuss aesthetic that was going on within our entertainment and our style for honestly a good decade there. Like it wasn't hot the whole decade or whatever, but there were things here and there. I think that this movie was kind of the death knell in that for a while until Horton Hears a Who, which kind of revived it a little, that whole thing a little bit.
And again, it was animation, so there's a different idea, but like also Jim Carrey. But a very interesting pivot because I think this was so unsuccessful. At least kind of scarred a lot of people, so they might not have wanted to go for it. Because also, I mean, we'll get into the specifics a little bit, but like it's got the same problem that Cats has, where a lot of people were just uncomfortable by the look of it all. This giant furry thing with this tail and the face and the whiskers. Like I think that's probably where a lot of people's criticisms start with it. It was just the overall look and the uncomfortability, and the things look crazy too. Because they got that real Who like makeup, which works much better seen from afar than up close. So it works better in like something like Seussical than it does in these movies like this and the Grinch, where it's a little uncanny valley. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I completely agree. And there is an uncanny valley, which is actually a thing that we like about Seuss a lot of the time, is how it doesn't, like, how strange it feels to look, like how strange it looks, and how it doesn't there's obviously this is its own world thing, but there is something in this movie, especially with the cat, that is it does make it uncomfortable. I will also say that there's a lot of Mike Myers stuff in it that could have been and feels like should have been really funny, especially when he's as the cat playing multiple types of characters within the thing, because
Yeah.
he was doing that a lot in before this. I think So I Married an Axe Murderer, which is another nostalgic favorite of mine. I recommend. He played his own father, and that may be the first time he did this. But then in the Austin Powers movies, he's playing several characters.
Right, and I think that's why they decided to go that route, is because they're like, well, it works so well in Austin Powers. But also Austin Powers, I feel like he's playing different characters. It's not like in this one, it's very clearly the cat playing different characters, and they don't try to hide it very much. Like, it is very much still the cat in drag, or the cat as the guy under the hood with the butt. It's very clearly still Mike Myers as the cat, not necessarily him disappearing into these multiple roles, like in Coming to America as well, for example.
Right, exactly. So like there's things in it that even those parts feel like they should have been real, like they could have worked really well, at least in my history with Mike Myers, and some of them worked a little bit. The one where he's doing the infomercial works a little bit for me because there are some infomercial staples that he really hits. But then like it doesn't feel like like he lands the punchlines in that. Like, and that's that. I think that's a lot of this movie, is that when we get to a resolution or a point where something can be funny, he says, "Oh yeah," and then they run off to do something else. Like, which is the Cat in the Hat. I mean, that makes sense. It just doesn't work for me in this movie. I want to hear about your experience growing up with it, like how it made you feel, how you felt about this movie, and how you felt on a rewatch of it.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that most appealed to me as a kid, and we can talk about it a little later, but the style of it, and this is something that I still feel rewatching it that I think it really gets right. Just the whimsy and the way that everything is so beautiful and pops in color, and everything's so crisp and clear. Like, yes, it's about a house getting trashed, but even when like the paint is splattered on the wall and stuff, there's still an excitement to it. And then to see it all get cleaned up, like as a kid, I was just obsessed with all that stuff. And they do draw attention to it when they're like riding down the flume and they're like Universal Studios, which I think is a fun bit. But it's also like one of those things where it did feel like you're on a theme park ride. It feels like you're going into a whole nother world. And as a kid, I was 5 at the time. This was as much of an immersion into worlds, other worlds I had never seen before, because it was also very familiar, because it's kind of like still a little cute and suburban, but there's this little edge to it that makes it feel otherworldly. Whereas something like Lord of the Rings at the time, I love it, and I think Lord of the Rings is better than this. Shocker. But I do think I said it is better than this, man.
I know.
Yeah.
I was reacting to the hot take you just had.
Yeah, very, very hot take. Especially the second one, like very hot take. The second one's my favorite. But I do think the that kind of immersion is a little different because it is so foreign. But this one, there was still that idea of, oh, it could happen to you. Like, and I think that's why the books appeal too, because it's like you're just a kid in a neighborhood. And I think ultimately what it was getting at in terms of its themes mostly makes sense, of like, yeah, like you can have fun without being, too rambunctious and messy, but also you can still have fun. Like you don't have to necessarily be Dakota Fanning, who's prim and proper. I think her big thing is learning how to loosen up a bit, and his big thing is learning how to rein it in. And I like that kind of polar opposite nature of it that I related to as a kid, because I was the oldest sibling, so I kind of had to be the Dakota Fanning. But also, I think inside my little imagination dill brain, I wanted to be the kid sliding down the stairs on a bunch of packages of hot dogs and surfing down the stairs. There was a part of me that liked the dichotomy of the two kids. And because it is still kid focused, like I always like to think it is Sally and Carmine's story. It is not the Cat in the Hat story. He is mainly a supporting character in their journey. He is the main character in terms of billing and screen time and dialogue, but it is their story. I also loved Kelly Preston. I was in love with her. The first, I don't want to say this on a live stream right now, but it was the first time I had, never going to say it. It was, I feel like I have
listen,
to, but
we
it was
can
the first
reference
time I realized that moms could be hot. And that was no, but it's the one thing where I was like, oh my God, I'm in love with that mother. And I was 5. But that's the kind of thing. And I did find the humor at the time. Most of the humor, I think, works for especially a 5-year-old. Under the hood, mister, and he's got the butt ass crack out, was the funniest thing in my household for months. We would rewind that, I'd play that over and over, and my dad would joke, and he would do it at the couch. Like, it was, sorry, Dad, I outed that. But like, no, like we would reenact it. Like, it really was just something that also just isn't boring. And I think even if you do dislike the movie, you can at least admit it's not boring. It's definitely not boring. I don't think there's ever a time where you're like, all right, next scene. Like it moves and it moves fast. And I think that was just something that as a 5-year-old really appealed to me. The magic of Seuss, as JD says in the comments. But rewatching it, I can now see the things that piss people off or that annoy people. I think it is a lot about Mike Myers' performance, because it is a lot. It almost feels like when it, like you said, when it wants to have this moment of either tenderness or emotion or any sort of payoff, it just kind of undercut by him. But again, like I said, because I grew up with this, because this was such an ingrained part of my childhood, like I was still laughing at scenes of this. I watched these movies last night, and I watched this one, and I was laughing, and I was not expecting to laugh, because I haven't watched this since probably I was like maybe 7 or 8, like 2005 or 6. Like I don't revisit this one a lot, but I was finding myself laughing, and like Alec Baldwin, I don't know. There's something funny in the fact that, and I know you probably disagree with all this, but like there's something funny in the fact that Alec Baldwin is in this movie. Like it just at the time I was like, he was like a big A-lister at the time, I would say, or like at least a B+ list maybe. But and the fact that he is in this movie, and I feel like that's the thing, is everyone's also committed. Like oh my god, I'm gonna forget his name. Will and Grace.
That's Sean Hayes.
Sean Hayes is also very committed. You know, is he committing to something that is right necessarily? No, but like he's committed. And I think Mike Myers is also committed. That's the thing, is I think everyone still cares and wants to make a good product. The only one who might not is Mrs. Kwan, but she has to not. And I love that too. I think Mrs. Kwan, before I knew what Weekend at Bernie's was, I was like, this is such a genius idea. She's not even a person anymore. And I thought there was something so funny in that as well. I don't know. I really dug this movie as a kid. Rewatching it, I see the flaws. I see the reasons people don't like it. I don't think it's nearly as offensive as some people might say, unless I'm just not necessarily picking up on that stuff, because it is the nostalgic vision and goggles. Whereas like I think another film we'll talk about a little later, I think I could definitely see the offensive bits of it. But this one, like, I enjoyed the rewatch because I just enjoyed kind of remembering all the moments from my childhood again. And like, yeah, Cat gets annoying, but I think the kids get annoyed at it, so it's a little bit more forgivable, because we are, at least because I grew up watching it as a kid, the kids lens into this movie. Right. So I'm able to see, oh, Cat, shut up. Like that is the audience, that is me. But I think that's because I relate to the kids a lot. I don't know. I want to hear your thoughts.
That's good. Well, first of all, I don't know about offensive. I don't think I've ever found it offensive necessarily.
Okay, no,
except offensive to good taste. But other than,
well, that's the thing, is like sometimes I just don't really realize like, oh, that was out of taste, in poor taste. Like, spoiler, one of the movies we'll talk about, I think there are frequent examples of, I'm like, oh, that is a.
I think both of the movies we're going to talk about have bad taste.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, but I do think that this one didn't have any of that. But I that's why I said that, because I don't know if it did, and I just didn't pick up on it. So I'm glad there's at least none of that. Like it is harmless.
The only person of color in it was Cat. And he was only partially colored.
Mrs. Kwan, right?
Oh, that's right, Mrs. Kwan.
Well, but
okay, that's the other thing that I wanted to say. She is. That's the other thing I want to say. Mrs. Kwan was the best part of Ivory. She was so funny. Like everything about her, and I'm like, this is what this movie is like, because there's a difference between the comedy that they were doing there, which was so subtle and interesting and funny, and obvious. Also, like subtle and obvious is weird, but like you understand it and it makes sense and it's funny for all ages. There's such a huge difference between that and what Mike Myers was doing in this movie, and so like the Mrs. Kwan stuff was so good.
No more big government. Like that is so good. She starts putting on like Taiwanese rallies and shit. Like I don't know. I think there's some genuinely funny bits in this thing.
There's some funny bits with Miss Kwan. I agree. Before I get into the other part, I do want to mention that the thing that you were having trouble saying about Kelly Preston is much better than what we were all thinking you were about to say about Kelly Preston and your first time doing a thing. So
oh no, I was 5.
Well, you said you didn't say 5 until the end of that whole thing. So you were like, it was the first time. Never mind. I don't want to say that on a stream.
Oh my god, no! Oh my gosh, I didn't realize.
That's anyway. So let me tell you about. Other than Mrs.
Also,
Kwan,
rest in peace, Kelly Preston. Way too soon. We love her. She is a beaming light of sunshine.
I also was in love with Kelly Preston. Mine started far before you were born. But especially in like I believe that she's in Jerry Maguire. And I really love her in that. She's in a lot of stuff. that I was just
she's great.
Sky High. So I also had a love for her, and when I was a kid, none of the things I said were really I was that young for. But
just pulling up this comment, when I did not say that because that's not actually what I was going for, but now that I say it, I'm like, okay. No, I was trying to describe MILF without using that term because I find it a little bit derogatory. But like, it was the first one I saw in cinema where I'm like, whoa, moms are not just these, like, because when you're 5, it's like your mom is your mom, like
Right.
you're not trying to,
No, I get it. I bet if I thought hard, I could come up with when that happened for me, but it's probably something from the 80s. But anyway, so maybe Steve Wallace. I don't know. Anyway, so what was I saying? Oh yes, okay. So the other thing, so Kelly Preston and Mrs. Kwan, I love Kelly Preston. Mrs. Kwan is very, very funny. Sean Hayes, I think he plays the fish too, right? I think he's much better.
Is he the fish as well?
I'm
yeah,
pretty sure
yeah.
he's the fish also.
I didn't even realize he was. I thought for some reason the fish was Will Arnett for some weird reason.
Will Arnett was not really. I mean, he was on Arrested.
No, he is the fish. He is the fish. You're right. What am I thinking of Will Arnett? I'm gonna find what I was thinking of. But yeah, Sean Hayes is really good as a fish. Again, the fish, fun character. I think he's funny.
I think the fish is good. I think he feels like what the Seuss story is. Like that feels so correct in this movie, and Sean Hayes is really good. Whatever Sean Hayes is doing at the beginning is very weird, but it's supposed to be, and I get that. It just is kind of like annoying, and it just doesn't tickle the funny bone for me.
Right. Will Arnett is in Horton Hears a Who.
That's right. Yes. I will say that I texted you this when I was watching it, and that is that if Mike Feist doesn't play Sean Hayes' son in something at some point, what are we even doing? Like, he looks so much like Mike Feist in this movie.
He does.
But anyway, so besides those things, the thing that surprised me this time that I didn't pick up on the first time, probably because of how annoyed I was with this movie when I watched it the first time, is how good Dakota Fanning is in this movie.
Yes, and
she
I would also say
is so good.
Spencer Breslin too, but mostly Dakota Fanning.
Spencer Breslin is good, but like he doesn't have as much to work with, I think, as she does, and so she's got she is so funny, and it's not just the material, because we've seen that the material is not funny on everybody else. It's not just the thing she has to say. It's how she so perfectly understands the assignment. She so perfectly understands how she's supposed to be saying everything in this movie and how she's supposed to be doing and acting. She surprised me so much. If I laughed at all, and I imagine I probably did. I mean, besides Mrs. Kwan, if I laughed at any stuff they did at any point in this movie, it was her stuff. Like when she's asking for tasks or whatever, or rules, or when she's talking about how she won't play with the other girl because she always wants to be the leader, and she's not the leader. She can't be the leader. I have to be the leader. Like all that stuff. She's just so funny, and she performs it so well. There's a reason she was the only kid actress we would go to at that time.
And the only other one was like her sister. Yeah.
Well, her sister. I had a theory. Let me tell you about my theory. For a while, I had a theory, which was that Elle Fanning. So for a while, Dakota Fanning was in so many movies that it's like, is she ever going to grow up? And it's like, well, they keep cloning her, and Elle Fanning is the one that didn't go quite right. So they're like, let's just put her out as another girl, as a different girl. Is the kind of joke I used to make about it. But yeah, she was great. And then after Dakota Fanning aged out of these roles, then we got Abigail Breslin for a while, and then she went away. I would like Abigail Breslin to get the same Dakota Fanning treatment, because I just think these talented young kids need chances to be good outside of being kids. But anyway, so she was really great. And I did not see that the first time around.
Yeah. My favorite scene of hers. My favorite scene of hers is when she's watching the birthday party inside, because you really don't get the sense that she's not liked or not popular. But then when she's like, when they're going around to try to find the dog and they're looking at the window, and she's like, oh, I didn't get invited. There's like that moment where you're like your heart breaks for her, you know, stuff like that, and you realize that maybe it's because she is a little uptight, but I think it really works. I definitely related to that as a kid. She was my favorite actress growing up because of this, and just other things I'd seen her in. Like I thought she was so good. What else? What are her other big things that I saw her in at the time? Let me look. Yeah, Charlotte's Web. I remember really liking her, and she's the little girl, Fern, in that one. I remember growing up liking her in that. There was another one, Dreamer, the one about the horse, which no one has probably ever seen unless you grew up at that time. But like stuff like that, where I was just like, yeah, like it was just someone I always loved to watch on screen. And now it's good that she's kind of getting a little bit of a comeback with like Ocean's 8 and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and you know all these movies that she's getting.
The M. Night Shyamalan's daughter, I forget her name, is it has that new one, Watchers or whatever. Dakota Fanning is the lead in that. That's exciting for two reasons, like Shyamalan's daughter plus Dakota Fanning. It's really exciting.
Kids of the thousands taking over.
Yeah, but I could definitely see that growing up. How that it's even both of them. Like there's probably aspects of you in both of those kids, and that I could see how that would be. Fortunately for me, I was early in it, but I was in my adulthood, and so like it did not hit for me the way that I hoped. And like I said, I had been building up to this disappointment with Mike Myers for a while, right. So it was this
didn't bring you back.
It didn't do it, and
that's fine.
I will say that I think. This is also true about one of the other movies we'll talk about, and we'll kind of get there here in a little bit. But I feel that this movie, like another one, did not fully take advantage of its premise. At least it did not take advantage of it in the most interesting way, like in the way that could have been a lot more fun than it was. Because you know, the Cat in the Hat story. It's raining. They have nothing to do, so he comes to give them some fun, and then they mess up the house, and then suddenly it's like, oh god, I have to do this thing. They spend very little time in the house before it just gets like literally sucked into a hole, or like becomes a canyon, and then they leave the house, and it's no longer that. So I feel like there was, if they had leaned into the mischief a little bit more as far as in the house and causing the havoc in the house, that would have been more interesting to me than for a good portion of this film, them trying to fix the havoc. Like, fixing it is supposed to be the quick thing. Like, that's supposed to be we press this button and suddenly everything's cleaned up. Right. So I think that's also a big thing for me.
Yeah, and I do think that adding the Alec Baldwin character does add a fun dynamic, because it's also like the kids don't know the kids know he's not really all he's cracked up to be, but it's still one of those things where you have this obstacle now that you really can't work around, because Miss Kwan's easy. You know, you can hang her up in a closet, you can ride her like a freaking sled down the stairs, boom, 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 boom. Like Miss Kwan is so good, but it is also very tough, you know, with now Alec Baldwin's character being in the mix. And I honestly think if they had kept him more of like a straight-laced guy who is just like mean and hates kids, and actually made him like kind of more mischievous, and that we take him more seriously, I think it would have honestly heightened the stakes a little bit more. But because we see him as kind of a bum, it makes it less like, all right, so if he catches them, he's a bum, which I think is one of the disservices of it. His character's very odd and very weird.
I thought that was weird too, that like, and I didn't remember that was the case. I actually thought it was the thing that you were just saying, like that he is just this uptight guy who's just trying to get rid of the kids. I don't know why they did it's weird that they did the like unemployed like slob thing for him. Because it would have been far more interesting if there had been if it had been them trying to save themselves, like that him being uptight was part of what they were trying to hide. Like, but
yeah,
it turns
and I
out
think it's supposed to show. Yeah,
So,
he's
like,
not right for the wife or for Kelly Preston because he's a slob and she likes it everything neat. But the reason she likes everything neat is because not because of her, it's because of her boss. Like it's not her problem. It's that the boss likes everything tidy and neat. So that doesn't even make sense.
And we already had plenty of reasons that they were not right for each other.
Right.
Number one, he wants to get rid of her kids.
Right, which is number one. And I do think on a level this does work as like, because there's that moment where Conrad says like, I wish you weren't my mom, and she says sometimes I wish the same. She closes the door and you see this really authentic emotional moment, and it's stuff like that where I'm like, I think it really is trying to say something about the parents and kids, especially single parent households, especially one parent households. I think it has some really insightful stuff to say about it, and how taking care of kids on your own is tough while working a job. It is tough, and from that lens, I think it's easy to see, that you have to work hard for it, but also like that sometimes you're doing a good job and you need to be reminded of that. And I think when they eventually, Ken Hat is meant to be like kind of that snake in the Garden of Eden, tempting the kids to do all this mischievous wrong and bad, but they end up doing good by the end. They end up learning from their mistakes and wanting to fix it for their mom. And I think it is a really big growth for both of them. And that's why I think this actually has some really sweet things to say. I think really what sticks out most is the mania that I think people can't get past. But I really do think at its core, the messaging is actually very sweet. And I just want to talk about it really quick. This movie looks really good in terms of its visuals. Emmanuel Lubezki shot this. The guy who did Gravity, Birdman, The Revenant. Like this guy knows what he's doing visually, and it shows. I think all the camera angles are really cool. I think that's why we get so much great Mrs. Kwan humor, because he always knows where to put her in the frame to make it the funniest bit when everything's happening around. She's always centralized in the frame or like very clearly off to the side doing something. Like I just think the real actual direction and cinematography and the sets are really great and beautiful. I love the tangibility of that last set when everything is kind of in this volcanic weird state and you kind of see like the toilet kind of like, that feels like it actually came out of the Universal Studios ride, like it was actually built. And I know it's for the cheap joke, but it really does feel like this thing that was given a lot of care, which is why it's hard for me to not like it because of all that,
Right. Well, and I could definitely see that. I agree. The look of it is really good. It doesn't feel like our world. Like it feels like a Dr. Seuss world. It looks really good. The shots look really good.
Yeah, it's story.
I think technically it's good. Like a lot of that is good. And yeah, like you said, like he's great. Like he shoots great films. Or bad films greatly. But I think I'd like to touch on what you were saying there. Being from a single parent home, I definitely understand that. And there are things, and we talked about this with the movie not about a single parent home, but that I thought was a dysfunctional family.
Back in Me?
No, it was because that is a single parent home. But we talked about it when we talked about my movies, Pagemaster, how I always thought the dad was stepdad, but then I realized,
right,
wait,
because
they
you
never say that.
filled it in that way. Yeah.
So yeah, like coming from a single parent home and seeing and how hard it is. My mom worked 3 jobs to keep us afloat because she didn't have anybody around. It was the 90s, so we stayed alone, so she could go work 3 jobs. But there are those emotional moments that sometimes I wish you had a different mother too. That whole thing. It's those moments that make the other moments so frustrating for me, because I can feel an emotional center to this that I do dig. It just, like we said before, is undercut so often in this movie that it kind of gets frustrating. Overall, I had a better time with this than I thought I would. I still don't think it's a good movie or anything, or something I probably will revisit. Maybe if my kids decide they want to watch it sometime, but I had to pay to watch this one, so unless it's streaming free somewhere, they're not going to get to.
Well, I have to ask you: does this? I don't remember how we did the last Nostalgia Junction. I don't know if we do superlatives, but is this a movie you would consider more of the frame wreck movie, or do you think the badness is just simply bad?
Last time we didn't really do that because they were like 3 well-received movies.
Right.
As far as this one, I would say this one of all of them is the closest to what we would consider a frame wreck movie. I agree. I think that I think that there's enough badness that brings entertainment that I think it works. There's also some heart, like this obviously they didn't fully succeed at what they were going for. Like, so I think that there is a frame rate quality to this one of the three that we covered. But yeah, so overall I liked it, I think, better than the first time, but still not enough to really change how I talk about it so much. Right. But there were some elements in it that I didn't remember were really good. Like you said, how it looked, the kids, especially Dakota Fanning, Mrs. Kwan, like there were Kelly Preston. There were certain things that in it that I think do redeem it a little bit from where I had it before. But yeah.
What do you think? Last question. A Dirty Ho. What do you think of that?
I think
I laugh. I don't know why.
Did you laugh when you were a kid? That's when you were 5.
No,
you didn't.
I didn't. That's a joke that went over my head that now, and I've seen it memed before, so I knew it was coming. But Dirty Ho. I'm sorry. I love you, baby. Like, it's so stupid. But like, I don't know. I think it's funny.
That is an example of a Mike Myers joke that works better elsewhere because he plays up the cheesiness of it. Whereas here it feels like a joke we're supposed to laugh at because it's funny rather than a joke we're supposed to laugh at it because it's cheesy. So I think that kind of just that's actually a good example of some of the problems I have with it, is that like it could have worked, but they may have taken it to like not even too seriously, but they thought it was funnier than it was. Is kind of like where I land.
Yeah, I'm glad we agree on Mrs. Kwan though, because I'm just thinking of some moments in my head that when they like have her tied up a string and they're like pulling her and they like bring her up on the couch. One thing too also is so fun because it's like they are just bundles of caffeine and energy, but like they just bring a lot of the humor, especially with the Miss Kwan stuff. I don't know. I still land more positively on it. I'm not a 5-star Letterboxder. Here we go. I haven't logged it again yet. I see here that I rated it a star, but I really do think if I were to rewatch this with a different lens, I might, give it a higher. I will give it a higher rating because I think there's a lot of merit there. But that's a Cat in the Hat. Any last things to say on Cat in the Hat, Matt?
Well, so you mentioned thing 1 and thing 2, and we didn't really talk about it. And I don't think that they. I don't think they were utilized as well as I'd wanted them to be. But an interesting thing is that they were voiced by Dan Castellaneta, who played Homer Simpson. Person who plays Marge is in one of the other movies.
Yes, she is, and she's I think pretty good in it, which we'll talk about. Yeah. I know we don't do superlatives, but do you have anything else to shout out? I think we both agree Dakota Fanning and Kelly Preston are probably the 2 best performances in it. Yeah. Alec Baldwin might be the worst, if not Mike Myers. But anything else?
I think Alec Baldwin's is more of a is not his fault. Where I think Mike Myers might be a little bit more his fault. So I would say Mike Myers. Anything else kind of had? No, just that there were things that surprised me, things that were the same. So.
Sweet. All right, and no more big government is my favorite line. So now we move on to Shark Tale, which came out a year later, and this one I'll kind of give my short story because there's really not a lot to it. I was a huge DreamWorks and Pixar and Disney kid, so like. All those movies that were coming around that stretch from like Monsters Inc. to Lilo and Stitch to like Finding Nemo, Incredibles, Shrek 2, all those movies around that period of time. I saw every single one in theaters, no matter what. Every trailer. I believe this was either shortly after or shortly before Shrek 2. I forget which came first. I want to say it was Shrek 2 because I remember seeing the trailer for this during Shrek 2. I'm going to have to fact check that, but I remember seeing the trailer being like, oh my God, great. From the creators that brought you Shrek 2, as a 6-year-old now, I was very much like, okay, cool. Shrek 2, guys, I'm in. And we saw it in theaters, loved it. My cousins dressed up as Lenny and Oscar for Halloween. Like it was a big movie in our culture of our family. We would talk about it a lot because it was like, 6 years old. That's when you're really able to comprehend these movies a lot and really kind of play the DVDs yourself. It's not mom, dad, put this on. It's you're actually putting the DVD in the player. So I watched this a lot, again, religiously as well. And it was one of the only movies next to like The Lion King that had like a main character death that at the time I was like, I can't believe they did that, and I was like hung up on that for so long. Where I'm like, oh my god, they killed him off so early. And now seeing that's Christopher from The Sopranos, it makes me sad. But I'm like, whoa, like the death in movies? What? This was my Spirit of the Beehive moment. But Matt, tell me about your experience with Shark Tale, or your first experience, I should say.
I was dating this girl.
Oh.
And well, I worked in the video store, so like I was gonna see any movies that came through anyway. But I was dating this girl, and she had a little sister and that she lived with. So I brought Shark Tale over to her house to watch it, and I was like, Jack Black. And what's interesting, here's an interesting thing, because my wife did not want to watch it with me, but she did like watch she was in here when I started it. And I was like, Jack Black is like 4th or 5th build. What the hell is going on? And she was like, yeah, he wasn't like a star yet. And I was like, I was thinking about it, and I was like, maybe he wasn't, but he was in so many things that I used to watch when I was younger that to me, he felt like a big name, and maybe he wasn't yet at that time.
I think he was. And the thing is, like, he had come off of School of Rock for sure, but
he had already done School of Rock at this point.
Yes, because it's 2004, right? Or is School of Rock also 2004? It's either the same year. Yeah, it's a year after. School of Rock is 2003. So it's the pre-Kung Fu Panda era, but post School of Rock. And I also think Renee Zellweger, just coming off of Chicago, which is huge, just coming off of her other movie that won her the Oscar. I forget the name of it. What is it? The one about the mountain? Cold Mountain. Oh, yeah, I was close. And then obviously Will Smith, who is probably one of the bigger stars at the time, and then Robert De Niro. So I get why he's only 4th build because of that cast. If anything, I thought Angelina Jolie would have been a bigger name at the time too, with Girl Interrupted and stuff. But
she was a big star at the time,
right?
Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Like there was a bunch of stuff that she had done. The thing is, like, she was a much smaller role. He was literally second lead, and so like,
But I think it was really just we need De Niro up there, and then because she was coming off that Oscar win, they were like, we'll put her above. But I agree, the billing is weird because it is more so even than Oscars at times. Lenny's story. I think Lenny is the main rooting interest, we'll say. Yeah,
I agree. So this movie comes out, it's like, oh, Jack Black, Will Smith, this is going to be funny. It's DreamWorks, because what Carly said, I didn't see it.
People don't like Shark Tale. This is the first I'm hearing. I know, Carly, it's a sad truth to find out. It's better received than, you know, like normal frame rec movies are. Like it still has maybe like a 50 or 60. It's in the middle. And Carly actually suggested earlier that we show the letterbox curves for all the frame rec movies now, so I'll just show this one. This one's kind of similar, not similar, but similar to a lot of movies of that time, where it kind of just peaks in the middle around like the 6 out of 10 range. So it's a very mid film according to this, but there are some like pretty heavy 5-star vocal opinions out there. So maybe Shark Tale.
I bet they're around your age.
They're probably around my age.
But okay, so this movie comes out. I'm dating this girl who has a little sister, so I take it over. I'm like, yeah, I mean, Shrek and Shrek 2, like we don't have to talk about the rest of the Shrek movies, but Shrek and Shrek 2 were great.
Masterpieces. Yeah, at least it's the second one. Yeah, masterpiece.
Oh, I think for me it's the first one. First one is the one.
I agree. Yeah.
But I was like, okay, they surely they're not going to miss here, and this was DreamWorks' like first miss for me, because I'm watching it and I'm like, gosh, this is like the best thing about it to me at the time was that Martin Scorsese was in it and they gave him big eyebrows.
And he's really good in it too. Like that's the thing is, like, I think it's not just like, oh, let's stunt cast him in this movie about like kind of like with mobster culture. Like, oh, if we can get Martin Scorsese, that'd be hilarious. And I do wonder if there was some deal with like him and De Niro where it's like, I don't go if he doesn't go. But I think he actually shows that he can actually command an actual good voice role. I mean, he's got a memorable voice. I mean, he probably should have done more voice roles, if I'm being honest, because he does have a good voice. The thing is, he doesn't have the screen presence, I think, because he's a little more, you know, he's not like your dashing leading man type. So I think he never really wanted to be front and center in live action movies. But I think this is where a niche where he could have worked a little bit more is in voice acting. But anyway, carry on. Yeah.
No, it's so that was my experience with this. I watched it. I was like, gosh, this is just not very good. And then because I think I expected a lot from Jack Black, who I'm looking at this poster. On the poster, he's 5th build because Angelina Jolie is above him.
He just keeps going down and down. Maybe nowadays, if they were to re-release, it would be and Robert De Niro. So it would be like Will Smith, Jack. Actually, I don't know if Will Smith would get top billing nowadays. He's banned from the Oscars, so I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure. I don't know. Maybe
we would start with Jack Black. You know, they should have just done an alphabetical. Jack Black, Robert De Niro, Jolie, Smith, with Zellweger and Scorsese. That's how they should have done it.
Honestly, I don't know why after he slapped Chris Rock, he didn't start becoming the Rock Slayer and pretending that he killed Chris Rock's. Anyway, that was a bad joke. But
it's okay. We're on frame rec. All jokes are bad and good, and all in between.
So anyway, this movie, it didn't work for me. However, it worked for me better than at the time than both Cat in the Hat and Click worked for me. However, this was the hardest movie of all these for me to get through this time. So difficult to get through.
If any of these are movies that I would give now a slightly more skewed negative review, I would still give it a positive because I have that nostalgia. But I do think of the three, this is the one that held up the worst. I think also because we've gotten just so much great animation since. And when you look at this at the time it came out with the Shrek films, but especially like this was a year after Finding Nemo. And I think it becomes a little clear that they're trying too hard to make this be Pixar. And I think the good thing about Shrek and Shrek 2 is it wasn't really trying to do that. There wasn't really any, you could have the Odd Couple thing with Shrek and Donkey mirroring Buzz and Woody a little bit, but they're not trying to, necessarily chase Pixar. They are literally, and maybe they are, and I don't know it, but they are, original. But here, this is an example of one that I feel like is a little bit trying too hard to be another studio's thing. And I think it's not as successful that way, and I think it's kind of like a one joke movie in a way where it's like, what if this one shark didn't eat meat? Ha ha ha. Which I think if it were a little bit more self-aware of the fact that it is a queer metaphor, I think it were to work a lot stronger, but I don't give it that benefit of that doubt. I don't think they were.
It almost does a trans metaphor for a little bit.
Yeah.
Completely fumbles it. But I'm like, and at the time, it wasn't going to be trying to do that. And so I don't blame it. Like, it's not like I blame it for that at this point. But there's a point where it's like, wait, is this about to be a really good trans metaphor? And then no, it's like, because he's like, I'm a dolphin now. And I'm like, okay, maybe they're going to skew this. It's going to be really interesting. And then, but no, he never has allowed that identity.
And they almost make him look clownish in that way too. So it's like they're almost making fun of it, which could be even seen as anti-trans. I think definitely the homosexual stuff there though is very much underlying, but very much there. Because it is, Dad, I don't want to eat meat. Like, this is who I am. I'm a vegetarian. And like at the end, it is a father basically giving acceptance to his son. Like, I really do think that in and of itself is a good story. The problem is, they try to make it Oscar's story. They're not making it Lenny's story. And I think that's the biggest fault of this film. Again, I like this film because I have the nostalgia tied into it, but I think the animation doesn't hold up well. And I think the actual messaging, I think if they had focused primarily on Lenny and made it his POV, it would have been a lot better. But they try to make it about Oscar, and Oscar is as annoying as ever.
Hearing you, because I hadn't thought about this, and I'm sure I thought about it back then. I hadn't thought about it. Hearing you.
There you go.
Listen.
It's a perfect fin.
Listen, Kelsey, I need you to know, despite the things we're finding out about each other today during this live stream, I will always love you. So please don't hate me. Anyway, so when I hear you say this came out a year after Finding Nemo, it makes this movie feel so much worse. Because the animation is just not good, especially being an even later version, coming out later than Finding Nemo. Like, it is not the same quality at all.
We famously know one of our good friends of the channel does not like Finding Nemo, and here's what he says about Shark Tale. I believe there was a lot of it's a lesser DreamWorks, but it's better than other animated movies at the time. Other animated movies of the time were Finding Nemo, so I think you have another one against you in your corner. Against you in the corner.
That's
Matt.
fine.
But I am in your corner though. I think Finding Nemo is so much better because also Finding Nemo isn't just like, oh look, fish, ha. It's more just like this really touching story about father and son, and it just happens that they are fish. It's not the fish is just a metaphor for big ocean and helicopter parenting in a way. Whereas this one, I feel like the joke is, look, they're fish, haha, but they're also mobsters, haha, and they do make some of the Lenny stuff more of a joke. And it's just got that mid 2000s thing of like having to force in pop music that doesn't fit very well, and the stereotypes. Like there's just a lot that doesn't work here. But I'll let you talk more about that because that's like your expertise.
Okay, so you also said, just real quick, you also said something that you were like DreamWorks wasn't chasing Pixar. Well, then you could look at this and you were comparing them, and I was like, have they been? I hadn't thought about like, were they chasing Pixar? And I don't know that they weren't, but I can tell you that they won the Good Dinosaur, the Good Dinosaur off.
Wait, which one did they make?
They made How to Train Your Dragon.
Yes, that was very better. But it's really interesting to look at the parallels though, because the first big thing is Ants and Bugs Life, and I think from then on it really was that battle. And I think with the Oscars, the first Oscar went to Shrek; it didn't go to Monsters Inc. So I think there was that extra pent up like, and then the next year, Spirited Away wins. So neither of them win. So I think this was the big year. It's like, all right, well, Finding Nemo needs to win. If it doesn't, then DreamWorks is winning the battle. And then Nemo won, and then this year Incredibles won, and then the next year after that, or 2 years after that, Ratatouille. So then they kind of got their mojo back. But I think it's very interesting that DreamWorks for a while did kind of have the leg up, because even Ants and Bugs Life nowadays, I think you would say Bugs Life, but at the time Ants was the one that was more popular. It was the one that was more beloved by people. It was the one that people thought was smarter, also had the bigger names, Meryl Streep, Woody Allen at the time. But it's one of those things where I really do think for a while, I don't think DreamWorks was necessarily chasing Pixar. I think everyone was chasing Toy Story, but at a point, I think DreamWorks was actually ahead of Pixar in terms of notoriety. I really do. I think it was the Finding Nemo, Shark Tale, Incredibles years, 2003 to 5, that really changed things, changed the tide.
That reminds me of how Michael Scott thinks that the controversy surrounding Woody Allen is that Ants was just a ripoff of A Bug's Life.
That's why. That's the least of the issues.
So yeah. Okay. I was looking at it's definitely, there's 3 directors. 2 of them are definitely white. I don't know about Vicky Jensen, although it's cool that a woman is one of the 3 directors. But I don't know about Vicky Jensen. But there is so much that feels okay. Lily White,
wearing white.
So there is so much that feels like they are out of their lane on maybe the Italian stuff they could do. And as an Italian American yourself, maybe you can comment on that part.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is also this is coming off the tail end of The Sopranos. I believe The Sopranos had like just ended, and that's the thing is I think people were really into that culture, and I think that stuff it does well because it is kind of taking a page out of the book of Scorsese. I mean, you have Robert De Niro, who's the biggest like crime star of the time, coming off of decades of great work. You have Scorsese, who's the greatest crime director of the time and of all time, and then you also have Michael Imperioli, who was the second co-lead in The Sopranos. So it's like literally, and Vincent Pastore, who played Big Pussy, is also in this one. On The Sopranos, he played Big Pussy. Not in real life. He's an angel. But
not in Shark Tale.
Not in Shark Tale. Imagine, and he was Big Pussy. No, but I think it's funny because it's like I think that stuff it does well. And like I said, if they had focused on Lenny's story, I think it would have been a lot better. Like, don't even make it about Oscar. And I think that's the problem is they wanted to bank with the Will Smith stuff, and then they were like, well, we can make it also a little ghetto, which is where it goes very wrong. And then you also get the jellyfish are reggae, they're Rasta. Like I feel like they're just trying to like, I'm trying to think of another movie that does something similar but better, where it's like you almost like Zootopia, where you still have biases and you still have stereotypes, but at least the film is trying to comment on those stereotypes. I think at times, even in a few years, I think there are some dated elements, but I think all in all, it's very smart about how it conveys the stereotypes. And this one is not. I think they really lean in a bad
I would say Zootopia and like, let's say,
Wreck-It Ralph, maybe
onward in a way. Like
okay, Onward,
those movies, you don't look at those
Disney.
You don't look at the characters or the cultures that they create within those things and go, that's the urban
That's the black ones. That's
Right.
the.
I mean,
that's the thing.
Look
It's
at look at Shrek. Even like it's not like it is very much a racial commentary. Like it's
Yeah.
very much Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, Shrek 2, where ogres meeting white parents. Like that is very overtly a racial metaphor. But it's not ogre going. I'm not going to try to mimic it because I don't want to come across racist. But it's not ogre spitting some slang and doing some really like stereotypical black stuff in front of King Harold. It's not. It's just the fact that he is and looks different. That's all it needs to be, and that's all it could have really been. Like the fish are different. You don't need to make an emphasis on the point that
listen,
they have their racial stereotypes.
I can't pretend to understand Will Smith's life or understand what he's gone through or why he chooses the things that he does.
It's got a good
it does make me question. It does make me stop.
It took you a little while.
Well,
get it because he was an Ollie.
Yeah, exactly. I was going with Ollie, and then I was like, "Oh, God."
No,
okay."
It also works for this movie because Hook.
I don't presume to understand any of that. I do question why he keeps taking movies that are so racially insensitive, like this, like Bright, stuff like that, where I'm like, okay, I don't really, and maybe maybe to him there's a good reason, and I'm sure there is, and I'm sure he sees something in it that I don't. But as I'm watching this, I'm like, this is not handled sensitively at all. Everything about Oscar is just, it feels like a Jim Crow metaphor. Like that's how it feels. Like it feels like they painted this fish in blackface and are having him dance on the stage. Like that's how it feels.
Yeah, it's the Crows and Dumbo.
Right, exactly. That is exactly how this character feels, and maybe Will Smith found something empowering in that, and maybe there are other people of color who find that empowering as well. To me, as I'm watching it, it just made me feel kind of gross. But I'm a white guy who's never had to go through any of that, so what do I know? I will say that the jellyfish, being Rasta, feels very cringe, and the fact that they keep singing a Bob Marley song would feel worse if it wasn't Ziggy.
Yeah.
And Dougie Doug is the other one. So like it almost feels like I wish that I had known they had cast them before they animated them. But I don't think that was I feel like there was probably a character concept and they hired those two for that reason. But there is something about those two that feels at least right because that is their persona in real life. And Bob Marley's son. So I mean, the fact that he's singing one of his dad's songs,
using the needle drop too. I think that's another thing too. Is they want the needle drop, so they almost work the plot around the needle drop, like the car wash thing. I think it was just to get that song, get Christina Aguilera to sing it. And I think that's really interesting. Brian just said, I just want to do a little fact correct. Shark Tale is the only animated movie with De Niro and Martin Scorsese. It's probably the only one with them together. But De Niro also was in Arthur and the Invisibles, another movie that may as well be invisible because no one ever talks about it. So I just want to bring that up too. But yeah, Robert De Niro never did a lot of animated movies, and I think there might be a reason because this was not well received. At least he wasn't. Even though he's kind of one of the more harmless elements of it, he's literally just doing his own thing, and that's the thing. I think the talent is fine. Like I actually think Renee Zellweger is actually very, very charismatic in her role. I think her character next to Lenny is the one the audience kind of feels for the most. Which again doesn't help because we're supposed to root for Oscar, and Oscar's a shit.
Let's talk about her character for a second because this movie has a similar problem to a movie that's much, much better, and I don't want people to feel like I'm comparing, but that element there's that same element problem in Scott Pilgrim for me, which is that I don't understand what Ramona sees in Scott. Right. I don't understand what Ange sees in Oscar at all. I don't understand. I cannot see the attraction there. I can't see the chemistry. I can't see anything. The movie tells me that they are good for each other and that they're best friends, but I don't recognize that in the movie.
Yeah, and it makes it that her whole personality, her whole story is about the man. I think it's more so the performance I'm really endeared to. I think she's just a really sweet. Renee Zellweger just has such a good voice that I think like it works really well for this character. But I agree. I think the character is kind of wasted. And Angelina Jolie is also strictly there as a piece. Brian says sexiest character in the film. Yeah, but also at the service of like what plot, you know? And I get it's to show that like Oscars, you know, wishy-washy. But also, is that also a bad stereotype they're trying to convey and tell with that? I don't know. I don't know.
The Angelina Jolie thing, it feels particularly egregious. I mean, there's a lot of egregious representation in this, but it's not just that is a problem, a woman being there simply to be sexy and the sexing because there's no plot for her, but that they put that in this children's movie, and it almost feels reckless. Like it feels like no, people didn't think this one through, and that kind of bugs me a little bit. That bugs me a lot. I don't understand. Her character doesn't need to be there. I don't understand why it's there, except to drive a wedge between Ange and Oscar. But honestly, they're personalities is enough of a wedge between them that they didn't need.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this one was okay. So I had mentioned it in a private chat or in the host chat before, but I originally had put this on to watch it, and then I was working on the slides for the Survivor thing, and suddenly I looked up and the movie was over, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't watch that at all."
Because it doesn't reel you in, no pun intended, but it doesn't have anything that really catches you. The songs are all songs you've heard and are dated by the time it's already made. The character animations aren't that striking. I mean, the shark designs are all very bland. There's really not much unless you are a fan of these voice actors that really bring you in. And even then, like they're not known to be voice actors. So really, is hearing Robert De Niro, are you going to go, oh, Robert De Niro? You know, I don't think you are. You know.
Yeah, it's like I love that Robert De Niro and Scorsese are in this together for that fun little thing, but the target audience doesn't care. It doesn't know who Scorsese is. Probably doesn't know who Robert De Niro is, unless they saw like.
Well, the whole thing was this was my introduction to Martin Scorsese, and I tell everyone they laugh, but I was 6, you know, and I think it's one of those things where we'd watch this, and my dad would be like, you know, what's funny is that he actually has big eyebrows in real life, and he would show me the picture of Martin Scorsese, and I'm like, oh, it looks just like the fish. He's like, yeah, and I think that's kind of cool because De Niro also has the mole as the shark. He has the mole, so it's like a cool. It was honestly my gateway to crime films of Martin Scorsese. So I guess there's that appreciation I have for it as well.
Being an Italian in New Jersey, how are you ever going to come across crime films?
Right? Oh gosh, yeah. There's this little show on HBO called The Sopranos. I don't know. I heard it's good. Don't stop. But yeah, I really think this is one of those films that I think I only like because of nostalgia. Like Cat in the Hat, I think there are genuinely elements that if I had seen it for the first time today, I would have still thought were very successful because of the because of the visuals and some of the performances. Whereas here, I think I solely like it because of the nostalgia. But as Kelsey has said, perfect film. A lot of people of my generation think that because it was a big hit. I mean, for at least a specific generation. And I did fact check. It was from Shrek 2. So Shrek 2 came out in May. This came out in October. So this was the big push that they were making with Shrek 2. This was the big marketing push. And the DVD for Shrek 2 had just come out before this. And that was a DVD that I wore out to hell. I had to buy 3 new discs of Shrek 2. I burned through that so fast because I needed one for the car, one for home, and one in case the others broke. Like I needed 3 discs of Shrek 2, and I bought one for my cousin. So I think I purchased 4 discs, or my mom purchased 4 discs of Shrek 2 as a kid. And I believe when we got it for my cousin for his birthday, he had already had it from his parents. So it was like one of those things where the Rindazzo owned 6 copies of Shrek 2 between the 6 of us. Listen, you cannot get me enough Far, Far Away Idol. It was the best bonus feature on any DVD there's ever been ever. If you've never seen Far, Far Away Idol, watch it. It's like 12 minutes long. It's all the Shrek characters doing covers, and then Simon Cowell ends up picking a winner. And you get to decide who wins, or if Simon doesn't like who you picked as the winner, he becomes the winner himself and sings in Frank Sinatra's voice. It is incredible. I highly recommend it. But again, the fact that a short bonus feature of Shrek 2 is better than a whole movie, Shark Tale, I think says a lot about DreamWorks quality at this point, because I think after this even, they struggled to get back. I don't think it would be until How to Train Your Dragon, because I don't count Wallace and Gromit because that's Aardman through DreamWorks. That's a DreamWorks movie, but it's Aardman produced. But even Madagascar, I don't think that movie was necessarily as successful as people like to think because of nostalgia. Like, I really don't think DreamWorks got their mojo back fully until How to Train Your Dragon.
About Kung Fu Panda.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, Kung Fu Panda. Yeah, you're right, but still, not for another 4 years. And like, yes, the next year they win for Wallace and Gromit, but again, that's an Aardman movie distributed through DreamWorks. But DreamWorks really until 2008, Kung Fu Panda, I would say, is the next time that it actually clicks again.
Yeah.
B movie is not good. Monsters vs. Aliens is not good. You know.
I like B movie. B movie is I don't. I'm famously not really a fan of of Kung Fu Panda, but B movie I actually enjoy.
I enjoy B movie too, but I feel like it's also for similar frame wrecky reasons. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Maybe the absurd.
That's also Renee Zellweger, by the way.
Yeah. So maybe we'll cover that someday. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anything else on Shark Tale, Matt?
So I feel like there was another thing, but I have forgotten it. So yeah, I think we can move.
You sure? If it comes back, you can.
Yeah, I think so. Because we covered. Yeah, we can move on.
All right, sweet. Let's move on now to the one I'm probably most intrigued to talk about, which is Click. Because this is the one that I think I have the most interesting history with, and it's the one that I think can both get better and worse in your eyes when you rewatch it, if it makes sense. And I'll kind of articulate that in a sec. But Matt, tell me about your first experience with Click.
I didn't see it in the theater. I saw it when it came out on video, but a bunch of people I knew had seen it and were like, "Oh, it's so great! Oh, I love it." And I was like, "Okay, let me check this movie out." Let me tell you that I was intrigued by this simply because I have long been interested in the idea of a story set with a magic remote. Like this this concept was something that I had been thinking about for a very, very long time. Like, what if you could pause and mute and fast forward, rewind? That kind of, what if you had a remote that could control?
Such a good premise. Like that is one of those premises that when it pitched, people are probably like, "How did this not happen yet?"
Right. You know? Because like, how is every kid in America doing that with their remote, but we haven't done this into a movie yet? Is the thing. So so the premise is very, very interesting. And then it's like, okay, Adam Sandler, okay, I was a fan of his, especially in like the 90s. He had kind of started diminishing for me by this point. But I was like, okay, I think he had just done was 51st Dates the last one before this, or did he do something else before?
Maybe. While you're talking, I can figure that out.
Because 51st Dates I really, really liked. And so it was like maybe
my release date.
Maybe I had thought that there was a resurgence or something. Anyway, I was like, okay, let's Spanglish was around this time
before this. So leading right into this, we had just gotten off of obviously Punch Drunk Love, which is a little different because that's you know more art housey. But we had Anger Management, 51st Dates, Spanglish, The Longest Yard. Those were like the four that kind of segued into Click.
Well, that's a mixed bag. So like 51st Dates I really liked. And Spanglish I really liked. Long Star was fine, but it wasn't like great. Punch Drunk Love, I really loved Punch Drunk Love, PTA. So there was so for me, like he had done more hits than misses for me at this. You know, there had been a resurgence. He had done a few like not so great movies, but like he was having kind of a resurgence for me. So I finally watched the movie. I'm Christopher Walken, love Christopher Walken. I'm like, okay. This is I'm really excited to watch it. I watched it and they basically he has fun with it for about 10 minutes in the movie, and then the remote goes on autopilot, and we don't get the fun with it. We just get the outcome, like the consequences of it. Which is fine if the consequences like interested me, and that was the problem, is that I like did not feel a whole lot for this guy because he's awful. Right. And you know, I get that that's what you're trying to fix, but a lot of the plot hole stuff, there were some plot holes that didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, which you know is to be expected. But anyway, I didn't really like it. I didn't like it at all. I was like, why is everybody telling me this is good? And I think Roger Ebert agreed with me because I read a review after I'd seen it. And I was like, yeah, see, he knows what's up.
He always did.
Yeah,
Even when he was wrong, he knew.
Yeah, even when he was wrong, he's right. It's fine. Yeah, I didn't get it, and then people would. I worked in the video store, so like people would get it and come in and be like, "Oh, this is so funny." I'm like, "Was it?" Because I didn't laugh too much at all. I also there's also certain things about me that are always going to bug me a little bit. When a movie, and this is my thing with Kung Fu Panda, is that when a movie relies on the fat joke to be the joke, that bugs me. It's not fat characters or even jokes, or even jokes made by fat characters about their size. Like Chris Farley made a career out of this, and it always felt good natured.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Sandler does not feel good natured in this movie when he's making the fat jokes and stuff like that. And so there's certain things where I was just like, oh, this is, it just did not click with me. I wish I could say that was on purpose.
I wish I'm glad it was not. That joke just went beyond, man.
So it just didn't work for me. This time I'm watching it and I'm like, maybe I'm finally gonna see the thing that everybody sees in it. And I just didn't. Like, there were things in it that I was like, that I appreciated a little bit more. There are things that did not age well at all. Rob Schneider, it did not age well, this movie. Of course, him as a person hasn't aged well in terms of lots of things. But things didn't age well. The plot holes that I remember there being in it were more glaring this time. Like, I don't even know if I'd say plot holes, but a big portion of the movie is contingent on the idea that if he does a thing, the remote remembers it and does that thing forever, which is silly because that's not how remotes should work. They should be on command. But the biggest thing is that because he skipped a sickness, it fast forward through all of his sicknesses. And the big thing that bothers me, and it bothered me back then, and it bothers me today, and it shouldn't bother me as much as it is that he didn't skip his sickness. He skipped the family get-together or whatever. Or no, his work. He skipped his work, and he happened to have slept through his sickness. He did not try to sleep through his sickness. That's what bugs me a little. I don't know why that bugs me so much, but it bugs me, and especially because the rest of the movie just feels like it's ruined because of that. Like, but I guess this is what they're going for. I don't know. It doesn't work.
Yeah,
I would love to hear your.
Yeah, no, it is very interesting because so my background with this is that I did a show in probably around this time, 2006 or 7, Children of Eden at the Cranford Dramatic Club, Cranford, New Jersey. Shout out! I was young Kane in that, and then actually when I grew up, I got to play Kane, which was kind of cool. Full circle moment for me. But I was the youngest one in the cast, me and my friend Hale, and so there were kids in the cast. When I say kids, they were like probably late elementary to middle schoolers, and I was 8, so they were probably like 11 and 12-year-olds. They were like not the teens, but not the kids. We were the kids, they were the teens. Then they were in the middle, and they would watch Click on their little like laptop or whatever. Or it wasn't even a laptop, it was like one of those portable DVD players. They would watch it, and we'd go over there like, oh no, you're too young for this, you're too young. And I was like, oh god. And then we would like go back again, they'd watch it the next rehearsal, and they'd be like, you're too young, Dylan, you're too young. And I was like, And then finally I was like, Mom, can I please watch Click? And she's like, why don't you just ask your friends? I was like, because they said I'm too young or whatever. So she said, okay. She let me put it on, and I watched it, and there was just something epic about like getting to watch the forbidden movie that I wasn't allowed to see. And then when I watched it at the time, I think so much went over my head that I didn't realize what was so bad about it. And then when I talked to them, I was like, guys, I saw Click. And they're like, no way. All right, come watch with us then. Because they would watch it every day on the laptop. Like, that was the big movie, the big DVD. That was what they were playing every single day. And I sat down watching them, and I remember talking to them, and I was like, it wasn't that bad. And they're like, but it's so sad. So they were trying to shield me from the sad stuff. And they were saying that was basically too like mature at the end. Not him doing his wife really, really fast, not him, cursing or farting in the guy's face. No, it was the stuff at the end that they said, like, they didn't want me to be exposed to at the young age. And I really think this film always stuck with me because it was kind of one of those first big movies where I felt like I was watching a mature movie. And I know in retrospect now, there's a lot of it that feels immature. But I think this was like that last half hour, and a lot of people in the comments have been saying it, like last 20, 30 minutes is brilliant. I really do think that whole like last half hour where you see him like really realizing what he's throwing away or what he's about to throw away or what he is fearing he's going to throw away or whatever, because it is just a dream. But I do think that is really still powerful. And I think that's what I really resonated with, again, this rewatch. The scene with Henry Winkler when he says goodbye to him and he kind of brushes him off and he's like, that's the last time he sees it. And he pauses it and rewinds and rewinds. He's like, no, like, you idiot. That's the last time you see your father. Like, or, not have to be even a father, but like just a loved one. If you could have that moment of like going back to the time you would see them at the last time, like that for me is the stuff that still works so well, that every time I watch this movie, I'm reminded throughout that I'm like, oh, that's a little cringe. That doesn't really work. Like the Jennifer Coolidge stuff, she's just so fucking funny, but like it's very, it's a lot. And then of course I had to look up who Rob Schneider played when you mentioned him. I didn't even realize he was Prince Habibu or whatever, Habibu. I didn't even realize that was him. So like that stuff has not aged well. The whole flap of skin and like the fat jokes, all that has not aged well at all. I do think the comment when he's changing his skin tone, I look like Julio Iglesias, that's kind of funny. I admit that one had me chuckling a little bit because it's like, all right, fine, whatever. But like there are a lot of jokes that I think have not held up well. But I do really think the ending sticks it so well. And it honestly reminds me of like what people must have felt like watching It's a Wonderful Life for the first time. And I'm not comparing the two, obviously. They're very different. One, I think, is very pretty predominantly better, but I do think it's that idea of like the first time, especially at a young age, at 8 years old, that I really looked at life in this grand kind of way. And I think a lot of this stuff did go over my head when I was young, and I have revisited this a bunch, and I think I enjoy it less because I think the stuff that is supposed to be enjoyable and funny works less, but I still think it's a really effective movie. And it's more effective on rewatch because even in this past year, I've experienced some losses in my life that are still raw and still tough. And watching that, and watching, I'm binging a series, or I just finished binging a series, and there's an episode of that dealing with a loss that is very, tough to watch, and stuff like that is hard for me to watch now more than ever. So like stuff like this really hits. And even, the relationship and again, Kate Beckinsale reminds me of kind of what we talked about with Kate, who do we just talk about? Kelly Preston, where it's like she's beautiful, but I think she's really underrated as an actress because Kate Beckinsale in this, like the scenes at the end when they're looking at each other and he gives her that napkin with the original thing he wrote her at the bar, like that kind of shit gets to me. I love that. And it's like she sees it and she gives him that look. And I gotta say, the makeup in this film, yes, the fat makeup is annoying and just dated and not good, but it is good makeup. And I do think the old age makeup is so good. Like it's next level. It's like on the level of Mandy Moore and This Is Us. The way they transform Kate Beckinsale in particular, that with that short haircut. And then when they age the parents up, like Henry Winkler aged up, kind of looks like almost Henry Winkler now in 2024 because he's now aged 20 years. But it is one of those things where I just think all of that stuff in the last half hour works so well. And there are still funny bits. Like I do like when he changes skin tone and because it doesn't go as racist as you think it's going to be. It's just kind of like one little sly remark. I do think it is funny. The stuff with Sean Astin, like I kind of like how he's a punching bag quite literally through the movie. And I think my funniest gag in the movie, I don't know if it's dated or in poor taste, but when he's late to the swim meet and the Asian kid swims up, he's like, "You're not my dad." And he goes, "As far as you know," or something like that. And then he's like, "What?" And then it's like one of those Chekhov's gun things where it happens later in the very next scene when he's yelling at the kids with the fireworks. He's like, "I hate that, man." It's just one of that great like little arcs for a little side character. So I do think there's still stuff that works. But I really think it's the emotional resonance of the ending that really stuck with me then, because it was like that big step into watching a more mature movie, even more than the comedy. I do think the comedy is a little dated, but again, we talked, the premise is really good as is, right? That I think even that is something that's still engaging, and Christopher Walken's always great. So like that's another thing too. Like I just think, I know you might disagree with that, but because he's not doing his best work, Christopher Walken, but it is one of those things where I just think there's enough elements that work that overshadow the bad. But this is a film that though it grows more emotionally resonant because of the things I like about it, it also gets worse in the elements that are dated. Like I think a lot of it gets worse, but a lot of it gets better, if that makes sense.
I will say this, because I have a lot to say about the stuff that you just said. First of all, Christopher Walken. No, I will never say a cross word about Christopher Walken.
Oh, good.
There's a long-standing quote from him that I don't know if it's even real or not, but people at least use it in their or people at least repeat it, and it's become just a known thing, which is that he has never said no to a project, and that there are movies he's never seen because no one's ever seen it, because it was filmed in a basement and they and no one put it out. So there's a long-standing thing that he has never said no to a movie. So Christopher Walken has plenty of time been the best thing in a bad movie. One of a quote the thing I quote all the time is a Christopher Walken quote from Joe Dirt, which is, "You're talking to my guy all wrong. Watch your tone, or I'm gonna stabbing you in the eye with a soldering iron."
That was a good impression, Matt. Good job.
I didn't know if I had it in me. Usually when I do my Christopher Walken, there's an old sitcom called Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place, which was later renamed to Two Guys and a Girl, which is where Ryan Reynolds first kind of got big right here. Also Nathan Fillion's in it. But there's a thing in that movie where where Ryan Reynolds is doing Christopher Walken impression, and the other guy's like, that's not good, and he said, "What are you doing?" He says, "That's my impression of Bernie's impression of Christopher Walken," and he's like, "It's not good." He says, "No, Bernie's is not good. Mine is spot on," because because he's doing an impression of someone who does a bad impression. Anyway, I have some I came and grabbed my my notes because I remember that I had written some notes, and I made pros and cons lists because I didn't want to just be all negative about it. So I wanted to write some pros, want to write some cons.
Because you did say you haven't come around on this one then.
I haven't fully come around. There are some things that I will talk about that do work for me, but because you were saying before that we were both talking about how the premise is so good. It's like I was talking with Cat and Hat that the movie doesn't do the premise justice. Like they could have gone in a direction that would have been far more interesting. Anyway, pros. I'll just read this list here. Pros: Sean Astin, Christopher Walken, Jennifer Coolidge. And that's the list.
It is a good cast. Wait, one more time. Which names did you list?
Sean Astin, Christopher Walken, Jennifer Coolidge.
Yeah, I mean, and it's great
because Kate Beckinsale as well is also very good.
Yeah, I think Kate Beckinsale is just so underrated. Like the scene where they first, sorry, I'll let you keep going, but just the scene where they meet for the first, or they kiss for the first time, and that Cranberries song plays. I love how that's like the emotional crux of the movie because you clearly, and they make him look a little schleppy, but like she just has the sweetest, most endearing look on her face. Like Kate Beckinsale in this movie quite literally makes me fall in love with her every time I watch it, which is so important. Yeah,
I think. Oh my gosh.
Your kid likes Kate Beckinsale. That's okay. Is he good?
Okay. Yeah, he's fine. He sometimes yells at her dogs, and I don't know why. Anyway, sorry. So she is great in here. I just think she's mishandled. She's misused. I think that her character gives the main character the benefit of her having watched the movie that we just watched, and that's I think the problem. I think throughout the movie she gives him too much leeway in a lot of things, and we see in the future that they get divorced or whatever, but it doesn't feel like he is ever held responsible for anything, and he changes. And you had mentioned It's a Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Life, Christmas Carol, Family Man, which is a movie I really like. That is the same thing, like that same premise of what would life be like if this thing happened, that kind of thing. So those movies, those things all work a lot better for me, and possibly because I had seen all of those things by this point,
right? Yeah, you didn't. I had nothing to compare to.
Exactly, and I think that's a big part of it.
now I'd like to talk about the last like 20 minutes of this movie.
Yeah.
Because you touched on a couple things that I did really, really like. And hold on, we're going to pause for just a second so I can talk to my child.
It's okay. I will say right now, we are doing well on subscriptions. Keep liking and subscribing if you're watching. If we hit 250 subs, we will unlock the Taylor Swift concert, which will be me doing a concert. So Taylor Swift will not be coming here. If we hit 2 million, Taylor Swift's coming. I will pay for her stay on the channel. I'll pay for her spot so she can give a private concert. But we are currently, actually, last we checked, we were at 12:30. Now we're at 12:56. We keep moving up.
Nice.
12:56. So we're at 146 in total. So that's really, really exciting.
Nice. That's exciting. Okay, so about the last 20 minutes of this movie. Okay, so I'm going to get a little sad here for a second. I'm going to try not to cry. Who knows what happens?
It's okay. If you do, I'll cry with you, and we'll get through it.
Okay. I think I'll be all right. I don't think I'm going to do it because I've been all right this year. We just passed the 5-year anniversary of my mother's passing. And today, right before we went on for the Marvel games, I looked on Facebook and went to the memories and realized that today is the 5-year anniversary of her memorial service. And there was just so much sad on there. I was like, I can't look at this. I got to click away. Because I can't have done this right before going on air. So that aspect of it is something that I completely understand. And so, like, what would I do to know that the last moments I was going to have with my mom were the last moments? And I wrote my mother's eulogy. So I spoke her eulogy at the funeral. So I got to kind of talk about this, that the last thing that my mom came over to our house right before I'm sorry for everyone for making this all sad and weird.
Click is sad and weird.
Oh, there we are. My mom came over to our house that day so that I could, because my son, who is here with me, who you may or may not hear him whining and humming and moaning, he was to be born in 2 weeks when she passed away. His birthday is the 9th of this month, so it's coming right up. So he was to be born in 2 weeks when she passed away. So my friends were throwing me a dad shower, and so she came because my sister was going to go with me to that shower and just to hang out with my wife and kids and stuff like that. And then she suddenly passed away while she was here. And I was at the party. But before I went to the party, we sat and we talked about Game of Thrones, because she was watching Game of Thrones. And you can hear me talk about this on the Game of Thrones draft day. That because I use it as a really good as an example of why I picked one of her really weird points, or one of my really, really weird picks, is that my favorite episode of Game of Thrones of all times is
When they're
Night of the
sitting
Seven.
around.
Yeah, it's the Night of the Seven
Kingdoms. Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Oh God, I'm sorry, my dog is barking.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, so Night of the Seven Kingdoms is my favorite episode, and they're just sitting around, and I love that. But that's also the last thing I ever talked to my mom about, because the night she passed away was the Battle of
the night.
That,
The episode.
yeah,
I think it's called The Night.
that one. That was the episode. The night that she passed away, the day that she passed away, that episode aired that night. So we were talking about who we thought was going to die, and talked about the last episode and how much I loved it and stuff like that. So I can think back to the conversation I had with my mom, and it was shooting the shit about movies, making jokes. I told her I had a raging throner, and that made her laugh.
Made me laugh.
And it was, I don't know, we had a good time talking, laughing, joking around, talking about shows and movies, and that's kind of something we did a lot. So I know that I had a good experience with I had a good experience with the last conversation with my mother. What I don't remember is, did I tell her I love her before I left? Did I hug her? Did I do anything like that? I don't remember any of that.
Yeah.
To have that moment to know or to rectify it, if I could, would be amazing. The problem is, if I had spent every moment you knew me being complete ass, and then suddenly you saw me having this moment, it would be sad and I would feel it.
Right.
I also would care a little bit less than if I had cared about you, or you about me. You would care a little bit less about that if you didn't care about who I was as a person.
Right.
That is my problem.
Yeah.
Is that I can relate to that moment so fucking well. I just don't relate to him at all, because here's what I have written in cons. He's a bad dad, bad husband, and bad person.
Yeah.
I don't feel better about him even at the end. Yeah, he rectifies it, but he wouldn't have rectified it until he knew the bad thing. And I know that that's the point of all those things, of this type of movie. That's Scrooge's whole thing.
Right.
I love Christmas Carol, but at no point do I feel him learning a lesson until he actually gets to to that point. And I don't know. That's my big thing, is that I never connect with him at any point in this movie. I do feel the thing he feels, but at no point do I ever connect with him.
Yeah, no, and that's totally valid. And I do think that is something that I see, especially with the dated elements of it. It makes him even worse at times. Like the and I get, like, he's not responsible for the fat jokes and stuff like that, but like just some of the offhanded comments that he makes, it's not Adam Sandler's fault, obviously, but his character makes some comments that makes it even harder to really tap into that. But I thank you for sharing that story, by the way. It's always powerful when you tell it. But yeah, it's one of those movies that, like people in the chat have been saying, it almost is like two different movies in that sense, where like I feel like if you were only getting that last half, you probably care a little bit more. And I think it's also, in a way, it's to show that if you look at it from the kid's perspective, even if the parent's a piece of shit, the kids love him through and through. Like at the end, the kids are the kind of shining light. And I think that's also something to be said, is that, like, look how much those kids love you. You don't want to turn your back on that, because that's unconditional love, even more so than yours toward them, in a way. Because all they look up to is their hero, like they don't know what you're going through necessarily. And then when that age comes, it's already unconditional. They don't care. And sometimes, there are moments, that don't always pan out. But in terms of like this story, I think that's a big reason why I also love it too, is that, the kids are with him at the very end, and I think it gives him a reason to live. Like, but all you say is very valid. Like, I think it is harder when you don't like the character to really accept those changes and that growth. So it's difficult, but yeah, it's a very complex film, and it leads to some good discussions, which is very good. And I think when it hits the nail on the head here too, is he makes a very specific type of movie, and this is a drama where they tried to fit that type of movie into. And I think if they had let it just be a drama, I think it would have worked a little bit stronger than like all the too over the top farcical stuff, because most of it is either dated or just isn't as funny as some of his other stuff.
Right, exactly. And and I can relate to the bad father thing. Not that I'm a bad father, but I have a bad father. And if he was on his deathbed, I would surround him, like they do. But I also and maybe that's part of it, is that because I had a shitty dad, I feel less sympathy for the shitty dad. And so maybe that's part of it. And yeah, I love that he wants to become a good dad, or he becomes a good dad in the end. He's not a good dad before that. That he becomes a good dad, or at least seems like he does. But yeah, it's so I definitely understand those things, and I recognize, listen, that last 20 minutes, I recognize why everybody feels for this movie, because that it is powerful stuff, and it's just the rest of the movie that just does not work for me at all. If I may, I'm going to read the rest of this list of cons.
Yeah, please do.
I wrote.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm ordering food while you do this, but I'm listening. Yeah,
that's fine. I wrote "remember when ... in quotation marks, and I really wish I had known what that ... meant, because I have no idea what I was trying to say there. I know.
Is it one of like the menu options, like remember?
No,
when,
it's like it's toward the. It must be toward the beginning. It's the first thing I wrote down. So I assume that he said, "Remember when such and such, like he was making a generational joke that we all love and are not tired at all. Then I wrote, and this is how I know it's the beginning. And then I wrote, Prince Habibu is also a problem with this movie.
And that's I agree with that.
Then I wrote, and this is my favorite. I wrote twice. He thought an RC controller was for the TV. That stretches incredulity. Like that.
That's funny.
I don't know that. I believe that he thought that controlling a controller for an RC car was going to turn on his TV. And especially if he's ever turned on that TV before.
Right.
And then I wrote bad dad, bad husband, bad person, and then all the fat bullshit. That's the last thing I wrote there.
And it is so prominent. It is so prominent too. And they even make references to it when he's not again, and like the tongue flap thing of his skin, like all that stuff is like unnecessary. I do agree. It's really hard for me with all these films to really try to like look for the flaws, because I do have an enjoyment watching them, but this is one, like I said, that the flaws are much more blatant as I grow older and I become a better person. I'm able to realize what is wrong about it, but also just those sentimental beats when he holds up that napkin and it says, I forget exactly what it says on it, but it's like the thing he wrote when they first kissed. Like that stuff to me will never, ever, ever tire for me. Like I love it so much. So it's definitely difficult. Now, what did you think of Adam Sandler's performance in and of itself? Do you think it's a good performance? Because I think the stuff he's doing at the end is so good. But again, is it good in tandem to all the humor stuff?
Well, like I said, I had already seen Punch Drunk Love, so I knew a good drama performance he could do. And he will go on after this to do some really, really good drama performances.
Yeah, Uncut Gems, Hustle,
Myriad
Stories.
Reign Over Me, I think was the movie. Yeah, he was
even like Funny People. I think he's a little more serious.
Yeah, that's a real blend of drama and comedy. But yeah, he does a more serious role in that, which I also enjoy. I'm a really big fan of his serious roles. So his performance in this, it wasn't quite up to what I wanted from him, even back then, just because I had seen Punch Drunk Love, though. I was like, okay, he can give a better performance than this. But, and it also wasn't up to his comedic, so it kind of felt what we get from Ladder Sandler, which is that he now runs the place, so he does what he wants. And sometimes what he wants isn't necessarily the best thing for the thing that he's making. And that's kind of how that performance felt to me. I will say that he did have some funny bits and he did have some emotional bits that I did feel. I will say that there's a missed opportunity on a joke that I feel like they could have made much better. Number one, I don't understand throwing away the remote. I understand what they're trying to say with it, but even so, like, keep that remote. It's a magic remote.
But you saw what it did.
It's what it did because he was a shit person. Now he's not a shit person, maybe. I don't know.
And also because like it was a dream, so maybe it is just a regular old universal remote.
Yeah, maybe it's a regular remote. Maybe he can use that remote to, end world hunger or something. I'm sure there's something he could do with that. That would be fun. Yeah. Pause the world for long enough to grow enough food for everyone or whatever to build enough houses.
Thanos thing. Yeah. Use it for good. Oh, I like that idea. Like have him at the end take the remote and go like changing lives. But I guess that is kind of just what he's doing by nature.
Yeah. And then especially because he's an architect, like that dude he could pause the world and just like build one that works.
Yeah, like, and pitch a building, be like, this is my diagram. It's already built.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that. But the missed joke that they did is that when he's done, he checks all of his thing and then he pats the top of his head like he knows he's on TV, and then he doesn't check his butthole, which is the one place that Christopher Walken said that it could go next. And I thought that would have been a much funnier way to end that joke, is for him to be like checking that he doesn't.
Yeah.
So.
Any other big moments? I think another one that a lot of people are hung up on a lot is the pregnancy or sorry, the birth. How it's from his mother's vagina. Like that kind of stuff though is like that's the fun of the imagination of the premise to me. It's like,
Mhm.
oh, the making of, like, that's very clever to me.
That is
It is a
fun,
little much that you're going from inside the vagina. I also think what's her name, who plays the mother, is also very good. Both parents are great. Julie Kavner, Marge Simpson, and Henry Winkler, I think, are also really, really great.
I think they're both great. They're
yeah,
both
but I
so
think,
good.
but I think a lot of the stuff with the hijinks of the remote, a lot of it is very childish and misogynistic, but it's also something that I think a lot of people, at least at the time, were like, if I could slow down time, you know, this is what I would do. I would check this girl out, which is gross and icky, but like, you know, I think a lot of people were seeing it and relating to that aspect. Also, the fast forwardness of like, oh, I got to go do this chore. Let me fast forward through it, like taking the dog out to shit or something like that. Like, I think that kind of stuff is the stuff where I'm like, oh, that's clever, that's clever, that's clever. Like I'm never necessarily tired by the premise. And then I agree with you. It kind of just takes off after that, where it's like, no, like keep playing with it. It's fun, you know? Almost like it could have been a series even. And it might have been more
Right.
successful trying to like just a different adventure with this remote. What does it lead to? And then eventually it gets into more existential stuff, but I don't know.
And there's also, and you actually point out a thing there that also kind of makes it feel unrelatable to me, which is that I don't know if I'd ever use the fast forward function. I would be constantly rewinding and being
Right.
like, okay, watched a movie, rewind, watch another movie.
Well, and I think that might be part of what they're trying to say too, is that like if you just want to keep going through life, then why do you even want to live it? You know, if
Yeah,
you just
that's
want
true.
to brush through it, which I guess is the overall sentiment. I think really what
Makes
it is
sense.
saying, it's kind of like hand in hand. Like the messages it's saying are really clear and really pretty valid. The problem is, if you're not necessarily tapped into the character and don't want to root for him, it's a little harder. And I think
Yeah.
that's kind of the main thesis of what we're getting at. Any other big moments? Any other train wreck moments or lines that?
No,
that were-
I pretty much covered the stuff. I mean, I think a lot of the performance. You earlier we were talking about Sean Astin and certain things that moments that you liked. Some of the things that he does when he like pauses, I think are stupid.
Yeah,
The
pulling his
whole
pants down
yeah,
and
all that stuff like that
kicking
stuff.
him in the nuts.
That kicking him in the nuts is so funny.
It is
because
It's
of
also
the
because-
delayed response.
Exactly.
It is so funny.
It's because of also like the framing, the way they shoot it. It's like it's not directly on him. You see him kicking the nuts, but then it's back on the two of them, and he's very much in the background. You just see him in the background, like wincing. That I think is really funny, but it is also again childish, and I think that's the thing. It's
Right.
where it's like depending on what you. But that's the thing is like if you hated him that much, would you also do that? Like, would you fart in his face? Like maybe you
Mhm.
would. I don't know. I gotta sneeze. Talk.
I did a good
Oh, I
job.
did. What?
You said talk, and I did not talk. And I said I did a good job.
That's funny.
So anyway, so it, yeah, there are things about it that I think are valid, and I understand why people like it. This is not like a movie where I just can't understand, because there are some movies where I'm just like, I do not see what anybody sees in it. I see the things that people see in it. It just does not work for me in most ways, and that's the big problem.
That's fair. So there we have it. We've talked about all three. We technically do still have a half hour, Matt, if you want to do any last like superlatives rankings. If not, we can just kind of call it a day and bring on some people for some games and have some fun. And I get an early night to tuck in for your kid. But any last thoughts just about this slate in general, and just kind of about the nostalgic movies of my childhood? Do you judge me less for liking these movies?
I don't.
Or judge
I
me more?
never. Here's the thing. I never judged you for liking them. I've always been a big proponent of, even when I make fun of people for things that they like, which I don't do so much anymore because I realize how it comes off. I used to a lot, but even when I did, it was never because I thought that their opinion on it was unvalid. I think that if you like a movie, you have a reason. It's if the only time I like have a negative opinion just for someone's movie opinion is when I think the movie is harmful and they refuse to even acknowledge a problem with it. That's the only time. Like, you can like a problematic movie all you want. If you can't acknowledge the problem with it, then I judge you a little bit.
Yeah.
But so that's
the big one I was worried about is that I was worried you were gonna be mad about Miss Kwan, and there's no way I could ever just like, you know.
No, Miss Kwan was wonderful. I could never. So for me, like, even, you know, you like these movies. I don't. Number one,
never judge anyone for their terrible taste. There you go.
Yeah. Well, and it reminds me,
because we talked about taste a few times in this thing. It reminds me that that the quote, the phrase "customer's always right" is only half the phrase. The phrase is the customer is always right in matters of taste. So it does not mean the customer is always allowed to be an asshole. It means if the customer likes something, you can't tell them they don't like it. Yeah. So next time you're serving someone and they're like, the customer's always right, and I'm like, you can tell them that doesn't mean you're allowed to be an asshole. Anyway, yeah, in matters of for you, no, especially because of your age and how you grew up with these movies, I could never tell you that you were wrong for liking them or have a negative opinion of you for how you like it. Plus, I just said earlier, I like Terminator 3, so I don't. What can I say? You know,
right? Yeah, I think this is a really interesting experiment too, because going into this, because I don't know if it was the same for you with the last Nostalgia Junction. I went into this being like, all right, this is probably gonna taint some of my childhood favorites, and the only one that was like severely tainted was Shark Tale, because I think the glaring issues are glaring, and I don't think there's enough positive to outweigh it. But like watching Click, I was like, there's stuff that doesn't work, but I still really like this. And especially Cat in the Hat, I was like, this really isn't as bad as I thought it was. Or as I assumed it was, because the cultural meiosis told me it was, So it was really fun to go back, because honestly, I had a fun time. It took me back to the times when I was a kid, sneaking this movie in and then going to talk with the girls at the theater about it. Like, oh, I got to watch Click. And they were like, how did you do that? If you're listening, Stephanie and Liv, if you're listening, I finally did it. But yeah, Liv, I actually went to college with Liv. So, it was a really great full circle arc. But yeah, I just think it's a very interesting experiment. I'm glad we get to do this and get to talk nostalgia. Any last stuff, Matt? I mean, I know you'll be on tomorrow morning, but do you have anything else before we end this episode?
When you were talking about, you don't know, if I thought that I was going to be tainting some of my childhood things, I was not worried about Page Master because I'd watched it with my kids several times. Like, so I had seen it soon enough. I knew that there was nothing ever going to taint my opinion of Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. I'd seen it enough times that I know everything about them. Right. The only one that I worried about was Three Musketeers, because even thinking back to it, I was like, oh, there's so much that I'm sure is just bad in this movie. And I still ended up liking it, but I also recognize that like some of this is just not great cinema. But so that's the only one that I worried about. But even then, it didn't really affect me at all.
Well, let's do the final thing we do on this show before we wrap it up. Mount Trashmore let's start with the one that I think is just the best movie, even though it's got dated elements. I know you didn't love it still on this rewatch, but Click, is it on Mount Trashmore?
No.
All right. Shark Tale, which we both agreed is not that great. Is it on Mount
Trashmore?
It's not
great, but it's not it's not Mount Trashmore material.
Okay. And lastly, the one that I think we should at least consider, Cat in the Hat.
Okay, so we mentioned this is the closest to a frame rate thing. Considering what we do have on Mount Trashmore, which is The Room.
Andy, but yeah, it's The Room. You rattle them off. You know them.
The Room, Plan 9 from Outer Space, Ben and Arthur, and what's the...
Troll 2.
Troll 2, my favorite. Troll 2...
Carly is in the private chat and she says if Cats didn't make it, neither should Cat in the Hat. Well, I will say right now, I think because of how stunning it's crafted in terms of production design and Emmanuel Lubezki's cinematography and just the overall craft, I don't think it's one of the worst 4 movies.
Best
of the worst. Yeah.
I think there's enough in it that, especially, I mean, honestly, just for
Mrs. Kwan.
Just for Mrs. Kwan and
no more big government. I will not stop saying that.
Just for Miss Kwan and Dakota Fanning, it doesn't belong there. So.
Cool. So none of these are making Mount Trashmore, but it's always fun to talk to you, Matt. Thank you so much for everyone who watched these movies. I know some of you guys watch these movies to prepare for this conversation. I appreciate you guys in the chat for doing that. Cat in the Hat, Click, Shark Tale, and I hope if you didn't watch that you're inspired to. At least Cat in the Hat for the reasons I like, at least Click for the reasons I like, and Shark Tale for maybe the reasons we don't like, so you can reassess. But hey, if you're Jersey Italian, let us know if you think the Shark Tale representation is authentic or not. But Matt, any last words from you? know we'll see you a little later. We have one more frame rec episode. If you're watching this part of our subathon, we're having another one with Stacy later on tonight, where we were talking about the Raven, which is going to be super exciting. And then we also have we'll tease it when we do that episode. We'll tease what we're doing later in the month with someone else you've been seeing on this channel.
I'll give you just the smallest hint, because we are going to tell you what we're doing next later this month on the next episode. But your hint is, that's a raspberry.
Oh, that's a raspberry. I thought that was you saying Star Wars Day really fast, because it is May the 4th. So there's 2 hints. Do with that what you will. Thank you, Matt. You're the best. We'll see you later, though, and we'll also see you for our TV themes draft day early in the morning.
Early, yeah.
Back up. So get some good rest. But you do have to do a frame rec. So again, hey, we're doing 2 frame recs in 24 hours. That's kind of fun. But thank you, Matt. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. Bye, y'all.
What a story, Mark.
Hooray, we did it. That was great, Matt. That just such a good flow. Good combos. We have some friends waiting in the wings, so I'll bring them on, because this is kind of our like wind down hour and a half before we do the intermission, because as you all know from last year, YouTube only saves 11 hours and 55 minutes. So even though I prepared for the 12-hour mark, they cut off the last 5 minutes of each stream. So we actually missed out on Matt's last pick of the A through Z draft. So no one got to 1776. And then on the second video, they missed the final 5 minutes where we're all like, we did it. That's all scrapped. So I consciously am ending this stream at 11:54, and then we'll pick up the next one at 12:06, so that we have just time to, not worry about any of this getting cut off. But I do have people in the wings. If y'all want to come in just to chat and just to hang out for the next little bit, you can come and go whenever you want. We got Chad and Carrie back. We got JD. Carly's here. We got Stacy. Happy subathon, guys. How's it going on your end? Everything good from the viewers side? Everything good from the we're on a lot of channels and shows and stuff side? How y'all feeling? Are you exhausted, Carly? I think you've been doing the most so far in terms of consistent.
Yeah, I'm tired. I've only done like 6 hours though. I don't know how you're gonna make it all the way to 24 now.
I don't know either. And we can start playing some games soon as well. I did order food in this window because I figured this would be a good time to go get it. That way, if we're playing games, I do think I have Jackbox on another laptop. If we're gonna try to get that going, or if we have any other game ideas we could play, just to kill some time and just enjoy the part of the subathon that I think we didn't have enough of last year, which is just chilling and talking.
I'm gonna have to bounce here in a few to put my kids to bed and stuff. But real quick, Carly, do you mind if I read the IM you sent me, the private message you sent me out loud to everyone? The one you sent me just now, because it made me laugh. Carly says to me, "I may want to guest for the B movie if you end up doing it for Frame Rec. If it's a horny movie, I automatically want in, and it's weirdly horny movie."
It is very horny, the B movie. And Carly also asked for a Mrs. Kwan YouTube compilation. I don't want to get copyrighted, but I want to see if I can find a short little clip of her saying "no more big government," because it is my favorite thing in the world. So for context, for anyone who hasn't seen that, she's a babysitter that doesn't do a good job. She doesn't babysit well, but the mother hires her to babysit. She's flipping through the channels and she's watching this Taiwanese political rally, and she's screaming at the TV, "No more big government!" And it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. I gotta find it. How's everyone else doing though? Checking in. How's everyone doing? Are you still eating, Chad? You're still eating your Chipotle, or is this a different thing?
It's gum.
Oh, I saw you chewing. I was like, wow, has it been that short of a time since I last saw you? All this time is feeling fast. It doesn't feel like 10 hours. I feel like we just finished Marvel games, That was 9 hours ago, which is crazy.
I think that means the fatigue is setting in, Dale, if you don't know that it's been 10 hours.
No, that's a good thing though, right? You don't want it to feel long. You want to feel like you're just getting started. Yeah, it would be the opposite. It would be worse if it was the opposite.
I'm gonna be honest. I still feel like I'm doing that Survivor trivia
thing because of the stress involved with it.
I'm
I
so
still
sorry.
feel like I'm doing it.
I do feel bad. I when I went to go put it in my hot pocket, I rewound it. And I was like, wow, I was a little snippy, but it was also just because I wanted to make sure everyone. I think it was also because Austin had that hard out that I really wanted to make sure he just like finished the match. Also because he was in the lead.
And for anybody who saw that and is here still, let us clear the air on a thing because we both misunderstood each other a little bit.
Oh yes.
He thought I was saying, okay. So what I heard from him is I was like, I'm sorry, I'm working on it. I didn't know how long this was going to take, or I didn't know it was going to take this long. And he said, which sounded like my worst nightmare.
I said I did send a schedule ahead of time.
He said I did send out he said I did send the schedule 2 weeks ago.
And that in that context would sound super passive aggressive and super rude, and I would apologize.
And because I have rejection sensitive dysphoria and it's really bad, I was just like, oh, so I suck and I should.
And
die,
I visibly saw that in the moment,
right
which is why I wanted to reiterate. And what I thought you had said was, in retrospect, I realized you didn't say this. I thought you said, "Oh, I don't." What did I think you said? Like, I don't know how much time we have for this, or like I
said I didn't know how much time this was going to take, and you thought I said that I didn't know how much time I had.
Yeah, almost like you didn't know how much more time you had, and I was just like, oh, I sent the schedule. That was not meant to be. Either way, it was a little snarky, but I did not mean it to be rude. I'm sorry about that, but
that's fine.
Bygones are some bygones, but
it was a big misunderstanding. I just wanted to clear the air. If anybody saw me getting like flustered at that moment, that's what was happening, but it's fine.
Right. I want to see is my screen shared or no? No.
I'm gonna bounce out. I love you guys, and
see you later, Matt. We'll see you soon.
Bye, Matt.
I just want to see if this
Hi,
plays.
Matt.
This is Mrs. Kwan, Carly. Can you hear this or no?
Taiwanese parliament. You tell them, Guizhang. No more big government.
I don't know. It's like shit like that. She just says the most randomest stuff. Do you hear that or no?
Yeah,
I heard it.
Yeah,
well,
it's you say at a certain point they ride her like they strap her on and ride her like a basically like a magic carpet.
Yeah, so basically she becomes like Weekend at Bernie's, where she's such a heavy sleeper that the kids can get away with anything when she's babysitting them. It's meant to be a metaphor, but really she's just like they treat her like Weekend at Bernie's, where she's a literal prop. They like ride her down the stairs like she's a log flume ride.
So I got Weekend at Bernie's, but I was like, okay, is she dead? Like, does she like die in this movie?
Might as well be. I hope that doesn't get me copyrighted. Like that would be the worst thing if this whole 24-hour stream gets taken down because of that, because of big government, because of Mrs. Kwan.
You're under 30 seconds, so I think you're fine. But
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? Do you want to play like a game? what games?
I had an idea.
Yeah, Chad, what's your idea?
Normally, and we've played this before, especially me, you, Carrie, and Stacy back in person. It's fun because it doesn't require anything but your brains. The chain
That's what
game.
I don't have right now.
The chain game.
Wow.
You don't have it, Stacy. What do you think I have?
I think you need brains to play any games, to be honest.
You're talking about six degrees of
Not
Kevin
if you're Miss
Bacon?
Kwan.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, it's just like somebody starts with a movie, an actor, anything like that. And, you know, if you start with the movie, I don't know, like Dill says The Wizard of Oz, then JD will pick an actor from The Wizard of Oz.
Julie Garland, yeah. I know the game.
And then Carrie would then pick, you know, another movie Judy Garland has been in. And then I'll pick an actor from that. If we start hard like that, where it's just a bunch of old classic movies, it's going to be tough. But we start with something newer.
So
if you guys want to play that, it could be fun.
I just realized I'm not staying to schedule. I'm supposed to do my Love Lies Bleeding review at 10:30. So what we're gonna do? We'll play around and then I'll do my review and then we'll come back and hopefully when I'm doing my review,
that's fine. I'll do like this round and then I'm gonna
do my review first and then I can have you all back on. I just realized I looked at the schedule. I'm like, shoot, there's something between. I
was like confused when you said something about games.
Are you
I wish one of y'all had been like, Dylan, you sure?
Or you
But
could
I
do
was
this
like,
for-
cool,
or-
because if it's an hour from now, then I might be in bed. So I was
I
happy.
will say right now, guys, we do have now 164 new subs today, which is exciting.
Nice.
Yep. So that is where we're at right
Wow.
now. So we are less than 100 away from the Taylor Swift concert. So that is very, very exciting. So we've gotten
I need-
164 new subs today. Yeah.
I really need a Dylan rendition of Down Bad.
The other option you can do though is we do this till 11, and then like you do this stuff where, because we were going to do this till 11:55 anyway, like you were going to start this at 11 and then do this till 11:55. You could
True.
do
I
the-
could start my Love Lies Bleeding review at like 11:30.
or like 11, like whenever you were going to do the other two things.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Makes
let's
the
do
cut
that.
easier too, because you're just
Right. All right. Let's play games until like 11:30 or 11.
And we'll all get to sleep earlier.
Yeah, well, I mean, midnight. You all do not want to sleep through the surprise video. I promise.
I unfortunately do have to sleep through that. Otherwise,
Yes,
I'm
it's
not
fine.
going to do Judy.
It's fine if you do JD. I yeah, it can't be for everyone because I know it's a weird hour. But how about at 11:30 we finish this and then I could get the next thing going, so we can play games until then. Where's the poll for Director Roulette? Brian, I was just streaming Framework. I didn't have time to put the poll together yet. The polls will come out when the videos are released individually. So just so everyone knows, this is actually live. Like this is actually happening. So I am gonna pull all these as the week goes on, and that's when I'll put the polls out. I know you guys are eager. We also unlocked our table read, so start thinking, Chad, of what movie you want to put on the poll as your official representative. And myself, Matt, and Kelsey and Zach will also do that. And then you all will get to vote for what movie we do a table read of later in the year.
We each get one.
We each get one, so it's going to be a poll of 5, and they get to decide. Kelsey, I'll already tell you, has put Scott Pilgrim on the poll, so that is her pick.
Interesting.
Fire pick. Yes.
Interesting.
Fire pick. All right, let's play your game, Chad. I like this idea, and we can do a few more rounds and see how it goes.
Do you want to start?
Me?
Oh, by the way, Adele, when you have time, just look at the chat and see if I got the surprise video right. I put in a guess.
In my with me.
I DM'd you.
Yep, you're right.
Okay.
And I will say, JD, I just saw your Venmo now. Thank you so much. Generous donation, JD. Thank you. You and Carly now. So I will just say, JD, you want Mr. Austin Powers ranking? I've never seen Austin Powers movies, so that's gonna be so fun. So I'm gonna do an
That's
Austin
what
Powers.
I was like, that's something from my childhood. Like we were talking about, like this. I knew you guys were doing like the soldier thing. Like, why don't I share something with my soldier? And like, that was like, that would be fun.
And then Carly, you will let me know later what you want, since you didn't specify yet.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Who wants to start?
Well, I was gonna say you could start, and then we could go JD, Carrie, me, Carly, Stacy, back to Dill.
Okay. And what exactly am I starting with again? I'm just saying an actor.
You can, you can just start with an actor, actress.
All right. Since the
We're non-binary.
Since the review is coming up soon, I'll say Kristen Stewart.
I mean, I want to get a chain going, so I'll start simple. I'll say Twilight, the first Twilight.
Okay.
Robert Pattinson.
The Batman. I'm sorry. I
no,
thought you
it's
guys were
me.
one.
No, that's okay. It's me, Carly.
That's
then
the one I said. So we'll skip the Batman. Your turn, Stacy.
Huh?
No, I'll go.
Because it's
Chad's its own chain, though. His own chain.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm gonna continue after Carrie, and then Carly, and then Stacy, and then Dill.
I'm last.
So
Okay.
I'll say Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire.
Daniel Radcliffe.
She's gonna hit me with an obscure one. She's
Guns
gonna hit me with an
Akimbo. Oh
obscure
my god, I couldn't think of any movie titles.
Don't know who else is in that movie, so that's my first strike. I'm out.
Oh, Guns Akimbo. You could have said.
Am I out? Am I out, or do I get a strike? How do we want to do this?
Well, we could just
for this round. I'm out, and then we keep going.
I don't know. It's just for fun, so it's. Yeah, we could do that. Dylan's out, and then so JD, can you name anyone from Guns Akimbo?
Oh God, hold on 1 second. I'm trying to...
Sorry, I didn't mean to pick one that was just.
No,
I
that's the
think of any
strategy.
other titles.
Do it.
I was trying to think of. Now I thought of it. The movie I was trying to think of before, but oh well, it's too late.
Yeah, just X me. I'm out.
Okay,
Carrie,
Carrie.
anyone from Guns Akimbo?
That's what I was
Thank you.
trying to
I was waiting for
Yeah,
somebody to
that's
say
what I was trying to think of.
Well, if I knew she was in it.
I kept on. Here was the problem. I was like, I knew there was like, I get Samara Weaving and Jessica Roth confused. So I kept on thinking Jessica Roth, and I'm like, Jessica Roth's not in it though. It's the other one that I always
I
get.
definitely need
confused
to see
about.
that, Stacy. I would definitely want to.
I'll say Ready or Not.
Who else is in Ready or Not?
I should have been nice to Carly.
No,
I'm
this
sorry.
is fun.
Because I know another
Yeah,
movie.
I'm out. X.
Alright,
Boom.
Stacey,
Your
you got
turn,
anything?
Stacy.
Ready or Not? No, I can't even like picture the other people in that movie right now. Like I can't even. There's like nothing, no faces.
All right, it's down to
Me and
Carrie and
Carrie.
Chad. Almost like they play in this. I'm
Adam
kidding.
Brody.
Adam
Adam,
Brody.
Bur- I'll say Shazam.
Wait, do we just end? Because it's just the two of us going back and
Keep
forth.
going till one of
No,
you gets it
keep
wrong.
Keep going until one of you loses.
All right, Zachary Levy or whatever his name.
Zachary Levi. Oh shit! What else has he been in? Hold on. Thor.
Nice.
Chris Hemsworth.
Actually, hold on.
Was he
That's
not in the?
wrong. He was the recast. He was
was
recast
he?
for the Dark World.
Ah,
It was originally the guy from
You're right.
the guy
Ray
from the TV show. Yeah, the TV show about the fairy tales.
All right, so Carrie wins
Right.
that round.
Carrie
then.
wins.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, Carrie. Woo!
He
All right.
actually originally got the
Carrie,
part
do you
in
want to
the
start?
film.
There you
Correct.
Yeah, I think
Correct.
Carrie starts.
Carrie's gonna start then because she won.
Yeah.
I gotta think of something.
So Carrie's got 1 point. If we're,
We're keeping
score.
score?
No.
That's not-
No.
Carrie's got a point.
No, that's
Hey,
like,
how's it going? I'm big into movies and video games. Well, welcome, Zombie Killer King 97. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, we're playing some movie games. We will get back to our regularly scheduled content soon at 11:30.
You can
I'm
start
going to
with
be
the
doing
movie if you want.
my Love Lies Bleeding review, and then we're going to cut the stream, go to a new stream for the midnight onward. Yeah.
Alien.
The original Alien.
Yeah.
Okay. John Hurt.
John Hurt. It's a hard one.
That's what she said. What? That's stealthy, right? That was quick.
The Michael Scott of the.
My driver's name is Michael. Michael, if you're watching this, I'd be impressed. My Uber.
I know his face. I'm just trying to. What is that face been in?
Many things.
Many things.
Okay, I'm out. You take over, Stacy.
Yeah, no, I definitely know movies John Hurt is in, but I can't think of any right now. I'm like the whole time I'm like, Carla's gonna pass. What do I have? And I have nothing. This is embarrassing. Yeah. I don't know.
Cool.
I'm out.
All right. I'm going to go with the Elephant Man.
The Elephant Man. Anthony Hopkins.
Nice.
Oh, it's me. The Silence of the Lambs.
I knew you were going there.
I go basic.
Okay, then I'll go Jodie Foster.
Thank God. Naiad.
Trying to think of. I believe it was Annette Bening.
It was.
Yep.
I get another one where I liked her. Couple people I get her confused with. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what Annette Bening has been. Like, I'm so bad at.
I can't give hints.
No, there's one big hint for Carrie specifically I could get.
Yeah.
If she can just picture this hint
Oh,
that I'm
pass.
giving her.
I'm done. I can't.
Did you hear his hint?
Oh no.
I didn't say a hint. I
That's-
said I wish she could picture this hint that I'm
Yeah.
thinking of.
Did we just maybe with her in it? Mm.
Not. Not just, but
I passed. I'm at.
all right. Then I'll pick the one Dylan was talking about. American Beauty.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to say him. Wes Bentley. I'm not saying his name on this podcast. Wes Bentley.
I always just say the first person that comes to my mind.
Yeah, I wouldn't care.
Yeah,
There's
I just
no
say
one
the
that's coming to my brain, right? My tired brain right
I
now.
try to
The
think
first
of
Hunger
Hunger
Games.
Dylan, but
See, this is a lot more fun 10 and a half hours in than it would have been 10 and a
Yes,
half hours
absolutely.
You're a lot sillier.
Yeah.
I would have done much better 10 and a half hours ago, but it might not have been entertaining.
Probably, yeah, absolutely. I said the first Hunger Games.
Cool.
The Hunger Games. Okay, Jennifer Lawrence.
No hard feelings.
Oh shit. There he is.
Actually, Matthew Broderick
really-
is in it. Matthew
Yes,
Broderick
he
is in it.
Yes,
Yeah,
he is. He plays what is his name? Laird or something like that.
he plays the father. To
And she's like layered. He's like layered. She's like, okay.
I really need to see that one.
There's a really great just before Chad says his pick, they just announced Little Shop in New York is just cast their new Seymour and Audrey today. They cycle them out every few months. This newest casting is Andrew Barth Feldman from No Hard Feelings, who played Evan Hansen on Broadway. He's great. He'll be playing Seymour, and then Sarah Hyland is playing Audrey from.
Those are good choices. Good choices.
Really, yeah. Especially Andrew Barth Feldman is such a good casting choice for Little Shop for Seymour. Anyway, carry on, Chad.
Audrey is a man eater. There we go. Okay. Because Dylan was talking about musicals, I'll say
Two that is the
I'll
man
say-
eater.
I'll say
Named-
that's
named
true.
after the girl.
I'll say the producers.
Will Ferrell. Assuming you mean it's the remake. Will
Yeah,
Ferrell.
yeah. Matthew Broderick. I need to see the original actually.
Everything Must Go.
Oh, that's tough.
There's one person in there that you could get. Very specific.
You're not allowed to recycle names, I'm assuming.
No.
I think it's the woman that he meets. His neighbor.
Too.
But I can't remember who it is, so I'm out.
Oh, I have nothing either. JD, you win that round. Congratulations.
It's Rebecca Hall and also Michael Pena's in it. It's like the best friend.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's like his former best friend.
Nice.
JD, do you want to pick something, or do you have something else, Bill?
No, I didn't have anything else.
Oh.
So JD, you're up.
All right. Let's see.
I'm gonna see if I can get Jackbox on here. I'm gonna finagle with it a little bit, but I'm not looking up answers. I promise.
All right. Let's go. I'm gonna start with
all of cinema.
Mark Ruffalo. I know. I'm just really tired. I'm trying to think of something- I'm trying to think of something that's like, not hard, so we can get a chain going, but also, maybe.
Poor Things.
Great choice. Rami Youssef.
Rami Youssef.
You couldn't just say Emma Stone, Chad, really?
Who?
Oh wait, he was in.
Dafoe.
He was in Poor Things.
Yeah,
Was he?
that's what Carrie said though.
Oh wait, we're going. Wait, whose turn? Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, she said Poor Things. He said Rami. Okay.
Yeah.
I basically screwed you over. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can't do TV shows, can we? So
No.
Sadly, no.
Unfortunately.
No, go ahead, Dill. I don't want to be after Chad next time.
Wait, so it's back to me?
Yep.
For Rami Youssef?
Yeah.
The Lion King 2019.
Yes, yeah, I didn't watch that.
Yeah,
And I
no, but
never will.
Zombie Killer in the comments did 2 times. He says it's okay.
It is okay. It is a solid. It's fine.
He's
It's
one
not,
of the hyenas, right? Is that true?
sounds about right. I believe it.
I think it's like him, Eric Andre, and sorry. Oh.
I wasn't going to go there anyways. I was going to go.
I forgot what game we were playing. Oh God, I'm silly.
I really want to go like hardball with this, but I can't. I'm gonna butcher the guy's last name, so I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna go. Let's go. James Earl Jones.
Mm.
He is in it.
I'm out.
You're out?
I'm out.
When?
I think. Oh no,
No,
I'm
you
not.
said Poor Things. You're in.
Oh, okay. Oh, James Earl Jones. Okay. Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back.
Harrison Ford.
Do I want to knock JD out? I'll be nice. I'll be nice.
Well, then,
Indiana
yeah,
Jones. Indiana
yeah.
Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
The Dial of Destiny. Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
I was hoping he'd go Toby Jones and we get back to Harry Potter.
I don't even know TV shows. She's
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm out.
Oh, wait.
There's one.
She was in
If
that.
you don't pull this, he wins, Chad, because I have nothing.
Hold on.
For one more day. That's what I got to do. Hold on for what? 13 more hours? 14? 13 and a half more hours.
Was she in a Solo, a Star Wars story?
She was in Star Wars.
You're good. You're good. I'll go Donald Glover. They had a thing in that movie.
Double Glover.
And Lion King's off the board because we already said it.
And Lion King is off the board. That is off the board.
Mm.
Fortunately, he was in Spider-Man: Homecoming.
True.
That's what I was thinking too.
I was gonna say if it came to me, The Martian.
He is in The Martian too. I just couldn't pull it.
Spider-Man: Homecoming. Then I'll say Jacob Batalon.
Well, I guess I could just be a cheapo and go Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Sure.
I mean, yes, absolutely. Otherwise,
Anything to stay alive.
There is another movie that he's either in a trailer of that I'm thinking of or maybe it was a Sundance movie that he was in, and I was like, oh, it's him. Yeah, it's since I already said my pick, I'll just tell you it was that movie Cat Person. I think he's in that.
Oh, okay.
Straight to streaming vampire movie too.
he's also going to be in Tarot that's coming out soon. I just don't know enough people.
Yeah, won't be seeing that.
Yeah.
Because scary.
Yeah. Let's see. So
no, it wasn't Catwoman. It was Shortcomings, the one with
yeah, the one with
yeah. He works at the movie theater behind the. He like
That's
owns or operates the movie theater.
Yeah. You would have been wrong. So
I would have been wrong.
Yeah.
By the way, Kelsey, I saw you log Dream Scenario, so you must be done watching it, which means come hop on here. She said aggressively A24. But gave it 3 stars, so that's good.
I like that movie.
That must be a good thing.
I also gave it 3 stars.
I mean, I'll go easy. Let's go Jake Gyllenhaal.
All right, Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake G.
That's me. Prisoners.
Big G. Ooh. Paul Dano. You guys talking shit. No, I was bringing up your Letterboxd review. It was great, Kelsey.
she always thinks that.
She's always listening.
She'll just
Listen,
show up
Kelsey,
behind you, Dale.
I defended Shark Tale for like 2 minutes. Then I went back on my word. Carly, are you a fan of Shark Tale?
When I was a kid, I liked it because it was colorful.
Are we only? Will we accept if he directed a movie?
I mean,
it's only going by acting.
He's in the movie he directed, though.
No, he's not in Wild. Why?
Oh, whoops.
Yes.
I would have been out again. Sorry.
Yeah, but he directed Wild Wife, so I'm gonna go Wild Wife.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, we can pivot that way. Then I'll just pivot back to Jake Gyllenhaal.
You do that?
Tired.
Kelsey, would hop in? Wait, didn't you pick Jake Gyllenhaal already, Jeff?
He did, yeah.
Did we establish a rule that you can't repeat?
Oh, I mean, I guess if we want to.
No, we didn't.
Maybe,
All right,
but
then
the
I'll-
problem is then I could go back to
No,
Far
screw
From
it.
Home.
I'll choose a new one. Carrie Mulligan.
She's in it, yeah.
Kelsey, name a movie Carrie Mulligan's in.
Promising Young Woman.
Okay, I'll go. I don't know if we said him this round or last round. Adam Brody.
It was the last one where you're good.
Yeah.
Wait, how did my Letterboxd review come up?
Because I was wondering where you were, and I was scrolling through Letterboxd because I just have a habit of checking Letterboxd every 20 minutes, and I saw Kelsey, you came up on my homepage because you reviewed Dream Scenario. Did you like it?
Okay. Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed Nicolas Cage. I'm not gonna lie. I really enjoyed him.
When do you not? You know,
It's just like one of those things where like you watch something happen, but you don't see the resolution of it. So you're just kind of left kind of feeling a little unsatisfied, but that's just what some movies are.
I always loved that Nick Cage goes for it, whether it's a bad movie or a good movie. Like he always goes for it.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
One thing about
I'm
Nick Cage is that he's committed
I'm
to
gonna
the
go
bit.
for just a second. I need to pee, and I'm gonna throw out my hot
What was
pockets
your-
from 4 hours ago.
What was your
and
choice? What was your
Adam
thing?
Adam Brody.
Okay.
And JD's thinking, and then I'm also gonna get a charger because I want to see if I can connect this Jackbox Games to this. But I'll be back.
Okay, so wait, so we name an actor and then we name a movie. Are we trying to get to someone?
So we're in a chain. So Joe just went. Then it's gonna go.
Me and
Chad,
Carly are
then
out
Carrie-
because we couldn't name anything on our turns.
Yeah, then Chad, then
Oh,
Carrie,
you
then-
can get out? Okay.
Yeah. You're fine. You're
You
fine.
can't.
So the order is, Dill just went. Then it's me. It's my turn. Then it's gonna be Chad. Then Carrie, or Carrie.
Well,
then Chad.
Carrie, Carly, and Stacy are all out. But Kelsey just jumped in. She's a new player, so it's going to be JD, then me, then Kelsey, then Dill, then JD, and until people get out, we end up with one person.
Yes.
And it goes movie actor, or sometimes director if like an actor or directed. I don't know.
If you're JD, sometimes director, because no one said no to that.
Sometimes director, yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes director. I'm not gonna do that a lot. I was like.
Are we
but
trying to
going
get to
back
Kevin
the-
Bacon? Or are we
No,
just
no. We're just trying to get to
Oh.
one person left standing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Damn.
Just-
okay.
Yeah. Let's see what JD says for Adam Brody.
Adam
So
Brody.
this was last round. He was in Ready or Not.
Okay.
He was the brother.
So we're
He was
allowed
the
to
brother.
repeat?
If it was the previous round.
Unclear.
Okay.
Because
Love
Bill
it. Love the
already-
chaos.
Bill
Love
already
the
said
vibes.
Adam Brody from a previous round, which then
Yeah.
by those rules I could technically.
Honestly, I don't know anybody other than Samara Weaving, so I'll just go back to her.
Yeah.
Well, at least Kelsey wasn't here last time, so she won't probably name the same movie that.
Yeah. So
Wait, so
where
now
we at?
I have to do a movie with Samara Weaving?
Yes. That's not Ready or Not.
Well, I guess I'm out because I don't know any other movies that she's in. So now I
Alright,
lose.
Is that the end of the round?
No, you have to name a Samara Weaving movie because Kelsey's out.
Oh,
it's me, you, and JD.
Babylon.
Oh.
Good
choice.
That's the one I almost said last round that would have helped Carly, but I ended up
That
going
would have helped me.
with the harder one.
I do have Jackbox up and working if we do want to go there after like one more round of this, by the way.
Okay.
Ooh.
Cool. All right. So Babylon.
It was a very ET Kelsey. I like that. Ooh.
Thank you. That's what I was going for.
I
I'm
got
gonna
ET
go
on the brain.
Eric Roberts.
Oh,
that was from Babylon. Eric Roberts.
Mhm.
Yes, he plays Margot Robbie's dad.
Yeah, one of the great that guy actors.
Yeah,
I have no idea, so I'm out.
All right. Is it just me and you, JD?
Yep.
Yeah.
The Dark Knight.
Ooh.
Oh, this is going for a while.
I could have just said Julia Roberts' dad, but that wouldn't have counted. Right? Or is it brother? Brother, I think. He's just old now. They're both old now.
Ooh.
He's also in all those like straight to video, like Top Gun spin off, like the what do they call them?
Better choices.
I don't
know. Gary Oldman. Go ahead.
Yeah. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
Mm.
Because I don't know anyone else in that movie, so I figured. Chad, you'll know his face if I show you. This is Eric Roberts.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep, it's one of those that guys that when you see the face, you're like, oh my god, and then you can list probably like 10 films. Yeah,
He's related to Julia. Holy shit!
I think he's her brother. Yeah, I think.
Whoa,
that could backfire.
Yeah,
Tom Hardy. Go Tom Hardy.
Mm-hmm.
Handsome lad.
Venom.
Venom.
Venom. Red
Just
Robin.
the
Venom.
first of them. Riz Ahmed.
Nice.
I'll be nicer. Rogue One.
Ooh.
I'm gonna back myself into a corner.
We're running too much on time. All right.
Are you home or at an apartment? At your apartment? You don't have to disclose
This
where.
could also
but just-
backfire on me. I'm going to say Mads Mikkelsen.
Mads Mikkelsen. All right.
Yes,
another
my
round.
government address is 156.
Wow.
No, I moved in. I moved in back with Kath and Kev for the summer, and then I'm going back to New York in August.
No, but you're at home? I don't think I've ever.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe because the lighting's low. Oh, that's your room. Okay, I got you.
This is my
You
room,
were in
yeah.
a different room, so I wasn't sure.
Well, I was in the
Guys,
bathroom.
you're gonna win because I don't remember anybody from.
Yeah, it's
besides
like a
Matt.
Is it Hungarian?
It's a really good movie. It's just like
Denmark, Danish, I think it is.
Danish film.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Danish. Mads is
yeah.
Danish. Yeah.
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 Do we want to do one more round of this and then we can play some Jackbox maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, let's do one more round.
So Kelsey
One
can
more
get a full round in.
Yeah,
Kelsey,
I
why
wanna
don't you
do-
Another
start?
round.
Kelsey, you can start.
Okay, so do I start? Do I start with a
Whatever
movie
you want.
or an actor?
Or movie.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
Nice.
Okay.
Another round.
Ooh.
But that would be okay. We know one person from that.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the first actor who comes to mind, which is
I love how the starting
Adam
ones are always the
Driver.
toughest. Okay.
It's a good start.
I'm trying to think. I'm thinking long term. What do I want to save in my arsenal for other actors? So I'll go. I don't know. Remember the name of it? The one where he fights dinosaurs.
Oh, don't do that one.
Who else is in that?
Can
besides,
I
like, the
pick
little robot?
Megalopolis or no? No, I can't. It's just the
No.
teaser. The teaser's so good though. It's on my mind. All right.
That teaser is really good.
Shit. I don't. Black Klansman. Whatever.
Wait, Dill, did we decide what the table read is?
No, we haven't put a poll up yet. I need
Okay.
I do
we're gonna
hope.
wait till everyone gives me an option.
I
still
hope
need
it's
to think
what
mine.
I hope it's what Kelsey picked because that sounds amazing.
I mean, if you don't want to put an option on, just let it be Kelsey's and ride with her. You can.
I'll
too.
put an option on, but you
Let's say
know.
if you all band together, that's fine.
We
Wait,
form an
we-
alliance.
Wait. We have 0 viewers right now. What's going on? Y'all share this link. It went from like 10 to 0. Oh, there's one. Okay, someone's back.
John.
Well,
David
I was one of the viewers, and then I
Yeah.
joined.
John
Here, I'll
David
open up the tab again.
That's okay. What did you say?
I said John David Washington
Oh,
because
and then
they're so
Carrie said-
early.
Carrie
Yeah.
said Tenet. Okay.
Yeah. So Robert Pattinson.
Okay. I'll go the Batman.
Zoe Kravitz.
Hmm.
Is it my
Kelsey, it's you.
turn?
Yeah.
Yes.
Zoe Kravitz. Nope. Hold on.
Fun fact, Zoe Kravitz came to Kelsey and I's town over the summer with Channing Tatum and Taylor Swift for Jack Antonoff's and Margaret Qualley's wedding.
Whoa.
Nice.
Yep. Our beach town, not
God.
Our LBI. Anything else?
I don't think I have
What's up?
anything for Zoe Kravitz. Hold on, my
okay.
computer is
I'm
really
sorry,
glitching.
Kelsey. I wasn't trying to be hard. I just always say
No,
the
you're-
first thing that pops into my head.
You are a little laggy.
No.
Kels. So you want
You're
to take the
good.
strike there?
No, it's
Or you want to?
sorry. My
There,
Are you
there
looking
was-
it up? Kelsey can't look it up.
wait, sorry. Too many things are going on. I'm gonna have a mentee B. Okay.
Are you
I
good?
had this. Okay, the stream was okay. So this is obviously happening on one
you
tab,
had the
and then in the
stream
other tab
open
was
and
the
it was
live.
playing.
So
Oh,
so many things were happening to my brain, and I was trying to mute the YouTube stream. Like I heard Stacy say, I wasn't trying to be hard. I just said literally 4 times in a row, and I was like, it felt like I literally thought
all 10 of
it
our
felt
viewers
like-
were just 10 tabs on Kelsey's.
I was just glitching through the multiverse. Like it was.
Kelsey has subbed from all her burner accounts she's made over the last 10 hours.
Wait, Dill, I'm so annoyed with YouTube because I keep trying to check how many subscribers you have, but it only says 12K. But I'm like, I want to know the exact number.
Well, it's not 12K. I can't. I'm gonna disappoint you there.
Well,
You probably
sorry,
said
not 12K,
1.2K.
1200. You know what I'm trying
Well, I
to
can
say.
show you right now. We're at 1276. 1276.
That's more than last time.
It is. Last time we had 1264. So we've gotten 12 more since these games have started.
How? Nobody's watching.
They're coming and going. They're coming and going. They don't have to
Okay.
watch to sub.
True.
Can I have a hint for Zoe Kravitz just so I can stay in the game, or did we move
Yeah.
on already?
Yeah, I can't give you a hint.
Oh.
JD
Wait,
might be able to.
I'm
I'm out.
Nobody let me have a hint. I'm sorry, Kelsey. I like you as much as anyone else.
The whole that I don't have nothing either. So if Kelsey's out, I'm out too.
Oh no.
I'm sure there are some I can think of her TV stuff. I mean, okay, I can think of one movie she did over the pandemic, but I can't think of any other actors in it.
You don't have to. You just have to name the movie.
Yeah.
You have to name the actor.
All right, I'll just to keep it going. I'll say Kimmy.
Great.
What the fuck is that even?
See?
You could have
I told
said
you.
something with magic, but instead you went that one.
I went with a pandemic classic.
I saw Kimmy.
It was
I
really
did
good.
too.
Steven Soderbergh's
Oh.
one of the goats.
That's the one where she's short pink hair.
Yeah. See, you know it. It's just,
Well,
She
I don't
listens
know
to,
it.
AI
Well, I'm out.
assistants all day for.
Does anyone know an actor from Kimmy?
No, there's only 2 other
All right.
actors in it, and I don't remember who they are.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on to some Jackbox. I think that'll be a little bit more stimulating. I don't think I have sound coming through for this.
Malcolm's here.
That's always the issue.
Malcolm's here. Yay, Malcolm.
Wait,
hello
do I
there.
need my phone for the Jackbox game?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
have your phone?
Yeah, I have it in my hands
You-
right
you own-
now.
you
God,
own-
I
you
need
own a
my
phone?
phone. That's how tired I am. I've played so much Jackbox, and I was like,
I'll put myself down here because I'm gonna have to run to grab my food in a sec. Actually, I might have to run and grab my food now. Hold on. Oh, he's
What'd you
almost
order,
here.
Jill?
So you know what? Everyone get in for some quick. Actually, you know what? Play one more round of this, and then I'll be right back with food. I got Wingstop because I need a lot of food. Hold
Oh,
on.
I love Wingstop. I can't wait to
Wingstop.
know what your order is.
The man.
Who wants to start? Carly?
Kelsey. 'cause
Oh,
she's-
are we doing it again?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
We're doing one
who
more
hasn't
round. while he gets
started?
wing-
Who? Wait, so Dill started, and then JD, and then did Carrie
Yeah.
start?
I haven't started yet, so I can.
Carrie
start.
started one time, right?
Yeah. I'll do an easy one. Margot Robbie.
Cool.
Barbie.
Ryan Gosling.
See, I don't try to be hard. First thing.
Ooh, there are so many choices.
He's trying to be hard.
No, not in the beginning, but Fracture.
That's not trying to be hard.
That's not
Wait.
trying to be hard.
I've never heard of Fracture.
I actually have one, I think, but it's still
Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah.
Yes, he is in
Oh,
it.
that's
the one.
good.
That's
That's
the
a
one.
good one.
See, I wasn't completely. Oh, thank you.
All right, now I'm gonna be hard. The Father.
I haven't seen it. Go ahead, Kelsey.
Wait,
I'm out.
Wait, is that the wait? Am I
I
thinking
hate
of the
this
one
game,
with
not
Olivia
gonna lie.
Colman?
That's it.
This is
Yeah.
not
It
fun.
is?
You got it right.
Okay, then Olivia Colman.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. The Favorite.
Okay. Emma Stone.
Poor Things.
Mark Ruffalo.
The Kids Are All Right.
I want to keep doing easy ones just to get that reaction from Kelsey every time.
Okay. Wait,
okay.
what did JD say?
Well, it's back to me. He said the kids
are
all
all right. Okay, I know that one too.
And for that one,
Weird. Thank you, Malcolm.
I want to say Julianne Moore.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
am I thinking on this movie? It's the one with the Julianne Moore. I know. Actually, I'll just pick Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Elizabeth Banks.
Good choice. Pitch Perfect.
Anna Kendrick.
A Simple Favor.
Blake Lively.
Green Lantern. Why not?
Ryan Reynolds.
If
Wait, Blake Lively's in Green Lantern?
Yes,
that's where they
that's where they met. Ish.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Were they love interests?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He was Hal
God.
Jordan. Ryan Gosling was Hal Jordan. Blake Lively was Hal Jordan.
Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah, Harris, whatever her name is.
Wait, that's iconic.
I think Carly said if.
I said if. Dill, name an actor from If.
I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Wait,
I'm
is
not having-
Wingstop a sponsor of this channel?
What I miss?
You need
that
to
a-
name an actor from If.
Whoa, shit. Steve Carell.
That works.
Beautiful boy.
Didn't If just come out? Is it out yet?
Not
It's not out yet, no.
The
not
trailer's
out.
unfortunately
That was
playing
true.
everything.
It comes out at like the end of this month.
Yes, and then we can be done with it.
I'll go easy. Fine. Timothy Chalamet.
Miss Stevens.
Ooh.
What the
You see
fuck?
that?
Oh.
I'm out. Your turn, Dill.
What is that? I've never heard of that movie. You win. I don't know.
I doubt Kelsey's heard of it.
Kelsey, no?
I've seen it before.
What?
But I don't
That's a fake
remember
movie
her
Dad
name.
just
She's an
created.
actress from
Oh, they gave me fries. I didn't order.
the scary show. What's that show called that she's on?
It has to be a movie.
American Horror Story.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of. I obviously it has to be technically it has to be an actor. I'm just trying to think of the show that she was on. Lily Reinhart's in that.
Yeah, she is. I don't know what movie that is, but she is in it.
I'm keeping the game alive. I don't know what other movie Lily Reinhardt's in, but
I got one.
I
Can
know.
come back in?
I know a couple, but I'm just gonna rack my.
I'll just fact check Miss Stevens. Yes, it's a 2016 movie. Got Timothy Chalamet.
okay. You
And
doubt
Lily-
me, Chad?
Lily Reinhardt is in it.
I cannot believe this blasphemy of doubting me.
You got it though. You gotta go.
Sorry.
Are you stuck, JD?
Just the meek. Sorry.
Oh wait, no, I got. She's in Vice. She's in Vice. She's one of the daughters in Vice.
I think she
Oh.
is. You're right.
Sam Rockwell.
Mm.
Back to Kelsey.
Oh, I was waiting on Dill to say something. He's out.
He's out.
He's out.
Sam Rockwell, Jojo Rabbit.
Hmm. Taika Waititi.
What We Do in the Shadows.
Oh, you fucking dick.
Ooh.
You just couldn't say Thor Ragnarok.
Right? I'm saying that's why I don't have fun playing this game because
He plays to win. Damn it!
Well,
I'm on Team
Carly
Chat.
does the same thing though. I was after her last year too, and she would do the same thing and try to be hard with the father.
Oh, I'm thinking of, I was about to go, oh, is Jared Leto in that? But I'm thinking of fucking Morbius. Okay, I'm out.
We may need to fact check, but I believe Stephen Merchant plays one of the werewolves.
Yes, he does.
I love that guy.
Wait, does he?
Yeah, we can fact check it, but I believe he's one of the werewolves.
Let's just say he does, and then I'll say Hot Fuzz.
Ooh. Timothy Dalton.
Timothy Dalton. Shit, what Bond is he in? Because I don't know another non-Bond that but fuck.
Can I give Chad a hint?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go to bed.
Let's just end it.
Animated.
Good night.
I'm kidding.
Good
Oh,
night,
good night,
Stacy.
Animated. Good night. Animated. I don't know. Living Daylights. Is that one he's in?
Maybe. I think you're right.
Hotel Transylvania.
Oh.
No, I made that up.
Oh.
I just said words. They meant nothing.
I'm just checking if he's in the Living Daylights. If he is, you win, Chad. But actually, I was hoping for something else.
You didn't know an actor from Living Daylights other than
I did not know an actor from Living Daylights. I'm just checking to make sure it's the right one.
If not,
you are right. You are right. It is the Living Daylights. So
Nice.
You do win.
Yeah, I won one.
But Stephen Merchant also wasn't in What We Do in the Shadows, so it wouldn't matter either way.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter anyways. Yeah.
Sorry, I was mid chewing, but thank you, Stacy, for playing.
I
it's late for her.
I thought you were saying Reese Darby for a second, who is one of the werewolves.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of, and I got him confused with.
If you said that, then I would have said Yes Man.
Then I definitely would have gone something from there. But yeah.
Alrighty. Next half hour. I have some Jackbox if you want to play some Quiplash. That might be fun. And keep in mind, this is a 24-hour live stream. We are live, so just be careful. And also, inside jokes don't really work with a big audience, so just keep that in mind. You don't want to make it too much of an inside joke to where it feels intimidating to the viewers. We're going to go ahead and press Quiplash to start. This is the easiest one to do with everyone, too. It's not...
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's other ones that we could do, but I think they're a lot harder to do with a group. So let's get this going. And give me a sec.
Should totally have an Elmo. Should buy someone.
Oh, this might not be loading. Hold on. Might not be able to do this after all. I'm getting the spinny wheel of death. So let's see. That's spinny wheel of death.
If not, we could do like an impromptu draft.
We could. I think it's loading.
It's not official.
And off the record.
Yeah.
This should be
Wait,
working.
Dill has you have your secret video at 12?
Mm-hmm.
All right, okay.
Yeah, you got to stay up for that, remember?
I'm just
I don't know if Kelsey will
Wait,
appreciate it.
Carrie's in the secret video?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's just me. Join people.
Okay, wait. Jill, you got
If you want
12
to.
Korean Q wings. I've heard a lot about these Korean Q wings.
They're my favorite.
I need to venture and get them. 10 boneless Hawaiian, 2 Louisiana rub tenders, and the Cajun corn. And are you dipping in ranch or blue cheese?
They actually didn't send me the Cajun corn, so I'm kind of sad.
Oh, that's a bummer, dude.
But you gotta dip though.
Oh,
You're dipping in something. I need to know what it is.
I don't have the Cajun corn.
Wait,
You didn't get ranch?
How are you dipping in corn? Isn't it whole?
I don't have the
corn?
corn, so I can't dip anything. Oh, you're talking about like my fries and wings?
Yeah.
Yes.
What are you
Oh.
dipping, bro?
Boneless, I always go ranch.
Yeah.
Bone-in, I usually go blue cheese.
Ew.
I'm a blue
All right.
cheese girl through and through.
Blue cheese is disgusting.
Oh, I love
Okay,
blue cheese.
well, it's
But I
not
like
nice
it on
to
the-
yuck people's yum.
I like it on the bone. I like the
That's
bone-in
fair.
wing with the blue cheese, though. If anyone wants to be in the audience, we can get started. Chat if you want to.
Oh, we good? Everybody good?
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm not in.
Wait, no, Kelsey's not in. Sorry. There we go. Now
Okay,
we go.
I
now
was
I'm
waiting
in.
for Kelsey, okay?
I forgot because there's
Yeah.
5 windows, but 6 of us.
Yeah.
I thought we were all set.
Everybody's
we can,
in.
we can play. And if you're in the audience and you want to join the audience, you can join the audience. Tewa is the code.
All right,
Technically, yeah, anybody could have joined, even if they aren't on stream.
True. That's a good point.
Technical difficulties, guys. Please stand by.
It's gonna take a while.
That's what Malcolm says. Yeah. Yeah, this is an experiment. This might not necessarily work. All right, I think it's working. Quiplash 2. We're not getting any sound, so I'll narrate. Are you getting sound, guys? Can you hear sound or no?
Oh,
No.
All right.
But I've played this game before.
See if I can get the sound to come through here.
JD's day out.
Yeah, I'm not able to get the sound to come through here. I don't know why that is.
This is round 1.
Can you hear this?
Yeah.
Oh.
Prompts to your device. Answer them however you choose. What you type goes up against what someone else types, and everyone votes on the winner.
Oh, I see.
Based on the percentage of people who prefer your answer. Have at it.
I just realized everything I say is going to come through here now, so I might have to mute it.
What?
No.
Oh, there's more than one? Oh, shit.
I had 2.
Sorry, I'm just giggling.
Huh.
Almost out of time. Use the safety quit button if you have to.
Ah. All right. Get it in, JD. Oh.
Cards on the table. First one. Women never date a guy who blank. Okay, pick your favorite whip now.
These are good.
Remember, the whole world is watching. Just remember.
So I probably shouldn't have used my social security number for one of the answers.
No, I did though. Hey.
It was just very topical.
Yeah.
That's like the kind of inside joke you can make.
Yeah, very good example, Dill.
As opposed to, one that some of us might not get.
Right.
Next prompt. Something you might overhear in a completely full cloud car. Vote on your devices.
So matter of fact.
Got your nose. Hong Kong.
Good one, Carrie. Good one, Kelsey.
Thank you.
It's like a cloud car in here. What the hell?
That's not very literal.
Oh, audience is giving points. Nice. Audience is watching.
Pressure's on now.
Mm-hmm.
Next in the hopper. What would you do for a Klondike bar?
Whoa.
Controversial.
Yeah.
I think I won by default. People like ice cream.
I don't like Klondike bars, so
Oh.
I had to give it to
They're
JD.
fine. They're just like it's like a good backup. If I don't have any other ice cream, fine, Klondike bar. But like, really?
Malcolm goes, I'm the audience.
Whoa.
One's clearly.
Oh, he doesn't even know what a Klondike bar is.
Somebody's obviously a closeted serial killer.
Malcolm, you're missing out.
Thank you, everyone.
I'll be putting Ron next to your cars.
I
You like him
stand
so
by my
much.
thought. It seems like you are a closeted serial killer, but it was a good prom.
That's my business, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That is fair. That is fair. Please don't kill me.
The fuck?
One person, they understood different things. Like, what is he yelling? And then why? Yeah.
I mean, no one can hear him because he's muffled. That's I get it.
Oh, I didn't select anything. Sorry.
Tied.
People got what I was going for. He's into thing. He's into painting, so no one can hear him. Muffled. Long day. Anyways.
Oh, okay.
Carrie.
Aw,
Wow.
that's kind of cute.
It is. It is.
We both put the same thing.
Oh, that's
You two would be such good Victoria's Secret models. Oh my god.
You guys should like go on a date or something. You seem so compatible.
I think you should get married and have a child named after Elliot from E.T.
Okay, Dill, let's
Very
not get ahead of ourselves.
I think big. I think long term. When I do my wing manage, I'm literally eating wings as I ship it.
Round 2 is straight ahead, and that means all points are doubled.
Whoa.
Oh.
Ah. Damn. You can only make them so long, just so you guys know.
That's what she said.
Dylan, the world is watching.
all two of them. It's okay. I knew this would happen as we get into the later hours. It's okay. Surprise video's coming up.
Hurry up. Use a safety quip if you can't think of anything.
10 seconds. Nice.
Let's put up those quips. Up first, what Pandora would recommend after playing a one.
These are so funny because they're so outdated. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Pandora, like with a Navi, like an avatar.
Two words, two different words, and then just like too long. I don't understand how often.
Oh, split.
Whoa.
Nice job, Carrie.
Obviously, I had to vote for my girl.
Aw. That's actually sad.
Still, that's actually sad.
Yeah, like the fact that it has to be a secret, like
You're so real for that.
pain. It's a good one, Carrie.
Yeah.
Nothing beats poop.
Yeah.
Everyone does it.
Yeah, poop's pretty good.
You had it before?
Oh, have I had it before? Oh, don't worry, Dill. I saw.
I get it.
And it was all yellow. That was a tough one, Chad.
That was a good one.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything else.
I wanted to make it maybe the real colds were the ones we played along the way. But I couldn't type all that. They cut me off.
Your next prompt is an appropriate song to be
Oh,
played
appropriate?
Uh-oh.
Not the Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Sorry, y'all. I misunderstood.
No, it's better for words.
Anything by Weird Al
Yes,
Yankovic.
exactly, Carly. You said it all.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, JD.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Malcolm. Enemy.
Yeah, I'm afraid that might have been too long, Malcolm.
Wow.
Tell us how you really feel.
I'm disappointed because it's a good answer.
Just sitting on the couch with blank.
Or the body.
That's very dark.
Oh my God.
All right.
I love how the body is gone on an arc. It was in the car, stinking it up. Now it's chilling on the couch with you. You walk in, there's the body on the couch.
Dill, you know what I just thought of?
What?
Turkey.
Turkey.
Ooh.
I think he died.
I just like the phrasing "me and my knives."
It's just so random, but I love it.
Me and my knives.
Me and my knives.
Yeah, I'm just chilling Saturday night. Me
So
and my
we went
knives.
really dark for that one.
Coming up next, something a friendly heckler would yell at a comedy show. Time to vote.
Both of these are really good.
Yes.
The first
This
one
is
is like
one with the
kind of a
particular-
backhanded compliment, though.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sure you'll get there.
that one. Yeah, yeah. Just the phrasing of that. Oh yeah.
But also the good one, which could also be seen as like passive aggressive, sarcastic. Like, good one, keep it up. You know, you're a heckler,
I
you're
just-
friendly. So
I
everything's
just love
passive
the
aggressive.
idea of someone yelling that out like so like purely and genuinely. Haha, good one. Keep it up.
Yeah. Or like in a slightly angry tone, but with good intention. Like, haha, good one, keep it up.
but they're not being sarcastic.
No, they're just being genuine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, that clip flash.
I like our little guys. Are we like rocks?
Yeah. That's actually what we become for the second half of the subathon.
Oh yes.
The last lash.
Does it matter, Dill?
Oh,
Does it? Does it all matter? I mean, if we're all rocks, does it matter? We're rocks.
Huh?
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking about?
Matters? Does it not?
JD, you have to be very direct with Dill right now. He's
I'm delirious.
Oh God.
Come on.
Oh, Carrie's good. Just quick. I had no idea.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
I couldn't think of anything.
All right, here's the board. It's round 3, so you've got 3 medals to
Bud
award.
Creek.
So just
Not
so you
Bud
guys know,
Creek.
you give a silver and then a bronze, then a gold. Right? Is that how it works?
I think so.
Butt cheeks catch fire.
You basically get to award
Guess
3.
What is on your
Yeah.
butt cheeks? Cheek.
Your first place you award first, and then you do your second, and then your third.
Women with
Oh.
women with me and my knives cuts cheek. Man wakes up with cheek. Butt creek.
Creek.
It's not my favorite prompt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like this one.
I feel like the word cheek has lost all meaning.
Silver. And finally, gold. Let's sum up those medals to points.
All right, who won?
You're done.
I think
Let's
Kelsey
see
did.
the final scores.
Yeah. Your cliplash really screwed me, Dale.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. They're all fun.
Kiss my cheek.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been a good title, Dill.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Wow, look at my guy looks like a coffin.
That's what the body is.
That's good.
Full
That's
circle.
good.
Move. I don't know if we have time for another whole
Yeah,
round.
no, your thing is at 11:30. You
Yeah.
We
probably
could do the chain. We could do another round of the chain game if we want.
Do one more chain.
Yeah, let's do one more chain, guys. That was fun.
The
We might play some
chain
Jackbox. We might play
game.
some Jackbox tomorrow morning on our last hour we have time. So we can do that then.
Wait, what's at 11:30?
My Love Lies Bleeding review that was supposed to be earlier, but I totally skipped over because I don't like keeping the schedule.
I see.
Because I'm a dumbass.
I'm sorry. I feel like it was all my fault.
No, it was not. We were started before you even. Yeah, we're good. If anything, we
Okay.
should have done the Love Lies Bleeding to stall for you to finish Dream Scenario. So it was actually the opposite.
No.
It could have been your fault that I did it right, but it wasn't. Cool.
Can we start?
Sure.
Okay. Carly's after me. Crimson Peak.
Okay. Oh, what's this handsome guy? Tom Hiddleston.
Handsome guy. Thor. What? All that thinking for that? You're all like, what?
Natalie Portman.
No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I could do it, but I'm not gonna do it. Or I could do it.
I would do it.
Just
Mars
do.
Attacks.
What?
Wait,
What did you
What
say?
did you even
what did you
say?
say? Cats? She's
Mars
in Cats.
Attacks.
Mars Attacks.
Oh,
Oh, I've never even seen
Mars
it.
Attacks.
Hope you can pull this, Chad, because I can't.
Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. The Shining.
Sorry, Kels. Shelley Duvall. There's one big one, but
Hi, I'm
yeah.
Shelley Duvall. I'm Shelley Duvall.
Are you trying to channel her?
And you're watching Disney Channel. Da, 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 da.
Okay, there was like a TikTok sound of like her, just like it was a bunch of different takes of her being like, "Hi, I'm Shelley Duvall."
Do you remember what movie it was
That
for?
must have been so weird out of context of the TikTok me just going. Anyway, a
We're
big
all like, Kelsey's
one.
losing her
Okay,
mind.
what can I wait? One, not that I want to hint, but can I ask what year did The Shining come out?
1980.
1980. Okay. Okay. A 1980s. Now I'm like in that era of when she'd be making movies. I need to go to my mind palace. I don't know. I give up. Oh wait, do it again. The Overlook.
That's Shining, Kelsey. That's the Shining.
Oh, I thought you were trying to give me a hint for a movie.
He's spoiling Carly's pick,
Okay, fine, whatever. I'm out.
which she already picked.
Hate you guys.
All right, JD.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking. I don't know a lot of Shelley Duvall. That's the thing.
There's really only
Even if
one
I could,
huge
if I,
roll-up.
and even if I could think of a Shelley Duvall, like I'm not gonna guess whatever movie that she was in. I'm not gonna guess another actor if it came back to me. So
He's out.
yeah, I'm out.
Was she in Nashville?
I don't know. I can fact check it.
But then you're gonna have a. Let me fact check it.
Well, I'm already there, so I might as well.
All right.
Yep, she's in Nashville. You're right.
Then pick an actor from it, I guess.
Well, Carly's up.
That's right. Never mind.
Oh, I actually didn't even look at the cast list. I just kept going to find Shelley Duvall. I know one of the Carradines. I just need to guess the right one.
Hi,
I think it's
I'm
David
Shelley
Carradine. Is he the one who sings "I'm Easy" or is it Keith Carradine? I think it's David, right? I'm gonna fact check that.
Okay.
I'm easy.
And if not, you're out, I guess.
It's Keith. Fuck. Sorry. JD, go ahead.
But JD's
Holy
out.
shit.
So
Oh, so it's back to you.
is
Oh,
out.
you win.
I win.
You win. Yeah. I was
Things
thinking
are-
someone would go with Popeye because she's olive oil.
I just
That's
wanted to, I wanted to fact check to make sure I was right about Mars Attacks.
Shelley
I was
Duvall-
not, I was right about Mars Attacks.
Kelsey, Shelley Duvall is also olive oil in the Robin Williams Popeye.
Okay. Did that come out in 1980?
Later, but yeah.
Ah.
Kelsey, you can actually. Chad, you won. Chad, you start.
Oh,
Aw.
you keep going. Forrest Gump.
With movie? Okay. I was like, is there an actor named Forrest Gump?
Yes, the actor.
No,
Forrest
the
Gump.
actor.
In his titular autobiography.
Yes, in his sequel, his famous sequel, Gump and Son.
Tom Hanks.
Oh shit! I could have really screwed over Kelsey and said Castaway, but I'm not going to. I'm going to say Saving Mr. Banks.
Okay. Emma Thompson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eh.
Yeah.
Trying to think.
Hell no.
Nanny McPhee.
Mm.
I knew he was gonna fucking pick that. I don't know who's in it other than her.
Wait.
Yes.
I don't know. It's
I know someone in it.
somebody fucking British, probably.
Yeah.
Nanny McPhee, other than her.
Ooh.
Is Freddie Highmore in that?
No, it's the other
know.
kid you're thinking
No,
of.
you're thinking of the other little British kid.
Carly. I don't remember his name. It's a little kid from Love Actually, but I'm gonna go with the other star I know in it, Colin Firth.
Oh, it's my turn.
Yeah, just me, you, and
The
JD.
King's Speech. Wait, I'm out. What are you talking about? I'm out on.
You said Emma Thompson.
Yeah,
JD
Wait, we
went
started
Nanny
a round?
McPhee. No, JD went Nanny McPhee, and it's back to me.
Sorry.
I went Colin
Okay,
Firth.
then the King's Speech.
JD.
I'm blanking on.
This might be a Kelsey Dill showdown.
No, it isn't. I know somebody. I was
not on my watch.
I was thinking about. I was trying to remember. I wanted to say Helen Bonham Carter,
Yep,
and then,
that's it.
but I couldn't think about. It was taking me a long time to think about it.
All right, I'll say Sweeney Todd. Kelsey.
Tell the tale of Sweeney Todd.
Which they don't sing in the movie.
They don't sing at all.
They don't sing in the movie?
No.
Not that song. Not
Not
the
that
titular
song.
song. I know.
Wait, then why even make it? Let's
Exactly.
talk
Keep
about
going.
this.
Apparently
Because
they
it's
did.
fucking
They did.
amazing.
Apparently they did. The weird thing is, apparently they did film it. But
Wait,
then they're
why
like,
am I out, Corey?
Corey's entered the chat. It's Colin Firth. She said the King's Speech.
Yeah.
That's Colin Firth. No, I don't know.
Colin Firth, the guy from Nanny McPhee,
Or is
the
Colin
main
Firth
guy.
not from Nanny McPhee? I might be out.
No, it is Colin Firth and
Okay,
Nanny
okay.
No,
McPhee.
Colin
keep going.
Firth is in it.
Because he's the
Alright.
love interest with Evangeline.
Okay, Sweeney Todd.
And
Kelsey.
the
Name
baby
an
with that fucking rattle.
Name an actor, Kelsey, because we need to get to the next segment.
Oh, in Sweeney Todd,
Yeah.
Johnny Depp.
Okay. JD.
Okay.
My friends. Anyways,
My friend. Howdy doody.
Yeah, my friends.
Did I say Colin Farrell, Corey? So I might be out. But I meant Colin Firth. I thought I said Colin Firth.
He said Colin Firth.
No,
I
he
heard
said
you say
Colin
Colin
Firth. He was
Farrell.
definitely
Yeah.
he's wrong. You said Colin Firth.
Sorry, Corey. I love you.
Shots fired.
You got this, JD. Any
No,
Johnny
I
Depp movie?
know I have it. I
You
just
gotta just
have
keep
you
going.
heard of
Let's
him?
go lightning round and try to go as fast as we can. 'cause
Yeah,
that's-
yeah.
we need to get to my
Pirates of
birthday.
the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl.
All right. Zoe Saldana.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Dave Bautista.
Oh, Dune Part 2.
Austin Butler.
Elvis.
Shit, we already said Tom Hanks. So, I might be out. Am I forgetting a big star in Elvis? Yeah, I'm out. Kelsey, can you name anyone else from Elvis except for Austin
No, I
Butler and
haven't seen
Tom
it.
Hanks? All right, JD, you win. Congratulations, JD.
Was
I think
it,
we've all. Yeah,
was it
what?
Lily? What's her
I'm a
face?
dumbass.
from
Check the
Baby
tape.
Driver.
Lily James.
I
No,
forgot
what
she's
was she in the Iron-
just
the Iron
Haley
Claw?
Spaney, but she's in Priscilla, not Elvis.
There you go.
Oh.
So that concludes our games for tonight. Chris is just here now. I'm sorry, Chris. How's it going, Chris? Wait, where are you?
Going good.
Oh,
Sorry,
no.
everyone's the Dr. Train creatures. I got the.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, we were just about ending our games, but do you want to say hi? Hi, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Can you name an actor from Elvis that isn't Tom Hanks or Austin Butler?
Oh. No. It's a
No.
thing of the
All right.
dads. I can't remember the dad
Okay.
that played the
Oh,
dad.
you could say Luke Bracey. Yes, Luke Bracey, who is in Holiday, a very underrated rom-com on
That's a
Netflix.
good movie. Yeah.
Also,
Oh,
not to be
that-
confused with a Hemsworth brother.
Is he Australian?
Yes.
Hated that
Or
fucking
he looks
movie.
If someone named Holiday, we could have got to the Scream franchise.
Emma Roberts. Yeah, we could have gotten
He was
there.
also in a really bad Point Break movie.
That's true. But anyway, thank you guys for playing games with us. I forgot to do my Love Lies Bleeding earlier, so we're gonna do that later, right now, and then after that, I will do one last little message, and then we'll get to our break. Remember, there is a second stream for starting at 12:05. There's a second stream you have to start in a whole new one, which is on the channel. Go to the channel right now. There's a whole nother stream that will start at 12:05. We're gonna take a 10-minute intermission around 11:55. But first, we're gonna do Love Lies Bleeding review. But thank you guys, JD, Chad, Carrie, Carly, Chris, for playing. We'll see you guys later. There will be time for games and stuff later. Chad, we'll
Wait.
see you soon for Picture This. Kelsey, yes?
Did you say my name when you were saying the thank yous?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see you all soon and shortly and whatever. Kelsey and Kelsey, you're on the TV draft in the morning as well as JD.
Yeah.
TV themes. So we'll see you bright and early for that. And Carly, I believe is this the last we'll see of you until tomorrow's?
Yes, till tomorrow's games. Yes.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll see you then, Chris. If you're up tomorrow for some games, we'd love to hang
What
out.
time would
then.
it be?
We end at noon, so it'll probably be like the last hour, 11 a.m. to noon, if you're around. If not,
Yeah.
our live stream is still going throughout the night, so please feel free to pop in the live
Yeah,
chat.
be
We'll say.
around then because I don't
Cool.
have Phantom until like 12:45. So I'd be
No
about-
worries. All right, thanks, guys. I'll see you all soon. I'm just gonna get ready for this Love Lies Bleeding review, which is so exciting. Again, I haven't reviewed a bunch of stuff on the channel because I have been super busy with the show I did Sunday in the Park with George. So this is kind of making up for lost time, doing some reviews. So I'm gonna review Love Lies Bleeding, and then we will do a few last minute housekeeping things, and then it will be time to, of course, get into our second half of the subathon, starting with our surprise video, which is so exciting. So here we go, guys. For those who watch Love Lies Bleeding, there might be some spoiler alerts. I'm going to try to steer clear of it, but here we it's Dylan from the Dill Pickle Movie Network. If you're watching as part of this subathon, continue watching, continue subbing, continue liking, continue chatting along. If you're watching this after the fact, we did a subathon. It was amazing. It is amazing. It's happening right now. But part of the subathon is going to be giving you reviews for movies that I missed. And the first film we're going to be talking about as part of the subathon review series is Love Lies Bleeding, which until Challengers came out was my favorite movie of the year so far. This has just been such a great year for just eroticism in film, and not in the sense where like it's, you know, watching, you know, pornography on the screen or anything, but just the idea that like sex and sexual intrigue and sexual tension is becoming such a big part of storytelling, especially in character dynamics. You know, you see it especially in Challengers, which I talked about on the channel in the review. You know, the idea that it's a tennis match, but really it's about something else. It's about the rivalry. It's about the back and forth between these two guys fighting over this girl. It's very sexually charged. And I think in Love Lies Bleeding, you could kind of make a similar comparison where it is this crime story about them trying to hide this criminal activity and get away with hiding this body. You know, it's hard to talk about this film without going deep into spoilers. And because it's a subathon and so many people are watching, I'm not going to go into spoilers, but it's very much the Bound thing of like trying to hide something or trying to get away with something, trying to get rid of a crime, but also, you know, doing it in the midst of this brewing sexual tension and in this case sexual discovery, because this centers around a couple played by Kristen Stewart and played by Katie O'Brien, who are both just exceptional in this film, but they are very much new to each other. You know, they've just met. Kristen Stewart's character works at a gym. She actually works as like the maintenance person and the front desk person. We quite literally see her for the first time. She's got her hand like deep in a toilet trying to like unclog some shit and toilet paper out of this toilet. It's quite disgusting, but it kind of just shows this off the bat, this kind of griminess to the film. It feels like a very kind of grindhousey like film with the texture of it, but it's done in a very artful manner. It doesn't feel like it was just kind of scrounged up and thrown together on a screen like some grindhouse stuff, like some more schlocky B movie stuff will. There's still a prestige to it. There's still a sheen to it that I really, really appreciate. But it does deal a lot in this like kind of sticky, oily, kind of very dirty atmosphere. And I think that kind of goes in parallel with the story of it too, because she is a gym manager. She falls hard for this bodybuilder played by Katie O'Brien, who's just this giant, amazingly muscular woman, and they also play into the sexuality of that as well, that she has this more like bigger build, but their love, you know, causes them to do something violent, and it ends up kind of leading to this spinning web and snowball effect of all these potential things going wrong. Who saw what, when, and where, and why? Where is the blood trail? Where are we dumping the body? All these things that you see in a lot of crime movies. I mean, a lot of these subject matters that have been dealt here have been seen in other crime movies, but I think it's because of the foundation of the relationship that makes Love Lies Bleeding feel different than anything before it. It is directed by Rose Glass, who previously directed Saint Maud, a festival darling horror film that I never saw because I heard it was very scary from some people, and then I just never really got around to seeing it on my own. I just for some reason missed it. Maybe because it was so scary, I didn't want to check it out. Maybe it's because it wasn't on my radar enough, but I had kept seeing the posters. But Love Lies Bleeding, I mean, when it has Kristen Stewart in it, who I'm a big fan of, it has Ed Harris, Dave Franco, Gina Malone, all these actors I'm a big fan of, so I knew going into it I would like it. And I was intrigued by the premise. I mean, I love the idea of the Bound comparisons, because Bound is one of my favorite movies ever, directed by the Wachowskis, which is a similar idea of, you know, this lesbian couple trying to get away with murder in a way, this crime story. But in this sense, you know, it continued to surprise me because, like I said, it continues to hit these like more conventional crime beats, but there were so many different twists and turns and moments where I was truly astounded. Like, I never saw that coming, or oh my gosh, I forgot that person was there at that crosswalk at that stoplight. Oh my god, what is that going to bring to this story? And then several characters' deaths, which you don't see coming. Now, there's one huge moment, huge is a good word for it, that happens that is quite literally what no one could have predicted. But it is one of those fantastical moments that I really like because A, it kind of leads to, you know, kind of lends to the trippiness of it, kind of like the drugged up atmosphere of like everything's a little hallucinogen, a little loopy, a little crazy, you know, and then we're seeing this like really polarizing image, and it is a great image. I love it. I love the wackiness that this film gets into. I know how some people could say that this maybe should have been a little bit more realistic, a little bit more grounded. But I think because it is so grimy and dirty and realistic for so long, I think it's kind of cool when it takes a more fantastical twist. Also because I think it makes more interesting use of the metaphors of this film and what this woman wants to be seen as, what she is seen as, what the pressure of society views her as. And there's a lot about body image in this film that I think is really important, and drug use. I mean, this film just tackles so much. And I think there's something to be said about a film that does take a very conventional outline and fills it in with the most intricate and interesting details. And I think Love Lies Bleeding is one of those things. I think Kristen Stewart and Katie O'Brien have such a good chemistry together. I think they really just, from second one, you understand why those two are so attracted to one another, both sexually but also emotionally. And yes, this film does get sexual. I mean, I think that's a theme with a lot of these films that deal with these homoerotic or erotic themes. But I do think it's not all about that. And that does help kind of strengthen the bond of these characters. You know, they don't feel like pointless sex scenes. They feel like sex scenes that make sense for the, the character's growth. But also, yeah, just the way it kind of aids in the dilemmas of the characters later on in the film, where they genuinely don't know what decision to make because they don't want to hurt the other one. I mean, this really is a film that relies on you being invested in this relationship above all else. And I think the more invested you are with the relationship, the more difficult it is for the audience to watch because you genuinely don't know where it's going to go. I think the supporting players are all very good, especially Ed Harris, who is so unrecognizable. I think the makeup here is really great as well. Obviously, Katie O'Brien is really putting on those muscles. That is not makeup. That is not faked. She is genuinely that ripped, which I think is just so amazing and impressive. And I would not want to take her in a fight ever. I wouldn't want to take any of these actors in a fight, but especially not her. But I think Ed Harris has one of the cooler transformations because at first when I saw him, I didn't even recognize him. He was totally unrecognizable. But I really did love to see his character as well, because there are moments where, you know, when you're dealing with the villain of a movie, you don't necessarily know if, you know, you want him to be redeemed. And in this case, you don't ever want him to be redeemed, but there are things he says sometimes that make a lot of sense. And there are moments where you almost want the characters to give in because you don't want him to hurt them. But then also there are moments where you remember that what Kristen Stewart did in this movie and her and Katie O'Brien, they do still do some criminal stuff, whether or not it's, you know, it's almost like the anti-hero thing of like, yes, they're doing something bad, but it's also to get under the skin of someone even worse, but they are still doing a bad thing. And I think that's kind of what this movie plays with well, are those like moral gray areas, just the very interesting twists and turns. I could really go on about it. I mean, I think from beginning to last frame, the way this is shot and the way this is stylized is so interesting. I think very quickly Rose Glass has really established what her style is. And I think there are very few movies that feel so authentically this style. It feels like a lot of the time style like this is kind of just put on as a gimmick, almost as like an afterthought. Like, oh, well, let's make it a little grimier and a little grittier. Here, it feels like the grime and the grit is intentional from minute one, when she has her hand up that toilet. And when, you know, it's really getting started with those really heavy uses of red. I mean, so much red. It just oozes with the color red. If you love the color red, you're going to love this movie. If you're colorblind and can't see the color red, I hope you still enjoy this movie because it's so red. There's so much red. But I really do think she just shows so much confidence and so much strength. This is only her second film, yet I feel like she has been making films and films and films for a whole career now, because this feels so very fine-tuned, very specific, very well thought out, very detailed. So it's a big, glowing recommendation for me. Love Lies Bleeding. It is hopefully still playing near you, but if it's not, check it out when you can watch it on streaming, because it's one of those films that I think is only going to get better for me on rewatch once I know where everything ends up, just going back and kind of seeing where all the puzzle pieces fit together. So thank you so much for watching this review. Thank you for everyone who's been watching so far in this subathon, and remember to keep liking, keep subscribing as we head into the wee hours of the night. We're almost at the midnight point, which is very, very exciting. So thanks for watching this review. Again, if you're watching after the fact, go check out the subathon and check out all the other great videos we have done so far and are going to do later, and subscribe to the channel. Otherwise, let me know what you thought of Love Lies Bleeding in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. All right. So there we go. We are almost at the tail end here of our first half. We have about 10 more minutes until we're going to end this stream and then go over to the other one. So just hang out with me for 10 minutes. Just catching up with some of the chat. Yeah, Bound does fucking rule. Bound is one of my favorite movies, period. It's been a really great time. I'm going to kind of recap where we're at right now, just as like a little marker to end this part of the subathon and like see where we stand. right now. First off, our subs have been just amazing. It's been so amazing to see. We have already made it more than halfway through our initial halfway goal. Our goal was to be at 100 by the end of the airing of the subathon, and then throughout the week try to get up to 1,000. We've already hit 100 hours ago, so it's really, really exciting to see. We are now currently sitting at 1294. So I'm going to try to do the math real quick on that. 1294. 1294. We started with 1,100. So we have 194 is our number of subscribers right now that have joined us over the course of this. So we're less than like 105 away, or sorry, 55 away. We're less than 55 away from getting that Taylor Swift concert. As you know, 250 subs gets that Taylor Swift cover concert at a later date. If we hit 500 subs, which could now at this point be a little realistic, I didn't think this would happen, but I will do a ranking video for the runner-up of March Madness, Billy Wilder. And if we hit 750, I will be doing a video for the entire Final Four of March Madness, being Billy Wilder, the Wachowskis, Richard Linklater, and of course David Fincher, who won the March Madness. And then if we hit 1,000, Kelsey and I are going to Avengers Campus in California. And Zach said earlier he would help pitch in and come with us for the ride. Pitch in meaning he would buy his plane ticket, because let's be honest, I cannot afford plane tickets for the whole staff to go. But if anyone wants to join us in Disney, we could have like a full Dill Pickle Movie Network event in Disney. That would be absolutely crazy and absolutely delightful. So yeah, you're going to see reviews like that throughout the night, especially in the wee hours when less people are up to like talk with me. It'll be a lot of like polling reviews and just talking about them on the air. But it's going to be really exciting. I'm very excited to tell you about Immaculate and Late Night with the Devil, and of course Dune Part 2, which is the one a lot of people are really excited about. But also we have two really big marquee shows coming in the middle of the night. Picture This is coming in just about an hour and a half. After the surprise video plays, we'll be doing Picture This with Chad and Carrie. Will be back to talk about the year 1982, which is part of our year of classics, where we talk about we'll talk about E.T., Gandhi, what else? Missing, Tootsie, and The Verdict. So if you're a fan of those films, we're going to be doing that around 1 o'clock, more like 1:30ish. Then after that, we are going to be doing our frame rec episode, our proper frame rec episode. Matt and I will have Stacy on, who you just saw, getting some Z's in right now, because she'll be on at around 4:20 to talk about The Raven, which is really cool, especially if you're an Edgar Allan Poe fan. And then early in the morning, I'll be doing my first ever yearly Oscar predictions here, first ever for 2025, which is going to be fun, looking at all these movies so early in advance and seeing which ones hold up still. I still haven't like finalized the list. It's going to be me kind of coming up with my predictions on the fly. So I'll be doing that in just a few hours. And then after that, we are doing our second draft of the day, which is the not A through Z. That was last year. It is the TV themes draft. Wow, I'm losing my mind. I need a nap, but I won't get one. But we are going to be doing our TV themes draft, where I believe Chad and no, not Carly, Kelsey. I get Carly and Kelsey confused because K. So many K names. Who else is on that? So it's Kelsey, JD will be back on that, Chad, and then Matt. That's going to be your panel for tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to be doing TV themes, and that's not just the songs, that's the whole theme, including the title sequences and the animations and whatever else shows off that cast. It shows it off well. So we're almost there. We have about 5 minutes left. Just thank you so much for tuning in. We still have a bunch of viewers with us right now. We've had so many great viewers with us throughout the day. A lot of people have been liking. A lot of people have been subscribing, of course. A lot of people have been just like chiming in, having a great time in the chat. We want to really emphasize the network of it all, and we really think you guys are bringing it. So that's very, 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 very exciting. Yeah, we have 18 likes on this video, which is great for a live stream. So we can up it even more. And we will shortly be getting into part 2 of the subathon, which is super exciting. Part 2 is going to be great. Last year, I kind of willy-nillied the night portion. You know, I did a watch along, which was fun, but it was like just for me to shut my brain off for 2 hours. And I realized, you know what, I want to keep it 100% stimulating the whole way through. I want you guys to feel like you can tune in at any point of the 24 hours and actually find good entertainment value. And last year, Win and I had a great conversation about underseen cinema, but I feel like most of the night portion was just me very tired, staring at a camera, watching Airplane. And I wanted to change that up this year. I wanted to actually be active and give you guys actual quality content throughout the night. You're doing a great deal. Thank you, Win. This is a lot of tough stuff this year in particular. Just prepping everything because I had to do 5 movies for Picture This, 3 movies for Frame Rec, 1 movie for the other Frame Rec episodes. So that's 4 for Frame Rec. We're already at 9. And then when you see the surprise video, you'll know why there was a lot of time dedicated to the subathon once you see what the surprise video is. And if the surprise video is not necessarily your cup of tea, if you're not really part of that target audience, I don't blame you. You can go to bed for a little bit. But I promise for those who are going to be excited about the surprise video, it's going to be, I hope, really well worth this wait. And a bunch of you have cracked the code in the chat of the last video when I teased the subathon of what it could be, what the surprise video could be. So I'm very excited for you all to see if your guesses are right. Some of you I have confirmed are right. Some of you are still guessing. Some of you have had wrong guesses, but still admirable guesses. I've seen lots of theories out there as to what the surprise video could be. So you guys did unlock it a long time ago. So that'll be coming right after midnight. I'm literally going to come on, announce what it is, and get into it. But we will cut this stream in just a few minutes just so I can get some time to make sure YouTube saves all this. Because if you weren't listening earlier, YouTube only saves 11 hours and 55 minutes of a stream. So that's kind of crappy, I think. So it's going to be fun to have this whole thing documented. Because last year I was looking back and I was looking at the greatest subathon moments, and I was going to pull the last moment where we all hit noon and we're like, we did it, 24 hours. And it was nowhere to be seen. It was cut off. The video cuts off 5 minutes before we finish, which is really, really sad because I wanted that on tape the first time we finished the subathon, where I stayed up 24 hours and we could say we did it. This time we're gonna get it. We're gonna get that video so we can be proud of ourselves and proud of the work that we finished. Proud that we did it. Proud that we're accomplished and complete and finished. All those words. But it's been really fun just chatting with you all, staying up. Just to recap what we did today, that was really great. Kelsey kicked it off with the Marvel games. If you haven't watched that, go watch it. It's so fun. She was so creative in all the questions and different themes of the rounds. They were much more recreational than like trivia based, which was really, really refreshing and nice to see. She did a round about emojis. She did a round about fan fiction. It was so funny. Then Matt came on and did like the most epic PowerPoint presentation of Survivor ever, Survivor trivia, which was really great. Even if you're not a Survivor fan, check it out because it is a really great format of just a really well imaginative person bringing trivia to us. Zach and I recapped Survivor. We did our rankings. It got very fun there. And then we did a big draft, did a director roulette draft. We did a frame rec episode. So it's been a lot of fun. You know, we've been really getting a lot done. I'm very happy. I can't believe it's already been 12 hours. Like, it feels like this has gone by fast. And I think it's because the people I'm surrounded with are just great and really help everything go by fast. So I'm just going to look at the last subathons. Both ended at 11 hours, 54 minutes, and 59 seconds. So right before the 11:55 mark. So within this next minute, I'm going to kind of wrap it up. I'm going to end it by 11:54:50, just because I want this documented. So if you want to check out part 2 of the subathon, which will be happening in just 10 minutes. I'm going to give you a 10-minute intermission. Go pee, go shit, go eat, go drink, take a power nap, 5 minute, go get a 5-hour energy, whatever you need to do, because I promise the next few hours of the subathon are going to be really awesome with our surprise video, with Picture This, with an episode of Frame Rec. It's going to be the most exciting part of the subathon. So if you can get over that hill, get over that hump, I think you're going to be really, really happy that you stayed up to watch all these videos and all these amazing people that stayed up for you to give you the best content possible. So thank you so much. This is not it. We're halfway through. We made it halfway through. Got almost to 200 subs, which is just absolutely legendary. We got 194 subs in this first half. Let's go, people. Thank you so much. We will be back very shortly in 10 minutes for Subathon Part 2. Stay tuned.